Chapter 1791. Dragon City Territory, Dragon City. Today was a busy day, and the entire city was filled with a lively atmosphere. This was because today was the day of the Dragon God Convention. All the leaders of the top sects and forces in the territory had come to the Dragon God territory in person, and they had brought the younger generation of their clans with them. Geniuses that were usually not seen could be seen today. Young Master Luo Xian of the Righteous Sect is here. My idol. Young Master Luo Xian is no idol. My idol is Di Tian. He's the real idol, the great hero. How dare you talk about the 10 heavenly gods, someone immediately said disdainfully. Bullsh *T. Di Tian kills people like flies. What idol is he? Yes, who does Di Tian think he is? If he's that good, come to our territory and we'll see who takes care of who. It had to be said that Di Tian's influence was unprecedented. The young people were the most affected. Di Tian had walked the path of slaughter. He had offended many of the 8 great sects and 7 overlords, and now he was living a good life. Some time ago, he had even wiped out the World Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the Chamber of Commerce had not said a word. Wasn't that awesome? Then what was awesome? Di Tian was worshipped by the young people. Even he didn't know that he had a group of admirers, and quite a few of them. If someone insulted Di Tian, it was the same as making life difficult for them. From time to time, a war of words would break out in the crowd, and neither side would spare the other. This topic was also discussed enthusiastically by many people. Dragon City Plaza. Huge statues were erected in the center of the city. There were a total of 28 statues, and each statue was 9,999 zhong tall. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were majestic. These statues were of the dragon gods of the past. The statues of the dragon gods of each generation would appear here. There were 28 dragon gods in the Dragon God territory now. Today, there were many platforms suspended in the air in the Dragon City Plaza. Each platform was of different heights, and the higher one was, the more powerful they were. The top 8 sects, 7 overlords, the strongest races, and other top forces were on the top level. Below them were first-rate sects, second-rate sects, and so on. Many forces were discussing on the platforms. This was because something big had happened. Old Ghost, have you heard? The eldest son of the Dragon God has been killed. Impossible, right? The Dragon God's eldest son seems to be called Long Ikuan. His talent is extremely monstrous, and his bloodline is extremely high. How could he be killed? Who would dare to kill someone at this time? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but the person who killed Long Ikuan was the Di Tian overlord who rose to power the most recently. And it seems like he killed him in the Dragon God Dominion. The person said mysteriously. Oh my god, Di Tian is so daring. Didn't he completely offend the dragon race? Heh, what kind of person is Di Tian? He's numb to killing. Who doesn't he dare to kill? He's even killed a few of the 10 great young masters. Didn't he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch a while ago? Di Tian is too frightening. He's going to offend all the major forces in the territory. This kind of thing had basically never stopped. The families on the high platform also knew about it immediately. Di Tian was once again shocked by such a major event. Why did he have to kill the eldest son of the Dragon God? That was the future successor of the Dragon God. This was a grave offense to the Dragon God, and the Dragon God would never let Di Tian off so easily. This is too crazy. On a high platform in the distance, a few young people sat today. Their auras were dignified, and they were all at the Sky God realm. Di Tian is courting death. He won't be able to be arrogant for long this time. What do you mean? Is there some inside information? The young people sat together in a circle. Brother Luo, you're the smartest one among us. How do you think the Dragon God will resolve this matter? I heard that Di Tian is in the Dragon God Dominion. The entire Dragon God Dominion has been locked down. As long as Di Tian shows himself, the experts of the dragon race will chase after him immediately, a man in white said to someone. Luo Xian was also impressed by Di Tian. Not only did he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch, But he also killed Long Ikuan and offended the dragon god. Wasn't he tired of living? Hihi, that's hard to say. We know what kind of person the dragon god is and what he thinks. I can only say that Di Tian is really in big trouble this time. Luo Xian laughed. I heard that the geniuses of the strongest races are also looking for Di Tian to kill him. I wonder if you've heard about it. Dongfang Wan, who was sitting beside Luo Xian, said. The young people's expressions changed slightly. You're talking about the barbarian Man Kuang of the Raging Bull race, Fairy Fei Feng of the Phoenix race, Tian Wo Xing of the Heavenly Wings race, and Zhu Kuan of the Giant race. Other than them, there are a few others, and they're all monstrous geniuses of the strongest races. Ha ha ha, it seems like we don't have to do anything. Di Tian is really in trouble this time. Look, the dragon god is here. The dragon god's golden armor appeared out of thin air. The domineering aura of the dragon god shocked everyone. The dragon god of this generation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The dragon god walked over and landed on one of the high platforms, facing the crowd. The crowd immediately quietened down. I'm the dragon god. The 4 simple words were filled with endless domineering arrogance. The dragon race couldn't help but cheer. All hail the dragon god! All hail the dragon god! In the blink of an eye, the cheers joined together. The voices of the dragon race echoed in the sky above Dragon City, reaching the entire dragon god territory. The people who came to watch felt inexplicably shocked. The strongest race was indeed the strongest race. It was a terrifying existence that could make the 8 major sects and 7 overlords wary. The dragon god's words raised the crowd's spirits. Today, I welcome everyone to the dragon god territory and witness the sacred moment of the dragon race. I also admire the young people of this generation very much. The future belongs to you. The dragon god's words were very simple. It gave people a very hot-blooded impulse. Even the dragon god admitted that this generation was very good. Even though he didn't name anyone, it was still very exciting. In this sparring competition between the younger generation, this emperor will privately take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor as a reward to the young prodigy in first place. The dragon god's words undoubtedly shocked everyone. Private reward. The younger generation was very excited. All of them rubbed their palms, wanting to win first place. A superior grade divine weapon and a superior grade divine armor. Few people in the younger generation had them. Whoever won first place would be the strongest of the younger generation. The dragon god's generosity also shocked the major forces. No one was willing to take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor at once. But the dragon god did it. The 8 major sects, 7 overlords, and other forces also brought their young people over. At this time, there was a strange look in their eyes. What was the dragon god planning to do? He was actually willing to take out such a big reward to reward the first place. The big shots of the righteous sect also stood up and said, since the dragon god has taken out his private reward, our righteous sect will also take out a gift to reward the second place. Everyone will be motivated. The big shots of the other forces were not fools. They also took out their treasures in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1792. Banished Dimension. Lin Fei went into closed-door training, leaving 9 Dragons King and the rest behind. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the first to regain his senses was Long Aoxue. Little 9, since fellow Daoist Di Tian has something to do, we can't just stand idly by. I remember that there are still some neutral experts in the sealed grounds. Just nice, we can recruit them into our forces and help you increase your strength. Long Aoxue and the rest were very confident in taking back the dragon god position. With senior brother God King and 5 9-stars heavenly gods, who knew what other trump cards Di Tian had up his sleeves? Perhaps he really could regain control of the dragon tribe. While Di Tian was busy, Long Aoxue proposed to recruit the remaining experts. As the great elder of the dragon tribe, he understood Di Tian's importance. It was a good thing that Little 9 was following Di Tian. He already saw Di Tian as the young master of a hidden family. The dragon tribe's foundation was deep, but it might not be comparable to the hidden family behind Di Tian. Sure. Long Aoshue and the rest went through the battle fort's exit. In the secret room, Lin Fei. After advancing to 9 stars heavenly god, he didn't continue. Out of the 5 million godheads he only had 3 million left. A 9 stars heavenly god needed 10 million godheads to advance to the God King realm. Lin Fei decided to put it aside for now. 2 million godheads was equivalent to 1 million heavenly god shards. The ratio was 50/50ths, and the quality of the godheads was average. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. 1 million heavenly god shards could be exchanged for 10,000 heavenly gods. This force could easily sweep through a large area. After advancing to 9 stars heavenly god, Lin Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. I want to draw a prize. With money, one could spend lavishly. With 300 godheads, Lin Fei took out 1 million godheads to draw equipment. He wanted to equip the 5 9 stars heavenly gods. Otherwise, their attacks and realms wouldn't be able to match perfectly. This time, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. With 1 million godheads, he had obtained more than 3,000 pieces of low-grade equipment, 800 pieces of mid-grade artifacts, 200 pieces of high-grade artifacts, and 39 pieces of supreme-grade heavenly god artifacts. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles because of this, and he immediately changed into his top-grade heavenly god equipment. The 5 9 stars heavenly gods also changed into their respective high-grade god equipment. At this moment, dealing with the dragon god's clone would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The 2 million divine deity in his hands were also of great use to Lin Fei. It was very important to improve his own cultivation technique. But before that, Lin Fei still had one more thing to do. I want to activate the Great General. Lin Fei had never done this quest, but now he could finally do it. Ding! 100,000 godheads have been successfully consumed. The position of Great General has been activated. Lin Fei was very interested in this. Ding! The mighty invincible general has successfully activated. The originally grey position was now bright in color. Lin Fei opened the corresponding attribute page. Lin Fei clicked on it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is completely sucking blood. But, I like this. On the page's attributes. Player, Lin Fei position, mighty invincible general, level 1, can double your combat strength. Below it was a densely packed number of levels. Every time he increased his position, his combat strength would increase by several times. Lin Fei saw that the second level required 200,000 godheads, which could double his combat strength. Lin Fei didn't know how many levels this mighty invincible general had, but it was definitely a terrifying number. If he increased it by 10 levels, he would have 10 times the combat strength. How terrifying was that? What about 100 levels? 500 levels? He would probably be able to kill an expert in one move. This was simply a bottomless pit. 1,900,000 godheads would probably be used up after a few levels. Lin Fei could only retreat first. In front of this bottomless pit, he would forever be a pauper. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's better for me to study cultivation techniques. Lin Fei had been thinking about this for a long time. He opened the cultivation technique promotion page. God level 1 blade slash, 1-star combat strength. Primordial 18 clones, 1-star combat strength. Currently, these were the only 2 combat techniques recorded by the system. Lin Fei also blushed. God level 1 blade slash, primordial 18 clones must be upgraded too. Lin Fei had 9 million godheads, so he didn't have to worry. Even though Lin Fei had the method to upgrade primordial 18 clones, he wasn't at ease. He might as well use godheads to upgrade it. First upgrade to God level 1 blade slash. Lin Fei liked the domineering saber technique, but its power was average at the moment. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. It wasn't as easy as he thought. When he upgraded 1-star combat strength to 2 stars, he used a total of 200,000 godheads. God level 1 blade slash became 2 stars combat strength. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. He failed a total of 200 times. The success rate of upgrading wasn't just low. Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Looking at the upgraded cultivation technique to 2 stars combat strength, Lin Fei smiled. His attack power had indeed increased by a lot, several times more than before. With 1 slash, his combat strength was very terrifying, and the consumption of divinity points was also huge. He estimated that 1 slash would consume 50 million divinity points. Before, 1 slash would consume at most 10 million divinity points. Continue. Upgrading from 2 stars combat strength to 3 stars combat strength didn't require 1,000 godheads, but 3,000 godheads. To upgrade to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 500,000 godheads, and the consumption of divinity points also changed from 50 million to 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei also had 1 million godheads left. This consumption is really killing me. God level 1 blade slash, upgrading to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 700,000 godheads, which could be used to upgrade by 1 level. Upgrading the saber technique to 3 stars combat strength, 1 slash of 100 million divinity points, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Next, he rushed to the 18 primordial god clones. His divine clones were all 1-star celestial gods, and his main body was now 9-star celestial god. The effect of the fusion of the 18 celestial god clones was not great, so he had to upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. 18 primordial god clones, upgrading was more difficult than god level 1 blade slash. After using a total of 1 million godheads, the 18 primordial god clones upgraded to 2 stars combat strength. Black, this is too black. Why do they all need the same cultivation technique? Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had originally planned to upgrade to 3 stars, but now he couldn't. Ding, replying to the player, because the 18 primordial god clones are auxiliary combat strength, the upgrade requirements are harsh, please forgive me. Lin Fei blinked, and the system replied. Upgrade requirements are harsh. Lin Fei's thoughts were not good. Didn't this mean that in the next upgrade, without tens of millions of godheads, it would be impossible to upgrade to 9 stars celestial god? With great difficulty, he cast aside the thought and opened the 18 primordial god clones to take a look. After seeing it, Lin Fei almost blacked out. Chapter 1793. In just a day's time, Lin Fei came out. When he came out, the battle fort was empty, not a single person could be seen. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and scanned the place with his divine sense. He couldn't help but smile. With his powerful divine sense as a 9 stars heavenly god, he could see the entire banished space. So, they went to recruit heavenly gods. At this time, in the banished space, Long Wuxia and the others were recruiting the heavenly gods one by one. Needless to say, the independent heavenly gods chose to be recruited. Everyone had seen the battle that day. 1,000 heavenly gods were swept clean by a god king in 2 or 3 moves. Now that Long Wuxia and the others were here, everyone knew what it meant. What made them even more excited was that they could finally leave the banished space. The recruitment process only took half a day. By the time Lin Fei came out, the recruitment process had come to an end. It didn't take long for them to return. There were 107 people who had been recruited. These loose fiends who were able to stand on their own were all astonishingly powerful. Little 9, open the barrier. Let's leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything to those people. Instead, he ordered 9 Dragons King to open the barrier and leave the banished space. Okay. 9 Dragons King was also quite excited. More than 100 heavenly gods had become much stronger. They were no longer alone. They took out their dragon god scepters and blasted open the barrier of the banished space. Dragon City. Ever since they received the dragon god's promise and the treasures provided by the big shots. This time's sparring session was undoubtedly exciting. Whether it was the strongest tribe, the 8 major sects, or the 7 overlords, the younger generation of their sects had performed very well. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. The strength of the younger generation was also quite shocking. Every young expert was extremely powerful, especially the monstrous geniuses of the strongest clans. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Every one of them had the battle prowess of a 4-star heaven god or a 5-star heaven god. Coupled with their powerful divine bodies, their battle prowess was even higher. The geniuses of the 8 sects and 7 overlords were slightly inferior. On the high platform, the big shots of the strongest tribe had the most pleasant expressions. Although it wasn't overwhelming, the influence of the strongest race couldn't be ignored. Dragon god Long Lai Fen sat on the high platform with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to be affected by the death of his eldest son. On the other hand, the 4 youngsters behind the stage looked rather excited. They were the sons of Long Liefen, and their talent was actually quite good. After learning of the death of their big brother, they pretended to be very sad, but their hearts were blooming with joy. Finally, there was one less strong competitor, and the position of the dragon god's successor would be born among the 4 of them. Now, what they needed to do was to show their strong side and leave a good impression in the eyes of their imperial father. A spar between the younger generation was undoubtedly the best opportunity. For instance, the one on the stage right now was the genius of the Titan race, Giant Barbarian. He was born with amazing divine strength and was most proficient in strength. He was also a master of close combat. Is there anyone else? Ju Man was tall and burly, and his face was ferocious. His killing intent soared into the sky, and one look was enough to tell that he was a bloodthirsty person, which was why he had left behind such a heavy killing intent. Let me! Long Chengwang shouted, and his dragon might soared into the sky. He flew down from the back and landed on the central fighting stage. I've long heard that Brother Giant has amazing divine strength. I've long wanted to experience it for myself. Ju Man threw his head back and laughed. I've also long heard of the second prince's great name. Today, we can have a showdown. Boom. The fight between the 2 strongest races truly shocked the major factions. In comparison, the disciples of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were much weaker in terms of strength. Brother Long, your son is not bad. He probably won't be long from becoming a 5-star celestial god. You have a successor, Sky Fox said with a smile. With the explosive power of the dragon race, his combat strength will increase by quite a bit. Tian Yizi also said. Long Liefen said indifferently, Chengwang's talent is not bad, but he's a bit clumsy. It won't be long before he breaks through to his current realm. Even though his eldest son had died, Long Liefen did not show much sorrow on his face. His talent was not bad, but death was death. Compared to the 9 Dragon Kings' return, his eldest son's death was not a big deal. As long as they could capture the 9 Dragon King and obtain the Dragon God Scepter, that was the most important matter at the moment. If they could capture Di Tian, that would be even better. The dragon race would also rise to the top, becoming the strongest race. Long Chengwang fought in close combat from the start, completely head-on. Fortunately, there were restrictions around, blocking the shockwaves. Otherwise, the people outside would be affected. Ju Man was quickly defeated by Long Chengwang. His injuries were not heavy, and the giants helped him back. Long Chengwang was also very proud of himself. This was just the beginning. Brother Long, I'll fight you. On a high platform in the east, a fiery figure rushed down, and an earth-shattering heat swept out. The flame race's genius, Jianghu. Jianghu was also a celestial god, and his cultivation was not low. He was already a 4-star celestial god. As soon as he landed on the stage, waves of heat rushed out, burning through the void. Please advise me. Not a problem. The 2 also made their moves. Dragon City is in front. The battle fort moved rapidly in the void. Dragon City also appeared in their vision. Seeing Dragon City again, Long Aoshue and the others sighed. Ever since they were imprisoned in the banished space, they had not seen Dragon City for a long time. We're back. We're finally back. I didn't expect that we would return one day. The ones who said these words were all dragon race experts imprisoned in the banished space. Over the long years, the dragon race experts had either died or fallen. They never thought that they would be able to leave one day. At the same time, they saw hope again. Their gazes all landed on the young man. Perhaps, they could even live in Dragon City again. Another excited one was 9 Dragon King, who could return to the Dragon God domain in his lifetime. We're back. 9 Dragon King also sighed. 6 Dragon Kings were very excited. Long Liefen has been the Dragon God for so long, and now he has to relinquish his position. I really want to see how his face will look later. Master, should we charge in, or? 9 Dragon King asked. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Charge for what? We came all the way here, so we should at least come out to welcome us, right? First battle, fire. The battle fort appeared in the sky, its pitch-black cannons aimed at Dragon City. First battle adjusted the cannons and fired them at Dragon City. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura filled the sky, blasting at every corner of Dragon City. As soon as the aura appeared, the experts on the stage reacted. The 7 overlords, in particular, had ugly expressions. Not good, it's the battle fort's attack. Damn it, it must be Di Tian. Chapter 1794. Dragon City hadn't activated its formations yet. The strongest races had always been confident that no one would dare invade Dragon City. They wouldn't activate the formations at a time like the Dragon God Convention. The reason was simple. The strongest race represented absolute strength. As the terrifying beams of light descended, all the buildings in Dragon City collapsed and turned into rubble. Dust flew everywhere. More than 10 dragon statues in the plaza were instantly destroyed. The scene was a mess. The spectating immortals fell into chaos and dodged in all directions. There weren't many attacks aimed at them. The focus of the attacks was on the factions on the platforms. Outrageous. Di Tian, you're courting death. On one of the platforms, a powerhouse was enraged. He took out a lush green tree and placed it in front of the platform. The tree's branches swayed, blocking the beams of light. On the other side of the platform was where the giants were. Seeing that it was an attack from the battle fortress, the giants were enraged. Their bodies expanded, turning into a 300-meter-tall giant. They punched towards the beam of light, shattering it into pieces. On the high platform, everyone present was a great figure. They all reacted quickly without any hesitation. When the attacks arrived, they all took out their treasures to block, cursing Di Tian for being shameless and firing at them from afar. Some couldn't dodge in time and were killed by the beams. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings sucked in breaths of cold air. They charged in. Now, they weren't even on the same level as Di Tian. Over 100 beams of light would ruin the Dragon God Convention. They couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Only Di Tian wasn't afraid of being torn apart by the angry powerhouses. Di Tian, how dare you attack my Dragon City? Long Fen recalled Di Tian's return. His 9th brother was clearly in cahoots with Di Tian, but he hadn't expected Di Tian to come in such a way and catch everyone off guard. Boom! Boom! Long Liefen rushed into the sky, and his golden armor also appeared. He punched towards the beam of light, blasting it apart. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 beams of light were destroyed, and he rushed out of the Dragon City Plaza. Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the battle fort. He stepped on the giant battle fort and laughed. Haha, I've always been bold. You just realized that now? Oh right, I just killed a doppelganger not long ago. It should be you, no wonder you look so familiar. At this point, the battle fort's attack also stopped. The experts in the Dragon City Square also rushed out one after another. When had these major characters ever been in such a sorry state before? If it wasn't for them acting to defend, the genius disciples they brought might have all been heavily injured. When they saw Di Tian on the battle fortress, their eyes gleamed with coldness. Di Tian, what do you mean by this? Do you really think that the Demon Profound sect is easy to bully? Di Tian, you have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Many of the 8 sects didn't have a good impression of Di Tian, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now that they saw an opportunity, they naturally targeted Di Tian. Many of the 7 overlords, such as the Senluo Overlord and the Frosty Shade Overlord, looked at Di Tian with cold killing intent. This bastard was really capable of doing anything. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they heard Di Tian's words and couldn't help but be shocked. The doppelganger of the Dragon God was killed. Was this for real? This was explosive news. There was no doubt that the dragon god was powerful. A simple doppelganger could reach the level of a 9-stars god. This was the advantage of being the strongest race. Large amounts of resources could be accumulated to become powerful. And now, the doppelganger of the dragon god was killed by Di. This was indeed a shocking piece of news. Since when was Di's strength so terrifying that he could kill a 9-stars god's doppelganger? This improvement was too fast. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. There wasn't much anger on Long Liefen's face. Di, you are indeed powerful. However, that was because I was careless and was ambushed by 5 9-stars gods. Now that I'm here in person, do you think you still have a chance? Long Liefen laughed. Everyone was shocked by his words. Di had 5 9-stars gods by his side. Damn it, what kind of background did he have? The battle prowess of a single 9-star heaven god was already extremely terrifying, let alone 5 9-star heaven gods. They would definitely be able to kill whoever they wanted. The fact that the dragon god had named Di made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Now that they were prepared, they didn't have to worry about Di ambushing them. Di, you killed my eldest son, Long Ikuan, killed my doppelganger, and bombarded Dragon City. Any one of these is unforgivable. Long Liefen suddenly raised his voice. However, you are the 8th overlord. I can let bygones be bygones as long as you hand over the traitor behind you. On the battle fort, Lin Fei wasn't the only one there. 9 dragon kings, 6 dragon kings, Great Elder, and the rest were also there. At this time, everyone finally noticed the person behind Di, especially the kings of the dragon race. It's him. 9 dragon kings are back. And 6 dragon kings. Isn't that the Great Elder from back then? How did they become traitors? Many of the dragon tribe recognized the person on the battle fort, and they exchanged glances. Those who could recognize the 9 dragon kings were old people from back then. Now, almost no one recognized the 9 dragon kings or the Great Elder. Lin Fei snickered. This dragon god's thoughts aren't simple. On the surface, he seems to respect my identity, but in reality, he wants to force me to hand over the 9 dragon kings. In the end, it's all for the dragon god scepter. Once he gets the dragon god scepter, I'm afraid the first thing he'll do is deal with me. Only an idiot would fall for it. Long Liefen, who are you calling a traitor? 6 dragon kings sneered. Who colluded with outsiders to seize the dragon god's position? To think you have the cheek to say it. Even I feel embarrassed for you. 6 dragon kings had been holding back these words for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to say it, he no longer had to worry about anything. Don't think I don't know. My bloodline's people are killed from time to time. In fact, it's all because of you. My royal city isn't being suppressed by you, but a branch bloodline. What right do you have to suppress my bloodline? Do you think I don't know anything? 6 dragon kings raged. Long Liefen sounded very disappointed. Little 6, you really disappoint me. If I wanted to deal with you, your bloodline wouldn't have existed back then. Why wait until now? You can blame me, resent me, and I won't take it to heart. But what you shouldn't have done is colluding with the traitors of the dragon tribe. Really, you disappoint me. The dragon god wasn't simple. With a simple sentence, he had labeled 6 dragon kings as traitors. Another meaning was, how could a traitor's words be trusted? Chapter 1795. Dragon City. After Di used the battle fortress to bombard the city, the entire dragon city fell into panic. The dragon race knew about Di's ferocious name. They also knew that the battle fortress was a weapon of war created by the battle race. It was terrifyingly powerful, especially when used for long-range attacks. Everyone was very cautious. No one knew how many trump cards Di had, or how long he could activate the battle fortress. The dragon race, who were proud of their powerful physical bodies, did not dare to face the battle fortress head-on. The battle fortress could easily blast them into pieces. Following the appearance of the 9 dragon kings, the entire dragon race was in an uproar. The 6 dragon kings venting had more or less won the approval of some of the dragon race. Now, another familiar person had appeared. The dragon race's people widened their eyes. Heavens, didn't they say that the Great Elder was dead? Why is he here now? Could it be that what happened back then was true? Brother, what happened back then? There's going to be a good show. What happened back then had more or less spread out, but it was quickly refuted by others. After a long time, not many people knew about it. They either died of old age or died outside. Many people in the dragon race were curious. The 8 great sects and the 7 overlord leaders also revealed strange expressions. They understood what had happened, and all of them started gossiping. What happened back then could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from them. There were more or less traces of it. At that time, the dragon god had just ascended to the throne, and he had refuted all the rumors. Moreover, he had done it secretly, so no one could find anything. Now that the Great Elder and the 9 Dragon Kings had appeared, they felt that a good show was about to begin. Long Aoshue stared coldly at Long Liefen. If he had not been tricked back then, he would not have been trapped in the exiled space. He thought that he would die of old age in the sealed space, but now that he had the chance to come out, his hatred for Long Liefen grew even greater. Because he had been imprisoned in the exiled space, Long Aoshue had lost the right to advance. He had been stuck at this level for the rest of his life, and he was filled with hatred for Long Liefen. Long Liefen's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, "My 9th brother, you're really interesting. Did you think that finding a fake Grand Elder would be enough? Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. Who doesn't know about the Grand Elder's heroic sacrifice? Not just me, but Barbarian Bull Races Daoist Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox Z of Heavenly Fox Z, Heavenly Wings Races Heavenly Yizzy, they all saw it with their own eyes, it can't be faked. Your shameless methods disappoint me." Long Aoshue almost coughed up blood in anger. "Brother Dragon, you're right. I hate shameless people the most. Back then, when the Great Elder fell, I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that after so long, someone would come out to slander the Great Elder's reputation. I think this person should be killed." Barbarian Bull glared at him. "Do you want me to help you catch him? Let's see who dares to impersonate the name of the Great Elder." Interesting. Who would have thought that the traitor from back then would dare to come back? Heavenly Fox Z shook his head. "Brother Dragon, this traitor must be dealt with. Otherwise, who knows what the outside world will say about your dragon race." 2 big shots stood out one after another, pointing fingers at the traitor. The people below couldn't help but become suspicious. The dragon god ruled over the dragon race, and his influence was great. Dragon god, that person isn't the Great Elder at all. I hope that I can kill him. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings have betrayed the dragon race. They must be suppressed. And that Di-Tien must be suppressed as well. How can our dragon race tolerate an outsider messing around? Behind the dragon god, several kings stood out. These people were all of the royal bloodline, and they were also Long Liefen's people. At this moment, all of them were glaring at the dragon god with murderous intent. It seemed that as long as the dragon god gave the order, they would be the first to act. Long Aoshue hadn't expected such an outcome. He was clearly a living person, but now he was being called a fake. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. "This old man will kill you." How could the furious Long Aoshue stand it? He wanted to kill them. "Great Elder, bear with it, don't do anything." 9 Dragons King pulled the Great Elder back. "He's forcing you to act. He wants to kill you so that there's no evidence." 9 Dragons King was also furious at this outcome. Long Liefen's expression was still calm, and he said indifferently, "9th brother, you're still too childish. Since you're here, don't leave today." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, more than 100 heavenly gods of the dragon race rushed out from the void. Their terrifying auras shook the various forces, big and small. As soon as these heavenly gods appeared, they surrounded Di-Tien and the others. The weakest heavenly god among the Dragon Clan's experts was a 3-star heavenly god, and the strongest ones were 8-star heavenly gods. There were a total of 15 heavenly gods, each of them guarding a different position, staring at the crowd. The 9 Dragons King Cheng was the main focus, a total of 20 divine senses locked onto the 9 Dragons King. Clap, clap, clap tilde suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the sky. Dragon God, I have seen a lot of shameless people. You can be considered to be one of the more shameless ones. You can turn white into black. You are quite amazing. However, do you really think that these people can stop us? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Di Tian, you killed an elder of the demon mystic sect. Do you really think no one can stop you? Zhong Mo Shan, the former sect leader of the demon mystic sect, said to Di Tian. Brother Long, this person has a huge grudge against the demon mystic sect. You won't mind if I take action. The demon mystic sect hated Di Tian quite a bit. How could they miss out on an opportunity like this? Furthermore, Di Tian had a huge secret, especially the clone technique, which was worth taking action. The Bliss Palace counts as well. The middle-aged man in red with peach eyes said coldly as well, glaring at Di Tian. That man was the palace lord of the Bliss Palace, a sky palace level being. Don't think that we don't know about your trump card. Your clone is but a one-star celestial god. You won't be able to escape today. A hint of displeasure flashed across Long Liefen's face, but he quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Di Tian, did you see that? If you hand over the traitor of the Dragon Clan, I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave this territory. Long Liefen laughed. Di Tian was not worth his attention. As long as he took down the 9 Dragon Kings, he would have plenty of time to deal with them. Lin Fei glanced at the demon mystic sect. I advise you guys not to interfere, or you'll regret it today. I promise. No one understood why Di Tian was so confident at a time like this. Was he really not afraid of being surrounded? Although the other forces had not taken action yet, who knew if they would? Lin Fei suddenly turned around and scolded the Dragon God. Dragon God, who do you think you are? With just your subordinates? You want to compete in numbers? Why don't you try and see who has more people? There were hundreds of powerful heavenly gods, but Lin Fei did not take them seriously. Celestial God Army, come out. Chapter 1796. Boom, boom, boom. Their auras were even thinner than the hundreds of heavenly gods from before. Killing auras merged together. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind Lin Fei, forming a black mass. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many heavenly gods. Look, their cultivation levels are terrifying. 9 stars heavenly gods, 8 stars heavenly gods, and 8 stars heavenly gods. What the hell? Why does Di Tian have so many helpers? Didn't they say that he only has 18 clones? What a terrifying Di Tian. Lin Fei summoned more than 1,000 heavenly gods in an instant. The large number of heavenly god fragments allowed Lin Fei to summon an army of heavenly gods. The number of 9 stars heavenly gods increased as well, reaching more than 100. As for 8 stars heavenly gods, there were also about 1,000. Since he wanted to shock people, Lin Fei summoned the strongest 8 stars heavenly gods and 9 stars heavenly gods. Their terrifying auras were like behemoths, causing the 8 major sects and 7 overlords to breathe heavily. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. The murderous auras made their scalps go numb. Shameless guy, why don't you give it a try and see if you're stronger, or if I'm stronger? Lin Fei laughed and glanced at Zhong Mo's Han. You sounded pretty arrogant just now. I wonder if you'll still have the courage to do so later. And your Bliss Palace, I just killed a few heavenly gods, and you dared to jump out. Do you really think I'm a pushover? More than 1,000 heavenly gods stood behind him. The murderous aura was enough to shock the big shots of Dragon City. Long Liefen predicted that his 9th brother would come and secretly arranged a group of experts, waiting for his 9th brother to take the bait. As expected, his 9th brother came. Even though he had hooked up with Di Tian, he did not take it to heart. Everything was under his control. The Great Elder and the others were useless in front of power. However, the appearance of more than 1,000 heavenly gods interrupted Long Liefen's plan without any warning. The black mass of heavenly deities caused Long Liefen's scalp to turn numb. Earlier when he swept his gaze over, all of these 9-star heavenly deities weren't weak at all. How could such a tyrannical force be in Di Tian's hands? What background did this fellow have exactly? No matter how powerful Long Liefan was, facing so many gods, he still couldn't handle it, because he could see that these gods were all wearing mid-grade divine armors, or even low-grade divine armors. Thinking of the invincible weapon auction that had caused such a commotion, Long Liefan's heart sank. The others were not feeling well either. The killing intent of the heavenly god powerhouse swept towards them. They had no choice but to prop up their auras to block this continuous killing intent. Their expressions became ugly. The demon mystic sect's sect leader Zhong Morshan's expression was one of the uglier. The elder's voice rang out in his ears, "Sect leader, we're finished. That bastard, why did he pull out such a group without us knowing?" Zhong Moshan had indeed seen an opportunity, so he stood up and prepared to teach Di Tian a lesson. Even though this wasn't the demon mystic sect's territory, with the face of the 8 great sects, the dragon god wouldn't dare to not give face. He might even be very willing to take action himself. If he acted quickly and captured Di Tian, the dragon god wouldn't be able to say anything. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Di Tian, who seemed to be trapped, pulled out a group of heavenly gods. The powerful visual shock frightened Zhong Moshan quite a bit. Daoist Di Tian, this is a misunderstanding. Our bliss palace was just joking. Gong Tianlevel's reaction was the fastest. Facing so many heavenly gods, even he wasn't confident in dealing with them. Moreover, these heavenly gods weren't simple. When Zhong Moshan heard this, he secretly cursed Gong Tianlevel for being shameless. He actually dared to say that it was a misunderstanding. His skin was really thick. Who was the one who said that he wanted to teach Di Tian a lesson? Now, he didn't want to admit it. The few sects and overlords at the back were secretly glad that they didn't stand up. Who would have thought that Di Tian would be so amazing? He brought a group of experts with him, and they were almost tricked. The people behind Lin Fei were also incomparably shocked. The divine kings had already been shocked once before, and now, a group of heavenly deities had appeared. This was just too ridiculously powerful. More importantly, they had never seen these people appear before. If it wasn't for the fact that they had seen Di Tian's senior brother, the 9 Dragons King, and the others might not be able to take it. At the same time, they really saw hope. Lin Fei smiled and said, "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. But if I slashed you, then is it a misunderstanding? You don't know, but I'm very easily frightened. Your words just now made me very unhappy. I'm wondering if I should kill you." As the sect leader of one of the 8 major sects, when had Gong Tianlevel ever been looked down upon by a junior like this? Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to retort. The dense crowd of heavenly gods was like a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Gong Tianlevel suppressed his anger. You can just say that it's a misunderstanding. Lin Fei was still dissatisfied. However, I'm quite easy to negotiate. As long as you prepare 1,000,000 godheads for me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Gong Tianlevel didn't want to get involved in trouble. At least not at this moment. 1,000,000 godheads caused Gong Tianlevel to suck in a breath of cold air. Godheads were good and could be used to nurture heavenly gods, but they weren't that easy to nurture. Di Tian wanted 1,000,000 godheads. Was he really going to eat them like rice? Brother Di Tian, 1,000,000 godheads is too much. Our sect can't afford it. Gong Tianlevel didn't want to offend Di Tian at the moment. Lin Fei didn't believe what Gong Tianlevel said and shook his head. Brother Gong, you're the sect leader of one of the 8 major sects. Don't tell me a sect doesn't have 1,000,000 godheads. You don't have to lie to me. Who doesn't know that the 8 major sects are all filthy rich? 1,000,000 godheads is nothing. Gong Tianlevel gritted his teeth at Di Tian. 1,000,000 godheads was something he could afford, but it was still a huge sum. The Bliss Palace really didn't want to fork out that much. However, Di Tian had shown off his abilities. Gong Tianlevel had yet to figure out how to deal with him if they were to make a move later. As for the other sects, they would probably leave at once and even attack him in secret. They would be happy to have one less sect leader. 1,000,000 godheads, I'll pay. Gong Tianlevel gritted his teeth and decided to let Di Tian keep it for now. However, I only have 300,000 godheads on me right now. You can have that first, and I'll send the rest to you later. 300,000 godheads. That's not bad. Lin Fei chose to ignore the words that were sent to him later. I'll believe you this once. Gong Tianlevel stored 300,000 godheads in his storage ring. Lin Fei took it after scanning it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "All right, you can stand aside now. What happened today has nothing to do with you." Gong Tianlevel really did step back. Zhongfiend Mountain didn't want to fight Di Tian either. Even if they were to fight, it wasn't now. Everyone knew that Di Tian was looking for trouble with the Dragon God. Chapter 1797. They admitted defeat. Both the Demon Mystic Sect and the Bliss Palace avoided fighting Di Tian. The gods behind them were not to be trifled with. They were here to cause trouble for the Dragon God, so there was no need for them to get involved. A million guardhood, they accepted it. How cowardly. I thought you guys would attack. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Getting 3 million guardhood was a gain no matter what. Just take it as me letting you guys off the hook. Zhong Mozhan and Gong Qianqi's expressions turned ugly. Di Tian's words were too provocative. Yet, they could not say anything. Could they say, "Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's see who's stronger"? Unfortunately, they could not say anything if that was the case. Their hatred for Di Tian grew even stronger. The two sects' decision to lower their heads was completely unexpected. They could not help but look down on them. They had been talking big just moments ago, yet they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. That was fast. The other forces were secretly glad that they did not attack Di Tian just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Attack. That was not possible now. Who knew what trump cards Di Tian had up his sleeve? Long Liefen did not expect things to change so quickly. He was still unhappy about Zhong Morshan's interference, but they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. Long Liefen was unhappy again. You want me to face Di Tian? Long Liefen would not choose to lower his head at this time. Di Tian's aggressive approach did not mean that Long Liefen was afraid. He was not a dragon god for nothing. If he chose to lower his head today, he would not be able to keep his position. He had to suppress Di Tian's group. Di Tian was the primary target. The others were not a threat. Even his ninth brother with the Dragon God Scepter was not the most dangerous. Di Tian was the most dangerous one. A few of the strongest races were also paying close attention. The Dragon Clan was able to gather a group of gods because of their foundation. Other than the strongest races, only the 8 major sects could do that. Di Tian had done it easily, which was enough to prove his mysterious background. The strongest races chose to wait and see. Brother Long, there is no need to rush. As long as you take down Di Tian, the others will not be able to do anything. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fox transmitted his voice to Long Liefen. Rumor has it that Di Tian's strength isn't bad, but that's all. As long as Brother Long goes all out, it shouldn't be difficult to kill or suppress him. Long Liefen already had a countermeasure, and now that he heard the Heavenly Fox's words, he became even more confident. That's right, I just have to take down Di Tian. That's exactly what I was thinking, Long Liefen replied. At that time, I will need Brother Heavenly Fox's help to suppress those heavenly god experts, so as to prevent them from destroying Dragon City. Long Liefen told this to Tian Yizi and Barbarian Bull. Over 1,000 celestial god powerhouses, it was not so easy for him to suppress them alone. He needed help. Jianghu and the others did not refuse. Old thing, do you still think you can deal with me? Lin Fei stared at Long Liefen. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you take action, or we will surround and attack one of you. How you choose is up to you. Long Lie's anger was not light. Killing intent shot out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Di Tian, you have gone too far. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? You are gravely mistaken. In front of absolute strength, you have no chance at all. Boom. Long Liefen released his aura, and an incomparably tyrannical aura soared through the clouds. Coiling Dragon's seal, a tyrannical aura swept out. Those with low strength were all sent flying. Long Liefen also brazenly attacked, and took out a huge golden seal. As soon as the seal appeared, 9 golden dragons flew out, looking down on the world with ferocious might. They pounced towards Lin Fei from 9 directions, sealing off all the blind spots and cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, over 100 Dragon Clan heavenly gods also attacked. Dragon God's coiling dragon seal. It is rumored that this is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. This divine weapon is too terrifying. Each golden dragon's attack power is at the peak of 9 stars heavenly god. Most importantly, the 9 dragons have formed a super powerful joint attack. This attack has already surpassed the attack power of a 9 stars heavenly god, reaching the battle power of a 1-star god king. Di Tian is finished. Moreover, this attack is aimed at Di Tian. Although Di Tian is the number 1 of the young generation, I'm afraid that he will not be able to withstand this level of attack. In front of this incomparably domineering attack, even the big shots of the sects showed a trace of fear. The title of the strongest clan was indeed not just for show. The first attack was a brazen one, not giving Di Tian any chance to resist. The dragon god grasped the opportunity very well. No one thought that Di Tian could withstand this attack. Even the big shots of the sects present had to use their full strength to withstand this attack. This was also the strength of the strongest clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Attack. Boom. Boom. Over 1,000 heavenly gods suddenly attacked. A great battle broke out. Facing the attack of the 9 dragons, Lin Fei did not care. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he was afraid. After all, this level of attack was not something that anyone could face. Di Tian, you became famous quickly, but your strength is too weak. You can't withstand the attack of our Dragon Clan's divine weapon, the coiling dragon seal. Long Liefen controlled the coiling dragon seal and was in a good mood. Not far away, Tian Huzi, Tian Yizi, and Barbarian Bull attacked one after another. Their powerful auras soared into the sky. 3 treasures were taken out, blocking the first wave of attack from over 1,000 heavenly gods. The land of the Dragon Clan is not a place where you can mess around. Their attack surpassed the battle prowess of 9 stars heavenly gods. They blocked most of the attacks. It looked easy, but they were extremely shocked. The attack was too strong. Fortunately, as long as they could stall for a while and capture Di Tian, they could control these heavenly gods. The attack of the coiling dragon seal was very strong. Unfortunately, they used the wrong person this time. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Fei, a loud roar sounded like thunder. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fei and stabbed with a spear. The spear light blasted toward the 9 dragons, dispersing the attack. Long Liefen's body shook. The 9 dragons controlled by the coiling dragon seal were pierced, and the attack stopped. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a burly man in front of Di Tian. He looked ferocious, and a dangerous aura flowed from his body. Junior brother? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Di Tian had a senior brother. Senior brother, that person wants to kill me. Lin Fei pointed at Long Liefen. Luo Yen revealed his white teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, you dare to bully my junior brother? Do you want to die?" Boom. A domineering spear shot toward Long Liefen. The spear shadow flashed. Long Liefan sensed the incoming danger. Before he could even put on his armor, the spear pierced through his chest. His powerful divine body was pierced through by the spear, causing cracks to appear all over his body. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the city walls of Dragon City. Behind him, a large portion of the formation restrictions also appeared to be damaged. Lin Fei didn't even think about attacking. His realm increased too quickly, and it would be too terrifying if word got out. It was better to let Luo Yen attack and pretend to be mysterious, which led to this scene. The burly man sent Long Liefen flying with a spear, which scared everyone. And the 3 of them. Lin Fei pointed. A wave of killing intent swept over. Skyfox Z and the other 2's hearts sank. Seeing the spear sweep over, they were shocked to find that they couldn't dodge. The attack was too fast. The 3 of them flew out and smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Chapter 1798. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. Everyone only heard the word junior apprentice brother and the dragon race's strongest person, Long Liefen, was sent flying. Then it was the other three powerhouses of the strongest races. So fast that people could not react. However, no idea who shouted, "He's a divine king." Everyone only felt their breathing quicken, their mouths dry, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Since when did Di Tian have such a powerful senior apprentice brother, and he was even at the divine king realm? This news was simply unacceptable. In the past, no matter how famous Di Tian's reputation was, he was also one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation. But compared to the veteran sects, the difference in strength was huge. If they were really ruthless, taking care of Di Tian was nothing difficult. But now, Di Tian had an additional senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, it was a divine king senior apprentice brother. That was completely different. Divine king? How is that possible? Impossible. What kind of strength does the dragon god have? What kind of strength does the other powerhouses have? Everyone is clear in their hearts. This kind of shocking aura, only a divine king can possess it. Really too terrifying. Di Tian actually has such a senior apprentice brother. Doesn't that mean that these celestial deity powerhouses might all come from the same place as Di Tian? Could it really be like the rumors? Di Tian comes from a hidden family clan. Everyone was completely unable to calm down. The 8 great sects' resentment towards Di Tian was not small. They had never treated Di Tian as someone in the same position. They looked down on Di Tian. What caused an uproar in the territory was ultimately small squabbles. The scene of the informant completely changed their impression. Perhaps Di Tian really had a great background. Their judgment abilities would not be wrong. They easily recognized that this burly man was a divine king powerhouse. It was the real deal. It could not be wrong. With such a situation appearing, the 8 great sects really took it seriously. Because a divine king powerhouse had appeared. Right now, they very much wanted to know if this divine king powerhouse was arranged by the higher-ups. If so, under which powerhouse did he come? This matter, they had to report it at once. That Di Tian also became no longer a dispensable person, but someone who could affect the situation below. The deterrence of a divine king, no one dared to ignore it. The Zhongmo Mountain and the Gongtian sect, who had wanted to find trouble with Di Tian, both gasped. They were glad that they had lowered their heads and not gotten involved. Long Lai Fen's spear had pierced through his body. His strong body was filled with densely packed cracks as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. God King, it's impossible. Long Liefen knew very well just how difficult it was to go from God to God King. Even he only had half a foot in that realm. He still needed a very long time to reach God King. Originally, he wanted to capture Di Tian in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that Di Tian's senior brother would appear? Moreover, he was a God King. It was no different from slapping Long Liefen in the face. Even though Long Liefen was unwilling to accept it, other than a divine king, there was no one else who could injure him so easily. I've really miscalculated. Long Liefen saw that the Empyrean god of the dragon race was being suppressed by the Empyrean god that Di Tian had brought. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. No, I can't let Di Tian have his way. Long Liefen was unwilling to give up when he thought about how he was about to be ousted from his position as the dragon god. He didn't want to see the dragon god domain fall into their hands again. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill Di Tian, or you won't have an easy time. Long Liefen flew out again, his face contorted as he stared coldly at the burly man. Di Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. He had to go all out. Long Liefen definitely wouldn't admit defeat today. He stared at his 9th brother, who had been defeated back then. 9th brother, I've underestimated you. However, it won't be that easy for you to oust me. Suddenly, Long Liefen's aura expanded as he took out a dark golden dragon scale. His entire being became solemn. Great Emperor, there are traitors today. Please bestow your boundless power to help me quell the remaining rebels. The dark golden dragon scale was activated. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dark golden dragon scale, piercing through the entire domain. My dragon god scepter is one of them, the second is the coiling dragon seal, and the third is the ability to communicate with the upper world. With that, I can advance to the God King realm in a short time. Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Communicate with the upper world to advance to the God King realm? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Luo Yen, who was beside him, was a one-star God King with a two-star battle technique. He was much stronger than the average one-star God King. Everyone, retreat. Retreat. Get away from here. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have this kind of inheritance. No one present was stupid enough to interfere with a God King realm expert. Di Tian was no longer someone easy to deal with. With a God King realm expert by his side, no one was willing to offend him. If he wasn't here, it would be a different story. Would the Dragon Clan suffer heavy losses? They wouldn't interfere. This was Di Tian's private matter. There was no need for them to interfere. At this time, the Dragon God activated the dark golden dragon scale and pierced through the territory in a short time. By the time they reacted, a boundless energy fell on the Dragon God's body. Under the boundless energy, Long Liefen's injuries recovered in an instant. His half-step God King realm broke through to the God King realm and stabilized at the peak of one-star God King realm. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of a God King. Long Liefen felt his body was filled with destructive energy. His battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, the coiling dragon seal was activated again. Di Tian, I'll get rid of your senior brother first. Let's see what you can do then. Long Liefen laughed heartily as he activated the coiling dragon seal. 9 dragons galloped forward, each of them reaching the one-star God King realm. They were much stronger than before. No one doubted that as long as one was struck by these 9 dragons, death was certain. Facing the attack of the coiling dragon seal, Ron's eyes flashed with disdain. You want to take care of me and threaten Master with an attack that doesn't even have a one-star battle prowess? Damn it. The long spear was put away, and a war hammer was taken out. Its grade was not high, only a high-grade celestial god artifact. It was enough. You can't do it. Ron soared into the sky with the war hammer in his hand. He activated the chaotic cloak, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. One hammer to decide the world. The war hammer landed on Ron's hand. It enlarged infinitely, reaching 100,000 zhong. The sharp aura it exuded made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! The war hammer smashed down. The explosive power of a 2-star battle prowess cultivation technique was terrifying. Chapter 1799. Everyone in the draconic divine territory felt uneasy. A frighteningly tyrannical aura swept across everyone like a sharp knife, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. No one expected things to turn out this way. The royals in the draconic divine territory looked gloomy as well. Their 9th brother had brought them too much shock back then. They had even invited a divine king. They had suffered quite a blow. Fortunately, the dragon god had the great divine weapon of the Dragon Clan, which allowed him to communicate with the upper realm. He received a boost of power and broke through to the divine king realm, eventually stopping at the pinnacle of the 1-star divine king realm. This gave them hope again. With the power that the dragon god had obtained and the talents of the Dragon Clan, they would definitely be able to defeat the people brought by their 9th brother. That was what most people were thinking. The 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the others who were watching quietly left the battlefield to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. As for the young geniuses brought by the sects, they all suffered a blow. Di Tian, who seemed to be able to trample the sects to death with a single foot, was now so powerful that no one could easily deal with him. The Demon Mystic sect and the Bliss Palace had chosen to lower their heads, not daring to compete with Di Tian. The dragon god had been defeated, and he had communicated with the power of the upper realm to show off his strength. These powerhouses had thoughts again, and they could not wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Di had now become a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, not long after this thought emerged in their minds, the dragon god, who had advanced to the level of a peak 1-star divine king, was sent flying by Di's senior brother's hammer. The sight of the gigantic crater outside Dragon City made them suck in a breath of cold air. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding me? That's the dragon god of the dragon clan. What the hell? Di's senior brother is so powerful that he crushed the dragon god. It's hard to accept. The dragon god is finished. Looks like no one will be able to stop Di today. The dragon god was sent flying by a hammer, and it was undoubtedly a slap to their beautiful dreams. Di's senior brother was simply too ferocious. What should we do, Xianxia? Xianxia had interfered because they were friends and allies. How could he have expected that he would be defeated so quickly? The dragon god, who had been strengthened, was also easily sent flying, and his face became gloomy. The Sky Fox Z's expression was extremely unsightly. The God King of Di was like a blade hanging over their heads. Although their tribe was very strong and could pull out experts that could rival God Kings, they were still much weaker compared to this senior brother of theirs, Di. Brother Long is really going to suffer this time. Heavenly Fox sighed. This Di should be the young master of a hidden big family, or a spokesperson arranged by the upper realm. The only thing we need to do now is not to attack again. We have to lower our heads for the time being and leave this place alive. Are we not going to help Brother Long? Barbarian Bull was extremely unwilling. Heavenly Fox Z glared and said, Old Bull, if you want your strongest tribe to suffer a great loss of vitality, then go ahead and attack. Brother Long's defeat is already set in stone, and it is still unknown whether he can survive. What we need to do now is to make Di accept our apology. As for other things, we can talk about it after we leave this place. Xianxia was not a reckless person. The celestial powerhouse who blocked Di previously had left a bad impression, so they had to resolve this misunderstanding first. Although the three of them were strong, they knew that they did not have the ability to leave in front of a God King expert, so they had to lower their heads. Luo En sent the dragon god flying with a hammer, leaving a super sinkhole on the ground. He's actually not dead yet. Luo En's attack just now was already very terrifying. After all, it was a 2-star cultivation technique. Looking at it with his divine sense, he saw that the person was not dead, but just heavily injured. The dragon race's physical body was so powerful that Luo En was a little surprised. Again, Luo En activated the warhammer again, and the huge warhammer drew a trace of terrifying aura as it smashed towards the super sinkhole. Boom boom boom. One hammer after another smashed towards the super sinkhole. Whoosh. Crash. The warhammer fell, and a terrifying power swept out. The ground crumbled and the mountains sank. Even the distant Dragon City was affected. Buildings collapsed, and even the sturdy city walls were destroyed by the shockwaves. With just 3 strikes, Dragon City had almost been reduced to ruins. Array formation restrictions? All of them were destroyed by the terrifying power. Seeing San Chue's terrifying battle prowess, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the dragon god. Whether they could survive this attack was another matter. At least, they were not sure if they could survive. It was too terrifying. The difference between a heavenly god and a god king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ron hammered down 3 times, and his divine sense swept again to confirm whether the person was dead or not. And at this moment, a resentful voice came from afar, accompanied by a person coughing up blood. Di, you've won today, but I'll be back. When that time comes, it'll be your death day. Cough cough cough. Ron's face darkened, and he hurriedly chased after him. A person who was bound to die had actually escaped from his hands. This made him lose face. Senior brother, there's no need to chase. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The dragon god of the strongest dragon clan indeed had some trump cards. He could actually escape under Ron's attack. He was indeed capable. However, this also made Lin Fei a little surprised, but he didn't care. As long as the dragon god dared to appear again, Lin Fei would be able to kill him without Ron's help. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. On a distant, uninhabited star in the dragon god domain, a miserable figure appeared. His body was tattered from head to toe. One of his arms was broken, and both legs were gone. His chest was covered in densely packed wounds. As soon as he appeared, Long Liefen coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and powerless. Cough 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 tilde I didn't think that I would actually lose tilde cough cough cough. Long Liefen had never thought that he would lose so badly, to the point where he was almost beaten to death. This place isn't safe tilde cough 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 tilde I have to leave immediately tilde that Di Tian's senior brother is too strong. Even my physical body can't take it. If he catches up, I'll definitely die tilde Long Liefen took out a small warship. It was something he had prepared all along, and he would use it to escape at a critical moment. I'll definitely kill my way back. The dragon god Long Liefen escaped with heavy injuries. The others all had different expressions, but they all maintained a calm expression. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. With the defeat of the dragon gods, the battle here also came to an end. Ron's attack also sped up the entire process. The dragon kings were easily taken down, and the other heavenly gods of the dragon clan all chose to surrender when they saw that the situation was hopeless. At the very least, they would be able to survive. With the super-killing machine of the God King, no waves were stirred in the Dragon God domain. Chapter 1800. A Dragon God convention that was supposed to be going well had ended up like this. Many people had no time to digest it. Everyone understood one thing. After today, the Dragon God would be replaced by a new Dragon God. Perhaps the Nine Dragons King would be the next Dragon God again. Unless Long Liefen could deal with Di Tian's senior one day. As long as Di Tian was alive, he would never be able to take back the position of the Dragon God. After seeing Long Liefen escape, the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were all prepared to leave the Dragon God weave. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on them? They could not guarantee it. After all, Di Tian was not someone who could be easily controlled. He was fierce and brave, so it was impossible for him to make a move. Zhong Mo's Han of the Demon Mystic sect was the first to speak. Gong Tian Level followed suit. Against Di Tian, a powerful heavenly god, and a towering divine king, leaving this place seemed to be the best choice. Lin Fei did not want to let them leave just like that. Everyone, although the Dragon God Convention cannot continue, the new Dragon God's ascension still requires everyone to stay behind to be witnesses, lest word gets out and people misunderstand. I've decided to hold the Dragon God Ascension ceremony in 3 days. Everyone can leave after you've attended it. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. Luo Yan's sharp gaze swept across and he said plainly, Junior, there's no need to ask them about this. Master said that I'll help you kill anyone who displeases you. If one isn't enough, I'll kill 10. The leaders felt a gust of cold wind blow past them, and their hearts sank. Was Di Tian's master that cruel? Kill anyone who displeased him? Zhong Mo's Han and Gong Tian Level felt their bodies tremble, as if Di Tian was talking about them. Both of them reacted quickly. That's good. We'll definitely attend the ceremony, Zhong Mo's Han said. Of course. The Bliss Palace will be the first to support the Dragon God Ascension ceremony. Under the leadership of the new Dragon God, the Dragon God will become even more powerful. The other leaders secretly cursed them for being cowards. However, a godly king powerhouse had already spoken. Who would dare to say the word no at this point in time? Di Tian's senior brother might really kill them. Forget it. It's just a ceremony. It's not something we can't accept. That's great. We, the Jianghu school, agree very much. Our Immortal Emperor school will definitely support it. With a single word from Ron, the giants all chose to cooperate. So be it. No one would die anyway. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ron was quite smart. He knew how to speak. Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm actually quite a good person. I won't take the initiative to kill people. My senior brother was just joking. Not taking the initiative to kill. No one believed that the Dragon God would be driven away by you. Now that things had come to this, no one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei also arranged for people to ask the leaders to leave, while he led his people to Dragon City. After the battle, many buildings in Dragon City were destroyed. Fortunately, the entire city was not affected. At the very least, the Divine Dragon residence was still fine. Nine Dragons King, now that the Dragon God has escaped, he no longer has a chance to make a comeback. In a while, I will arrange for Heavenly God powerhouses to command you. As for the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan, I'll leave them to you. In the Great Hall of the Divine Dragon residence, Lin Fei left the rest of the matters to Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King was still in a state of excitement. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. From the start, everything seemed to be under his master's control. Returning to the Divine Dragon residence was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Thank you, Master. The Divine Dragon domain was very large. The battle in Dragon City was not large. Not everyone from the Dragon King's bloodline knew about it. Nine Dragons King personally led his people to sweep away the remaining forces. The Dragon God Scepter also appeared in front of the Dragon Clan once more. News of what happened in the past spread. In order to survive, Nine Dragons King's brother told everyone about what happened in the past. When this news spread, the entire Divine Dragon domain was shaken. There were still people who knew about what happened in the past. Many people were puzzled as to why the one who became the Dragon God was not Nine Dragons King, but another Dragon King. In addition, the appearance of Grand Elder Long Aoshue made everyone even more certain of the truth. Long Liefen had become a sinner of the Dragon Clan in the Divine Dragon domain. His bloodline was also wiped out by Nine Dragons King, captured, and exiled to a sealed space. This method was accepted by everyone. Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. In any case, with Grand Elder and Nine Dragons King working together, and his own Heavenly God powerhouse assisting him, he would be disappointed if they still couldn't solve the problem. Master, this is our Dragon Clan's treasury. In a day's time, Nine Dragons King had settled everything. He stood in front of the Dragon Clan's treasury with Lin Fei. Is it appropriate? Nine Dragons King chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm Master's man, so the Dragon Clan's treasury is also Master's. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a bootlicker. Nine Dragons King chuckled. Without Master, I would still be wandering in the Dark Night Galaxy. Don't even mention standing here. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He hadn't wasted his effort. Long Liefen had left in a hurry. The treasury's contents were untouched. As the stone door opened, a passage appeared. Holding the Dragon Clan's token, Nine Dragons King opened layer after layer of restrictions, arriving in a separate space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Anyone's eyes would light up upon seeing this. Even Lin Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw it. The Dragon Clan was too rich. Lin Fei was only a little surprised. He had seen too many good things, and these things were nothing in his eyes. Master, this way. This space was an independent space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Medicinal pellets, all sorts of materials could be found here. In front of the Dragon Clan's wealth, any local tycoon powerhouse outside was not worth mentioning. In the depths of the space, Nine Dragons King opened another restriction, and a pile of godheads appeared in front of Lin Fei, sparkling with various colors. Master, I know you like godheads. Our Dragon Clan doesn't have many things, but godheads are plentiful. Nine Dragons King was a perceptive person. Although he didn't know why his master liked godheads, he was very concerned about them. According to the information I have, the godheads here were collected by the Dragon Clan, dating back to the time of the first Dragon God. These godheads aren't high grade. According to the statistics, there's a total of 80 million godheads. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but it was different when it came to godheads. The more of these things, the better. Last time, several million godheads were used up without much use. Lin Fei was still pondering when he should go to the god tomb to plunder more godheads. He didn't expect to receive a batch of godheads in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number reached an astonishing 80 million godheads. Chapter 1801. 80 million divine sparks. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this frightening number. He almost drooled. It was very useful. It won't be a problem for me to become a god king. I can also raise the grade of my 18 primordial chaos clones. I've gained a lot from this trip. Lin Fei took all the 80 million divine sparks without hesitation. Divine sparks were not very useful to the dragon race. They were not like humans, who used divine sparks to advance to the pseudo-heavenly god realm. At the very least, they were still heavenly gods. The dragon race had always disdained such behavior. These divine sparks were really given to Di Tian. With these 80 million divine sparks, Lin Fei really did not care about anything else. As long as his strength increased, there was nothing he couldn't get. 80 million divine sparks was enough to do many things. Lin Fei was very happy. Nine Dragons King was also happy. The dragon race's divine sparks had been useless, and many had been given away. Even so, there were still 80 million divine sparks left. Not many forces could have this kind of foundation. Seeing his master happy, Nine Dragons King was also very happy. This was the result he wanted. Lin Fei did not take anything else. He just kept the 80 million divine sparks. Little Nine, from now on, you will manage the dragon god domain well, and be the new dragon god. Lin Fei put away the divine sparks and patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Nine Dragons King was clearly stunned. Master, how can I take the position of dragon god? Why not? Are you not strong enough? The dragon race has a lot of resources. It's easy for you to advance. You don't have to worry about others messing around. When I leave, I will leave behind some heavenly gods to help you. Just be a good dragon god, Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not want to be the dragon god. The invincible palace lord was already a headache, not to mention the dragon god domain. But Nine Dragons King did not expect that he would be the dragon god. No buts. You will take the position in 3 days. Prepare well. Lin Fei did not give Nine Dragons King a chance to speak. He took out a divine weapon and a divine armor. These are both high-grade divine sparks. If you use them at full power, their power will be very terrifying. Take them and refine them well. 3 days. Peace and quiet returned to the dragon god domain. Several people of the Dragon King's bloodline were exiled. Under the Nine Dragons King's sweep, forces big and small were either eradicated or forced to surrender. The Nine Dragons King could already control the entire Dragon God domain. Other than a group of powerhouses, the Dragon God scepter in the Nine Dragon King's hands had also played a big role in Huang Xiaolong's success in controlling the Dragon God domain. During the era of the previous generation's Dragon God, the Dragon God scepter was the symbol of the Dragon God. Even when Long Liefen became the Dragon God, there were still many people who refused to accept him. Now that the Nine Dragons King had returned, and the Dragon God scepter appeared, everyone chose to side with him, and at the same time, supported the Nine Dragons King as the new Dragon God. 3 days later, the ceremony would begin. Everyone in the Dragon Clan was willing to let the Nine Dragons King become the Dragon God. The leaders of the 8 great sects, 7 great overlords, and other forces all attended the ceremony to witness this sacred moment. The Nine Dragon King also sat on the Dragon God's throne as he wished. Everyone knew that one of the strongest races, the Dragon race, had fallen under Di Tian's control. Although they were the 9 Dragon Kings in name, in reality, the 9 Dragon Kings and Di Tian were allies. To them, this wasn't good news, but they couldn't say anything. The 9 Dragons King had become the new Dragon God, and the 9 Dragons King had no choice but to send a generous gift. For some reason, the 9 Dragons King's gifts were all godheads. Every sect sent 500,000 godheads. The Barbarian Bull race, Sky Fox race, and Sky Wing race sent a total of 1 million godheads. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result, and he impolitely accepted it all. He carefully calculated the number of godhood he had received. Counting the godheads, there were more than 10 million godheads. Lin Fei was very happy because of this. He had made the right decision to keep them. Otherwise, where would he find 10 million godheads? Adding the 80 million godheads from before, he had close to 100 million godheads on hand. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. After the ceremony ended, the 9 Dragons King took the initiative to bid farewell. Their reasons were simple. Their sects had urgent matters to attend to, and Lin Fei didn't want to do anything to them for the time being. After all, the 8 major sects had powerful backing. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fei couldn't wait for them to leave. In less than half a day, the 8 major sects and 7 overlords had all left. After the 9 Dragons King became the new dragon god, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the dragon god domain. He had close to 100 million godheads. No matter what, he had to use them first to increase his strength. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter seclusion, the 9 Dragons King brought someone with him. In truth, he was forcing someone to come in. "Master, guess who I've brought?" 9 Dragons King was in high spirits. "Are you trying to keep me in suspense?" Lin Fei looked at the person. He didn't have any impression of him, but he was curious. Why did the 9 Dragons King bring someone like this? Who is this person? The 9 Dragons King pushed the middle-aged man forward, causing him to stumble. His face was filled with anger. "Master, he's the World Commerce Chamber's vice president, Feng Wanquan. This guy was hiding in Dragon City, and our people reported him. So, we captured him. According to our understanding, Feng Wanquan came looking for Long Liefen, wanting him to deal with us." Feng Wanquan's expression was ugly. Why didn't he leave earlier? Now, he was in Di Tian's hands. Ever since he came to Dragon City, Feng Wanquan stayed there. He wanted to see Di Tian's misfortune, but he didn't expect that Di Tian would bring a senior brother, a God King realm expert, who could defeat the dragon god with a secret art. Feng Wanquan was scared out of his wits, so he went into hiding, not daring to go out. Who knew that the dragon clan would still come looking for him, and the leader was the steward who had brought him into the Divine Dragon residence back then. This fellow had heard that the World Commerce Association had a grudge against Di Tian, so he had reported the news. Under the encirclement of experts, the defenseless Feng Wanquan had been captured. "Yo, a big fish." Lin Fei was amused. "Little 9, you did well. You captured the World Commerce Chamber's vice president." Feng Wanquan's strength was restricted, so he said with a sullen face, "Di Tian, I'm from World Commerce Chamber. I think you should let me go as soon as possible. You don't have the right to imprison me." What a temper. Are you looking for a beating? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of World Commerce Chamber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept through them. He even dared to borrow a knife to kill someone. This made Lin Fei even more unhappy. He slapped Feng Wanquan, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Little 9, send someone to send a letter to World Commerce Chamber's branch. Tell them that Feng Wanquan tried to kill the current dragon god. For the sake of World Commerce Chamber's face, ask them to prepare 5 million godheads. Otherwise, we'll kill them with our army." With that, Lin Fei ignored Feng Wanquan. "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of this matter properly." 9 Dragon King had become quick-witted. He reached out and lifted Feng Wanquan up. "I heard that your World Commerce Chamber has a strong foundation. 5 million godheads shouldn't be a problem, right?" Impossible ... The dragon god weave had changed to a new dragon god. After the 8 major sects left, the news spread like wildfire. Di Tian's infamy once again struck fear in the hearts of the people. No one had expected him to kill his way into the dragon god weave. Not only did he disrupt the dragon god convention, but he also chased the dragon god down from his pedestal. The scariest thing was that he had invited the Divine King's senior brother. This was the real heavyweight news. Apart from that, there were also thousands of heavenly gods who had turned the dragon god weave upside down. They had even forced the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony, and they had no choice but to offer generous gifts. This kind of news spread like wildfire after someone intentionally spread it. No one knew who it was that one could offend anyone but Di Tian. Di Tian was the most terrifying existence. Di Tian's position as the number 1 of the younger generation was also firmly secured. No one could shake his position. No matter who it was, no one would dare to cause trouble for Di Tian even if they were given 100 guts. His senior brother, the Divine King, was not someone to be trifled with. He could poke you to death with a single finger. Deep underground in the barbarian Bull tribe. As the strongest tribe, the barbarian Bull tribe also controlled a territory similar in size to the dragon god Weave. At this time, deep underground, Long Liefen was sitting with a few people with a gloomy face. "Brother Long, how are your injuries?" Barbarian Bull asked. Long Liefen had long lost his high spirits and looked haggard. He said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. It's just that I ate a lot of medicinal pills. If it weren't for my strong divine body, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that divine king." Although it sounded easy, Long Liefen's injuries were still very serious. The divine king's power had not been expelled from his body, and he only had about 30% of his combat strength left. Tian Huzi and Tian Yizi were both present. As members of the same alliance, the three of them had suffered at Di Tian's hands. They had even had to hand over 1 million guardhoods. If they didn't, they might not have been able to leave the dragon god Weave. This Di Tian is too despicable. His relying on a divine king. Sooner or later, I, Old Bull, will make Di Tian regret it, Barbarian Bull said angrily. Tian Huzi was much calmer than Barbarian Bull. "Brother Long, we must take revenge. However, now is not the time. You should first recover from your injuries. Old Bull is very safe here, and there's time acceleration. You can recover your strength in a few hundred years." Tian Yizi followed. "Brother Long, this matter is not urgent. Di Tian is relying on a divine king to act violently. We are not the only ones who want to deal with him. The 8 great sects will deal with Di Tian first. Just wait and see. The 8 great sects will definitely not allow Di Tian to exist." Long Liefen could naturally see this. "Old Bull, I'll really have to trouble you this time. If I had known that Little Nine would make a comeback, I would have personally gone to kill him back then. This matter is all my fault." Chapter 1802. The ruler of the draconic divine territory had changed hands. The matter continued to ferment. After the leaders of the 8 sects returned to their respective sects, they all used secret techniques to communicate with the upper worlds and send the news up. A powerful divine king had appeared in the lower worlds, and Di Tian's background had become mysterious and unfathomable. They had to pay attention to it. Before they found out Chu Di Tian's true background, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain silent. They would definitely not cause trouble for Di Tian at this time. Demon Mystic Sect. Deep in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain, Zhong Molshan had suffered a loss in the draconic divine territory, so he returned to his own territory and arranged for people to guard the Back Mountain. He entered alone. Deep in the forbidden area, there was a black stone tablet. Zhong Molshan activated the stone tablet, and a mysterious power connected to the upper worlds. On the same day, this mysterious power appeared in almost every single territory. Unfortunately, this mysterious power was unable to detect it. After a while, a shadow appeared in the sky above the stone tablet. The shadow was filled with a powerful will and a terrifying aura. Zhong Molshan lowered his head. Disciple Zhong Molshan greets Divine Messenger. "Zhong Molshan, why did you activate the stone tablet? Didn't I say that it's not allowed to be activated unless it's something important?" The will in the shadow said unhappily. Zhong Molshan instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Divine Messenger, please calm down. Please listen to my explanation. I was forced to activate it. Then tell me." Zhong Molshan was afraid that the Divine Messenger would not listen to him. He could not withstand the Divine Messenger's anger. "Divine Messenger, it's like this." Zhong Molshan explained the matter in detail. He emphasized on Di Tian, the Divine King experts, and the thousands of Heaven God experts. "Are you sure?" the will said in a sharp voice. "I'm sure," Zhong Molshan said. "In the territory, there are almost no experts who have advanced to the Divine King realm. Only a few of us leaders can use the power of the upper worlds to advance to the Divine King realm in a short time. This senior brother Di Tian is very suspicious. I think it's necessary to tell Divine Messenger." "Good, you've done well." Zhong Molshan heaved a sigh of relief. "This is what I should do. Put aside the matter of Di Tian and that Divine King for now. You don't have to worry about a mere divine king. 1 month later, bring the sex experts and the most talented disciples to the god's tomb. I will raise your strength through the god's tomb. Understood. The shadow on the stone tablet dissipated, and the powerful will also disappeared. Zhong Morzhan's body straightened as he laughed evilly. Di Tian, I'll let you be happy for another month. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you regret it. Almost at the same moment, the 8 major sects all received this top-secret information. In the following days, the 8 sects and the 7 overlords were unusually quiet. This made many people unable to understand. The foundations of the 8 great sects weren't weak. Could it be that they really had to lower their heads in front of Di Tian? This was a very rare occurrence. More than 10 days passed, and the top forces remained silent. Di Tian's ferocious reputation had already made everyone fearful, and all sorts of gossip was spreading. Di Tian is too awesome. He's my idol. Now Di Tian is truly the #1 person of the younger generation. Look at the 8 major sects, they don't even dare to speak. Di Tian is mighty. I'm going to join the invincible palace. The outside world was abuzz with the rumors. At least, at this time, Di Tian's ferocious reputation was the loudest. No matter which corner of the world you were in, you would know the name Di Tian. If you said you hadn't heard of him, you could only say that you were outdated. 10 days later, the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce sent an elder to the draconic god Weave, requesting to meet the dragon god. 9 Dragons King received the elder. As soon as the elder arrived, he explained that the assassination of the dragon god was a misunderstanding, emphasized that the World Commerce Chamber would not interfere in this matter, and presented 9 Dragons King with a generous gift. At the same time, there were also 5 million godheads. Finally, after much persuasion, 9 Dragons King finally agreed to let him go safely. After the World Commerce Chamber's elder received Vice President Feng Wanquan, he immediately left the draconic god Weave with his people. He was afraid that the Dragon Clan would put him under house arrest again. With 5 million godheads in hand, Lin Fei was not as excited as before. He had seen 80 million godheads, so a mere 5 million godheads was nothing to him. In the secret space of the battle fortress, Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation had just begun. First, he had to raise his cultivation level. That was something he had to do. Lin Fei had not used the godheads he had plundered. Now that he had 5 million godheads, he had exactly 100 million godheads on hand. He could squander them to his heart's content. Awesome. 100 million godheads piled up like a mountain. It was a stunning sight. As long as I advance to the God King realm, I can summon God King powerhouses, or even hierarch powerhouses. No matter what the 8 major sects are plotting, I won't have to worry about it. Lin Fei had never underestimated the 8 major sects. After all, they had a God Emperor powerhouse as their backer. That was no ordinary feat. Most importantly, they seemed to be plotting in the territories below. Even with a God King by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was not too safe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. You are now a 1-star God King. With 5 million godheads, Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm. A stronger feeling appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Activating God King summoning mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Permission to summon an hierarch powerhouse. The cold voice of the system became extremely tempting in Lin Fei's ears. Damn, I can finally summon an hierarch powerhouse. Lin Fei opened the page and couldn't help but gasp. Summon an hierarch powerhouse. Hierarch shard. Lin Fei could not help but gasp. How much was 1 God King powerhouse? Summoning an hierarch powerhouse required 100 million hierarch shards. This is too much. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to summon an hierarch powerhouse immediately. Now, it seemed that he had to postpone it. Lin Fei flipped to another page. Would the number of God King powerhouses increase to an extremely high number? With a single look, he realized that his guess was correct. Luckily, summoning a God King powerhouse is not that expensive. Only 10 million Godhead shards will do. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million shards was still acceptable. At the very least, he could summon 1 or 2 Godhead shards for protection. He had thought that 100 million Godhead shards was a lot. Now, it seemed that it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have 1-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him, God power was the focus. 1-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to 2-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few 100 million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time, he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 God deity and they still haven't reached 1-star God realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 God deity. 100,000, 18 of them, that was 8 million God deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, "Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your God power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own." Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation, he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, The energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the godly monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 guardhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 guardhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the godly monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 guardhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade godly monarch weapon. He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million guardhoods and opened a low-grade godly monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The godly monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attacks. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million guardhoods. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million guardhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done. Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million guardhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, he saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million godly monarch shards to summon 6 godly monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star godly monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star godly monarchs. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star godly monarchs. Summoning 6 godly monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed, and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic God Weave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them, and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic God Weave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Di Tian might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Di Tian. Take good care of Draconic God Weave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted 9 Dragons King's shoulder. Oh right, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads, and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. 9 Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefen came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally, he wanted Lin Tu and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey, he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin Tu, Lin San, and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 god kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 1.56 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With god kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb. That ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star god king guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Orokoa. After the news of the Dragon God Weave spread, the two had already regarded Earth Sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Orokoa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him, and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godheads. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place. A towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one could not withstand the attack of the number 1 divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain, at this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact, they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way, We can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that Di Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him. Deity Emperor Xianxia sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Xianxia, he only harumphed, It's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Xianxia sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Di Tian has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme Bliss Deity Emperor stood on Profound Devil Deity Emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Di Tian is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Di Tian's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous Profound Saint Deity Emperor said in a deep voice, even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm. It's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Mo Xian is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Shentian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words divine child made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God's Son must be controlled by us. No one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 God Emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Xianxia, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Shentian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Mo Xian, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter, Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Di Tian is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Di Tian is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the divine dragon territory and chased the current dragon god down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped. It seems that the old dragon god is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Di Tian. The old dragon god is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born. The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast. Lin Yi said with a smile. All right. Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Lin Yi frowned and said, Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are. Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, could it be that they are coming for me? System, show me the images. The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image, there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence. Chapter 1805. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Coupled with the activated concealment function, it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei was surprised to find the battleships of the 8 major sects. It seemed that they did not need to go to the god's graveyard at this time. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to the god's graveyard. There was no other destination in this direction besides the god's graveyard. They probably had the idea of going to the god's graveyard after the dragon god ceremony ended. If that's the case, they left very early. Their battleships are not as good as my battle fortress. That's why I was able to catch up to them so quickly. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and came up with a conclusion that was close to the truth. That should be it. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to hide. They could not be found at this time. Master, we need to hurry to the god's graveyard. No matter what their purpose is, it must be related to the higher-up. Lin Yi analyzed. Maybe it's because Master appeared out of nowhere and affected their next plan. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. The sects of the 8 major sects must have appeared together for a purpose. It was most likely to contact the upper realm. Ignore them for now. Let's go to the god's graveyard first. No matter what it is, we will find it before them. Lin Fei was very confident in the battle fortress. At least, he was faster than them. Under the condition that they wouldn't be disturbed. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Unless someone bumped into it, normal people would not be able to find it. Even if they used their divine sense to check, the result would be the same. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei left their battleships behind. People from the 7 overlords. After leaving those battleships behind, Lin Fei found traces of the 7 overlords. They were also piloting battle fortresses. If not for the system's constant scanning, Lin Fei would not have found out. Damn, are they all going to the god's graveyard? After paying a small price, Lin Fei found a few battle fortresses, one of which belonged to the Yama overlord. They were flying side by side, looking very majestic. It's a good thing I've turned on the system. If I were to continue forward, I might really run into them. Lin Fei frowned. It was not easy for him to find time to come to the tomb of the god of sin, but he happened to run into these people, which made him very unhappy. If only we could improve the fort's performance a little more, then we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Lin Fei sighed. At this speed, there was no way they could get rid of them. As if hearing Lin Fei's thoughts, the little devil appeared again. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Fei was used to it. Master, you want to modify the battle fort? Lin Fei knew very well that under normal circumstances, the little devil would rarely take the initiative to appear. His eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Of course there is. Modifying a battle fortress is a piece of cake in your word. The little devil pulled out a virtual page, pointed at a few points, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The whole process only took a moment. Look, this is the modification plan after the system analyzed it. The little devil threw the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. The system could also analyze modifications. After opening the scroll, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. If I modify it according to the scroll, my battle fort will become a divine weapon that can evolve. Although Lin Fei had a low-grade God King weapon, it was not easy to keep up with the speed of evolution. If the battle fort could really evolve, Lin Fei would be very happy. At least for traveling, the battle fort would be useful. If he could increase its attack power, Lin Fei believed that the battle fort would become the most terrifying weapon of war. Nothing else could compare to it. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he also knew that this kind of modification was not a small matter. If it was not done well, it would cost a lot of money. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Lin Fei saw the modification cost at the bottom of the map, Lin Fei still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were a few simple numbers written on the map. Total modification cost 1 billion divinities. This modification cost was really not low. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Little devil, you have given me a difficult problem. After seeing the modified battle fort, who can resist this temptation? But this 1 billion divinities, even if you sell me, you may not be able to get it. The little devil laughed. I believe Master can do it. 1 billion divinities is really not a lot. If you can't gather it in this world, you can go to the upper realm and rob whoever doesn't want to give. I know a few places that have divinities. For example, the 8 major sects, the representatives of the upper realm. Master can rob them, and I guarantee that you will get something. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. The representatives of the 8 great emperors should have a lot of divinities in the sects. Even if they didn't have tens of millions of divinities from the dragon race, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 20 million, right? In the end, Lin Fei still suppressed the idea. This matter could not be rushed. At this time, the little devil began to speak again. How about this? Master can modify some aspects of the battle fort. The cost is not that high. Lin Fei felt that this was doable. Then what should we modify first? Let's modify the speed first. The little devil said. The battle fort's speed is not bad, but it has reached its limit. If the speed of the battle fort is modified, Master can completely leave those overlords behind. No one can catch up. This was doable. How many divinities do we need? Master currently has more than 2 million divinities. Based on the current foundation, we can barely increase the speed by 2 times. If we want to modify the speed completely, we will need 100 million divinities. Did he hear that it was 2 times? Although Lin Fei felt heartache about the divinities, they were things that were meant to be used. Okay. Lin Fei did not hesitate. I don't know when it will be done. The little devil snapped his fingers. 1 hour. 2 million divinities were used. Lin Fei had really become a pauper. Fortunately, there were divinities in the tomb of the gods. As long as he reached there, he could collect the divinities. It was still acceptable. Master, the modification is done. The little devil reappeared and said with a smile. So fast. Of course. Master doesn't need to worry at all when I do it. The little devil said proudly. I have already modified the power of the battle fort. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high, but the speed can be increased by 2 times. The speed of the battle fort was controlled by the formation restriction. Lin Fei was not very familiar with this formation restriction and did not want to know. It was fine as long as the effect was out. Battle number 1, activate the battle fort. Lin Fei passed the order. Yes, Master. Battle number 1 activated the battle fort. Lin Fei only felt his body tremble slightly. The huge battle fort rushed out like a violent flying car. Fast. It was really fast. The speed of the battle fort was increased by 2 times from its original speed. The speed of the battle fort was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, the few battle forts from before were already in front of him. With a few whooshes, they passed by, leaving only a shadow. Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's just that the modification fee is too high. Because of a small accident, the battle fort was modified. Although it increased its speed, Lin Fei no longer had any doubts about the modification of the entire battle fort. Should I help the 7 overlords modify it? Lin Fei pondered. I think they would be willing to pay a sum of divinities. Increasing its speed by 2 times was not a simple matter. Behind them, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sat under a pavilion, tasting immortal wine. The maid beside him occasionally handed him immortal fruits, thinking about what he would gain from this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. Something passed by. Suddenly, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sensed something passing by. The battle fort had already been refined by the overlord of the plenitude overlord. He would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. The overlord of the plenitude overlord would never be wrong about his feelings. That can't be. How could there be something faster than the battle fort? The overlord of the plenitude overlord used his divine sense to search again, but to no avail. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Did nothing pass by just now? The overlord of the plenitude overlord muttered to himself. The battle fort itself was the fastest thing in the territory. Even the peak Empyrean gods of the 9 stars could not compare. Daoist Sen Luo, did something pass by just now? Daoist Sen Luo, did you feel something pass by? The overlord of the plenitude overlord's eyes widened. You felt it too. Could there really be something faster than the battle fort? Lin Fei did not know about the gloomy look on the overlord of the plenitude overlord's face. With its twice the original speed, the battle fort was like a flying beast. It sped along the way, leaving all the other warships behind. The energy consumption was also a huge figure. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If it did not consume energy, its speed could be increased. At the very least, Lin Fei had accepted the powerful modification ability of the system. If he had 1 billion godheads, he really wanted to see how terrifying the modified attack would be. Another few days passed. Lin Fei did not encounter another warship. He was already sure that he had shaken them off. Master, I think we've arrived. On the top of the battle fort, Lin Yi pointed at an eerie land in the distance. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw a fragment of an eerie land in the distance. No, this is not the tomb of the god of sin. We've arrived at the periphery. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Look, there is more than one eerie land. Indeed, as they got closer, pieces of eerie land floating in the air appeared. Chapter 1806. The star continent fragments that filled the sky still gave Lin Fei a huge shock. How tragic this must be. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. The star continent was broken into pieces. One could only imagine the intensity of the battle back then. Now, Lin Fei could also shatter the star continent, but it was far from the size of the floating star continent fragments. Even a God King powerhouse might not be able to shatter a star continent fragment of this level. The bigger the star continent, the more power it required. It wasn't something that could be easily shattered. Master, these floating star continent fragments all have a horrifying aura. They should be left behind by those people back then. Lin Yi said from the side. Can you do it? Lin Yi shook his head. Not now. Lin Fei had expected this. The battle here was even more tragic than expected. The battle fort flew carefully. Lin Fei also tried to make Battle 1 not let the battle fort touch the star continent fragments. It seemed safe, but who knew if there was any danger? There were more star continent fragments floating in the sky than expected. At a glance, they were everywhere. The battle fort could only move carefully. Boom. Not long after, the battle fort was hit by a moving star continent fragment. On the star continent, a shadow appeared and slapped the battle fort heavily, causing the entire battle fort to shake. Go. With one slap, Lin Fei felt the horrifying power. This was at least a God King level attack. Fortunately, the speed of the battle fort had been modified. He escaped the scene immediately. The roars behind him continued. An illusory figure appeared, which also attracted a few illusory experts in the vicinity. Master. Those are the grievances left behind by the powerhouses before they died. They are attached to the fragments. Whoever touches the fragments will appear and attack anyone, Lin Yi explained. Lin Fei finally understood what it meant. So dangerous. The little fiend jumped out again. Master, 2 million guardhoods. That's not a loss, is it? If you remodel the entire battle fortress, you don't have to worry about the attack just now. Lin Fei said heavily, I will modify them all sooner or later. The fragment of the stellar continent floated in the air. Lin Fei became extremely careful. At the same time, he opened the system and searched for traces of guardhood. Unfortunately, there was no guardhood on the shards. Just like that, he carefully advanced while searching for guardhoods. 3 days later, Lin Fei left the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin. He didn't have to worry about encountering the star continent fragment anymore. A dark, silent continent appeared in Lin Fei's sight. This should be the real battlefield. Lin Fei could already feel the murderous aura of the continent rushing toward him. A long time passed. But that didn't mean the killing aura would disappear. Master, this place is very dangerous. Lin Yi's expression also became grave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The battle fought hadn't gone far. In mid-air, a terrifying aura of the Great Path shot out. The battle fortress was shaken by the bombardment, and its sturdy exterior started to shake. Traces were also left behind. We can't fly in the sky anymore. Lin Fei immediately realized that in the sky above this continent, it was filled with killing intent. With the current battle fortress, it probably wouldn't be able to find many guardhoods before it was blasted into pieces by these great path powers. Go down immediately. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to go down. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The battle fortress rushed to the ground. The great path attacks that filled the sky were still attacking. In less than a moment, the battle fortress had been attacked countless times and was filled with densely packed pits. Once on the ground, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and put on the low-grade God King armor. He quickly avoided the great path attacks and finally got rid of them. The tomb of the god of sin is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei was hiding in a large pit. He could still hear the rumbling sound. It took a long time before it dissipated. At the very least, I can't fly in the sky anymore. Whoever dares to fly up will definitely be turned into a hornet's nest. Lin Fei leaned against the back of the pit and couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. These were all genuine God King level attacks. There might even be more. Originally, he thought that searching for godheads would be a simple matter. Now, from Lin Fei's point of view, it should be a very dangerous matter. They had just arrived, and they were already treated like this. Lin Fei was indeed worried. Master, look in front. Suddenly, Lin Yi jumped out of the pit and stared in front of him. Lin Fei also followed him out. He saw that there was a big, faintly discernible mound in front of him, lying on the flat ground just like that. A huge tomb. Lin Fei and Lin Yi carefully moved forward. They stopped not far from the big mound. The big mound in front of them was very big, like a tall mountain. The most unbelievable thing was that the big mound was covered with magic arrays and restrictions. Could it be that the corpses from the great battle were gathered together and buried here? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had a guess. It seemed that other than this reason, no one would be so bored as to make such a big mound. Lin Fei looked around the big mound, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He asked Lin Yi to go and check nearby. He suspected that there should be a lot of such big mounds. The magic arrays and restrictions were not easy to break. Lin Fei was really not worried. With the system, as long as he paid the godheads, he was not afraid that he could not open these big mounds. After a while, Lin Yi flew back. Master really guessed it. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, I found several big mounds. They look almost the same as the one in front of us. They should be the land of bones. Lin Fei could already determine the use of these big mounds. There should be corpses buried underneath. I just don't know who was so bored to bury them. Why did they have to set up magic arrays and restrictions? This kind of damned place is not for ordinary people. Even 9 stars celestial gods would die in this place. Lin Fei curled his lips. No matter what, these big mounds are mine. Lin Fei decided to be a grave robber. No matter what, he would dig it up first. How many godheads are needed to break the magic arrays and restrictions here? 500,000 godheads. The little devil asked for an exorbitant price again. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you need to be so expensive? These big mounds are all magic arrays and restrictions set up by peak god kings. In this world, except for me, no one can break them, the little devil said proudly. Really thick-skinned. 500,000 godheads were almost the last of Lin Fei's wealth. If he did not find it, he would really have a headache. Fight. Lin Fei decisively chose to use 500,000 godheads to break the magic arrays and restrictions. Chapter 1807. Alright, you can come in now. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the little devil flew out again and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. So fast. Although Lin Fei wasn't very good at array restrictions, he was also clear that the array restrictions here were different from those outside. It shouldn't be that easy to break them. The little devil said disdainfully, these array restrictions, no matter how many come, I can easily break them. Lin Fei surrendered. Go in from there. The little devil pointed to a position in front of him. I have already broken the array restrictions. You just have to go in from this position. Remember, don't wander around. I am only opening a passage. If you are attacked by the array restrictions, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei blinked. Passage, what do you mean? You didn't completely break it. Are there still array restrictions? This was the worst joke Lin Fei had ever heard. The little demon said seriously, Master, you're dreaming. 500,000 godheads can only open a passage. It's not a complete break. You can't do it with this price tag. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Alright, there is a passage. Lin Fei followed the direction and walked into the big mound. Just as the little devil had said, the inside and outside of the big earth mound was covered with array formations. Lin Fei could only carefully walk in a passage. Beside him was the array formation restrictions. The constant roaring of thunder and golden hepta-chi were densely packed. Lin Fei didn't dare to wander around. Under the guidance of the little devil, he finally came to the center of the big mound. So big. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to come to the center of the big mound. He felt that it was very big inside. Aside from that, there were also mountains of bones. Some were dozens of feet long, while others were hundreds of feet long. They were all piled up densely. So many bones. Lin Fei glanced at it and knew that someone had used a great mystic art to collect the bones and piled them up here. Master, there are words here. Lin Yi shouted at Lin Fei from afar. When Lin Fei heard that there were no spell formations or restrictions inside, he relaxed. He walked over to Lin Yi's side and saw a stone steely in front of the skeleton. There were words on the stone tablet. Jianghu, Divine Emperor? Perhaps it was a matter of time or the stone tablet, but Lin Fei saw a few bold and forceful words left on the stone tablet. This should have been erected by one of the 9 Shenhuang. Could it be the Shenhuang behind the Jianghu school? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and unconsciously contacted the Jianghu school. In the worst-case scenario, they should be the subordinates of Emperor Jianghu. They died in battle under this starry sky and were buried together. Lin Fei quickly came to a conclusion. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to these matters. Divinity was the most important thing. After spending 500,000 divinity, he couldn't return empty-handed. Lin Fei asked Lin Yi to look for it while he began to look for it himself. Master, you actually don't need to look for the divinity. They have all been collected and placed on the altar in the center of the skeleton, as well as the broken divine artifact. The little devil interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts of looking for it. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? There was indeed an altar in the center of the skeleton. This altar was very big. When he saw the altar, Lin Fei couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaim, so many divinity. Jianghu Divine Emperor finally did a good deed for once. There were a lot of divinity piled up on the altar. In addition, there were also the divine artifacts that the little devil mentioned. Most of them were damaged. After a long time, They had long become scrap metal and had no value. Of course, if he looked carefully, there were still some that could be used, and their power was also quite good. The current Lin Fei didn't care about these little things. Divinity was the biggest help. Master, these divinity should have been deliberately left behind. Maybe it was left for Jianghu's sect. Lin Yi suddenly interjected, this time they are doomed to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed, it doesn't matter whether he left it for Jianghu's sect or not. Now it's all mine. Using 500,000 divinity to break the formation restriction was not in vain. There are at least millions of divinity here. The pile of bones was so densely packed that it was uncountable. The number of divinity was indeed a lot. Although there was a formation restriction on the altar, it couldn't stop the little devil. On the premise that he paid 300,000 divinity, Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. After using 800,000 divinity, Lin Fei stood in front of the altar and put away all the divinity. The system also calculated the number of divinity in the shortest time possible. 23 million divinity. When Lin Fei saw the number, he couldn't help but feel excited. There were millions of divinity in a big mound. Lin Yi found many big mounds outside. Didn't it mean that he could also harvest tens of millions of divinity? Awesome. If it weren't for the little devil, Lin Fei would probably only be able to widen his eyes and not be able to carry anything. The divinity was collected. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the broken divinity divine artifacts. After converting them, he could at least exchange them for some divine power. It's a pity that there are no medicinal pills or divine stones. Lin Fei looted everything on the altar, leaving behind a pile of bones. Master, these gods' bones can also be recycled because their bones are God's bones. Although the quality is very ordinary, they also condensed countless divine power, the little devil reminded. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? I'll take it. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary god. Divine power was like plain water, there was never a need to be afraid of too much. It could be said that the more divine power, the better. The original 3,000 trillion divinity was consumed in one go, and only about 2,000 trillion divinity was left. Lin Fei urgently needed to replenish his divinity. Master, if you are willing to pay 100,000 divinity, I can rearrange this place again. No one will be able to recognize it. After coming out, the little devil laughed mischievously. That's possible. Lin Fei had just harvested more than 8 million divinity. If he used 100,000 divinity to repair it, even if the righteous sect really came, they wouldn't be able to find any traces. Now, Lin Fei didn't want all his secrets to be exposed. Alright, 100,000 divinity it is. The little devil spent some more effort to repair the gap in the formation. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, the result was the same. Master, if the righteous sect and the others come and enter, they will definitely be dumbfounded. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. That scene was particularly interesting just thinking about it. That's a must. If they don't want to deal with me, I'll make it hard for them. After gaining something from the first big mound, Lin Fei began to dig the grave. At this time, as long as it was a big mound, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a sparkling treasure house. With the little devil in charge, no matter what formation restrictions there were, they could be broken. The premise was that there was divinity to pay. Compared to the harvest in the big mound, the divinity to break the formation restrictions became less important. 3 million divinity. 6, 73 million divinity. 9, 15 million divinity. Every time a big mound went in, Lin Fei would have a satisfactory harvest. At the same time, he also found that every big mound had a stone tablet erected, with different names. Some were Righteous Divine Emperor, some were Creation Divine Emperor, and some were Dark Demon Divine Emperor, and so on. In this way, Lin Fei was even more certain that these big mounds were made by the Divine Emperors. Now, it was Lin Fei who took advantage of it. The number of big mounds also exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. When there were 100, Lin Fei plundered 600 million divinity. In other words, there were more than 600 million heavenly gods participating in the battle on this battlefield. Only the divine realm could come up with such a huge number. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Back then, in order to deal with the primal chaos divine emperor, the 8 divine emperors probably put in a lot of capital and put so many heavenly gods on the battlefield. Perhaps, these heavenly god powerhouses were actually cannon fodder on the battlefield. Although Lin Fei sighed, he could not wait for more divinity. Apart from here in the tomb of the god of sin, it was not an easy task to find so many divinity again. The number of big mounds was far more than 100. And this was just the beginning. 200, 300, 400, 500. The number of big mounds was also gradually increasing, and it was not as close as before. And the number of heavenly god powerhouses participating in the battle had reached 3 or 4 billion. The number of divinity in Lin Fei's hands had reached more than 3 billion divinity. This was a huge number. Lin Fei was beaming. Not only did he collect a large number of divinity, but his divine power had also rushed from 2,000 trillion to more than 3,000 trillion, a full increase of 1,000 trillion. After the 600th big mound. On the battlefield, there was almost no big mound. Lin Fei also went from the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin battlefield to the center of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Fei searched along the way, he saw all kinds of great path waste on the battlefield, turning into phantoms, constantly moving. Master, be careful, these are the divine thoughts left by God King powerhouses. Lin Yi had just warned. Not far away, a phantom with a blurry face seemed to have sensed someone and blasted a punch across the air. The powerful killing intent instantly locked on the two of them. Lin Fei's face darkened, and Lin Yi quickly made a move, also blasted out a punch. Master, run! The blurry phantom blasted out a punch, and the nearby wandering phantoms instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 40 God King powerhouses, attacking the two of them. Boom! 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 Under the terrifying attack, Lin Fei immediately activated the invincible defense, and he also shot out, retreating out of this central area. Cough! Cough! The sky full of attacks blasted on his body. Lin Fei's blood and qi surged, and he finally escaped the central area and returned to a safe place. The pursuing God King powerhouses seemed to be restricted, unable to chase out. After stopping for a while, they began to swim again. Lin Fei patted his chest. Lin Yi, didn't you say that they were formed from divine thoughts? This strength is too terrifying. At this time, Lin Yi was not feeling well either. The supreme grade heavenly god battle robe on his body had long been broken, and he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were not light, but not to a very serious extent. Chapter 1808. Dangerous. Really dangerous. 30 to 40 god kings attacking, just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Fei activated invincible defense and still felt a terrifying killing intent. If not for the system's invincible defense, he would definitely be blasted into pieces. So scary. Being locked on by thousands of heavenly gods, Lin Fei did not feel this kind of fear. God kings were god kings. Luckily, they seem to be restricted to a certain extent and can't come over. As a 6-star god king, Lin Yi also felt great pressure. If they really come over, we really have to run. Lin Fei stared at those wandering god kings and could not help but frown. Was the war back then so terrifying? Lin Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. Almost 3.4 billion heavenly god powerhouses had participated in the battle, and now there were god king powerhouses. He even suspected that in the depths of the divine tomb, there might be hierarch-level superpowerhouses who had fallen. This place is really scary. Lin Yi also had a rare solemn expression. I think we should not go in. In this area, the number of wandering god kings will definitely be a terrifying number. Once we go in, we will be surrounded, and it will not be easy to come out. Lin Fei had plundered more than 3 billion godheads and swept all the things in the periphery. It could be considered a rewarding return. Leaving now would also be a fruitful harvest. But Lin Fei's adventurous spirit told him that the harvest in the depths of the god's tomb would definitely be more bountiful. This thought constantly reminded Lin Fei. Should I risk it? Although 3 billion godheads was a lot, it was really not much for Lin Fei. Just modifying the battle fortress would use 1 billion godheads, and the remaining godheads were used for leveling up his clone. It was completely not enough. After all, his clone was only at the 4-star heavenly god realm, far from the 9-star heavenly god realm. More importantly, this was a bottomless pit. If I barge in with invincible defense activated, I don't know if I can withstand it, Lin Fei pondered. Invincible defense was still very powerful. However, if there were a lot of divine kings and they kept attacking, the consumption of invincibility point would be a terrifying number. Lin Fei himself was going to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, invincible defense relied on invincible points, and the stronger the attacker, the more invincible points needed to be blocked. 10 divine kings were still okay, 30 or 40 were still acceptable, but once it reached hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, then the consumption. Even though Lin Fei had harvested a large amount of divine deity, he still couldn't withstand this terrifying consumption. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be willing to use this method. Master, do you want to capture all these god kings? The little devil laughed and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget about the little devil? This black-hearted guy seemed to have a way to deal with him as long as there was a divine spark. What's the price? Lin Fei asked directly. It's not expensive at all. Capturing a god king only costs 500,000 godheads, it's nothing to master. Moreover, after the system refines the captured god king, it can be used to refine weapons of mass destruction. God King Exploding Bead, not only can it be refined by a god king, you can also obtain a god king grade godhead. A god king grade godhead is much stronger than an ordinary heavenly god realm godhead. The little devil tempted. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very black-hearted, and he didn't know where he learned it from. However, the little devil's words were still very attractive to him. Of course, about 500,000 divine deity for a divine king, Lin Fei had long chosen to ignore it. Is the effect really that good? Moreover, could it be that one divine king level divine deity is worth 500,000 divine deity? Lin Fei had some doubts. Master, when have I ever lied to anyone? The little devil harumphed. You'll feel great in a while. First, this God King Exploding Bead compresses your divine sense into a bead. When you encounter a strong enemy, just throw it out. If you throw 10 beads at an ordinary God King, it's guaranteed to heavily injure them. 20 beads is enough to kill them. As for ordinary heavenly gods, you can kill as many as you come. It can be said to be an invincible killing weapon. It's all thanks to Master's good luck that you could find so many raw materials here. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. Although he was a 1-star God King and could easily deal with heavenly gods, if he really encountered a God King level powerhouse, especially a powerful one, it would definitely not be good. If he had a large number of God King exploding beads, dealing with a God King would be much easier. Isn't it just 500,000 divine deities? I'll pay for it. Lin Fei quickly made up his mind. Get rid of these wandering God Kings. No matter why they stayed here, they were now raw materials for the system. At this time, Lin Fei hoped that there would be as many God Kings as possible. When the time came, if a God King made him unhappy, he could throw a bunch of God King exploding beads at them. Master, go in and lure some God Kings over. I've already made arrangements here. The little devil had a way to deal with God Kings. Lin Fei still had to lure some God Kings back. Fortunately, Lin Yi was here. Everyone went in different directions to lure the wandering God Kings. The battlefield was uneven. Lin Fei released a bit of energy and the wandering God Kings charged over. Between heaven and earth, energy constantly fluctuated. Hence, a hilarious scene appeared on the battlefield. The person in front was flying while the 100 God Kings behind controlled the Great Tao to attack the person in front. All sorts of Great Tao attributes bombarded Lin Fei's body. Freezing, slowing, petrification, and many other things appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. Only he could persist in such a place and successfully lure the God Kings over. They're here. Lin Fei entered the array formation and finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lin Yi also attracted over 30 god kings, but he was also unbearably tired. More than 100 god king powerhouses barged into the array formation. The terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Seal. The moment the god kings charged in, the little devil activated the array formation and temporarily sealed the god kings. The powerful effect of the system was also displayed. It swept away all the god kings at the scene. Lin Fei blinked, so fast. The little devil stretched out her hand, 150 god kings, a total of 75 million god sparks. What about the god sparks? The little devil pointed to a few nearby regions. Their god sparks are scattered around. Later, I will help you collect them one by one. Now, your mission is to lure the god kings in this region over. Since you are my master, I can delay collecting the god sparks. Lin Fei felt much better. Lin Yi, continue working. Chapter 1809. On the way to the Divine Tomb. The 8 sects were heading towards the Divine Tomb at their fastest speed. This time, the 8 sects went to the tomb of the god of sin in private. They did not do it in a mighty way, but in secret. Not only that, they also brought the young masters of their sects, all of whom were top-notch geniuses. The 8 sects were located in different territories. Thus, some were fast, some were slow, forming a ladder. Soon, the 8 sects all met up. Everyone was clear about the purpose of this trip, so there was nothing to hide. Otherwise, the 8 sects wouldn't have suppressed the 7 overlords. Even though they would fight amongst themselves, the 8 god emperors were still allies. If they met an enemy, they would immediately form an alliance to deal with the enemy. The people of the 8 sects soon met on a warship. I heard that the 7 overlords are here too. Should we teach them a lesson? Zhong Moshan said sinisterly. Whenever the 7 overlords were mentioned, he would think of Di Tian, that bastard. The Thousand Goblins sect had always been on good terms with the Mystic Demon sect, and this generation's sect master, Jin Wuxia, said in a low voice, "Who are the 7 overlords? Apart from us, no one else has the right to possess the things in the godly tomb. We must teach the 7 overlords a lesson. The 7 overlords are definitely ahead of us. They won't be able to pass through the outer fragments so easily. When the time comes, if there's a chance, it's best if we kill them in the Divine Tomb," Gong Tianlevel said with a stern face. They didn't like the 7 overlords. This time, they were told to bring people to the Divine Tomb. Even though the news was kept secret, and the 7 overlords might find out about it. I also agree to take action against the 7 overlords. Divine Heaven Palace's Cyan Fern added. Not only do we teach the 7 overlords a lesson, but also those fellows from the strongest clans who want to fish in troubled waters. Immortal Emperor Gates Huang Wuji said coldly. I've already received news that a few of the strongest clans are preparing to enter the Divine Tomb. Maybe they've been provoked by something. Since 5 sect chiefs had spoken, the remaining Righteous Gate, Fortune Gate, and Profound Saint Gate would not refuse. Whether it was the 7 overlords or those arrogant fellows from the strongest clans, they should teach them a lesson. Do you guys think that bastard Di Tian will go? Zhong Moshan suddenly said. Will you go? No one was sure. Mentioning this person made them very uncomfortable. Recently, Di Tian was in the limelight the most, overshadowing the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, causing them to grit their teeth in anger. I actually hope that Di Tian will go to the God of Sin's tomb. Once he goes there, even if he brings senior brother there, he won't be able to leave the God of Sin's tomb. Doesn't everyone think that this is a good opportunity? Gong Tianhao laughed. Everyone present wanted to kill Di Tian on the spot. This guy destroyed the existing structure and caused them to be criticized by the Oracle. This was no less than giving them a super big slap in the face. You're right. If Di Tian doesn't go, it won't be easy to kill him outside. I also hope that Di Tian will go to the god's tomb now. Meanwhile, on the road to the god's tomb, other than the 7 overlords, there was another group of people who appeared on the road. They were also black warships, and there were more than a dozen of them. On one of the warships, Tian Yizi asked curiously, "Brother Long, the big shots above you are really angry? They even sent you a message?" Long Liefen's injuries had mostly recovered, but he was no longer in high spirits. Being chased out of the position of Dragon God was a huge blow to him. His injuries had mostly recovered, and Long Liefen wanted to kill his way back to the Dragon God domain to teach his ninth brother a lesson. In the end, he resisted the urge. That Di Tian came and went like a shadow. Long Liefen couldn't guarantee that Di Tian didn't leave his senior brother behind. If he did, he would be sending himself to his death. At this time, Long Liefen received the news from above. He was wild with joy and decided to give up on dealing with his ninth brother for now. He had to go to the god's tomb. Yes, he is indeed angry, and he is very angry. Long Liefen said coldly. That ninth brother of mine might not know it yet, but even if he becomes the Dragon God, the key to communicating with the upper realms is still in my hands. In the end, all his efforts will be for naught. I've already received news that the powerhouses above will help me reclaim the Dragon God weave. We have to congratulate Brother Long. Brother Long, this is a blessing in disguise. If things go well, you might even break through to the God King realm. We're all envious. The three of them weren't surprised. Long Liefen had been the Dragon God for too long. Even if the 9 Dragon Kings took the Dragon God's position, they still looked down on him. Actually, you guys will also benefit greatly from going there. Long Liefen was still very proud. I heard that the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords are all going. There are big shots above who are going to make a move. We will all benefit this time. If we can teach the 8 great sects a lesson in secret, perhaps the upper realms will be even happier. The strongest races all received the news from above. Therefore, they rushed to the god tomb at the first opportunity, hoping to reap some benefits there. The 8 great sects, isn't it because of that Di Tian's appearance? Sky Fox's eyes flickered. The 8 great sects are afraid that someone will ruin the big picture, so they asked for help from above to deal with Di Tian. However, Di Tian is probably going to be out of luck. If the 8 great sects receive resources and experts from the upper realms, Di Tian's good days will come to an end. Brother Long's revenge might not even need you to do it yourself. The experts of the 8 great sects will take care of it. Di Tian is a bastard. Barbarian Bull said unhappily. I also want to see how Di Tian will be hunted down by the experts of the 8 great sect. If Di Tian also received the news and went to the god tomb, it will be even more interesting. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei didn't know that he had caused such a huge uproar. Finally, this area is cleaned up. Lin Fei spent quite a bit of time to attract all the god kings in this area over. He wouldn't know if he didn't do it, but after doing it, he found out that there were more than 10,000 god kings wandering in this area, and they were all taken away by Little Devil. More than 10,000 god kings, it's indeed a lot. Lin Yi's divine body was also riddled with injuries, but it didn't affect his performance. More than 10,000 god kings, just thinking about it was terrifying. With 3 to 4 billion heaven god experts participating, and more than 10,000 god king experts, Lin Fei was no longer surprised. If he didn't guess wrong, there should be at least 1 million god king experts here. The battle that year was so tragic. Lin Fei admired the primal chaos god emperor even more. It was worth so many god emperors to take action, and they even opened up a battlefield. Master, the refinement is done. Little Devil appeared again. With a wave of his hand, a black bead flew out. Lin Fei frowned. He could feel the terrifying aura contained in the black bead. It was like a heavy bomb, and as long as it was triggered slightly, it would definitely shatter a person's body. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing such a terrifying thing. How is it? Can you feel it? Little Devil said. It's unique in the world. Lin Fei criticized in his heart. Of course it's a good thing. 1 God King explosion bead required 500,000 godheads. More than 10,000 God Kings used up more than 500 million godheads. I have to try it first. Although Lin Fei wanted to test the power of the God King explosion bead, he was prepared to search for God King level godheads first. Under the guidance of the little fiend, they found the skeleton of a God King, as well as a God King level godhead, in this area. There were more than 10,000 God King level godheads. Take a look first and see how many heaven god level godheads a God King level godhead can be exchanged for. Little Devil said again. Lin Fei opened the system and found that summoning a God King expert required 10 million godheads. Now, there was an additional notification, only 100 God King level godheads. F***CK, 1 God King level godhead is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary godheads. Little Devil shook his head. No, you're wrong. This is the exchange rate to summon a God King expert. If you want to exchange for ordinary godheads, 1 God King level godhead can be exchanged for 800,000 godhead. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. I'm not earning. Although he knew that Little Devil wouldn't cheat him, Lin Fei was still quite shocked. After deducting 500,000 godheads, he could still obtain 300,000 godheads. This was really robbery. Hehe, you're my master, why would I cheat you? Little Devil chuckled. Master, a God King is here. Not far away, 13 God Kings rushed over. Perhaps they were wandering outside the area and coincidentally saw Lin Fei. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Good, I was just worried about not having a place to test the power of the God King explosion bead. After getting the God King explosion bead, Lin Fei knew how to use it. He immediately activated the bead and threw it towards them. Boom! The God King explosion bead exploded in front of them like a heavy bomb. A black force swept out, and Lin Fei, who was not far away, was also sent flying by the aftermath. It's really killing me. Lin Fei was prepared, but he still couldn't block it in time. Looking into the distance, the 13 God King's phantoms were all tattered as if they were going to shatter at any time. Too fierce, if there's another one, they're dead for sure. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a black mass appeared on the horizon, heading straight for where they were. Not good, we've caused too much commotion and attracted a large number of God King experts. There are at least 10,000 of them. Master, let's run. Lin Yi suddenly looked, and he was in a bad mood. Run. Chapter 1810. The commotion caused by a God King's detonation of a God King's detonation pearl was extraordinarily large. Once the terrifying energy exploded, it attracted countless God King powerhouses to chase after it. Lin Fei finally managed to shake off the God King's pursuit, and he became excited. No matter what, he had to clean up all these God Kings this time, preferably not leaving a single one behind. A single God King rank godhead could be exchanged for 300,000 ordinary godheads. 1,000 God King rank godheads could be exchanged for 30 million ordinary godheads. If it were ordinary godheads this time, Lin Fei would have earned more than 300 million godheads. Lin Fei excitedly started his money-making business. The area was huge. It was not difficult for Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei did the same thing tirelessly. Attracting monsters. Or attracting monsters. Wrong, it should be attracting God Kings. For the entire day, Lin Fei was happy. Nothing, happy. The number of godheads Lin Fei had also increased rapidly. If it were ordinary godheads, it broke through the 10 billion mark, then 20 billion godheads, and this number continued to rise. The terrifying destructive weapon God King's detonation pearl was also increasing continuously, from 10,000 at the beginning, to 100,000, and then to 300,000. Lin Fei could really be called rich and overbearing now. After a few days, the huge area started to become quiet. Not a single wandering God King appeared. It's finally done, I'm so tired. After the last batch of God Kings was collected, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Attracting God Kings every day, he was almost bored, but for the sake of God Kings, everything was worth it. Originally, there were estimated to be 1 million God Kings on the battlefield, but in the end, there were not 1 million God Kings. Altogether, there were only 730,000 God King powerhouses. This was also a terrifying number. It was easy to advance to Celestial God Realm, but to advance from 9-star Celestial God Realm to God King Realm was not so easy. Among 100 million 9-star Celestial Gods, only 20 to 30,000 could break through. With 730,000 Divine King powerhouses taking part in the battle, this was not some small number. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Although he had collected 730,000 God King rank godheads in one go, he had consumed a huge amount of godheads. Not only had he used up all the godheads he had on hand, but he had also exchanged for a portion of the godheads. These were not what Lin Fei valued. The 730,000 godly monarch exploding pearls that he valued the most definitely possessed a terrifying destructive power. Lin Fei had no doubt that if a divine venerable expert were to throw out 100,000 of these beads, they would definitely be able to kill the enemy. High-level ultimate gods might be a problem, but low-level ultimate gods should be easy to deal with. I really want to know if there's anything good down there. It was very disappointing. Lin Fei didn't see any divine venerables in this area, so he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Could it be that the divine venerables didn't intervene in the battle back then? Lin Fei moved across the battlefield and arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum. The tyrannical and terrifying aura of the great Tao continued to wreak havoc. Lin Fei could easily withstand it. Don't forget that he had the invincible defense to protect himself. He arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum without any danger. It can't be, there's really nothing good. Lin Fei carefully searched with his divine sense, but in the end, he still found nothing. He was quite shocked. He had obtained so many good things before, so he always wanted to get more. Lin Fei would definitely be disappointed if he didn't find anything. Master, there seems to be some fluctuation in front of you, Lin Yi suddenly said in a deep voice. Lin Fei was disappointed, but he did not look ahead. After looking through such a large area, he did not find anything. That meant he did not find anything. Let's go take a look. The two flew all the way until they were 100,000 miles away. This is. After arriving, Lin Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the dusky sky, a huge whirlpool appeared. This whirlpool spun non-stop, forming a terrifying whirlpool around it. Back off, back off. The two of them rapidly retreated. What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a vortex before. If I'm not wrong, this should be a spatial channel. And outside this vortex, there are layers of seals placed by someone, said Lin Yi gravely. For a black vortex to appear in the sky above this vast land was truly surprising. A spatial channel? The divine mausoleum also has one? I wonder where it leads. Lin Fei didn't go up. He was just curious where this channel led. Young man, this channel is called the Channel of the Gods. Without any warning, a heavy voice came from the vortex. Who is it? Lin Fei was startled. He was currently a one-star god king, but he didn't know someone was here. Lin Yi took out his saber and unleashed his saber arts. Countless reflections shot out. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his master. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. The saber light automatically melted in front of Lin Fei. A young man in white clothes walked out of the huge vortex. His white clothes were very dazzling in this dark place. It's you. Lin Fei recognized the person at a glance. You're the chaotic divine emperor. Lin Fei really didn't expect to see the chaotic divine emperor here. Ever since this guy broke out of the seal, there was no news of him in the territory. It was as if he had never appeared, except for that one time in the Dark Knight Galaxy. The white-robed young man said indifferently, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers my name. I also remember you. You're the little fellow from the Divine Mountain. I didn't think that you would break through to the Divine King realm in such a short time. You're really not simple. Lin Fei couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Haha, I'm very honored to be remembered by a big shot like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Take your time, I won't disturb you. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to let the system determine the opponent's combat strength to come up with a conclusion. This person was at least an ultimate god and was a high-level ultimate god. The speed at which he recovered his strength was extraordinary. Lin Fei planned to leave first. He had to leave this place first. After all, he had already gained something. Young man, aren't you curious about why there's a vortex here and why I'm here? The young man in white clothes still looked indifferent, but there was a sense of being in control of the whole situation. To be honest, Lin Fei was also a gossipy person. The important thing was that the person in front of him was too strong. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would take a little longer at most. Lin Fei was really worried. Senior Chaotic Divine Emperor, You don't have to say this. That's a secret between the big shots. I'm just a small character. What right do I have to know? Lin Fei said, last time, that sect leader almost made me suffer. I think it's better to forget about it. Lin Fei still remembered clearly how he was chased down by a sect master. Chapter 1811. Lin Fei was indeed very daring. When he first saw Hongyi Hun done, the top-notch technique of extracting time and space had been of great help to Lin Fei. Now that it was mentioned, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Even if it was a god emperor before him, Lin Fei would not be truly afraid. Although Lin Fei did not have many tricks up his sleeves, he had invincible defense and hundreds of thousands of God King exploding pearls. As long as they all swarmed him, he would be able to fight for a chance to escape. The white-robed youth's words undoubtedly provoked Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Senior Hun Dun, I respect you as a senior, but if you want to kill me, come and try. Even the sect leader couldn't kill me back then, and you still can't. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a god emperor expert. If these words were to be heard by the higher-ups, everyone would probably think that this person had a mental problem. In the entire immortal realm, who would dare to say such things to a god emperor? That was simply asking for death. Lin Fei was such a person. The white-robed Hun Dun was not angry. He was still very calm. Good, good. Young man, you have a fiery temper. Not bad, not bad. If it were me back then, I would have killed you with one sword. However, 1,000,000 chaotic years have passed, and my temper has faded. Naturally, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I have great benefits for you. Lin Fei was already prepared. As long as the white-robed Hun Dun dared to attack, he would dare to retaliate. What god emperor? At most, he would just fight. Who was afraid of who? Unexpectedly, the white-robed Hun Dun said such words, and even said that he had great benefits for him. Lin Fei even wondered if he had heard wrongly. How can I believe you? Are you serious? Lin Fei said. Back then, when the 8 sects besieged your great metropolis world, I was the one who gave the order. Primordial Chaos City sent 9 stars celestial gods to help you get through it. The primordial chaos is actually my bloodline. Do you believe me now? The white-robed Hun Dun laughed. Lin Fei did owe him a favor for this. He did not expect this to be an order from the Chaos Deity Emperor. If it hadn't been for the 9 stars celestial gods, the great metropolis world might have been razed to the ground. His wife and daughter might have been captured as well. Lin Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Although he was very suspicious of white-robed Chaos's intentions, he would still return the favor. Tell me, I'm listening, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The white-clothed Chaos really admired the young man in front of him. Not everyone could survive the attack of the sect leader, even though the sect leader's virtual image was only at the peak of 9 stars God King. In this world, it was very easy for him to kill anyone, and it was rare for a young man to do it. Not long after, seeing this young man again, the white-clothed primal Chaos was even more shocked. No one knew better than him the dangers inside and outside the tomb of the god of sin. The young man in front of him had broken through the blockade of hundreds of thousands of God King experts, so white-robed primal Chaos had to think highly of him. There's no need to rush this matter, the white-clothed primal Chaos said, looking at the whirlpool not far away. The passage of the gods was opened by the 8 great god emperors. They sent a large number of heaven gods and god kings to start a war in the lower world. My subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and in the end, I was also sealed in the lower world. After that, they sealed the passage of the gods. However, not long after, the passage of the gods will open again, and when that time comes, the 8 great god emperors will send god kings down again. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was the meaning of the passage of the gods. What does this have to do with me? Although this was what Lin Fei said, he was thinking about what benefits the passage of the gods would bring him. I see that you have plundered godheads and god king level godheads. Although I don't know what use you have for these things, they are the least worth mentioning. If you can guard the passage of the gods and force them to be unable to leave the god's tomb, I will prepare 100 billion godheads for you. The white-clothed primal chaos said. 100 billion godheads shocked Lin Fei quite a bit. Even though he had collected 730,000 God King level godheads, he had used more than 30 billion ordinary godheads, so he only had about 20 billion godheads on hand now. 100 billion godheads. If it was anyone else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't believe it. The white-clothed primal chaos was one of the 9 great god emperors. Even if he wasn't one now, he was still a super expert. Senior, you think too highly of me. I would love 100 billion godheads, but that's all I have. How can I guard the passage of the gods? Once their army arrives, I will have to leave with my tail between my legs. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. The little devil's voice rang in Lin Fei's mind. Master, you have to get these 100 billion godheads. It's impossible for you to collect so many in this world. With 100 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be able to break through to the level of a divine weapon. It will be able to undergo a deeper transformation. With 1 or 2 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be extremely powerful, and your 18 doppelgangers will be able to advance to the 9 stars celestial realm. Lin Fei wasn't worried that the little devil would find out if he spoke. Please don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei didn't know what to do with the little devil. He really couldn't find any reason to retort. The number of godheads in this world was limited. It was already good enough to have a battlefield in the divine graveyard. As for the resources of the major forces, they probably wouldn't have a lot. Maybe a few billion godheads would be the limit. 100 billion godheads. Lin Fei was really tempted. Actually, you don't have to refuse so early. The white-clothed primal chaos was still calm. You know your strength. The passage of the gods isn't as scary as you think. As long as you can get rid of the people here, the passage of the gods will need to be activated by the 8 great god emperors. At most, a few dozen people will be sent. Wait. Lin Fei interrupted the white-clothed primal chaos. You said a few dozen people at a time? How did they get here in the past? That's what I want to say too. They need to set up a huge formation here. With the help of the formation, they can strengthen the passage of the gods. Only then can they kill a large number of people. You're a smart person. You should know what I mean. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He knew that the passage of the gods needed to stabilize the passage of the gods with a formation to transport a large number of experts. Otherwise, only a few dozen people would be transported at a time. Lin Fei was really confident that he could kill the people who came. No. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't talk about a few dozen people. Even if a few god kings come down, I won't feel good. You should find someone else for this kind of thing. As long as you guard the passage for a month and don't let them stabilize the formation, I believe you can do it. I will also pay you 100 billion godheads in one go. The white-clothed primal chaos laughed. Chapter 1812. Asking for a sky-high price. Lin Fei couldn't miss out on such a huge piece of meat. He had to get it no matter what. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. As for him being schemed against, Lin Fei naturally had his own thoughts. He didn't think that the white-robed Hun Dun would be so kind as to introduce such a good thing to him. He wasn't a big shot. So the question was, why would the white-robed Hun Dun give him benefits? It definitely involved something. As for what it was, he didn't want to know. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was to get more godheads. Yes, it's just that simple. Impossible. The white-robed Hun Dun wasn't angry. 200 billion godheads isn't a small amount. 100 billion godheads is the limit. Not increasing the price. Lin Fei really didn't want to agree. He said awkwardly, "You want me to guard the passage of gods. 100 billion godheads is definitely not enough. Although I have some abilities, what if a few hierarch-level experts come down? Won't I die in seconds? I don't want to live enough. I can't help you with this." He turned and prepared to leave. "If you don't give me enough, I'll leave." The white-robed Hun Dun was still very calm. His temperament wasn't ordinary. "Young man, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. No one can reject my good intentions. You are the same." Lin Fei stopped and smiled. "Hey, you're angry and ready to attack me. Attack me then. I'm not that easy to bully. Now that Lin Fei was confident and the Hun Dun in front of him was a super expert, there was nothing to worry about. Eat 100 of my, no, 1,000 God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei was also a ruthless person. Since you dare to threaten me, I'll teach you a lesson. Without thinking, Lin Fei threw out 1,000 God King exploding pearls. These terrifying pearls had different levels of power. When they were thrown out, a terrifying aura swept towards the Hun Dun. Boom boom boom. 1,000 God King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, not giving anyone a chance. Lin Fei also activated his invincible defense and thought to himself, "You're crazy, I'll let you have a taste of something good first." The white-robed Chaos was a God Emperor expert, and he was also interested in the young man's ability, so he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. It was not easy to meet such a figure in the mortal world. The current white-clothed Chaos was no longer the divine emperor of the past. His combat strength had not recovered to the divine emperor realm and was only at the ultimate god realm. However, in this realm, he could only unleash the combat strength of a 9-stars divine king. He could not unleash the strength of an ultimate god expert. That was also the reason why the white-clothed Chaos did not attack. Even if an expert was suppressed, he still had the mentality of an expert. Even though he did not know why the other party was collecting guardhoods, the white-robed primal Chaos was not interested in finding out. After all, everyone had their own little secrets. That was why he was willing to take out 100 billion guardhoods. However, he did not expect that this young man was not someone who was easy to deal with. As soon as the white-robed primal Chaos threatened him, he made his move. 1,000 Celestial King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, and a terrifying power engulfed him. This bastard. The moment he was submerged, the white-robed primal Chaos could not help but curse loudly. Bastard, shameless. How could he sneak attack? Did he have to be so thick-skinned? 1,000 Celestial King exploding pearls. I wonder if that guy is injured or not. Lin Fei thought to himself. Who cares if he is injured or not? I'll escape first. Lin Fei was ready to escape. Primal Chaos brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. The white-robed primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He grabbed with one hand, and time stopped. Lin Fei was already prepared. A divine emperor is indeed a divine emperor. He is really strong. 10,000 Celestial King exploding pearls were thrown over. The terrifying power crushed time and engulfed the white-robed primal Chaos once again. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lin Fei did not care how many Celestial King exploding pearls he used. If he dared to attack, he would make the primal Chaos Emperor suffer no matter the price. He was not someone who could be bullied by anyone, not even a divine emperor. Master, I just analyzed that this primal Chaos Emperor seems to be suppressing his strength. Little Devil shouted. His combat power does not dare to break through to the hierarch realm. Quickly use the Celestial King exploding pearls to kill this bastard. Lin Fei blinked. Are you sure he is suppressing his strength? That's good news indeed. If he fought alone, he was definitely not a match for the divine emperor in front of him. However, if he suppressed his strength, it would be a different story. Wasn't he a hierarch? Everything could be discussed. I guarantee that I am not mistaken, Little Devil said. His strength is suppressed to the 9-stars peak divine king realm. Lin Fei laughed. Good, good, good. The white-robed primal Chaos was attacked again, which made him very angry. Damn bastard, how could this guy have such a destructive attack? In the distance of the great whirlpool, the white-robed primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He looked uncertain and full of doubts. Again, as soon as the white-robed primal Chaos appeared, Lin Fei used the Celestial King exploding pearls again. Yes, another 10,000 pearls, a full-range attack. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to dodge. Aren't you very powerful? Come and kill me quickly. I am afraid of death the most. You can kill me with just a light palm. The white-robed primal Chaos, who was dodging, was so angry that he almost bled. This guy is too shameless. If my strength was not limited in this world, you would not be so arrogant. The white-robed primal chaos cursed in his heart, "This guy's destruction pearls are really terrifying. If this continues, the situation will be very bad for me. No wonder he could make the sect leader helpless. This guy is quite capable, but he is too petty." The white-robed primal chaos was, after all, a divine emperor. He was not a stubborn person. "Young man, you don't have to do anything. It was just a test. Now you have passed." The white-robed primal chaos appeared again with a calm look on his face. "As long as you guard the passage of gods for a month, I can give you 130 billion godhead." Lin Fei curled his lips. This guy was really thick-skinned. He was going to attack me, but he still said it in such a dignified way. A big shot was really a big shot. So it was a test. Lin Fei said seriously. "Then I have wronged you. I thought you wanted to capture me. Senior, you should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have wasted the God King exploding pearls." Lin Fei did not want to fall out with him so quickly. The white-robed primal chaos was very unhappy with this guy. He also admired him. There were not many people who dared to attack him, especially the younger generation. Guarding the passage of gods is not a small matter. That is why I tested you. Now it seems that you are completely capable of guarding it. The white-robed primal chaos laughed. 130 billion godhoods is still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. "I still want 200 billion godheads. Otherwise, I will leave. After all, those god kings are not ordinary people." This guy was really insatiable. The white-robed primal chaos lacked a powerful helper. This guy in front of him was very suitable. Just these God King exploding pearls were enough to make those guys suffer. Chapter 1813. Finally, the deal was done. Lin Fei finally bit off a big piece of fat meat. 200 billion godhoods. The white-clothed chaos also played a trick and made a heavenly oath to guard the passage of heavens for a month. There was no need to mention the consequences of breaking the oath. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei was in a good mood after the deal was done. At the very least, he would be living a good life now. No matter how angry the white-clothed chaos was, it would be of no use, especially when Lin Fei found out that the white-clothed chaos had suppressed his strength to the level of a 9-star divine king. The deal was done. The oath was made. The white-clothed chaos threw out a storage ring. The space inside was huge and it was filled with the godhoods of ordinary gods. Lin Fei was not picky about godhoods. 200 billion godhoods fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With so many godhoods, he could do great things. "I'll leave guarding the passage of gods to you." The white-clothed chaos threw out the storage ring. He did not care about the godhoods. Only the people below would treat them as treasures. Now that there was someone guarding the passage of gods, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Since I took the money, I'll guard the passage of gods," Lin Fei said straightforwardly. "I'll be in the god's tomb for a month. I'm trustworthy. After all, I made a heavenly oath. I don't want to be killed by the heavens." The white-clothed chaos did not say anything else. He turned around and left swiftly. "He has already left the god's tomb." Little Devil's voice could be heard. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead, he let Little Devil keep an eye on him. The white-clothed chaos was still very dangerous. "It's good that he left." Lin Fei was relieved. "That guy is very scheming. I don't know what he's planning. For the sake of 200 billion godhoods, I still have to risk it. Moreover, if I don't stand guard, in the future, when the God King experts of the 8 sects descend, there's no guarantee that they won't find trouble with me. I'm just dealing with them in advance. Master, you don't have to worry. As long as the white-robed chaos is still in this world, his strength should be limited. He can't do anything to you. When you go up there, it's hard to say who's afraid of who." The Little Devil said disdainfully. "He's also like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river now. He can't even protect himself." Lin Fei did not continue talking about the white-robe chaos with the Little Devil. "Right, let's find a place to do some preparatory work first." The white-clothed chaos had indeed left the tomb of the god of sin. On an uninhabited planet, the white-robed chaos stood with his hands behind his back. The space behind him squirmed, and a dozen black-clothed men appeared, standing quietly behind him. "How's it going?" the white-robed chaos asked calmly. "In reply to my lord, we've found all the places without missing a single one. There's a total of 72 places. It's just that every place has a big formation set up. We brothers can't break the formation restrictions. Please forgive us, my lord." The white-robed Hun Dun waved his hand and said, "You're all my people. You're not good at breaking arrays, so I won't blame you. Once you've found the 72 places, we can start the next step. I just hope that the little guy can really hold on for a month." The black-clothed men behind him dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The white-robed chaos also stepped forward and looked at the endless starry sky. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a trace of a cold smile flashed across. "Haven't you been looking for me? I'll do as you wish. You want to dominate the 108 gods' sons and seize the destiny. I won't." The voice became lower and lower. With the little devil's analysis, Lin Fei found a good place. He opened up a simple cave abode underground and set up a formation restriction. With 200 billion guardhoods in hand, Lin Fei immediately got busy. He would guard the passage of the gods for a month. According to the white-robed chaos, the passage of the gods would open in a few days. Before they arrived, Lin Fei had to increase his strength. In order to guard the passage of the gods, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. "I'll modify the battle fort first." This was Lin Fei's trump card. He might not be able to deal with a god king, but this time, he had obtained 200 billion guardhoods. Lin Fei had the capital to modify the battle fort. Especially in such a big situation, if the battle fort could perform well, it would definitely make things easier for Lin Fei. 1 billion guardhoods. Lin Fei didn't really care about it. With 200 billion godheads in his hands, Lin Fei could keep the God King grade godheads he had. In his opinion, exchanging them for ordinary godheads was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It wasn't worth it at all. "Master, if you want the modification done in the shortest time possible, you only need 1 billion guardhood." The little devil became greedy again. "I only need 2 hours. At normal speed, it would take 10 days. Lin Fei waved his hand. "Isn't it just 2 billion guardhoods? I'll pay." "Haha, I like a generous master." The first modification of the battle fort began. Within 2 hours, Lin Fei lost the ability to modify the battle fort. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. With 2 billion guardhoods, the battle fort would definitely be stronger than before. However, this wasn't enough. The god kings that came down were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the battle fort into the strongest weapon of war. After 2 hours, the first modification was completed. Ding! Battle fort modification successful. Lin Fei came to the ground and released the battle fort. The moment the huge thing appeared, his eyes lit up. The battle fort didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the lines were smoother and the black exterior was flashing with black light. Lin Fei instantly took control of the battle fort. The little devil also appeared by Lin Fei's side and explained, "Master, the battle fort now has a rank 1 battle strength. The materials on the outside have also been strengthened. It can withstand the attack of a 2-star god king, and the limit is a 3-star god king. It can easily destroy any battleship with a 1-star battle strength, or even a god king expert. The battle fort's attack strength has also been strengthened. Some useless functions have been switched off. Now, the battle fort has 108 cannons and can fire 3-star god king attacks. Lin Fei still underestimated the battle fort's power after the modification. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this simple modification. Its defense and attack strength had increased. It wasn't as weak as before. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. Rank 1 fighting strength isn't enough. I need to continue the modification. Lin Fei was satisfied. He wasn't satisfied with using it to guard the passage of the gods. This time, he might have to face 9-star god kings. Chapter 1815. We're here. The 7 overlords were the first to arrive at the periphery of the god's tomb. With the battle fortress, they could reach any place in the shortest time possible. It was not a secret that the 8 sects were going to the god's tomb secretly. Everyone had connections above them, so the secret was no longer a secret. Everyone knew the purpose of the 8 sects coming to the tomb of the god of sin this time. The 7 overlords did not want to be left behind, so they followed them to communicate with the upper world. It was not only for their own benefit, but also for the sake of targeting the 8 sects. Everyone be careful, the periphery of the god's tomb is full of star fragments. Senluo Overlord reminded everyone, it's best if we move together, in case someone finds a chance to attack us one by one. The 7 overlords were still very united against outsiders. The god's tomb was famous for being dangerous. The 7 overlords rarely worked together and entered the periphery of the god's tomb in a formation. 3 days later, the people of the strongest race also arrived. Long Liefen and the others were the first to arrive. Someone came early. Sky Fox squinted and looked for a while. It should be the 7 overlords. Fortunately, we set off early, so we are not too far behind. Long Liefen had only been to the god's tomb a few times. After all, this place was too dangerous. The 7 overlords coming early might not be of any use. Long Liefen said disapprovingly, the tombs in the god's tomb are all protected by formations, don't even think about breaking them. Let's go in first. The 8 sects were the slowest. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb, and after some investigation, they entered the periphery. The 8 sects had a strong foundation, and with the guidance of others, the seemingly dangerous star fragments did not affect them too much. The occasional collision of the star fragments did not have a bad effect. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb very quickly. The warships of the 8 sects entered the god's tomb one after another, and saw the battlefield full of killing intent. Zhong Mozhan was the first to fly out and land on the warship. He looked into the distance and took out a map, his eyes flashing. Lord Messenger said that the red marks on the map all have treasures and godheads left by Lord. With those treasures and godheads, the sects can cultivate a batch of heavenly god experts in the shortest time possible, and the sect's strength can also increase in the shortest time possible. The other people on the warship were also very excited. The people who could be brought were all talented disciples in the sect, and they vaguely knew the benefits of this trip. As Zhong Mozhan gave the order to head in a certain direction, the disciples on the warship were extremely excited. The 7 overlords were the first to find large mounds of earth. This should be the graveyard of the experts of the great battle. Senluo Overlord was very excited. I just discovered that there are more than a dozen of them here. If we count them all, there should be at least a few hundred of them. The benefits beneath the mounds are going to be ours, the frigid Yin Overlord said excitedly, his gaze never leaving the mounds. The rest of the overlords were just as excited. They all knew that there was something good under the mound. For example, the divine spark. For example, treasures. Even if it was damaged, its power would still be quite good. Why don't we all work together? No matter what it is, we'll split it into 7 portions. What do you think? The overlord of the sea suppression overlord suggested. Everyone agreed. They didn't think that they could break through these big mounds by themselves. Cooperation was a must. The 7 overlords also threw caution to the wind. Break the formation. The 7 of them worked together, and in addition to the subordinates they brought, there were more than 1,000 experts, and they attacked the big mound. One of the overlords knew how to break the formation and determine the location of the formation core. Everyone attacked with all their might. After attacking for half a day, the formation restriction was broken. The 7 overlords excitedly rushed in to check. No one was willing to fall behind. But when they entered, they were all dumbfounded. It was empty. There's nothing at all. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there was an expert who collected the skeletons together? Why can't I see a single skeleton? And where are the godheads and treasures? They worked so hard to come in, but they didn't find anything. It was very displeasing. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation restriction had no flaws, they would have suspected that someone had come in before them. After searching all over, they didn't find anything. Helpless, they could only leave this big mound and attack the next one. That big mound just now should be an empty mound, used to deceive people. Everyone agreed with this idea. As for the 8 great sects beating them to it, they didn't think that they could be faster than them. In the territory, The fastest ones were them, the 7 overlords. Everyone focused on attacking the second mound. It's still empty. Damn it. After breaking the second mound, they were stunned once more. It was empty again. Continue. The third one was empty. The fourth one was empty. The fifth one was empty. 100 mounds were broken in one. The result was the same. The 7 overlords wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who was messing with them? Why was there nothing? They had never faced such a weird thing. The formation restriction was complete. There were no flaws at all. After all, this formation restriction came from the upper world. To break it, one had to destroy it completely. Unless one knew the steps to enter, it would be very hard to enter. After digging out 100 mounds, the 7 overlords were disappointed. They had no choice but to start again. They didn't believe that someone would play such a joke on them. The people from the 7 overlords have entered. Long Liefan and the rest also arrived at this region. The first thing they saw was the mound. But when they arrived, they realized that the mound had been broken and it was empty inside. We came a bit late, they took everything away, Tian Yizi said. The 7 overlords are also very powerful. I wonder what expression the 8 great sects will have when they see their things taken away. Ha ha ha, that will be very interesting. Barbarian Bull laughed. There are also people from our Barbarian Bull clan in this mound. I wonder if they are still there. Divine Tomb was the #1 battlefield in the lower world. The strongest race also knew some secrets. They were very interested in the burial place of their clan's experts. If they found something good, they would be rich. Let's go look. These people sweeping the mound was destined to fail. Long Liefan and the rest also knew some secrets and started to search. With their strength, forcefully breaking through was still possible. But after they found the place and entered, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty, there was nothing at all. Damn the 7 overlords, they must have stolen our Barbarian Bull clan's treasures. Barbarian Bull was furious. Let's look at the other places. After another round of searching, the result was still the same. The inside of the big mound was completely empty. Nothing had appeared. Chapter 18:16. The 7 overlords busied themselves for a long time. In the end, they still found nothing. Every mound was empty. They could not accept this result. No matter how empty they were, there should be some skeletons, right? But the skeletons had disappeared. The skeletons of God Realm experts would not disappear with time. Especially when they were placed together, they could be preserved for a long time. No matter how the 7 overlords thought, they could not come up with a reliable guess. As for the possibility that someone had gotten here before them, they did not even think about it, because it was impossible. The 7 overlords had to gather their subordinates to break the formation. No matter how powerful others were, they would not be able to break the formation. Where did the items go? It became a mystery. After the 7 overlords discussed, they decided to break the formation. They still had the advantage of time. As they broke the formation, Long Liefan and the rest followed them. With such a huge commotion, not a fool would have noticed them. It's really them. Barbarian Bull suppressed his anger, his hatred for the 7 overlords deepened. Only they had the ability to attack the formation with thousands of people at the same time. We have really underestimated the 7 overlords. To think that they would be one step ahead of us, and have taken so many treasures. Long Liefan's face darkened. He was not in a good mood either, because the dragon race's godheads had disappeared. Although they had guessed it, seeing the 7 overlords rush into a mound and come out in a short while, they knew that the items had been taken away. Although he did not know what was under the mound, it was at least a divine artifact. Even if it was a damaged God King level treasure, its might was still extremely terrifying. The few of them discussed and decided to listen to Sky Fox. They would catch the 7 overlords off guard. Before that, they had to contact the other strongest races. With Sky Fox's plan, they naturally would not let the 7 overlords have a good time. After some communication, they contacted the other strongest races. They were about to arrive at the Divine Graveyard battlefield. After waiting for a while, they arrived. After hearing Sky Fox's words, the big shots of the strongest races were furious. They swore to teach the 7 overlords a lesson. In other words, they were ready to fight back. They were the leaders of more than 10 of the strongest races. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7 overlords had entered a huge mound, they charged out from all directions, catching the people guarding outside by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the people brought by the 7 overlords suffered heavy casualties. Those from the strongest races believed in the words of the heavenly fox. The place where their ancestors were buried was also empty. How could they stand it? The people of the strongest race were already very powerful, and the giants were even more powerful. The 7 overlords came to their senses. More than half of the people outside had died, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They destroyed the restrictive spell formation and charged out from below. How dare you, the strongest race, ambush us in the dark? You're courting death. Seeing that 60% of his people had died, the Fengluo overlord's eyes turned bloodshot. Summoning his battle fort, he unleashed a destructive beam of light. It was the same for the other overlords. With the appearance of the 7 battle fortresses, both sides began to suffer casualties. After all, the battle fortresses were not easy to deal with. Soon, the two sides reached a stalemate. You 7 overlords have plundered so many treasures, but you've even wiped out the place where our ancestors were buried. You have to give us an explanation. The big shots criticized the 7 overlords for being shameless and taking everything they could get away with it. The 7 overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you're accusing us wrongly. We've spent so much time and manpower, but we still haven't gotten anything. Explanation? Why should we give you an explanation? The 7 overlords were infuriated as well. The major characters of their territories replied coldly before activating the battle fortresses again. They're fighting. Master, they're fighting. In the center of the god's tomb. Little Evil Demon shouted excitedly. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his 18 clones standing behind him. The clones' auras were constantly changing. What's fighting? After obtaining 200 billion guardhoods, Lin Fei had been busy. He didn't have much free time until now. The 7 overlords and the strongest race. Little Evil Demon giggled. Should I zoom in on the image? Lin Fei was also curious. Why would the strongest race fight against the 7 overlords? As the image zoomed in, a screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the screen, the strongest race and the 7 overlords were fighting. That place had also become a battlefield. They're really fighting. Lin Fei soon saw a familiar person, Long Liefen. I didn't expect this guy to come as well. Lin Fei smiled. Last time, you ran away. Let's see where you can run to this time. After watching for a while, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Little Evil Demon, this is all you're doing. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It turned out that the strongest tribe believed that the 7 overlords had plundered all of their treasures, forcing them to hand over the treasures. The 7 overlords were unable to defend themselves and would not lower their heads. Thus, the strongest tribe mistakenly believed that the 7 overlords had taken the treasures. Isn't this good? Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. At least someone got scammed. Wait, they're here too. They're not slow at all. The image on the screen changed. A majestic fleet of battleships appeared outside. On every battleship, the sect flags were fluttering. The people from the 8 major sects had arrived. The 7 overlords are going to be in trouble. The 8 major sects arrived one after another. The first thing they did was to search for the treasures in their respective sects' territories. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that all of the mounds had already been opened. The spell formations and restrictive spells had also been broken. One mound after another was opened. The people from the 8 major sects had ugly expressions. This was something that belonged to the 8 major sects. Who would dare to snatch it? The moment the battle aura came from afar, they immediately sensed it. They brought their people and rushed over. With a glance, they saw the leaders of the strongest race attacking the 7 overlords. 8 sect leaders, your things have been plundered by the 7 overlords. The moment the people from the 8 major sects appeared, Sky Fox shouted at them. The things were taken away by the 7 overlords. When they rushed over, they understood each other. The big mounds of their respective sects were empty. The formations were also broken. This time, the 8 sect leaders were furious. The mission given by the higher-ups was destroyed just like that. In the eyes of the god envoys, wouldn't they become useless? Thinking about it, they felt uncomfortable. Don't listen to their nonsense. We, the 7 overlords, would never do such a thing, an overlord replied. Chapter 1817. It had to be said that the 8 sects had come at the right time. This trip to the godly tomb, the 8 sects all had the same goal. They had received instructions from the higher-ups and had a map to safely enter the godly tomb to take what belonged to their sects. When they arrived at the godly tomb battlefield, they were dumbfounded. The things that originally belonged to them were gone. Even the stupidest person would understand what was going on. The Sky Fox's words were undoubtedly a blow to their heads. Our things were taken by the 7 overlords. The 8 sect leaders were instantly angry. They had a bad impression of the 7 overlords, but the 8 sects still had a good relationship with the 7 overlords. Just as they were doubting, the Sky Fox spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, when our strongest race arrived, the item was already gone. Furthermore, the 7 overlords were still trying to break the formation. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone should know the character of the Heavenly Fox Z. His words had a great effect. It was definitely the 7 overlords who had taken the things before them. The strongest race did not need to use this reason to slander others, because they did not care to do so. The 7 overlords were all cursing in their hearts. Damn you, Sky Fox, you're forcing us to our deaths. Bastard, what a bastard. The 7 overlords naturally had to explain. The strongest race alone was already giving them a lot of pressure. Moreover, the 8 sect leaders were also present. If they interfered, they would be the ones to suffer a crushing defeat. Listen to our explanation. We really didn't take the things here, Senluo Overlord said with a gloomy face. His hands did not stop moving, on guard against the 8 sect leaders. Explanations were useless. The 8 sect leaders had long wanted to deal with the 7 overlords. No matter why the strongest race would attack the 7 overlords, they now had the chance to do so, and it was justifiable. You didn't take it. If you want us to believe you, then stop. Let us search your storage rings, Zhong Mozhan said sternly. Search? Of course the 7 overlords were unwilling. With their status, if the 8 sect leaders really searched their storage rings, they would not be able to continue being overlords. Perhaps there would be no more overlords in the future. You want to search us? Do you think we're fools? Myriad Dao Overlord sneered. He activated the battle fortress and shot out destructive light beams to kill them. Once Myriad Dao Overlord moved, the other overlords also moved, activating the battle fortress to the limit. Their subordinates were also kept inside. In the air, the 7 battle fortresses kept shooting destructive light beams. The 8 sect leaders were completely enraged. If they don't let us search, then they must have a guilty conscience. They must have taken the things away. Apart from this reason, they can't think of any other reason. Everyone, attack. The 8 sect leaders weren't pushovers either. They also took out their treasures to counterattack. With the interference of the 8 great sects masters, the two sides were initially in a stalemate. The 7 overlords were immediately at a disadvantage and started to retreat. The 8 great sect masters are really powerful. Every sect master has a low-grade God King weapon that can be used for a long time. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. It's just that my strength hasn't reached the God King realm, so I can't use the power of a low-grade God King weapon. Lin Fei was enjoying the battle outside. The 8 sect leaders were very strong. With the divine weapons in their hands, they forced the 7 overlords to retreat. If not for the defense of the battle fortress being like a tortoise shell, they would not be able to last until now. They're retreating. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen the 8 sect masters working together to deal with the 7 overlords. The power that they possessed was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei felt a burst of pride in his heart. Fight, fight. I've already taken everything. After the 7 overlords were at a disadvantage, they started to break out of the encirclement. The power of the battle fortress was displayed. After a fierce attack, the 7 battle fortresses flew in different directions, forcefully breaking out of the encirclement. The 8 sect leaders also left terrifying marks on their war weapons. This was the limit of what the 8 sect leaders could do. It was impossible to make them stay. After all, the battle fortress was famous for being the fastest in the territory. After the 7 overlords escaped, only the 8 great sects and the strongest races were left on the battlefield. After exchanging greetings, they left as if nothing had happened. Little devil, just keep an eye on the 8 great sect. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. No matter what, he had to fight a big battle. The departure of the 7 overlords made him feel slightly regretful. However, he was not in a hurry. After giving the little devil some instructions, he went back to work. In any case, within a month, Lin Fei had to guard the passageway of the gods. He had time to fight them. For now, it was better to do what he had to do. The little devil promised that she would inform Lin Fei immediately when the passageway of the gods opened. The 7 overlords retreated in defeat. The 8 sect leaders searched for the big mounds that belonged to their sects. In the end, after busying himself for a while, he did not gain anything at all. Furthermore, he bore a grudge against the 7 overlords. Those bunch of bastards, sweeping everything clean. With the appearance of the strongest race, the 8 sect leaders did not seem to be affected, but in reality, they were on guard against them. Since the big mounds did not gain anything, they could only move forward helplessly. However, when they entered the next battlefield, the 8 sects, who had been on guard, could not help but have doubts. There were no heavenly gods formed from resentment. They understood the dangers of the divine graveyard battlefield. In the past, they had come here secretly, but why was the situation different from before? Could it be the work of the god's messenger? Once the conclusion came out, everyone thought that it was very possible. Other than the god's messenger, who else could have gotten rid of these troubles? Along the way, they arrived at the central region and saw a huge black vortex. When the 8 sects saw the black vortex, they finally relaxed. Originally, they had to pay a huge price to reach here, and even use the treasures that the god's messenger had given them. They did not expect it to be so easy. The black vortex remained closed. After a discussion, the 8 sect leaders each took a position and waited for the passageway of the gods to open. At the same time, they sent out disciples to patrol the surroundings. If they found anything, they would be killed without mercy. In reality, they were targeting the 7 overlords and the strongest race. After waiting anxiously for 5 days, the black vortex finally showed signs of movement. Master, the passageway of the gods is about to open. The little devil hurriedly reminded Lin Fei the moment there was movement. It's so fast. Luckily, I'm ready. In the past 5 days, Lin Fei had been busy, and there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Fortunately, he had completed his wish. Not only did he modify the battle fortress several times, but he also upgraded the 18 primordial clones. The 200 billion godheads were almost used up, and he only had a few million godheads on hand. Boom! On the originally oppressive battlefield of the god's graveyard. Accompanied by the aura of soul trembling, the black vortex that had been closed all this time released a golden force. The divine light shone on the god's graveyard. Chapter 1818. A terrifying aura swept across the entire god's graveyard battlefield. On the god's graveyard battlefield, be it the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, or even the leaders of the strongest races, they were all filled with fear. This aura was like a life-threatening sword. With just a light slash, no one present would survive. This was truly terrifying divine power. Divine power was not to be blasphemed. Is this the true aura of a divine emperor? Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, also had a flash of fear on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. The divine power is indeed terrifying, and there seem to be 8 of them working together. It should be the 8 divine emperors who broke through the passageway together. In order to open up the passageway, the 8 divine emperors really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei touched his chin and guessed curiously. In the depths of a certain territory, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in one direction and smiled. Finally, it's open. The people beside him stopped as well. Lord, can that Di Tian really guard the passageway of the gods? The white-robed Hun Dun said calmly. He can. A strong force pierced through the huge black vortex. The divine light descended, and the chilly wind was swept away. The divine court kingdom appeared, and the long-lost battlefield welcomed life. All kinds of negative auras disappeared in an instant. Everything grew, and greenery appeared. At this moment, the gods' graveyard battlefield was no longer cold and gloomy. It was now full of vitality. Wherever the divine light passed, there was a huge difference. After the shock, the 8 major sects all bathed in the divine light. The injured divine realm experts recovered, and their faces were full of excitement. God's grace. Only God's grace could do this. The faces of the 8 major sects' leaders also became extremely holy. The divine light fell on them, and it also made their long stagnant realms loosen a little. A hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They were not far from the divine king realm. The divine light didn't stop until it illuminated the entire god's graveyard battlefield. At this moment, the entire god's graveyard battlefield had changed. It was no longer the same as before. This divinity. I'm envious of it. Lin Fei tried his best to control his urge to attack. Last time, on the Divine Mountain, he had forcibly taken the divine power from the upper worlds. However, compared to this time, there was really nothing comparable. At this moment, Lin Fei dared to pat his chest on the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum. All the territories could not compare to this place. Lin Fei really did not want to make a move at this time, so he did not activate the system to absorb the divinity. He had to wait a little longer. The tomb of the god of Sin battlefield is mine. The light of the divine light expanded to the entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The shining divine light also benefited the people on the battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The 7 overlords who were hiding also came out from different places and looked into the depths of the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum with different expressions. The passageway of the gods is open. They were all thinking the same thing. If it wasn't for the recent news, they wouldn't have known about such a place. Damn it, the passageway of the gods is occupied by the 8 great sect. They will definitely guard the passageway of the gods and obtain the treasures bestowed by the upper realm. Beside the passage of the gods, the 8 great sect leaders had solemn expressions and became respectful at the same time. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to welcome the arrival of the oracle. They could not be the slightest bit disrespectful. Not long after the passageway of the gods opened. With a rumble, a golden-armored deity strode out of the passageway of the gods. His entire body shone with Jingguang, making it difficult to see his face for a moment. As soon as the golden-armored deity appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped the central region, but it was quickly restrained. Where is the righteous sect? The sect leader of the righteous sect, Jianghu, looked excited as he strode forward. Disciple Jianghu welcomes the oracle. The golden-armored deity was expressionless and his eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, he swept Jianghu up and flew not far away. The people of the righteous sect immediately chased after him. The golden-armored deity put Jianghu down 1,000,000 miles away and waved his hand to release a batch of resources. Immediately build the door of the gods. Jianghu was pleasantly surprised. He lowered his head and said, I will do it immediately. The first to come out was the oracle of the righteous sect. Following that, the oracle of the righteous sect came out one by one. Every sect had a golden-armored deity. They brought their people to the 1,000,000-mile radius of the passageway of the gods and built the door of the gods. The center of the passageway of the gods was immediately empty. Divine light continuously affected the battlefield of the god's tomb. The wandering divine light became incomparably dense. Finally, it turned into flying beasts that ran around the battlefield. Their battle prowess was relatively high. Building the door of the gods. Do they have nothing better to do? Lin Fei frowned. He was very curious. Why didn't a large number of people enter the passageway of the gods? Why did they build the door of the gods? Master, maybe those big shots are unable to send more people down. Lin Yi said, "The door of the gods should be a convenient method. Through them, communication from the bottom to the top will be much easier." Lin Fei suddenly understood. Lin Yi's words made sense. "What you said makes sense." Lin Fei nodded. To be able to open this passageway, it must be the work of the 8 god emperors. Moreover, the divine light that is continuously released is probably to allow their talented disciples to quickly break through to the God King realm. They must have thought of a good method. The 8 sects built the door of the gods faster than Lin Fei expected. In less than a day, the door of the gods was completed. When Lin Fei saw the materials used to build the door of the gods, his eyes were exceptionally red. The materials used were actually godheads. Moreover, it was an extremely precious God-Emperor godhead. At the same time, it was paired with top-grade spirit stones. The cost wasn't ordinary. Extravagant, truly extravagant. That must be a God-Emperor godhead. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The materials used to build the door of the gods were truly extravagant. 1 God-Emperor godhead and countless top-grade spirit stones were piled up together. This was also the reason why Lin Fei's eyes were red. At this time, Lin Fei didn't go out to fight for the God-Emperor godhead. Although the materials were good, he wouldn't make a move before he understood the situation. The 8 sects quickly finished building the door of the gods. The god envoys that came down earlier moved again. They took out a treasure and mounted it on the door of the gods, brazenly activating the door of the gods. The moment the door of the gods was activated, a powerful force from the passage of the gods was added to the door of the gods. The door of the gods pierced through the sky and opened a passage. The 8 door of the gods instantly connected with the passage of the gods. Incomparably dense divinity was also added to the 8 door of the gods. The originally piled up top-grade spirit stones were also used up in an instant. The door of the gods was completed. "Welcome, God King." The god envoy that came down immediately greeted the door of the gods. Boom boom boom. Chapter 18-19. Divine World. On Divine Court Mountain, the 8 god emperors worked together to blast open the layers of barriers in the lower realm and reopened the sealed passage. Vast amounts of divinity poured into the battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm. Standing on Divine Lightning Mountain and looking down, a huge vortex formed. Vast amounts of divinity poured in like a bottomless pit. The passage of the gods is open. We can send people down now. The 8 god emperors worked together, but they also consumed a lot of divine power. They looked very calm, but the god kings behind them were very excited. They were about to go down to the lower realm. Not everyone had the chance to go down to the lower realm to carry out a mission. Being able to go down and come back up was equivalent to making a great contribution. Their position in the sect would undoubtedly be promoted. If they were lucky, they might even be rewarded with a promotion to the hierarch realm and become a small giant in the divine world. The 8 god emperors didn't say much. The god kings behind them stepped into the opened door of the gods and went down to the lower realm. After the door of the gods opened, the first god king came down. The terrifying pressure was not weak at all, and it was frightening. A black-armored god king stood where the Jianghu sect was. The righteous energy behind him turned into a blazing sun. This was the powerful divine technique of the Jianghu sect, the righteous energy technique. The black-armored god king had a high realm. His expression was cold and arrogant. He ordered Jianghu, "Gather the genius disciples you selected together. How much they can advance will depend on their luck." Jianghu adjusted his state of mind and immediately gathered the genius disciples, bringing them to the divine emissary. The black-armored god king said lightly, "You are very lucky. Now enter this array and absorb as much divine power as you can. This emissary will take care of the rest for you." The disciples of the Jianghu sect were very excited. The opportunity to break through had come. The 8 major sects were almost the same. The black-armored god king set up a simple restriction array and arranged for everyone to enter. They stood with their hands behind their back, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Boom. Boom. They entered the array. The passage of the gods once again sent down thick divine power into the restriction array. In less than a moment, someone broke through and their aura soared. "Damn, Only a 9-stars God King came down? Lin Fei was very disappointed. Logically speaking, if the higher-ups forcefully opened the passageway, a large number of experts should have come down. Why was there only a single 9-stars God King? Master, our world is suppressed by the power of the heavenly way. Even a deity emperor can't easily send an expert down. Lin Yi analyzed. The reason why they bid for a 9-stars God King expert is to hold the fort. With a large amount of God energy, they can easily nurture many God King expert. In the time it took to say a few words, another person in the formation of the Jianghu school made a breakthrough. A huge divine altar appeared in the sky. He leaped onto it and stood on the divine altar. Divine power surged into him, and his aura broke through again, reaching the divine king realm in one go. At this moment, the grandmasters of the other sects had all broken through to the God King realm. Their auras didn't stop as they broke through once more. Whenever they couldn't hold on any longer, the 9-stars God King would take out a treasure to suppress the rampaging energy and break through to the next realm. Ha ha ha, I've advanced. I'm an 8-star celestial god. 9 stars celestial god. Near the passage of the gods. The people from the 8 major sects were all breaking through. The ones who benefited the most were the 8 sect leaders. They advanced from the heaven god realm to the God King realm. With a 9-stars God King expert guarding them, their strength increased even faster. 2 stars God King, 3 stars God King, it was like drinking water. Lin Fei looked at each other. What a big move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Using the power of the divine world to give birth to a God King expert. This method was really not simple. It won't be long before the strength of the 8 major sects surpasses all the other forces in the territory. Even the 7 overlords and the strongest races might not be able to withstand the pressure of the 8 major sects. I'm afraid their expressions are going to be very interesting. Lin Fei still endured and didn't make a move. In his eyes, these God Kings were all moving treasures. He would let them be happy for a while longer. The area where the passage of the gods was located was filled with God energy. The commotion caused by the continuous breakthroughs was seen by the 7 overlords and the strongest races in the distance. Their expressions didn't look too good. This was especially the case for the 7 overlords. Even though they weren't together, they could tell that the grandmasters of the 8 major sects had all broken through to the God King realm. Not only that, their cultivation states were still rising non-stop. By the time they finally stopped, no matter how weak they would be at least 7 or 8-star God Kings, reaching a level where they could only look up to. This won't be good. It's all the fault of those fellows from the strongest races. Now it's great. The 8 sect leaders didn't treat us well in the past, suppressing us in all aspects. Now that they have broken through to the God King realm, our days are going to be tough. This is the reason why the higher-ups want to turn this place into a place of advancement. With the help of the God energy, as long as their talent isn't bad, it won't take long for the 8 major sects to produce a batch of God King expert. What should we do now? The 7 overlords were having a headache. They didn't know what to do. The 8 God Kings with powerful auras guarded the entrance like door guardians. Their sharp gazes made the 7 overlords' hair stand on end. Even if they had battle fortresses, they might not be a match for them. Other than running for their lives, they could only run for their lives. The people from the strongest races weren't having a good time either. Especially when they saw the genius disciples breaking through continuously, their expressions turned even worse. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the 8 major sects had increased by a large margin. This was just the beginning, and it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Kill their way in? They didn't dare to have such a thought. The 8 God Kings weren't weak. They didn't chase them away because they didn't take them seriously. Their backer in the upper world also didn't make a sound. The people from the strongest races didn't know whether to leave or stay. They were in a dilemma. More and more people broke through from the 8 major sects. Especially the genius disciples, who had good foundations. With the infusion of God energy and the protection of the treasures of 9 stars God Kings, it became easier for them to break through. One God King after another appeared in the passageway of the gods. Every sect had 7 to 8 God Kings of different realms. As long as they advanced to the God King realm, the Door of Gods would reward them with a God King grade divine artifact and a God King grade battle robe. With these two items, they would be invincible. These people who advanced to the God King realm first were all genius disciples of the sects. Among them, there were also some old opponents that Lin Fei was familiar with. Daoist Long, if you're willing to join the demon mystic sect, I can give you a position of worship. Chapter 1820. In just a few days. Within a few billion miles of the passageway of the gods, god palaces were built one after another. Yes, not immortal palaces, but god palaces. Every god palace contained unparalleled divine might. Once a ruler got close, he would be enveloped by the divine might. Even a heavenly god would not be able to gain any advantage. The 8 major sects built their own god palaces in different places. With the support of the majestic divine power, the disciples that were brought over broke through their current realm. The lowest realm was a 9 stars heavenly god. The talented disciples all advanced to God King realm. The 8 major sects had a great increase in strength. Not only did the disciples obtain great benefits, but the powerhouses of the sects also obtained great benefits. They all became God Kings. However, their foundations were limited. After breaking through to a certain realm, they could not break through anymore. They were very satisfied with this. God King realm plus God King grade treasures were enough to deter them. The strongest clans all left the center of the battlefield of the God of Tombs and absorbed divine power in the periphery. Among them, Long Liefen was a bachelor. He joined the demon mystic sect and became a minister. He also broke through the divine king realm and reached the 6-star divine king realm in a short time. He had great potential. The 7 overlords had disappeared without a trace. Master, when do you plan to take action? Little Devil urged. They have already nurtured a large number of 9 stars heavenly gods and God King realm experts. It is not a small number. After the 8 major sects had a great increase in strength, they had already sent people back to their sects. They were prepared to bring more disciples over to nurture their strength and expand their strength again. During these days, Lin Fei did not do anything. He just watched quietly. It is almost time to take action. Lin Fei stood straight and revealed a bright smile. Master can finally use his ultimate move. Little Devil cheered. Lin Fei had waited for so long. It was time to take action. Because of the news from the other side. Naturally, it was white-clothed Hun Dun. Without any notice, Lin Fei also decided to take action. Because the disciples of the 8 major sects had basically increased their realms. What was left was to stabilize their realms. This was also the best opportunity. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and collect the spoils of war. Yes, all the spoils of war. Lin Fei came out from the underground cave. The moment Lin Fei stood on it, the flowing divine power entered his body. Lin Fei felt so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. How comfortable. Lin Yi was also filled with fighting spirit. Master, the strongest god kings of the 8 major sects are at the 9 stars God King realm. They might even be at the peak of the God King realm. Should we use a strategy, or? Lin Fei waves his hand. What strategy are we using? Let's just kill our way up. 8-9 stars peak god kings are just nice to use as test subject. Lin Yi couldn't help but mourn for them. Master was definitely preparing to use the God King exploding pearl. Even now, when he saw that thing, his scalp still felt numb. The closer they got to the passage of the gods, the density of the divine power was beyond imagination. The disciples of the 8 sects also began to patrol the area, not allowing outsiders to enter. These disciples were originally proud and arrogant. Now that they had all advanced to the 9 stars heavenly god realm, if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid that their divine bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, they would have long charged to the God King realm. Since the 8 major sects had opened their god palaces here, naturally no one dared to come here. They were on guard against the strongest races, as well as the 7 overlords. A few 9 stars heavenly gods patrolled together. Suddenly, someone said, "Guess, will the 7 overlords still dare to come? They are old, they can't take it anymore. Battle fortresses can only threaten heavenly god experts. At our realm, as long as we block them, The threat won't be big. If they really come, this daddy will exchange pointers with them. Let's see who is stronger, a few young disciples said in high spirits. With their strength soaring, they really weren't afraid of those overlords. You guys Tilda can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A finger appeared in front of them and jabbed towards them. Before they could take out their treasures, the finger jabbed their bodies, and their tyrannical divine bodies were instantly torn into pieces. The few young people were instantly crushed into pieces by the finger, and a few divine sparks fell. Another big hand grabbed over, and the few divine sparks were caught in the other party's hand. Master, the strength of these guys is not stable. If they forcefully increase their realm, they won't be able to unleash their perfect strength, Lin Yi said disdainfully. He was the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei already looked down on heavenly god-level divine sparks. It would be strange if they could unleash their perfect strength. Lin Fei smiled and said, the moment you attacked, they all sensed it. Just nice, it's time for a good show. When Lin Yi attacked, he didn't hide his divine king aura, and it was like a blazing sun in the darkness. It was hard for others not to know about it. Who attacked? A few figures flew out from the nearest god palace and went straight to the place where the commotion came from. The people who came were disciples of the demon mystic sect. All of them were 9 stars heavenly gods. Among them, the leader was a 2 stars divine king, and his face was full of arrogance. So, it's the people of the demon mystic sect. It seems like your luck isn't too good. Lin Fei shook his head and stepped forward from the back. His true appearance also appeared in the eyes of the other party's 2 stars divine king. This demon mystic sect disciple recognized him at a glance, and immediately revealed a look of joy. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you are Di Tian, I know you." The sect master said that whoever can kill you will make a great contribution. This 2 stars divine king instantly attacked. He activated a treasure sword and slashed at Lin Fei. He was secretly proud that he could actually make a great contribution. This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. As for Di Tian's strength, this 2 stars divine king chose to ignore it. "Humph, you want to deal with master?" Lin Yi snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the demon mystic sect disciples not far away were all annihilated. After all, Lin Yi was a 6 stars divine king powerhouse. The power of his palm was not something that a 2 stars divine king could resist. Not good, Di Tian is here. Senior brother died in battle. Too scary. Outside the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the sect disciples who had advanced were all shocked at this moment, looking at the 2 people coming from afar. They knew one of them. Di Tian. That scary Di Tian. They had seen with their own eyes that the sect master had suffered greatly in the hands of Di Tian. When Di Tian appeared in front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the other 7 sects sensed it immediately. Di Tian, you will die here today. In the depths of the divine palace, a figure flashed, and a fierce aura pierced towards Di Tian. Former dragon god, long time no see, Long Liefen joined the demon mystic sect and was now a consecrator. When he learned that Di Tian was coming, he knew that the opportunity for revenge had come, so he rushed out immediately. The words former dragon god stimulated Long Liefen's killing intent to soar. Chapter 1821. Murder. Long Lie's desire to kill had never been comparable to this time. He really wanted to kill someone. His target was the nearby Di Tian, the fellow who had chased him down from his position as the dragon god. The words former dragon god seemed to be mocking him for leaving in such a sorry state back then. It undoubtedly aroused Long Liefen's endless killing intent. It was precisely because of Di Tian that Long Liefen lost his power and had no choice but to join the demon profound sect as a consecrator. He was constantly thinking about revenge. After advancing to Divine King, Long Liefen's thoughts became even heavier. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to appear in front of him so quickly. Long Liefen laughed malevolently as he attacked. As for the people around Di Tian, they chose to ignore him. Even if the people around Di Tian weren't as strong as before, their strength was still limited. Today, Long Liefen was going to completely take care of Di Tian. Yes, He must die in front of me. A ferocious killing intent surged forth. A figure blocked in front of him, and the killing intent in the sky collapsed. You don't have the right to make a move. Lin Yi shook his head. Unless you can defeat me. Lin Yi pounced forward, unleashing a wide range of attacks, instantly drowning Long Li Fen within his attacks. Long Liefen had advanced to the God King realm and was now a 6-star God King. He was proud and arrogant, not treating the other party as anything. He emitted cold killing intent. You overestimate yourself. Back then, Long Liefen was defeated in the hands of Di Tian's senior brother. Long Liefen's killing intent towards the people around Di Tian grew even heavier. He wanted Di Tian to regret coming here. Di Tian is here. How dare he come here at this time? I'm afraid there's no need for us to do anything. Long Li Fen will kill Di Tian on the spot. What a pity. I wanted to kill Di Tian myself. In front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace. At this time, the leaders of the other 7 sects appeared one after another. They would never forget Di Tian's name. Isn't the dragon god amazing? In the end, he was still chased down. This was Di Tian. Last time, the 8 great sects had more or less suffered a loss. They were gnashing their teeth at Di Tian. It was just that they were powerless to deal with Di Tian at that time. Who asked him to have a God King senior brother by his side? This time, when they saw Di Tian again, a cold glint flashed across the powerhouse's eyes. Di Tian was here to die. This time, no one could save Di Tian. Zhong Mo Shan also came out immediately. Di Tian, how have you been? Zhong Mozhan was already a God King now, but when he saw Di Tian, he still could not control his anger. Zhong Mo Mountain had suffered a lot at Di Tian's hands. Now that Di Tian had appeared again and killed many experts of the demon mystic sect on the spot, the new and old grudges added together, causing the killing intent of the demon mountain to soar, but they were not in a hurry to make a move. Di Tian would not be able to escape today. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just that you're a little too bold to actually take in a traitor from the dragon god domain. Aren't you afraid of the dragon god's wrath? Zhong Mozhan was quite displeased that Di Tian dared to publicly accuse and threaten him at a time like this. He said in a low voice, "Traitor? Who is the traitor? Our demon mystic sect doesn't have any traitors. However, fellow Daoist Di Tian still owes us an explanation. Why did you kill our people?" Lin Fei was purely here to cause trouble. Well, this is actually very simple. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. I'm very interested in the passage of the gods. Therefore, I announce that this area will belong to me. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave, otherwise, I'll personally take action. Zhong Mozhan knew that Di Tian was bold, but he didn't expect him to be even bolder. He actually wanted to occupy the passage of the gods. What kind of joke was this? Did he really think that the 8 great sects were vegetarians? Di Tian, you sure talk big. Just because you're the #1 person of the younger generation? Luo Xian of the righteous sect shouted at Lin Fei. Luo Xian was currently a god king, a 2-star god king. He already had the might of a god king. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He raised his eyelids. If you don't want to die, then scram. Because you're not qualified. Lin Fei had no interest in these small fries. Luo Xian had always been unconvinced by Di Tian. Now that he had advanced to the God King realm, Di Tian still looked at him with disdain. This provoked Luo Xian quite a bit. You're wrong. It's not that I'm not qualified, it's that you're not. Luo Xian shook his head. I'm already at the God King realm. I can easily suppress you with a flick of my finger. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Just based on the people you brought? That's right. Di Tian, you're not qualified to say that. At this time, another young elite came forward. He exuded the aura of a god king. He was very valiant. Your current strength is not enough. There were many people in the younger generation who were not satisfied with Di Tian. This was especially so for the genius disciples of the 8 great sects. Di Tian was like a nightmare weighing on their hearts. Now that their strength had improved greatly, They no longer had the fear they had before when they looked at Di. Any one of them could suppress Di because their strength had improved greatly and they had even advanced to the God King realm. The leaders of the 8 great sects were more than happy to let their disciples fight. Ever since Di's rise, the influence of the disciples of the sects had suffered a huge blow. Of the 10 great young masters of the past, only a few were left. This was not a small blow. It also made the 8 great sects lose face. Dignified elite disciples were not a match for an unorthodox person. This made them feel very hurt. Master, these people are too despicable. They actually dare to look down on Master. They all deserve to die. Little Devil's killing intent was dense. Lin Fei was very clear what these people were thinking. It was none other than the fact that they couldn't accept the blow. Whether it was their birth, their cultivation, or even the sect they joined, they were all looked at with envy by ordinary people. They should be standing on top of the younger generation, and not be trampled on by an unorthodox guy. Now that they saw an opportunity, they no longer had to be afraid of him. Therefore, they all stood up. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I know you're not convinced. Now that you've advanced to the God King realm, you're awesome, aren't you? But in my eyes, you're still not enough. I'll be frank with you. As long as I'm around, you so-called genius disciples will forever live in a nightmare. Because I'm stronger than you. The meaning was very clear. You won't be a match for me in this lifetime. It was very straightforward words. This infuriated the genius disciples of the 8 great sects. Di clearly knew that they had advanced to the God King realm, yet he still dared to ignore them in public. Did he really think that he was more awesome than them? Di, aren't you very awesome? Then let me see what else you have to be awesome about. A young God King from the Immortal Emperor School shot out an afterimage. 2 bright moons flashed past as he attacked. He wanted Di to know that he couldn't do it anymore. Chapter 1822. Crazy. Di must be crazy. How could he not know the current situation? The big shots of the 8 sects only sneered. They wanted to see what other abilities Di had. Could it be that he wanted to use the battle fortress to turn things around? As for the senior brother, they chose to ignore him. Long Liefen was from the strongest dragon race. His strength was not ordinary back then. He joined the demon mystic sect and obtained divine power. His strength soared and he became a 6-star God King, adding another expert to the sect. They did not believe that the people Di brought could defeat Long Liefen. Not only were the people Di brought not a match for Long Liefen, Di himself was not a match for their sect disciples. Things were different now. Strength. Di could not do it. Rumble. Rumble. You dare to fight with Master? You're asking for death. Lin Yi was a true 6-star God King. His cultivation technique was also very powerful and he had 2-star battle strength. Long Liefen smashed into the divine palace like a meteor. A terrifying mark was left on his powerful divine body. Lin Yi stepped forward again. He did not care about Long Liefen at all. He reached out and a terrifying divine power enveloped Long Liefen. Long Liefen wanted to struggle but was restricted by the power. He could only watch helplessly. Soul-chasing sword, slash. Long Liefen was amazing. At the crucial moment, he took out a flying sword and slashed at Lin Yi's divine spark, forcing him to let go. This was a low-grade God King weapon bestowed by the demon mystic sect. It was specially used to deal with divine sparks. Lin Yi's free hand punched out. It landed on the soul-chasing sword and the gathered power was shattered. At the same time, a thick finger pointed at Long Liefen's divine body. Rumble. Long Liefen's divine body was strong. Half of his body exploded. He lost his arms and legs. Only the upper half of his body was left. He was in a sorry state. Long Liefen was utterly defeated. How can this be? Long Liefen had always been proud. He could not accept the result of his defeat. I am a 6-star God King. Lin Yi held Long Liefen and smiled coldly. He came behind Lin Fei and did not move. Long Liefen's quick defeat made the 8 powerhouses suck in a cold breath. How was this possible? Long Liefen was a 6-star God King. No matter how bad he was he could still display the strength of a 5-star God King. There was no reason for him to lose so quickly. But Long Lai was defeated. Just what was going on? Since when did the God Kings become so useless? Suddenly, a bad feeling flashed across their hearts. Could it be that Di Tian was still hiding some trump card? This trump card allowed him to bring a single person to kill his way over. Could it be that he really wanted to seize the passageway of the gods and seize all the benefits here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The passageway of the gods wasn't something a small figure like Di Tian could occupy. The upper realm would never allow it. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. A young god king from the Immortal Emperor sect launched an attack, preparing to be the first to defeat Di Tian. He wanted to show off the might of the Immortal Emperor sect, using strength to tell everyone that Di Tian was only SOSO, unable to withstand a single strike. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with a single finger? Come and poke me if you can, the god king from the Immortal Emperor sect arrogantly spoke. He didn't believe that Di Tian would be able to stab him to death. No matter what, he was a god king. Su. The moment this thought appeared, the god king from the Immortal Emperor sect saw a giant finger appear in front of him and tap on his body. He felt like he had become a work of art as his body exploded. Lin Fei shook his head. There are so many people who want to torture themselves. He stepped out once again. The Immortal Emperor sect wasn't the only one who made a move. The other sects also made their moves. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Fei gracefully appeared and tapped with his finger. Every time he tapped, his finger would land on the body of the young god king. Those who were touched by his finger would explode. Clouds of blood mist exploded in mid-air. Wherever Lin Fei passed, there was no one who could block his blade. All of their divine bodies were destroyed by a single finger. In the blink of an eye, over 10 god kings had fallen. Lin Fei was still leisurely walking as he appeared in front of Luo Xian. I already said that in this generation, I'm the strongest. You guys just don't believe me. I really can't do anything about it. Don't kill me, I surrender. No matter how stupid Luo Xian was, he knew that Di Tian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was far from being able to deal with Di Tian. His previous heroic words and disdain had all vanished into thin air, replaced by endless fear. Originally, you should have jumped out and been a god king. Unfortunately, you overestimated yourself. Lin Fei tapped on Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 princes, was also removed from the territory. Luo Xian. Zheng Haoren from the Zhengyi sect was enraged. He couldn't stop him in time and could only watch as his body was destroyed, leaving behind a godhead that was taken away by Di Tian. The other powerhouses of the other sects also came back to their senses. They couldn't accept this result for a moment. Attack, kill Di Tian, we can't let him live. Over 10 god kings were killed one after another. Moreover, they were killed by a single finger. A wave of fear rose in their hearts once again. At the same time, they felt helpless. Why was Di Tian so strong? It didn't make sense. Regardless of whether it made sense or not, Di Tian had once again become a thorn in their side. Moreover, Di Tian's goal forced them to attack with all their strength. Di Tian, die. The 8 powerhouses attacked together again. They all took out their God King level treasures, and the terrifying power of a God King blasted toward Lin Fei. At this time, they attacked with all their strength and combat power. This time, their power was still quite terrifying. They didn't believe that Di Tian's strength could be strong enough to compete with them. Ha ha ha, you have a God King level weapon, so do I. As Lin Fei laughed, he took out a huge black sword. The sword was like a door plank. The sword flashed with a cold light, revealing an unusually dangerous aura. God-level saber slash. This was a saber technique that had been strengthened countless times. In the 10 heavens and 9 earths, an extremely terrifying aura was released with Lin Fei as the center. The entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin trembled. The attacks of the 8 god kings were crushed by a saber radiance. They were swept by the terrifying and dangerous aura, and an endless sense of crisis arose in their hearts. It seemed that they would die under this saber strike. Powerlessness. Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. They were going to die. Catcher, catcher. The God King level weapons in their hands were the first to explode into pieces. Then, the battle robes on their bodies were also shattered. The saber radiance cut through their bodies, and the bodies of the 8 powerhouses were cut into several pieces. F***ck, they can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei thought that the 8 powerhouses could resist for a while. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated them. Boom. Boom. The saber radiance crushed all the way, and the people that the 8 powerhouses brought out were all cut into several pieces. They crashed into the divine palace, and 8 abnormally terrifying auras soared into the sky. Their killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Fei. Chapter 1823. Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. The 8 leaders had been killed by Di Tian in one move. This was the most unacceptable thing to them. The 8 leaders were all God Kings, and each of them had the strength of a 7-star God King. Furthermore, they had joined forces. How could a single Di Tian withstand their combined attack? In the end, the 8 leaders had been killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. They had underestimated Di Tian too much. Di Tian was a super expert who was hiding in the shadows. Not a God King. Who would dare to think that Di Tian wasn't a God King? If Di Tian wasn't a God King, how could he easily kill the 8 hegemons with a single sword strike? One couldn't say that the strength of the 8 hegemons was fake, they were the real deal. One could only say that Di Tian's strength was terrifyingly tyrannical, his cultivation base far surpassed the 8 hegemons. In the distance, the terrifying and dangerous aura attracted the attention of the strongest races and the 7 overlords. No one thought that they could withstand the dangerous aura. It was too terrifying. Is this Di Tian's terrifying strength? Everyone was panicking, and fearful. If they had only been fearful of Di Tian before, they now felt a sense of helplessness. How terrifying was his strength to kill the 8 leaders with one move? They would be killed in one move if they went up. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. If Di Tian comes, we'll be finished. For example, Senluo Overlord and the rest were in a mess. After all, they had a grudge with Di Tian. He might come looking for trouble with them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They might not be a match for Di Tian even if they joined forces. The 8 leaders' current strength was not something they could fight against, and Kwang Di Tian's strength was even more terrifying than the 8 leaders. Wait. The 8 god envoys have appeared. Once the 8 leaders died, the god envoys flew out. This undoubtedly gave them hope. It would be best if both sides suffered. No one was willing to ignore the rich divine power in the divine graveyard battlefield. If they could cultivate here for a day, their strength would increase significantly. They really didn't want to leave this place unless they had no other choice. Even though Di Tian had pressured them. Lin Fei was now a 9-star God King. 200 billion godheads were enough to raise Lin Fei's strength. With the support of a dense amount of divine power, in addition to the godly level single blade slash that had been upgraded several times, its power was unimaginable. Naturally, the 8 great leviathans were unable to block the attack of this blade. Awesome. Lin Fei didn't care about the divine power he consumed. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to test out the might of his saber technique, Lin Fei would not have bothered to kill the 8 giants. The 7-star divine king realm was really nothing in his eyes. Long Liefen, you shouldn't have been the first to come out. If you had hidden yourself, I might not have done anything to you. Unfortunately, you are too full of yourself, Lin Fei said to Long Liefen with a smile. Long Liefen was completely dealt a heavy blow. Even the 8 hegemons were killed with a single sword strike. How could Di Tian's strength be so terrifying? Long Liefen felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. It was just that his arrogant personality didn't allow him to admit defeat. Di Tian, even if you capture me, you will have completely offended the 8 major sect. Long Liefen sneered, even if I die, the experts of the 8 great sects will not let you have it easy. The 8 divine envoys had already come out. The divine king's killing intent locked onto Di Tian. Long Liefen really wanted to see how Di Tian would block the attacks of the 8 divine envoys. He had lost, but Di Tian would not have a good time either. He knew that behind the 8 major sects were the 8 great divine emperors, the 8 strongest giants of the upper realms. At this time, Di Tian had killed the 8 major sects of the lower realms and had completely offended them. The light god envoy would not let Di Tian off. In fact, that was indeed the case. The 8 divine envoys' mission was to oversee the divine graveyard battlefield. Normally, they wouldn't interfere because they disdained this kind of thing. Who were they? They were high and mighty divine king experts. Moreover, they were 9 stars peak divine king experts. They only needed to watch the passage of the gods. But now, someone had killed the people of the 8 major sects in front of them. It was no less than a slap in the face. None of the divine envoys could take this lying down. If the higher-ups were to find out, they would definitely have the impression of not doing their job well. This was not something they wanted to see. No matter who the person in front of them was, if he dared to kill someone, only death awaited him. As soon as the 8 divine envoys appeared, they took out the divine king-level weapons in their hands. 8 terrifying killing intents blasted towards Di Tian, wanting to kill him on the spot. Good timing. Lin Fei was now rich and overbearing. God-level blade slash. The huge black blade in his hand slashed towards them. The black blade gleam was like a vast ocean, rushing towards them. Boom boom boom. The blade gleam swept over. The terrifying attack of killing intents was swept into pieces. A battle of strength. No one was a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei could use the system to clearly analyze the maximum limit of their attacks. He could use a slightly stronger attack to easily break through their attacks. The first slash shattered all the attacks. Lin Fei blasted out the second slash. Then the third slash, the fourth slash. Lin Fei had to kill the 8 divine envoys and occupy the passage of the gods. As for the consumption, he did not need to worry at all. Not good, this blade technique is too strong. How is this possible? How can the power of a blade technique from the lower realm be at this level? There must be a mistake, there must be a mistake. Damn it, our attacks can't break through the opponent's attack. The 8 divine envoys were proud and arrogant, and they did not take the people from the lower realm seriously. They knew very well that the strongest person in the lower realm could only be a peak divine king level of 9 stars. Once they exceeded this level, they would be mercilessly suppressed. But now, someone was using an attack that made them feel threatened. You guys can't do it. Lin Fei took large strides forward and blasted out one slash after another. The 8 divine envoys felt their scalps go numb, and their battle robes and weapons were damaged. They had never been forced to this extent by a person from the lower realm. How could there be such a terrifying enemy in the lower realm? Who are you? They were all afraid. They could only use all their strength to block the overbearing and ferocious blade attack. There was no time for them to counterattack. At the same time, the divine power in their bodies was rapidly being consumed. Even if they were to block, they would also have to consume a large amount of divine power. Lin Fei's blade was very fast, and his divine power was consumed without any regard for his life. He suppressed the 8 divine envoys. He was also glad that he had increased the level of his blade technique, and its power had also greatly increased. I am Di Tian, I have the final say in the lower realm. Lin Fei slashed out again. This time, it was even more terrifying. The blade gleam swept out, and the 8 divine envoys' faces sank. The blade gleam swept past their bodies. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1824. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. It's over. The 8 gods' messengers are no match for Di Tian. Who can be Di Tian's match in this territory? The disciples of the 8 major sects were speechless. Di Tian was now in a position that they had to look up to. They thought that the 8 gods' messengers would make things difficult for Di Tian. In the end, they were quickly defeated until they suffered a crushing defeat. Di Tian's attack also made them gasp. None of the god kings present were confident that they could withstand this attack. Just this attack alone was enough to kill them completely. The 8 divine envoys continuously coughed up blood when they smashed into the divine palace. Their faces were filled with shock. Most of their divine power had been used up. That attack just now had been too domineering. It had consumed a great deal of their divine power. They had less than 20% of their combat power left. Di Tian, we are the subordinates of a god emperor. If you dare to kill us, you're dead. The god's messenger from the Jianghu sect said fiercely. He regretted coming down and encountering such a terrifying enemy. They had no combat power now and could not return to the upper realm. They could only threaten Di Tian. Lin Fei walked over with the giant blade on his shoulder. He, threaten me all you want. I have the final say here anyway. No matter what you say, you will still die. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the God King's godhead. Di Tian, just you wait. We will come back for revenge sooner or later. Although the 8 gods' messengers did not have much combat power left, they still had many escape treasures. They took them out and fled in all directions. They were confident in their speed. Chase. Let's see how you do it. As long as they did not die today. The powerhouses of the upper realm would definitely come down after reporting the news. By then, it would not be difficult to kill Di Tian if they worked together. Split up. Dream on. Lin Fei did not think much of it. He took out the battle fortress. The battle fortress, which had been modified several times, now looked like a huge black warship. Lin Fei also changed its name to Giant Warship. The grade of the giant warship had already surpassed the previous battle fortress. In particular, the black muzzles in the front flashed with a dangerous light. War 1. Blast them to death. Then, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The warship shot out dozens of black light beams towards the direction that the 8 divine envoys escaped to. In less than a moment, the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin was filled with a dangerous aura. Horrible mushroom clouds exploded over the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin, and the location of the explosion happened to be where the oracles were. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the warship's first attack. Through the system screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black beam penetrate the oracle's body. The destructive aura in the beam shattered the flesh. Through the system screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black light penetrate the god's messenger's body. The giant warship is so awesome. I didn't waste a lot of god to modify it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the giant warship. The small cannon is already like this. I wonder what the power of the 16 cannons of eradication will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. After the giant warship was modified, it was completely new inside and out. A lot of god was consumed. The materials of the giant warship were also changed with an unknown material. Its defense was greatly improved. Even if a god king's attack landed on it, it would not be able to shake the giant warship. In terms of attack power, apart from some of its previous functions, its attack power was 100 times stronger than before. First of all, the front of the giant warship was full of small cannons. There were 1,000 small cannons. When 1,000 small cannons were fired at the same time, it was an unimaginably terrifying weapon. Of course, the attack of these small cannons was not cheap. Originally, they were driven by energy. Now, after the modification, they used divine power to attack. Their attack power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, there was a divine power pool in the center of the giant warship. It could absorb and store divine power. Otherwise, not everyone could afford to maintain such a giant warship. The 8 gods' messengers died. Lin Yi immediately went up and took back the god. He knew that his master liked God's god the most. The whole battle did not last long. The 8 magnates were killed, and then the 8 gods' messengers were also killed. The people of the 8 major sects completely lost their fighting spirit. In their eyes, Di Tian was like a demon. The whole battle was so fast that they could not digest it. Sorry, I'm in charge here now. Lin Fei landed on the giant warship and announced loudly. If you don't want to die, stand together. No one dared to question Lin Fei's words. The 8 magnates were dead, and the god's messengers were also dead. If they did not want to die, they could only listen obediently. The people of the 8 major sects helplessly went to an empty space not far from the passage of the gods. Now, they only hoped that Di Tian would not be crazy enough to kill them. As for the disciples of the sects, they no longer had any arrogance. Everyone gathered together. Lin Fei was not a bloodthirsty person. He took out the divine power pool in the giant warship and absorbed all the divine power in their bodies. This was equivalent to a few cannon attacks, so he could not waste it. After draining their divine power, they also lost their fighting strength. Lin Fei arranged for a few celestial gods to watch over them. The area around the passage of the gods became empty. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the passage of the gods. The vast divine power in the passage of the gods became the most tangible thing in his eyes. The giant warship stopped not far from the passage of the gods. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on it. Collect. Lin Fei opened the system, and a huge whirlpool formed beside him. Divine power rushed in. The giant warship did the same. The giant warship also opened, and a similar whirlpool formed. The 2 whirlpools quickly merged together, and the place where Lin Fei stood became a huge whirlpool. The vast divine power flowed into the whirlpool, and the disciples who were being watched were dumbfounded. This was really infuriating. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. The geniuses of the sects could at most absorb a fist-sized amount of divine power, and that was enough to make them proud. At this moment, they finally understood why Di Tian was stronger than them. They were completely convinced. Not many people could endure this kind of crazy cultivation. Lin Fei did not care that much. Right now, he was absorbing divine power like crazy. The whirlpool of divine power became bigger and bigger, and its surface area was also expanding. Little did they know that when the whirlpool of divine power appeared, the originally calm divine power in the god world on the other side became violent. It also formed a huge whirlpool in the god world, and it caused quite a commotion near the god lightning mountain. Chapter 1825. The Divine Realm. Near the lightning mountain. The huge divine power vortex immediately attracted the attention of all the gods present. The divine power vortex was too big. Everyone, look. Why is there a divine power vortex out of nowhere? That can't be. The divine power in the passage has always been in balance. Why is the divine power surging toward the lower realm? Did something big happen down there? The divine power vortex is expanding again. One divine sense after another fell on the divine power whirlpool. In a short time, the divine power vortex had expanded a lot, causing the surrounding divine power to riot. This shocked and confused everyone. Not everyone could endure divine power limitlessly. The current situation was obviously abnormal. The news was reported immediately. The divine power continued to flow downward, and the people in charge could not figure out what was going on. Quick! Contact the oracles in the lower realm and ask them what happened. The Emperor God hurriedly ordered people to contact the oracles in the lower realm. It was definitely not normal for divine power to be continuously absorbed. The 8 Emperor Gods in charge naturally had to find out. After all, they had calculated the opening of the passage of the gods and the absorption of divine power. My lord, bad news. We can't contact the oracles. We have lost contact with the oracles. The expressions of the Emperor Gods in charge changed. The oracles in the lower realm were all peak 9 stars god kings. They were the strongest in the lower realm. Who could fight against them? Why couldn't they contact them? My lord, bad news. The oracles have fallen. Not long after, another shocking piece of news came, and their expressions changed drastically. The oracles had fallen? What kind of joke was this? Were there still some experts in the lower realm? It might not have been a big deal if one oracle had fallen, but after 8 oracles had fallen, the 8 Emperor Gods in charge realized that something had happened in the lower realm. Send someone down immediately and find out what's going on. After some discussion, they decided to send more oracles down. They had to find out what had happened in the lower realm. They didn't want to wait until the Emperor Gods appeared. This feels great. Outside the passage of the gods. Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was feeling great. The continuous influx of divine power was even more comfortable than drinking honey. Whether it was the warship or the divine power in his body, the divine power that he had consumed was replenished. In other words, Lin Fei could go on a rampage again. With the help of the system, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles in absorbing divine power. He could absorb it at any time without any upper limit. "Master, someone is coming down," the little devil suddenly reminded. For the time being, Lin Fei had no idea what was going on in the passageway of the Legion of Gods. Therefore, he arranged for the little fiend devil to keep an eye on the passageway of the Legion of Gods and inform him if anything happened. Lin Fei leaped up onto the battleship and looked up at the passageway of the Legion Gods. They came so quickly, but I like it. The warship changed directions and aimed its black cannons at the passage of the gods. Another 8 divine emissaries descended. But this time, they had all descended from the passage of the gods. Seriously, what kind of experts can appear in the lower realms, forcing us to come down? This place is not comfortable at all. The 8 divine emissaries came out of the passage of the gods one after another, their hearts full of complaints. They felt that this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Damn, what is this? There's a dangerous aura, it's aimed at us. As soon as they appeared, they saw a huge creature aiming at them, and their minds became restless. "Welcome, everyone, to my territory." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the battleship opened fire. With the passage of the gods as a backup, the battleship had endless supplies. The cannons in the front row all opened up, and a sky full of destructive light beams shot out. "Not good, we've been ambushed." The divine emissaries were used to being high and mighty. How could they have realized that someone from the lower realms was ambushing them? Mere people from the lower realms dare to ambush us? Damn it! One of the divine emissaries disdainfully charged through the air, but was instantly hit by the light beams. His tyrannical body was riddled with holes, and his defensive armor was destroyed. The divine emissaries would never forget this scene. Powerful as they were being attacked by a strange battleship. The armor that they were so proud of, as well as their defensive treasures, were destroyed by the enemy's attack. Beams of light bombarded their bodies, piercing through their tyrannical divine bodies, leaving behind scars. They couldn't even retaliate. In less than a moment, their faces were filled with fear. "Go back. We can't hold on anymore. I want to go back." However, how could Lin Fei let them go back? The light beams ignored their defenses, and their tyrannical divine bodies were riddled with holes. After struggling for a while, they were blasted into pieces by the battleship. After all, no matter how strong they could not replenish their god force in time. It was normal for them to be blasted to death. How satisfying. Lin Fei lost count of the number of cannons he had fired. He only knew that he had used up 20% of the god force he had stored. Lin Fei put away the God King grade godhead and sat cross-legged on the battleship again, absorbing god force as he waited for the next batch of god kings to appear. When the disciples of the 8 major sects saw the divine envoys reappear, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. However, they were greatly disappointed. The 8 divine envoys were killed once again. They looked at Di Tian with an expression of extreme fear. From now on, these people would only be able to cultivate like this, outside the God Thunder Mountain. The people in charge of the 8 god emperors were paying attention to the situation, hoping that the divine emissaries would report the situation. The God Force whirlpool is absorbing crazily again. The God Force whirlpool that had stopped earlier began to draw in God Force again. A trace of unease arose in their hearts. "Lord, it's not good. The divine emissaries we sent down have fallen." Someone came to report immediately. This time, their expressions really became ugly. Impossible, they just went down. Who could kill them in such a short time? Is there a mistake? They could not believe it was true. Send again. No matter how strong that person in the lower realm is, his combat power is only at the peak of 9 stars God King realm. The heavenly axiom does not allow the appearance of a godly venerable. I don't believe that person in the lower realm can recover so quickly. It had to be said that this was a good idea. The second batch of divine emissaries was sent down. This time, there were 16 divine emissaries. They believed that it would be enough this time. Less than an hour after they went down, bad news came again. Chapter 1826. The Tomb of the God of Sin Battlefield. At this moment, the Tomb of the God of Sin Battlefield had become the domain of the other side. The 7 overlords and the strongest races, who were unwilling to leave, finally realized what true strength was. They were so strong that they could take care of the gods' envoys wave after wave. How many waves has it been? It seems to be the 12th wave. Hundreds of oracles have fallen on the battlefield of the Tomb of the God of Sin. Dian is too terrifying. With that terrifying warship, no matter how many divine emissaries come, they will all fall on this battlefield. They all saw it very clearly. For example, right now, another group of oracles had arrived. As soon as these divine envoys descended, they were immediately attacked by the terrifying warships. The densely packed beams of light caused their scalps to go numb. No matter how tyrannical their defense was, in front of this attack, it was useless. Even the divine emissary had been killed, let alone them. The strongest. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles. Perhaps Dian was the strongest person right now. As long as Dian guarded the passage of the gods, the oracles from the upper realm who came down from the upper realm would die. This was not a joke at all, it was a fact. Dian had finally witnessed something that he would never have dared to imagine normally. Only Dian was capable of guarding the passageway of the gods and killing gods' envoys all by himself. Before an expert surpassing the God King stage descended, Dian would be the strongest existence. The 7 overlords started to hesitate. Should they choose to lower their heads? If they could go to the passageway of the gods, they would definitely be able to break through their current realms and become mighty God Kings. They did not dare to rashly go over. Especially the Senluo overlord and the others. At this moment, he was completely convinced. The 8 powerhouses were swept clean, and they even personally killed the upper realm's god envoys. They would not dare to do such a cruel thing even if they were given 100 guts. Now that the path to advancement was in Dian's hands, they had no choice but to start considering it. Going against Dian? They no longer had such thoughts. Even if they advanced to the God King realm, they would not be able to block the attack of a battleship that was similar to a battle fort. They did not see the god emissary being smashed into pieces the moment he came down. However, they were unwilling to leave just like that. Wait a little longer. Is there grass growing in the brains of those guys up there? On the warship, Lin Fei was amused. "My lord," Xianxia said, "they're really full of shit. They're trying to get them to come down here and use up your strength. But they never would have guessed that as long as the passageway of the gods is open, you won't even need to use your strength." Lin Yi flattered. During these days, he had also been absorbing divine power, and his strength had also broken through to the 7-star divine king realm. Lin Fei had occupied the passage of the gods for a few days now. The higher-ups kept sending divine emissaries down, as if they wanted to waste time with him. Lin Fei quite liked this method. As long as a batch came down, they would be smashed to pieces. Even so, the higher-ups kept sending god kings down, as if they were prepared to fight a war of attrition with him. Since they like this, I'll continue playing with them. Let's see who has a headache. Lin Fei didn't care. Although the warship's divine power was maintained at around 70%, he was very satisfied. By the way, Master, the leaders of the 7 overlords and the strongest races are still around. Should we capture them? Lin Yi asked. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. They all have the support of the higher realm. There's no need to offend them. My current enemies are the 8 god emperors. Lin Fei was very clear that as long as the god emperor's god envoys came down, the 8 sects would find trouble with him sooner or later. This was needless to say. Reconciliation? That was simply impossible. When the white-robed primal chaos suggested guarding the passageway of the gods, Lin Fei agreed after some thought. Now that he was guarding here, he would kill one if there was one, and then kill 2 if there was a pair. At least he would be able to stop the 8 sects from coming down. The only thing Lin Fei didn't expect was that the benefits of the passageway of the gods weren't just limited to stopping the 8 god emperors' people from coming down. Lin Fei was very relaxed. But to the people in charge of the divine world, they had a headache. After a few days, they didn't gain anything. As long as someone went down, they would be killed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They reported the news and waited for the higher-ups to deal with it. They really couldn't deal with it. Previously, they planned to waste the other party's energy. However, the people who went down were killed in a short while. In addition, the god power whirlpool was absorbing god power crazily. They realized that it wasn't a good thing to continue like this. They had to inform the higher-ups. The 8 god emperors left after opening the passageway of the gods. They didn't need to care about such a small matter. The lower realm was just a primal chaos. They couldn't do anything. After all, the strength of the lower realm was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. God envoys were enough. When they heard the news, they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought that primal chaos was stopping their people from going down. Among the experts in the lower realm, besides primal chaos, no one else had such strength. This was also what they expected. Primal chaos wouldn't be willing to be captured without a fight. It was certain that he would stop them. If the 8 god emperors knew that it wasn't primal chaos below, they definitely wouldn't be so indifferent. Instead, they would immediately pay attention to it. They might even check it out personally. This matter was easy to solve. The 8 god emperors condensed a peak god king attack mark and ordered someone to bring it over. They could directly use it in the lower realm. The divine world didn't lack experts. They didn't lack god king experts either. The 8 god emperors' orders were simple. They kept sending people down to exhaust primal chaos. The treasures imbued with the attack mark were also mixed in with a god king. As long as they reached the lower realm, they could attack when primal chaos wasn't prepared. It was guaranteed that they would be able to heavily injure primal chaos. This was a good idea. Unfortunately, the person they encountered was Lin Fei. In order to perfect the plan, they sent 7 to 8 waves of god envoys down to confuse primal chaos. When the 9th wave of people went down, there were a total of 8 god emperors hidden in it. It was to catch primal chaos off guard. Lin Fei was indeed caught off guard. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't pay attention to these god envoys. As long as they came, he would immediately start bombarding them and turn them into beehives. But this time, the moment they came out, they used the god emperor's imprints in the direction of Lin Fei. The 8 god emperor's imprints were shocking. They sealed off all directions of Lin Fei. Fatal blow. A true fatal blow. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die on the spot. It was just that this person wasn't Lin Fei. After they used the god emperor's imprints, although the attack was only at the peak god king level, the Tao contained in it was deeper, and the killing power was greater. Invincible defense was instantly activated. This was Lin Fei's strongest defensive trump card. After expending a large amount of god power, he finally managed to block it. But because of this, he also angered primal chaos, causing a group of god king experts to be blasted into pieces. Chapter 1827. Using the Divine Emperor's mark to attack had infuriated Lin Fei. If it wasn't for his invincible defense, he would have been caught off guard and even killed on the spot. He had to vent his anger. However, in the eyes of others, Dian had become even more monstrous. Even an attack that surpassed the peak of the Divine King stage could not kill Dian. What was there left to do? He was going to kill as many as he came. They could all feel the terrifying attack of the Divine Emperor's mark. They knew that they did not have the ability to withstand such an attack. However, Dian withstood it easily and defeated the other party. He was extremely powerful. Thoughts? At this moment, they did not have any thoughts. The disciples of the 8 major sects who were being restrained also calmed down and did not dare to have any thoughts. On the battlefield of the Divine Tomb, Dian had become the indomitable #1 expert. At least, that was what they thought. Even the divine envoys were no match for him, let alone the rest of them. In a certain place in the territory far away, in a sealed space, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and let out a smile. Dian is really extraordinary. He actually let a few old guys condense a divine emperor's mark to kill him. This is really unbelievable. The white-robed Hun Dun was very confident in his judgment. When it really happened, he was even more shocked. The divine kings were like ants, easy to kill. Not everyone could block the divine emperor's imprint. I've made the right move. The white-robed Hun Dun Dun retracted his gaze and turned to look at the huge stone pillar in the depths of the space. A ray of light flashed. Little guy, just hang in there. Master, are you going to the divine realm? Lin Fei had a temper. Just now, the divine kings had used the divine emperor's mark to launch a sneak attack on him. This had infuriated Lin Fei and made him want to kill his way to the divine realm. Of course, they used a sneak attack on me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm afraid of them. Lin Fei didn't care so much. I'm just asking you, can you send me over? Lin Fei clearly knew that the killing blow just now was definitely not something they could use. The great path contained in it was extremely terrifying, like a supreme king. As long as one was not an idiot, he would be able to determine who did it. Only the 8 supreme deity emperors had the ability to condense such a killing blow. Let me think about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Although there was a barrier between the lower realms and the god realm, it wasn't that easy to break through. He believed that the little fiend would have a way. Master, I have an idea. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei and quickly came up with a solution. Speak. Master, I've just analyzed the passage of the gods. There's a terrifying aura inside, but it's targeted at godly venerable rank experts. In other words, godly venerable rank experts can't come down. Master is currently a 9-star divine king, so you're within the range where you can move. As long as Master uses up his divine power, I can send you through the passage of the gods. However, you can't stay there for too long. Lin Fei knew that the little devil would not let him down. How long can I last? 1 hour. That's enough. Lin Fei handed over the matter of the divine tomb to Lin Yi. Since the 8 magnates were dead, the remaining people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. With Lin Yi holding the fort, he would just go up and take a stroll. Of course, the most important thing was to teach them a lesson and plunder their divine power. This was also Lin Fei's other goal. Master, you just need to enter the warship. Lin Fei was very confident in the warship, which had been modified many times. The passage of the gods shouldn't affect the warship too much. All right. The next moment, the little devil's voice was heard. I'm going to send you over. Boom. The warship exploded with a tyrannical force and plunged into the passage of the gods. Those who had been paying attention to the fight were all stunned. What? What was Di Tian trying to do? Was he going to attack the divine world? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The passage of the gods was not as peaceful as Lin Fei thought it would be. Boundless spatial energy swept across the warship like a hurricane, leaving behind white marks. The cabin also began to shake as if it would fall at any moment. What a terrifying spatial power. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such spatial power. It's precisely because of this terrifying spatial power that ordinary people can't break through the barrier of space. Our warship can withstand this spatial power. Master, don't worry. Lin Fei was indeed worried that the warship wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. As the warship continued to rise, the spatial power pressed down like a vast ocean. The terrifying aura made even Lin Fei's heart palpitate. Terrifying, it was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, everything was just as the little demon had said. The warship was top-notch and did not disappoint Lin Fei as it withstood the attacks of the spatial power. The passage of the gods was indeed terrifying. After a simple analysis, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. If one wanted to ascend to the divine world, one had to be a godly venerable. Godly kings might not be able to withstand this spatial power. As for descending to the divine world, it seemed simple, but it wasn't a place that ordinary godly kings could descend. Otherwise, those godly emperors wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to open the passage. None of this had much to do with Lin Fei. Currently, Lin Fei's attention was focused on the end of the passage. Outside the lightning god mountain, the subordinates of the 8 godly emperors were there. The first batch of divine envoys that were sent out carried the godly emperor's mark that the Lord God Emperor had personally refined. In their opinion, they would definitely be able to injure that fellow in the divine world. No one could withstand the attack left behind by the Lord God Emperor. The subordinates of the 8 godly emperors gathered together, waiting for good news from the divine world. Those in charge here were not godly kings, but godly venerable ones. It was difficult for a heavenly god to break through to the godly king realm, and the difficulty for a godly king to break through to the godly venerable realm was more than 100 times more difficult. Those who could become godly venerable ones were considered small giants in the divine world. Those who were assigned by the godly emperor to be in charge of this place were naturally of high status. I heard that the one who stopped us down there was chaos. I wonder if it's true or not. Who cares if it's true or not? Even if it's true, it's all in the past. No matter how powerful he is, he can't do anything. The Lord God Emperor personally refined the ultimate move. Chaos has been suppressed for a long time, and his strength hasn't recovered much. He won't be able to withstand the attack. Yes, all we need to do is wait here for news. The 8 godly venerable ones were chatting and laughing. One was a lower realm, and the other was the divine world. The difference between the two was too great. They didn't think that chaos could overturn the heavens. Back then, it was the era of the 9 godly emperors. Now, it was the era of the 8 godly emperors. In the future, it might be the era of the god emperors. A suppressed godly emperor had become a thing of the past. No one would care about him. Boom. Suddenly, the world shook, and a loud rumble came from the passage of the gods. Chapter 1828. No one would have thought that someone would rush out from the passage of the gods. It was relatively easy to go to the lower realms with the passage opened by the God King, but it wasn't easy to come up from the lower realms. First, one needed a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of space. Without sufficient strength, even the strongest body would be torn to shreds by the power of space, including godheads. The power of space from the lower realms to the upper realms was the most terrifying. At this time, someone from the lower realms suddenly came up. The heavenly gods and god kings guarding outside were stunned. Could it be someone from the lower realms? That didn't seem possible. After all, they had a mission to go down. They couldn't come up until they completed it. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard someone talking. The person seemed to be quite emotional. What was going on? Is this the divine world? Lin Fei controlled the warship to charge forward. Thick divine power surged in. He couldn't help but squint his eyes at the refreshing feeling. I've been trying my best to obtain god power in the lower realms, but in the divine world, god power doesn't require any capital. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. In the face of the boundless god power, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. After a short while, Lin Fei started to scan the surroundings. What a strong aura. This should be a hierarch expert. Lin Fei immediately noticed the 8 eye-catching auras. Then, there were a lot of god kings and heavenly gods sealing off the area. The area was almost completely sealed off. What terrifying lightning. Suddenly, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the endless lightning bolts in the distance, he could still feel the impact of the lightning even from afar. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if a bunch of these lightning bolts came, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens. Hey, who are you? Who allowed you to come up here? A strange warship came out of the passage of the gods. Immediately, a dozen god kings surrounded it. After all, the appearance of a strange warship was very suspicious, especially since they had never seen such a warship before. A few prideful god kings flew over and prepared to ask about the situation. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and went directly to the warship. He looked around and found that only the 8 ultimate god experts were a threat. The rest were not much of a threat, so he decided not to hold back. I'm here to kill. With that, Lin Fei returned to the warship. The dozen or so god kings that flew over were all stunned. They could not help but roar with laughter as disdain filled their eyes. As god king powerhouses, they had a very high status in the god world. When had they ever been looked down upon by anyone before? Moreover, it was from the mouth of a young man. How arrogant. I want to see how you kill people. Capture him. The dozen or so god kings realized that this person might be related to the god kings that had died in the lower realm. Regardless of the consequences, they had to capture him first. If they could interrogate him, that would be the best. In the distance, the 8 ultimate god experts also saw the strange battleship. Interesting. This kid is really bold. He actually came up from the lower realm through the passage of the gods. Looks like this warship is quite extraordinary. Could it be a top-grade war treasure left behind by the battle clan? Doesn't seem like it. A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the ultimate gods. Although this thing was useless to them, it was equivalent to an excellent treasure if they gave it to their disciples. Where else could they find such a good thing? Due to their high status and the fact that everyone was present, they would not do it themselves. It was best to let their subordinates do it. Whoever could snatch it would be the strongest. Although the 8 god kings seemed to be very harmonious, there were still conflicts between them. It was just that they were perfectly controlled within a certain range. A strange warship that was quite extraordinary. The 8 ultimate gods were a little tempted. If one of their subordinates snatched it, it would be a good blow to the other ultimate gods. It would also make them look very proud. The dozen or so god kings secretly received instructions and did not take the young man seriously. He was just relying on a strange warship and probably did not have any real ability. They rushed over with a murderous aura. At this time, the giant warship also moved. The warship stopped in the air above the passage of the gods. 1,000 small cannons were all opened, revealing the black muzzles. Some god kings laughed. Ha ha ha, that kid is going to attack us. I'm afraid these small cannons won't even be able to break through our defenses. Capture this kid alive, ha ha ha. With Lin Fei's order, 1,000 cannons were fired. In this place filled with boundless divine power, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Boom boom boom. 1,000 cannons were fired. The scene was quite shocking. Whoosh 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 tilde a sky full of light beams bombarded the dozen or so god kings. A few of the god kings did not care, but when the beam of light shot over, their faces could not help but change. They felt a sliver of danger. However, as soon as they thought of that, they were blown away. Their bodies became riddled with cracks, and they collapsed. The attack of 1,000 cannons severely injured the dozen or so god kings. The second wave of attacks came, and the god kings were blasted to pieces. The originally motionless vortex of divine power once again went berserk, and it surged into the warship. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so god kings were blasted to pieces. The god kings guarding outside were all dumbfounded, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. These were god kings. How could they be blasted to death in the blink of an eye? At this level, god kings were not so easy to kill, but now a god king had been blasted to death by a warship. They had never encountered such a thing before. Before they could digest this, the strange warship in the sky above the passage of the gods once again fired a sky full of light beams at them. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of attacks came, and the attacks did not stop. The gods in charge of guarding were attacked from all sides, and they suffered heavy casualties in a short period of time. Regardless of whether they were heavenly gods or god kings, they could not withstand the destructive power of the warship at all. We can't block it. This is too terrifying. Damn, what kind of warship is this? Even the battle bastions of the past weren't this terrifying. My battle robes were destroyed after blocking 2 attacks. No one dared to charge forward. Everyone retreated, hoping to get out of the attack range. However, the warship's attack range was very long, and it was impossible for them to leave in a short period of time. Lin Fei stood on the warship, looking at the crumbling crowd. His eyes narrowed again. Continue to attack. This is the feeling I want. With the support of a vast amount of divine power, the warship seemed to be filled with oil, and it vented to its heart's content. Despicable brat, die. Chapter 1829. P.S. Only one update today. The scene of mass destruction and massacre infuriated the 8 ultimate gods. In the beginning, they did not care much about the warship. In the divine world, as long as the divine emperors did not make a move, almost no one could threaten them. But now, a strange warship could launch a terrifying attack and severely injure the heavenly gods and divine kings. They, who had always been high and mighty, could not accept it. One of the ultimate gods under Emperor Jianghu personally made a move. A huge palm was formed and slammed down on the warship. The divine power that was originally devoured by the warship also paused for a moment. Much of it was dispersed, showing how powerful the palm was. What a powerful attack! As expected of a ultimate god expert, Lin Fei noticed them as soon as they made their move. He had been keeping his guard up against those ultimate god experts ever since he appeared. No one could sit still in such a one-sided massacre, let alone ultimate gods. They had to make a move. Turn around and blast it away. Lin Fei also wanted to test the warship's true power. The heavenly gods and divine kings who had collapsed were no longer a threat. 1,000 cannons aimed at the top of their heads, and a dense barrage of light beams blasted out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ultimate god under Emperor Jianghu was called Ultimate God Etienne. The power of his palm was enough to severely injure the strange warship. He did not believe the warship could fight back. The sky full of attacks instantly shattered half of the palm. Ultimate God Etienne's expression turned ugly. He waved his hand and sent out a few more palm strikes. No matter how powerful the strange warship was, it could not withstand it. Whoosh! Ultimate God Etienne had underestimated the warship's power. As soon as the palm shadows left, the warship moved instantly, causing all the attacks to miss. The cannons turned and fired at the heavenly gods and divine kings nearby. Many experts died. Damn it! Stop the warship. Lin Fei made a feint and attacked the heavenly gods and divine kings again. The divine kings, in particular, attacked them while collecting their godheads and storage rings. He could not miss out on such good stuff. After the warship had been modified, its speed had increased by a large margin. Its reflexes were also exceptionally agile, especially with Battle Number 1 controlling it. It kept moving back and forth. Divinity Heavenleen was unable to stop the warship, and he felt that he had lost face. This warship was too hateful. When he captured the person inside, he would definitely make him die a horrible death. The other ultimate gods could no longer remain calm when they saw the warships charging at the godly kings and heavenly gods. Bastard! This guy is really a bastard. These were all the people they had brought with them. If they really died here, they would have no idea how they were going to explain themselves when they returned. They hated the people in the battleship to death. Without any regard for the consequences, they drew their god-king weapons and attacked the battleship. When the divine venerables took action, the power of heaven and earth was mobilized. 8 terrifying attacks locked onto the warship. Lin Fei could easily sense their furious killing intent. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Battle Number 1 controlled the warship and used its cannons to attack the godly venerables. At the same time, the huge body of the warship rammed into the moving heavenly gods and god kings. Bang bang bang! The divine bodies of the heavenly deities and divine kings were powerful, but at this moment, they could not withstand the collision of the warships. They were smashed into pieces, and divine sparks exploded one after another. At this moment, the warship was like a peerless, ferocious beast. Run! This warship is too terrifying. Outside the god's Thunder Mountain, it was already a mess. Even the ultimate god minor giants could not restrain their subordinates. The strange warship was like a ferocious beast, constantly smashing people into pieces. This kind of scene was not something that could be seen at any time. It was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. What was the use of having a powerful divine body? One would still be smashed into pieces with just one collision. The attacks of the 8 ultimate god minor giants were also suppressed by the light beams that filled the sky. For a moment, they could not get close to the warship. The expressions of the 8 ultimate god minor giants were uncertain. They had not encountered such a thing in a long time. If they did not take down the other party, they would really become a laughingstock if word got out. The attacks that filled the sky were also giving them a headache. The attacks were too intense, and there was almost no pause. This undoubtedly blocked them outside and at the same time, increased the distance between them. Even though they were ultimate gods, they could feel the terror of the light beam attacks. They had no choice but to take out their treasures to block them. They did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Even the 9 stars peak divine kings were mercilessly smashed into pieces. Even the ultimate gods had to take this seriously. Star-stabilizing divine pearl. One of the ultimate gods took out a pearl the size of a fist. As soon as the pearl was taken out, the attacks that filled the sky instantly stopped. Time within the surrounding area seemed to have stopped. Come out. The other ultimate gods realized that this was an opportunity. Heaven-relying divinity slammed his palm on the strange warship. He wanted to forcefully destroy the warship to vent his anger. The other ultimate gods had the same idea. While the treasures were suppressing the attacks of the warship, they attacked with all their might. Their attacks landed on the warship one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The warship shook non-stop as if it would fall at any moment. Time technique. Lin Fei had already expected this. Ultimate gods were not like god kings. They had powerful techniques in their hands, especially top-notch bloodline techniques. They were not easy to deal with. Several attacks landed on the warship. The warship merely shook a little. On the surface, it did not suffer any damage. However, it had consumed a lot of divine power. Master, it's impossible for them to break the warship quickly. Little Devil said proudly, the warship can use divine power to block the enemy's attacks. In the divine world, divine power is vast. It can be replenished even faster. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was good. Break the time technique's suppression. In an instant, divine power surged. Thousands of light beams inside the warship broke the time technique's influence. Once again, the warship charged toward the escaping god kings. It did not have the mood to fight the ultimate gods. This time, they were here to collect the god kings' godheads. Although ultimate godheads were good, they were not easy to obtain for the time being. The fist-sized star-stabilizing divine pearl was shaken. The ultimate gods' faces turned pale. When they looked at the undamaged warship, their expressions turned ugly. Once again, they took out the pearl. Attack. We have to keep attacking. This was the first time the other ultimate gods had failed in front of the warship. Their hateful attacks could easily kill a 9-star peak god king. However, they were blocked by the warship. After a short moment of shock, the ultimate gods attacked again. No matter what, they could not let the warship escape. Boom, boom. The star-stabilizing divine pearl was still very useful. It kept the warship in check. The 7 ultimate gods attacked the warship with all their might. The warship also faced its first difficult test. In less than a moment, the ultimate gods' attacks left marks on the warship. Many places were dented. This gave the ultimate gods hope. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. However, the most annoying thing was that the warship kept distancing itself from them. They could not attack at close range. This made them grit their teeth. Chapter 1830. It was the first time the 8 godly venerable ones could not handle a strange warship. The fierce attacks kept suppressing them, preventing them from getting close. What they could not accept the most was that the strange warship could withstand their attacks. This was something they did not dare to think about. They were godly venerable ones, and godly kings could be killed in a few moves. Yet, the warship could withstand their attacks and return to normal in less than a moment. This made them feel very helpless. Seeing the bodies of the heavenly gods and god kings being smashed to smithereens, it was like being slapped in the face, burning with pain. Even now, they still had no idea who the people in the battleship were. Could it be someone under the upper realm's godly venerable ones? Other than them, these godly venerable ones could not think of anyone in the lower realm who could be so powerful. Master, it's almost time to go down. Lin Fei had obtained quite a number of godly king godheads. Almost none of the godly kings could escape. All of them were killed on the spot. Let's go down. Not only did Lin Fei obtain godly king godheads, but he also absorbed a lot of divine power and stored a large amount of divine power. He was very confident. Most importantly, he had fought with godly venerable ones. Godly venerable ones were not as strong as imagined. Stop him. We can't let the warship escape. The 8 godly venerable ones had been chasing behind the warship. As soon as they saw the warship turn around, they took out their godly king treasures and attacked. The giant warship withstood the attacks and displayed a strong defensive ability. Once again, the 8 ultimate gods felt helpless. They felt that their lifetime of cultivation had gone to waste. Otherwise, how could they not even be able to break a warship? Someone's coming out. Suddenly, a person appeared on the warship. It was a very young guy with a faint smile on his face. Godly venerable ones are only SOSO. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up, which made the 8 godly venerable ones very angry. At that moment, a black dot appeared in front of them and attacked them. The 8 godly venerable ones were in a state of anger. They took out their treasures and attacked. Boom! A terrifying aura rose up and connected into one, spreading outwards. The 8 ultimate gods were originally quite far away from each other. However, Lin Fei had slowed down and caught up to them. Naturally, he was attacked first as he closed the distance between the 8 ultimate gods. The 8 ultimate gods were engulfed by the terrifying attacks. As for the remaining experts, their eyes were wide with disbelief. Someone had come up from below, and not only had he killed their god king, he had even gone down the passageway of the gods. That was insane. Cough, cough, cough. A terrifying aura swept out. The 8 ultimate gods appeared in ragged clothes. Looking at the injuries on their bodies, they could not believe that they had been tricked. Fortunately, they were godly venerable experts. If they were godly kings, they would have been killed on the spot. That kid is too treacherous. Bastard. What a bastard. I must kill him. I must kill him, this bastard. The 8 ultimate gods had never been so angry. If the other party was an ultimate god, they might not be so angry. However, the other party was a young man with no ultimate god aura, only a god king aura. This was a provocation to their ultimate gods. When they came out again, the battleship had disappeared without a trace. After asking the survivors, they found out that the guy had gone down the passageway of the gods. The 8 ultimate gods were dumbfounded. He went down? What were they supposed to do? The difficulty of going down to the lower realm was far harsher than going up. Even god emperors would find it difficult to go down. The consumption was too great, so it was completely unnecessary. If a godly venerable expert went down, he would die without a doubt. No one could withstand the attack of the heavenly Tao. This kid is dead for sure. He's too bold. It's a pity we can't kill him with our own hands. Could it be that the kid is playing some trick? The 8 ultimate gods surrounded the passageway of the gods with gloomy expressions. If that kid really went down, they really had no way to deal with him. Anyone who went down the passageway of the gods would die without a doubt, let alone a god king. Maybe that kid thinks he can't escape and can only go down to fight for that sliver of a chance. Escape? Yes, that guy really can't escape. Perhaps that was really the case. They wouldn't admit that they couldn't do it. They could only say that the other party was afraid of them, so he went down the passageway of the gods. Yes, that must be the case. That kid is bold, but he offended the 8 of us. No one in the divine world would dare to take him in. Only by offending us will he have a chance of survival in the lower realm. We must find out which faction arranged this kid. His provoking us, the 8 ultimate gods, and even more so, His Majesty. We must investigate thoroughly. It must be those guys who are secretly jealous of His Majesty and deliberately arranged this show. We must find out who's behind the scenes. Godly venerable experts still cared a lot about their reputation. They sealed the remaining people's mouths and reported the news to their superiors. However, although their idea was good, the news still spread in the shortest time possible. The divine world was huge. The 8 godly emperors were powerful and qualified to aspire to the position of God Emperor. However, it didn't mean that they were the strongest. There were also some godly venerable experts whose strength could rival godly emperors. On the surface, these godly venerable experts were convinced, but in private, they were quite dissatisfied and often caused trouble. This time, when the 8 godly emperors opened the passageway of the gods, countless eyes were secretly watching the situation at the gods' lightning mountain. They would destroy it whenever they had the chance, not allowing the 8 godly emperors to achieve their goal easily. Of course, all of this was done secretly. There were always people watching the god's lightning mountain. A strange warship had come from the lower realm and killed the 8 godly emperor's men wantonly. Even the godly venerables couldn't cause any damage to it. The news spread immediately. The godly venerable experts of the divine world received the news. Some people even recorded the scene. The entire divine world was shocked. Someone actually attacked the 8 godly emperor's men in front of them, killing in all directions, and finally leaving behind the words "godly venerables are only SOSO." It was really satisfying. The various godly venerable experts were secretly guessing which godly venerable expert this young man was. They were happy that the 8 godly emperors were having a hard time. Everyone was investigating in private, especially the warship that the young man was riding on. It was absolutely terrifying. Even a godly venerable expert couldn't destroy it. It was obviously not ordinary. Some people argued that it was because the attacks of the 8 godly venerable experts were suppressed. If the 8 godly venerable experts' strength was not suppressed, they would definitely be able to damage the warship. Chapter 1831. While the undercurrents were surging in the divine realm, Lin Fei successfully came down from the passage of the gods. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he had spent a lot of divine power. In the words of the little devil, it was a necessary disguise. Otherwise, the heavenly axiom would strike him down with terrifying divine lightning. He returned to the tomb of the gods' battlefield. The disciples of the 8 major sects were dumbfounded once again. He could come down from there? Did he have to bully them like that? After Di Tian entered the passage of the gods, they thought that he was courting death. Even the upper realm did not dare to send people down, let alone Di Tian. But the result gave them a huge shock. He could go up and down as he pleased. It was no different from going home. Their original thoughts were instantly extinguished. Previously, they had hoped that Di Tian would die in the passage. When the oracle came down, he could easily reverse the situation. Now, it was better to stay obediently. It was a luxury to hope for something to happen to Di Tian. He was alive and well now, and he even occupied the tomb of the gods' battlefield. It was not something that could be reversed by anyone. Although the trip to the divine realm was short, Lin Fei had gained a lot. Not to mention the God-King level godhead, the divine power absorbed was far more than the ones below. What flowed above was divine power. As long as the system madly absorbed it, it could be used. In the tomb of the gods' battlefield, a part of it would be consumed. Losing 10% of the divine power was also a big waste. But the loss was far more than 10%. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned was to make arrangements around the passage of the gods. I don't think those godly venerables will come down personally. If they send their divine consciousness down, they will definitely be shocked. Lin Fei stood on the giant warship. At this time, the warship was not damaged. It was intact like a behemoth, and its muzzle was aimed at the passage of the gods. Master, you don't have to be so nervous. Those small giants are all proud and won't come down rashly. They can't afford this kind of loss. They will definitely find a reason to come down and wait for the emperor's orders, the little devil said. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. He was just prepared in advance to teach them a lesson. It's a pity that it's not easy to kill an ultimate god. Otherwise, I would have killed a few of them. Although he had not fought with the divine lords, Lin Fei knew how powerful they were. They could mobilize the power of heaven and earth on a large scale. If it were not for the battleship's constant consumption, they would have boarded the battleship sooner or later. What's so difficult about that? As long as we continue to modify it, it's normal for us to injure the supreme divinities, little Demonis said disdainfully. Transform? Let's wait and see. 200 billion godhoods were just a drop in the bucket. 7 or 8 days passed. The passage of the gods showed no reaction. However, there was someone outside who had sealed the flow of god power. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had not been able to absorb any god power. Lin Fei had already expected this. After all, those ultimate gods were not fools. They would always be able to see some clues. It was normal for them to block the flow of divine power. There wasn't much divine power left. Lin Fei had already stored up a large amount of divine power and could last for quite a few battles. If there were too many battles, he could only run away. Go to the divine world again? That was not possible for a while. According to the little fiend, the passage of the gods was the weakest part of the barrier. Only the 8 great god emperors were able to open up a passageway and stabilize it. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't be so easy. As for whether there were other places like this, no one knew. After killing so many god kings, Lin Fei had no doubt that those ultimate gods must have set up an inescapable net for him outside. As long as he went up, he would be greeted with all kinds of attacks. Go up. Save it. While Lin Fei was on guard, someone came to the battlefield of the divine graveyard and said that he wanted to see him. See me. Lin Fei was very interested. Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him? The person who came was someone Lin Fei had a grudge against. Senluo Overlord, one of the 7 overlords. Lin Fei was very surprised that this person came looking for him. Now that the battlefield of the divine graveyard was under his control, it would be a matter of minutes to deal with these overlords hiding in the corner. He did not even need to show up. Lin Yi could deal with them with a single trip. I think it's better for Master to meet him. Lin Yi's idea was very simple. He is one of the overlords of the lower domain. I heard that someone is supporting him from behind. The person behind him should be the small giants above. This time, the person behind him must have spoken. Whether it was the 8 major sects or the 7 overlords, they all had strong backers. The 8 major sects had the 8 great god emperors. As for who was behind the 7 overlords, it was temporarily unknown. Hearing that the Senluo overlord was looking for him, Lin Fei was very interested. If he wanted to kill the Senluo overlord, he could have done it before. Since he took the initiative to come, Lin Fei did not mind talking to him. The Senluo overlord had never seen such a monstrous guy. The first time he ambushed Di Tian, he suffered a crushing defeat and was blackmailed. He had paid a big price. Originally, he wanted to continue to deal with Di Tian. He did not know that since then, Di Tian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had left the 7 overlords far behind. The Senluo overlord felt that he had lived like a dog. After cultivating for so long, he still could not compare to a junior. When Di Tian occupied the battlefield of the divine graveyard and wiped out the 8 major sects, the Senluo overlord actually wanted to leave. Find trouble with Di Tian? He no longer had this idea because Di Tian's ferocity and terror had been imprinted in his heart. With the backing of the 8 great god emperors, Di Tian still dared to kill them. This was a slap in the face to the 8 great god emperors. Moreover, he occupied the battlefield of the divine graveyard and killed a large number of divine messengers. He had completely offended the 8 great god emperors. Under such circumstances, the Senluo overlord naturally did not dare to fight against Di Tian. He could only choose a corner and watch Di Tian suffer. No matter how powerful those big shots were, Di Tian would not be able to do anything. But who would have thought that Di Tian would do such a shocking thing and give the 8 great god emperors another slap in the face? Daoist Di Tian, long time no see. The Senluo overlord took the initiative to greet Lin Fei the moment he saw him. At this moment, Di Tian was not someone he could deal with. Di Tian could probably kill him with a flick of his finger, especially with the terrifying aura that was released from his body. It was clearly the aura of a divine king, and it was the peak kind. This strength. Daoist Senluo, it has been a while since we last met. I did not expect you to be so bold to come looking for me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said calmly. The Senluo overlord shivered when he was swept by the sharp killing intent. Chapter 1832. The Senluo overlord did not dare to go against Di Tian. It would be depressing if he was killed. Moreover, the person behind him had repeatedly reminded him not to mess things up. He would not dare to act recklessly even if he had 100 guts. He still had to lower his head. Even the person above him was interested in Di Tian. He could not afford to offend him. The Senluo overlord immediately explained that he was not here on his own. He was here on behalf of the person behind him. This was also a subtle warning. Lin Fei's killing intent dissipated. He said with interest, "Oh, interesting. I wonder who you are on behalf of. If you dare to lie to me, I don't mind killing you on the spot. After all, there is still some enmity between us." The Senluo overlord felt his scalp go numb. He thought to himself, this bastard Di Tian is so cruel. I'll let him have his way for now, lest he kills the real me. Daoist Di Tian, it was all my fault in the past. I won't lie to you this time, the Senluo overlord said. Can we find a secluded place? That person doesn't want too many people to know. There's no need. I'll do it here. Lin Fei did not want to change places. If you have something to say, just say it here. I'm very busy. I don't have time to waste. The Senluo overlord gritted his teeth. Fortunately, there was only one godly king in the vicinity. The people from the 8 sects had been sent elsewhere. He was not worried that news would spread. As for Di Tian saying that he was busy, he did not believe it at all. It's like this. You should know that we, the 7 great overlords, actually represent a big shot in the lower realms. My backer says that he wants to see you. The Senluo overlord said carefully, afraid that Di Tian would be angered. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The 7 overlords had people behind them. Everyone in the territory knew that. However, they hid it very well. Almost no one knew about it. They were not like the 8 godly emperors. So your person behind you wants to meet me. Interesting, really interesting, Lin Fei said with a smile. However, if he wants to meet me, let him come personally. I'm not interested in meeting him. In the past, the Senluo overlord would definitely be angry. After all, he was just a small fry. How could he meet his person behind him? Can I set up an array? Sure. The Senluo overlord set up a mysterious formation. Lin Fei had been using the system to analyze the situation. After confirming that there was no danger, he did not leave. He still trusted the system. As long as the Senluo overlord had any ulterior motives, Lin Fei would immediately kill him on the spot. Once the formation was formed, the space around it changed. It was extremely mysterious. All right. The Senluo overlord glanced at Di Tian. My lord will be here soon. Sure. The Senluo tyrant was also impressed by Di Tian's guts. Was Di Tian not afraid that he would play some tricks? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to stay in the formation for so long. Then I'll start. Senluo overlord activated the magic formation and took out a treasure at the same time. After the magic formation was activated, it tore through the layers of space and opened up a small passageway. This was a connection with the upper realm. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seems that the small giants hiding in the depths are secretly taking action. Boom. The small tunnel was completed. A terrifying aura descended from the tunnel. The Senluo overlord was the first to bear the brunt of it. His entire body trembled as if he could not bear the terrifying aura. Lin Fei did not care. He circulated the divine power around his body and shattered the aura. The terrifying aura could not penetrate even half an inch. You're the Senluo overlord's backer. If you have anything to say, just say it. The one who descended was not a person, but a phantom. It could be said that it was formed from divine consciousness and had a portion of its combat power. The phantom's face could not be seen clearly, but it emitted powerful fluctuations. Lin Fei was not too interested in people who did not show their faces. The Senluo overlord lowered his head. When he heard Di Tian's words, the corners of his eyes twitched. In the end, he chose to shut his mouth and say nothing. Daoist Di Tian, you're young and promising. The phantom laughed. As expected of someone who made the 8 godly supremacies suffer. That's easy to say. Lin Fei would not explain. I wonder why you've crossed realms. If you wanted to meet me alone, you've met me now. In a place like the lower realm, Lin Fei did not need to give face to anyone. The heavenly Tao suppressed power. If one came down from above, Lin Fei could easily kill one. Even if it was the clone of a minor giant, it would not be able to gain any advantage. Good, this seat likes people like you. The 8 god emperors reopened the passageway of the Legion of Gods for the sake of the 8 great sects. They wanted the 8 great sects to grow stronger, so they opened up 8 passageways. I want to buy one of those passageways. Name your price. Whether it's godstones, treasures, or even techniques, I'll satisfy you. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and thought to himself, so it's these 8 passages. Ever since the sect leaders of the 8 major sects were wiped out, the 8 gates of gods that were set up were in a state of no use. Recently, the gates of gods had been sealed, so they had lost their transmission function. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Now it seemed that the 8 gates of gods were still very useful to some people. Lin Fei was very clear of the motive of these overlords. They wanted to increase the strength of the 7 overlords. The system had already analyzed this place and found out that this was the weakest spot in the entire space. It was no wonder that they would target this place. That's easy. Lin Fei was not afraid of people improving their strength. If no one comes, I plan to dismantle them all. It's useless to keep them. The Shadow was a peak ultimate god expert in the divine world. In the divine world where the 8 divine emperors were the strongest, ultimate god experts had a very high status, especially peak ultimate gods who had a certain chance to advance to the divine emperor realm and become a big shot. After learning of the emergence of a tyrannical young man in the lower domain, the first thing they suspected was that apart from the chaotic divine emperor back then, no one else could have achieved this. Only later did they find out that the person was not chaotic, but a lucky little guy who occupied the lower realm and caused great damage to the 8 major sects. I can't buy the gates of gods, I only know how to rent them. Lin Fei went on, 1 day's rent is only 100,000 God King Realm Godheads, 1 million God King Realm Godheads, 10 billion Heavenly God Realm Godheads, and a few divine veins. I'm an easy person to negotiate with. Now that there was a chance to take advantage of him, Lin Fei would not miss it. In his opinion, the little fella would definitely agree to buy the door of the gods. However, when he heard this, he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is impossible. Just the ultimate godheads alone were not something he could get his hands on, let alone 100,000 ultimate godheads. What a joke. Chapter 1833. Lin Fei only needed to listen for a moment to know that these hidden powerhouses were planning to expand their power and influence in the lower realm. The 8 great sects had suffered great losses. Their elites and geniuses had all been imprisoned by him. As long as one was smart, he could see the opportunity. For example, the 7 overlords. Their influence had always been limited, unable to expand further. Now that the 8 great sects had lost their opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Lin Fei even suspected that these people knew that he had killed a large number of god kings in the god world. That was why they personally came to him to ask for the Gate of Gods. The Gate of Gods was empty. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to it. Now that someone had taken a fancy to it, Lin Fei was very happy. He had another chance to obtain god sparks. Who asked him to be lacking god sparks? The 200 billion god sparks from before didn't even cause a ripple. Hearing that he couldn't take it out, Lin Fei lost his temper. To be able to be a powerhouse in the god world was also a big deal. He had risked his life to descend his divine sense and allowed him to state the conditions. This kind of condition was enough to provoke this little tycoon quite a bit. Mph, Dao friend Di Tian, this seat can't fulfill your requests. The illusory figure said solemnly, although the Gate of Gods is good, this seat can't agree to any requests. Lin Fei directly turned around, if you can't do it then forget it. In any case, I don't care about you. I believe there will be others who will take a fancy to the Gate of Gods. This made the illusory figure quite angry. Fortunately, his face didn't appear, otherwise his expression would be very ugly. You dare. In the god world, no one dared to say such words in front of a powerhouse. A boundless and terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. In this lower realm, there was no way he could overturn the heavens. He turned around and said, "You're courting death." A giant saber the size of a door appeared out of thin air. With one slash, the terrifying aura was shattered. God power surged and slashed at the illusory figure. This slash was fast and fierce. Not far away, Senluo Overlord was quite frightened. The power of this slash had reached the limit of the heavenly Tao. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could easily reach it. If anyone's power exceeded this limit, they would definitely attract the fierce attack of the heavenly Tao. The illusory giant had never imagined that Di Tian would actually attack him. He had been stunned by a single slash from Di Tian, and the dangerous aura he sensed caused his expression to change drastically. Hold on .. How could Lin Fei stop? He slashed at the phantom with his saber, and a terrifying force tore the phantom into pieces. His divine sense disappeared into the array. The Senluo overlord was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. A chill ran through his body. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. Go back and tell your master that I have the final say in the lower realm. If you want the door of gods, you have to pay the price. You can't just casually threaten someone. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept across the plenitude overlord. I will ... I will immediately send word. The Senluo transcendent immediately turned and left, afraid that Di Tian would kill him. He had personally experienced the might of that saber strike earlier. There was no way he would be able to block it. Lin Fei didn't plan to kill the plenitude overlord. If the god was killed, he would lose a middleman. He still wanted to obtain some guardhoods from the minor overlord. Are my demands really that high? Lin Fei asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not far away, and he heard everything clearly. Not at all. It's just that they think too highly of themselves. They even want to force Master to agree. Lin Yi wouldn't say anything good for them. Master, on the other hand, can wait for them to come knocking. At the same time, inside a shrine in the immortal world, a minor overlord was raging. Damned ants, how dare they destroy my divine sense? What a bastard. This minor overlord had never thought that ants from the lower realm would attack. Their combat strength was also abnormally terrifying. They destroyed the divine sense with a single slash, causing him to lose contact with it. If his clone had gone down, he could have withstood a few slashes, but his divine sense would have been much weaker. The scariest thing was that the attack just happened to be at the limit of the heavenly Tao's suppression. This was another part of the minor overlord's fear. His control of strength was flawless. Not a bit more, not a bit less, but he still had the upper hand. This Di Tian is really not simple. I originally thought that he was relying on the strange warship to be fierce, but now it seems that his strength is also extraordinary. No wonder he could easily kill the god envoys down there. In the lower realm, he is indeed ferocious. To be able to perfectly unleash the ultimate strength would be very terrifying in the lower realm. The minor overlord was very angry. If the news that his divine sense had been destroyed spread, he would definitely be laughed at by many people. We still have to get the door of the gods. It seems like we can only continue talking. The minor overlord suppressed his anger. I still need plenitude overlord to make a few more trips to prevent others from beating us to it. As for finding trouble with Di Tian, this minor overlord couldn't do anything for the time being. If it was in the immortal world, it would be fine. This little bit of strength was nothing to be afraid of. However, in the lower realm, where the heavenly Tao suppressed strength, the other party was the strongest. If he wanted to deal with Di Tian, who knew how much effort it would take? This was also something that he couldn't do anything about. Lin Fei had destroyed the spiritual will of the small magnet, so he wasn't worried that the other party would take revenge on him. The power of the limit of the heavenly Tao was enough for them to take it seriously. After the Senluo overlord, business came one after another. First, it was the myriad Tao overlord, then the Zhenhai overlord, and then the dark embryo overlord. They all came to the battlefield of the divine mausoleum one after another and were very polite. Their goal was the same, the door of the gods. Unlike the Senluo overlord's backer, they didn't send down their divine will directly. Instead, they asked them to talk. Lin Fei was in a good mood. This was a one-to-one deal. Lin Fei didn't want to sell the door of gods. Instead, he chose to rent it out. Whoever offered the highest price would be able to rent it. This time, Lin Fei did not state any specific conditions. Instead, he told them to pass on the message that whoever offered the highest price would rent it to them. The range of choices was godstones, godheads, and divine veins. He was not interested in anything else. This was also what Lin Fei came up with after thinking for a long time. If he could make a profit, he would make a profit. However, Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be so many people who wanted the door of the gods. First, it was the 7 overlords who passed on the message. Then, the strongest race also came to pass on the message. It turned out that the giants of the strongest race also wanted the door of the gods and wanted to increase the power of their forces in the lower realm. This was great news for Lin Fei. The more people who wanted the door of the gods, the happier Lin Fei was. He didn't believe that they wouldn't bleed. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the 8 great god emperors' ruling ability in the higher realm wasn't as strong as he imagined. There were many people who secretly expanded their power. Chapter 1834. There were more ultimate gods who wanted to challenge the door of gods than Lin Fei had imagined. Lin Fei was happy that they had come to his doorstep and wanted to use violence to threaten him. That would be embarrassing. He would directly blow them up and chase them back to the divine world. He was not that easy to bully. The flow of divine power in the passage of the gods had been sealed. Only a small portion of it could reach the lower realm. Lin Fei now felt that it was a waste to abandon this divine power. Compared to the vast amount of divine power he had before, the current divine power was not even comparable to a small river. Now, Lin Fei focused his attention on the hierarch minor giants. At the same time, he was guarding against the people of the 8 great divine emperors. Just like that, a few days passed. When the representatives of the hierarch minor giants came again, Lin Fei knew that there would be a result soon. This time, they did not come alone. They came in groups, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Lin Fei was not worried that they would join forces. The more influence they had in the lower realm, the better it would be for the people of the divine world. The 7 overlords came together. For example, the Senluo overlord was shocked when he came last time. He had seen Di Tian shatter the lord's projection with his own eyes and forcefully counterattack. This time, he had come with a lower attitude. This was something that could not be helped. Di Tian could not be offended. The 7 overlords had just arrived, and now the representatives of the strongest tribes had come. It seemed like they had discussed it beforehand. This saved a lot of time. Lin Fei had been worried that they would come one by one. Since you are all here, you can tell me your result. Lin Fei did not intend to waste any time. He went straight to the point. Whether it was the 7 overlords or the leaders of the strongest tribes, they all frowned slightly. They were not used to this way of speaking. It was as if they were buying vegetables in the market. However, the Di Tian in front of them was not someone they could deal with. No matter how unhappy their backers were with Di Tian, they could not deal with him in a short time. The lower realm was a mysterious place that they could not mess around with. Even their backers did not dare to cause trouble for Di Tian, let alone them. At this moment, Di Tian was like a ferocious person in their eyes. The 8 great sects were completely destroyed, and they also targeted the 8 great sects in the shortest time possible. Their influence increased by a lot, and they completely suppressed the 8 great sects. My lord said that this is not a small matter. He is prepared to talk to you personally. Myriad Dao Overlord was the first to speak. That's what my master said. Master said that he wants to discuss this matter with you personally. Talk to me personally? This is fine. Lin Fei waved his hand and agreed to talk to them personally. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly set up a formation. In the shortest amount of time, a formation was set up and successfully activated. Shortly after, numerous powerful auras descended. These giants from the lower realms all had serious expressions as they welcomed the arrival of the divine wills. Lin Fei squinted, his eyes shining. Sigh, the supreme divinity is also a coward. If the supreme divinity came down, I could at least play with the supreme divinity. There were more than 10 auras descending. Fortunately, there were restrictions on the formation, so the auras were not released. These auras were all divine wills, like a ball of fire, except that there was no hot aura, but it gave people a very terrifying aura. Lin Fei did not care much about it. In the aura, he could still see the back of the Myriad Dao Overlord that was destroyed last time. This time, he still chose to come down. More than 10 powerful auras were still quite terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Fei stomped his feet and erupted with a tyrannical and terrifying aura. Like a hurricane, it swept over the dozen divine wills. Welcome, everyone. I am the controller of the Divine Tomb battlefield, Di-Tian, Lin Fei said with a smile. Not far away, the giants from the lower realms were scared. Di-Tian was really bold. Did he not know who the person in front of him was? Even if it was just a divine will, it was still invincible in this realm. It was these invincible divine wills that Di-Tian actually showed them his strength. This was completely beyond their imagination. Instead, the myriad Dao overlord shrank his neck. He had seen Di-Tian's ferocity with his own eyes last time. It was normal for him to show his strength. Otherwise, he would not be Di-Tian. In the divine wills, the backer of the myriad Dao overlord did not choose to speak. He thought, "Hehe, someone is definitely going to be unlucky again. I won't be the one to stand out." In fact, each of these divine wills represented a small ultimate god giant, and they were all at the peak realm. Even big figures like the divine emperor had to give them face. At this time, a boy from the lower realms actually showed them his strength, which undoubtedly made them very uncomfortable. Provocation. Absolute provocation. "You little ant, do you know who you are talking to now?" One of the divine wills burst out with boundless killing intent, turned into a long spear, and directly stabbed at Lin Fei. This simple stab, if one was not strong enough, would directly shatter his consciousness and become an idiot. "Ant! You are wrong. I am not the ant, it is you." Lin Fei laughed, and punched out with a mountainous fistlight. "You dare to be arrogant in my territory? Do you really think that you are here in person?" Even without the enhancement of his weapon, Lin Fei was still very strong. With a punch, the long spear shattered. Scram back to the divine world. Lin Fei definitely wanted to suppress this divine will. No matter where it came from, in a place like the lower realms, at least it would not be able to cause any trouble. "Supremacy Yin-Yang, if you have something to say, we can talk it out," the backer of the myriad Dao overlord who was killed earlier advised. It turned out that the person who turned the killing intent into a long spear was Supremacy Yin-Yang, a manifestation of the heaven and earth's will. He was usually arrogant and despotic, and never took anyone seriously. This boy from the lower realms dared to show his face, which undoubtedly made Supremacy Yin-Yang very uncomfortable. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach Di-Tian a lesson. If he could turn Di-Tian into an idiot, the door of gods would still be a piece of cake, and he would not need to spend any effort. "No, this brat is too arrogant, and he has the strength of a mere god king," Supremacy Yin-Yang said disdainfully. Lin Fei stepped forward, and a huge door-sized blade appeared in his hand. He slashed at Supremacy Yin-Yang's divine will 3 times, each blade fiercer than the one before, like continuous waves. Supremacy Yin-Yang's divine will once again burst forth with a terrifying aura. One yin, one yang, 2 worlds blocked in front of him. This was his trump card, and just these 2 worlds were not something a god king could break apart. The other divine wills had heard of Di-Tian's tyranny, and his origin was very mysterious. They were happy to see Supremacy Yin-Yang attack, and they could also see if Di-Tian had the ability to do so. If he was turned into an idiot, that would be the best thing. But when Di-Tian executed the 3 blades, boundless killing power erupted, and they were immediately shaken. How is this possible? He grasped the limit of power so quickly. Not good. Supremacy Yin-Yang is in trouble. Chapter 1835. The ultimate god junior giants present were not simple people. They could see what was going on with Lin Fei's move. The attack of the Heavenly Way's limit power was enough to shock them. Lin Fei had perfect control of the attack without any loss of power. They did not come with their real bodies but had chosen a coincidence, so their power was naturally greatly limited. Lin Fei had unleashed an attack that was at the limit of Heavenly Dao right from the start, and it had indeed shocked them quite a bit. The 3 consecutive attacks were all at the limit of Heavenly Dao, which showed how perfect his control over his power was. After all, if they were not careful and exceeded the limit by just a bit, or even just a bit, they would immediately be attacked by Heavenly Dao. It took them a long time to master it. They were shocked that a slightly stronger ant from the lower realm could master it in such a short time. They immediately realized that Yin-Yang Divine Lord was in trouble. Yin-Yang Divine Lord was indeed in trouble. His signature move was instantly shattered by the saber gleam. The third attack landed on his divine consciousness and did not give Yin-Yang Divine Lord any chance to react. The divine consciousness was torn into pieces. Divine consciousness power was limited and defense was even more limited. It was normal for one attack to be split open. Lin Fei already had that power. He did not waste his time these days. In addition, he had the system's perfect control and was not afraid of being attacked by the heavenly way. That was the benefit of being systematic. It's quiet now. Lin Fei put away the door-sized saber and chuckled. However, it was not good news for the ultimate god junior giants present. Di Tian, that ant, was still very powerful. After 3 consecutive attacks, they saw Di Tian's power. At least in the lower realm, Di Tian was quite powerful. It was not the best choice to fight him head-on. Not convinced. Go and try. No one was in the mood for that. They did not see Yin-Yang Divine Lord being sent back. They did not dare to test how much combat power Di Tian had left. Young friend Di Tian, you're really young and promising. Amazing. After a short silence, the ultimate god junior giant said insincerely. There was no need to offend Di Tian for the time being. That was the only thought in their minds. Lin Fei thought someone would jump out, but it seemed that those people were very timid. They were really disappointed in the ultimate gods. I'm usually a friendly person. The only thing I don't like is those who think too highly of themselves. Lin Fei said with a smile, now that the unhappy people have left, we can start talking. After all, everyone's time is precious. If we can solve it as soon as possible, then let's solve it as soon as possible. Tell me your conditions. Lin Fei was very direct. Although the ultimate god junior giant felt uncomfortable, he agreed with Di Tian's words. They should solve the problem as soon as possible. They had to sneak down from above as they could not stay for too long. Then I'll go first. One of the divine wills spoke first. Yama Overlord is one of my people. Little friend's conditions are too high. For example, a hierarch-grade godhead is an extremely precious existence. It's impossible to ask for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of godheads. In the divine world's golden age, there were more than 10,000 hierarchs. But now, the number of hierarchs is less than 1/10 of that number. Regarding this, Lin Fei really did not think too much about it. That's impossible. Your divine world has so many god kings but so few hierarchs. Lin Fei frowned. He still wanted to get an hierarch-grade godhead to summon hierarch experts. But now it seemed that this goal was going to be difficult. The ultimate god junior giant almost rolled his eyes. He wanted to tell this ant loudly. If hierarchs were as common as cabbages, how would they have any status in the divine world? An ant is an ant, you don't know anything. I'm not going to argue with you. Hierarch-grade godhead, that's impossible. However, we can give you a satisfactory answer for god vein, ordinary godheads, and god king grade godhead. Lin Fei did not really want an hierarch-grade godhead. He was just asking for an exorbitant price. Just like buying something else, he just had to ask for it slowly. No hierarch-grade godhead, that's a pity. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Since you don't have that kind of godhead, I'll need to double the price in other aspects. You guys better be prepared. The ultimate god junior giant wanted to curse. However, with Yin-Yang hierarch as an example, they did not dare to do anything for the time being. They were afraid of Di Tian. If they were swept away, they would lose a lot of face. It was not impossible to pay some price for the god princes in the lower realm. The competition for the 8 gates of gods was fiercer than Lin Fei had imagined. None of the ultimate god junior giants were willing to give up this opportunity. Using a god emperor grade godhead to build a gates of gods had a stabilizing effect. This level of godhead was a luxury item that only god emperors had. Very few hierarchs in the outside world had one. That was why they set their eyes on the gates of gods and used this opportunity to expand their influence in the lower realm. They really did not care if they had to pay some price. Lin Fei was only renting and not selling. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. Their angry eyes could kill, but they could not do anything. Sometimes, they resented the heavenly Tao. Why did it leave a restriction to target them in the lower realm? Otherwise, Di Tian would really die without a burial place. You have discussed for so long, but you still haven't come to a conclusion. Why don't we do this? Lin Fei suddenly said. I have a good idea. Since you all want the gates of gods, why don't you all rent them together? You can discuss how to distribute them among yourselves. Wouldn't that be easier? They thought it was a good idea. All the ultimate god junior giants wanted to rent the 8 gates of gods. However, there were only 8 gates of gods and they had a lot of people. Fighting over them would cost them a lot. Di Tian's idea was undoubtedly a good one. Their impression of Di Tian improved a lot. This kid really knew how to do things. Everyone here will pay a fee, and the rest will be up to you. How simple is that? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A day's delay will affect you greatly. If you are not careful, the 8 great God Emperor's people will ask me to make a move. You won't have this chance then. The moment Lin Fei said that, the ultimate god junior giants had to consider the urgency of time. They also wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to use the door of gods to achieve their own goals. Lin Fei's words were very useful. Lin Fei's words forced them to make a decision. Should they continue to delay or should they rent the gates of gods immediately? The result was needless to say. They also realized the urgency of time. If they waited for the 8 great god emperors to make a move, they would lose their chance. More than 10 ultimate god junior giants surprisingly had the same opinion. They offered a shocking price to rent the 8 gates of gods. Chapter 1836. Lin Fei agreed without any hesitation. The godly venerable realm minor overlords were indeed very valuable. Overall, Lin Fei was quite satisfied with their requests. With so many godly venerable realm minor overlords, they did not need to pay a lot of godheads. Tens of billions of godheads, especially heavenly godheads, were nothing. Lin Fei knew that the divine world was vast and had a large population. People were born as sky immortals. Those with high qualifications were even immortal venerables and immortal emperors. A mere heavenly godhead was nothing. Lin Fei was also very satisfied with the God King Godhead. He would fish for as long as he could. Lin Fei was very relaxed. After Lin Fei agreed, they made a request. They had to ensure that everything in the lower realm was operating normally. Lin Fei hesitated for a while before saying, "You've paid the money. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the service. If they really come down, I'll take care of it myself." Lin Fei would do that. He was prepared to rent them out for a few more days. After the godly venerable realm minor overlords finished their discussion and handed over the matters of the lower realm agents, they returned to the upper realm. At this time, they were not willing to publicly offend the 8 great god emperors. As for how they would do it, Lin Fei did not care. After the godly venerable realm minor overlords left, the 7 overlords and the others looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. Half a day later, Lin Fei received the first day's rent. With such a huge income, Lin Fei was very happy. He handed over the 8 gates of gods to them. How they would handle it was their business. The area around the passage of gods was empty again. Lin Fei's main task was to guard this place. This was related to his business. It's been so many days. What did the white-robed primal chaos do? Lin Fei was very curious. As long as a god emperor did not descend, he did not have to worry about the godly venerable realm minor overlords killing him. As Lin Fei thought about it, he refined all the earth-grade divine veins. In the divine world, the depths of the divine world were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Earth-class divine veins contained terrifying god power, and any sect with them could easily become a mid-grade sect. As for high-grade sects, they were a bit lacking. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their earth-class divine veins. Withdrawing his gaze from the passage of gods, Lin Fei once again focused on improving the strength of his 18 clones. It was like a bottomless pit, and he hadn't been able to raise any of them. Divine Thunder Mountain. After another failure. The 8 godly venerables had no choice but to personally report the situation and order for the passage of the gods to be temporarily sealed to prevent the flow of divine power to the lower realm. As long as he didn't have enough divine power, he wouldn't be able to do much in the lower realm, where divine power was scarce. The 8 ultimate gods met the Emperor God and told him about the situation. They were all feeling uneasy as it was related to the future divine sons. The Emperor God took it very seriously, which was why he had arranged for them to guard the place. After the 8 godly emperors learned about the matter, they weren't too angry. At their level, they wouldn't get angry because of anything. They just expressed that they understood. This should be the doing of our chaos. The 8 godly emperors gathered together to discuss the reason behind the matter. No one dares to be presumptuous in front of us except him. The battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm has been occupied, and recently, many godly venerables are eager to try and have begun to communicate with the lower realm. This is extremely disadvantageous to our forces in the lower realm. I suggest that we immediately send out an army to defeat the people left behind by chaos. The exchange of divine senses was very intense. Rumble. Suddenly, the whole world shook. There was an inexplicable commotion in the divine world. The super experts who were in seclusion came out of their cave abodes and appeared in the sky, a trace of uneasiness on their faces. What happened just now? Why did I feel that the divine world is moving? It seems that something bad is about to happen. Some super experts who were good at divination began to calculate, wanting to know what would happen next. The result was quite shocking. In another part of the sky, the original bodies of the 8 godly emperors appeared in the sky. As their divine bodies kept moving, they arrived at a place in the divine world in the blink of an eye. Open. God Emperor Jianghu was the first to arrive. He waved his hand downward, the sky was torn open, and his eyes shot straight into the depths of the space. In the depths, there was a towering stone pillar, which was now broken in two. The pillar of sky-bearing is broken. Rumble. Rumble. The huge movement did not stop. In the blink of an eye, it appeared again. It was spread out in various places in the divine world. The first to arrive were all godly emperors. They tore open the space and looked straight into the depths, a trace of anger and cold killing intent flashing in their eyes. The pillar of sky-bearing is broken. The 8 godly emperors gathered together and said the same thing. A total of 12 are broken. The battlefield of the divine tomb. The huge movement also affected the entire territory. The loud rumble caused everyone in the territory to feel powerless. Lin Fei was in the middle of upgrading the 18 primordial chaos clones. The huge movement caused him to sway. He put away the 18 primordial chaos clones and went outside. What's going on? Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense. There was no problem, but this kind of movement made him feel a trace of unease. But he did not know where this trace of unease came from. Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, another huge movement came. Almost no one could stand in the sky, and they all fell from the sky. What the hell is going on? Lin Fei was very confused. This movement came too inexplicably. In a certain place in the territory, the white-robed Hun Dun stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He was in high spirits, and a pair of sharp eyes shot straight into the sky. 12, almost there. The subordinates standing behind him also revealed excited expressions. If it was not for the leader of such a big event, they would never be able to participate in it for the rest of their lives. They did not even dare to think about it. It was quite a heaven-defying thing. 8 divine emperors, you must be very anxious now. When the barrier between the upper and lower realms is broken again, it will be interesting. The white-robed Hun Dun turned his eyes to another place. Kid, my 200 billion divine sparks are not that easy to get. Since the inexplicable voice appeared, Lin Fei had a bad feeling. It seemed that this matter was done by the white-robed Hun Dun. Apart from him, it seemed that no one else could cause such a movement. Soon, the ultimate god minor giant who was working with Lin Fei sent someone to deliver the news. The person who came was a divine king, and he said respectfully, "My lord said that the 8 divine emperors will personally come to the god's lightning mountain to hold the fort. They will not rule out the possibility of doing it themselves. You must be prepared. What exactly is the reason? Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. He now understood that the 200 billion divine sparks were not that easy to get. Perhaps this was the white-robed Hun Dun's real goal. Because the sky pillar is broken. Speak human language.
Chapter 886. Gu Fei used his divine will to guide the soul power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to kill the primordial spirit of the immortal king. Even a primordial spirit as strong as an immortal king would be killed by the soul of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. There was no suspense. 3 super experts of the mysterious transformation realm had laid down a trap to kill Gu Fei, but they were killed by Gu Fei instead. It was hard to say that no one knew about the alliance between the 3 families, but since they had already been killed, there was no need to fear them. As long as Gu Fei didn't admit it, there was no need to fear the ancient desolate factions. One should know that behind Gu Fei was the Old Turtle, and behind the Old Turtle was the primordial demon clan. Ever since the appearance of the demon ancestor in the northern lands 300 years ago, some super antiques that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken, including a few primordial great demons. The current demon clan definitely had enough strength to contend with the ancient desolate factions. There was no point in thinking too much. After killing the immortal king of the Beitongs, Gu Fei immediately left. The shockwaves of a battle between immortal kings would spread far and wide. It wouldn't be good if others were alarmed. At this time, the extremely powerful aura on Gu Fei's body began to recede like the tide. Soon, he recovered from the state of the secret art of ascension. The secret art of ascension was worthy of being one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei knew that as long as his body could withstand it, he could increase his strength infinitely. 5 times, 10 times, even 20 times. As expected, as soon as Gu Fei left, a few mysterious figures appeared nearby. The shock waves of the battle between immortal kings could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. Someone quickly discovered the fragments of the ruler divine weapon. Even a ruler divine weapon had been shattered. The battle was too intense, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Very soon, someone discovered the corpse of the Zhao family's god king. The corpse of the Zhao family's god king was very special. After being killed by Gu Fei, the corpse actually turned into metal. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they discovered the corpse of the divine king of the Zhao clan. It could be said that the divine king of the Zhao clan was the most famous one recently. The divine weapon king of the Zhao family actually died here. Who actually killed the divine weapon king? The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan had mastered the ability to smelt tens of thousands of divine weapons. His entire person was like a super weapon vault. All the characteristics of the divine weapons that he had refined into his body could be unleashed at will. The title of Divine Weapon King was not given casually. Isn't that a fragment of the 5 elements godly metal? That's right, it's the 5 elements sacred steel. Could it be a fragment of the 5 elements immortal king's 5 elements immortal wheel? The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king also died here? The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king's body had already been torn apart by Gu Fei's 8 steps absolute kill. No one could recognize him. However, the 5 elemental immortal king's natal divine weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone who saw this thought was certain that the 5 elemental immortal king had no chance of surviving. The fact that the Zhao clan's divine weapon king and the Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king had died at the same time shocked everyone. Those were incomparably powerful immortal kings and godly kings. They were not ordinary cultivators, but they were still killed here. Who was it that killed them? When these people discovered the 3rd corpse, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Yet another immortal king. 2 immortal kings and a god king had fallen in the mountain. 3 profound transformation realm experts had been killed at the same time. Even the entire cultivation world had not witnessed such a huge incident in a long time. The news quickly spread, and soon, the identities of the 3 profound transformation realm super experts who were killed also came out. After all the major powers found out who these 3 people were, they were indescribably shocked. The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitang clan, and the void monarch of the Dongfang clan. None of them were weak. The weakest among them was at the 3rd heaven of the profound transformation realm. The strongest among them, the divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, was at the 7th heaven of the mystic transformation realm. However, they had all died. They had been killed in the mountains. Even the imperial divine weapons that they had refined had been shattered. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan seemed very nervous. They sent many experts to search the place where the Void Monarch had died, as if they wanted to find something. In the end, they found a few golden fragments and left in disappointment. This matter caused a huge commotion in the entire cultivation world. Some old antiques began to pay attention to it, but in the end, no one could say who killed the 3 profound transformation realm experts. Perhaps some people knew the truth, but due to various reasons, they didn't say anything. At this time, Gu Fei appeared near the ancient heaven gate. Many people had already gathered near the gate. Even the sect masters of the ancient desolate era were in the vicinity. The sect masters were all celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King. They were old antiques that had lived for countless years, like living fossils. Such people were extremely frightening. Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. He couldn't deal with such antiques at the moment. Although he had burned Dongfang Wudi to death, the antiques of the ancient desolate era were much stronger than him. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Fei would absolutely not want to deal with such existences. Gu Fei carefully roamed the area nearby. He was looking for Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balon. He wasn't worried about the old turtle. With the Tai Huang seal in hand, he didn't fear anyone. Soon, Gu Fei found a secret signal left by He Tian in a valley hundreds of miles away. He followed the signal and finally found Shao Qing and the others in the depths of a dense forest. "Big brother, it's great that you're fine." Shao Qing immediately went up to Gu Fei and gave him a hug. "Big brother, you were the one who did it, right?" He Tian asked in an odd tone. Gu Fei was taken aback. "What is it?" However, he quickly realized what was going on. Hee. "I know you have a lot of enemies, boss, but this time, it's really satisfying." Erebus chuckled in a low voice and said gloomily, "If even you guessed it, then those people should also have guessed that I did it." Gu Fei's expression became incomparably solemn. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. The Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan should be making their move soon. But so what? I, Gu Fei, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei thought of many things. I'll kill whoever comes to kill me. At worst, I'll turn the world upside down. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Chapter 887. Next, Gu Fei and the others waited patiently in the depths of the forest. They wanted to find an opportunity to leave the dangerous pseudo-heaven realm. He Tian went out every day to gather information and pay attention to the movements of the ancient desolation factions. They discovered a phenomenon. Among the people that entered the ancient desolation world, there were no demon clans. There were also arhats from the west. The 100 tribes of the southern desolation also didn't enter the ancient desolation world. It seemed that not every faction could enter the ancient desolation world. The ancient desolation world was controlled by the 4 great clans of the ancient desolation and the 3 great sacred lands. Those that entered the ancient desolation world were all from the ancient desolation world. The Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancient desolation world were very close. They seemed to have joined forces, or perhaps the Dongfang clan had already submitted to the Zhao clan. Otherwise, how could the people of the Dongfang clan enter the ancient desolation world? The old tortoise was definitely an anomaly. No one knew how the old tortoise entered the ancient desolation world. However, some living fossils among the ancient desolation factions had vaguely guessed the old tortoise's identity. The old tortoise's background was too great. All the ancient desolation factions seemed to be afraid of him. Even the primordial Dao master, who had 2 emperor divine weapons stolen by the old tortoise, had to endure it after a great battle with the old tortoise. The 4 almighties of the ancient desolation factions didn't appear. The old tortoise also didn't appear. However, some sect masters began to appear. Moreover, the entrance of the ancient heaven gate was guarded by at least 1 sect master. Not everyone could enter the ancient heaven gate. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Shao Qing's injuries had completely recovered. This was naturally due to Gu Fei's help, allowing her to recover so quickly. The battle between Shao Qing and the young divine king of the Jiang clan had caused Shao Qing to suffer heavy injuries. This kind of injury would require at least a few years to completely recover. However, Gu Fei had plenty of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, he had taken Shao Qing into his inner world and soaked him in the divine spring of life, using the boundless life essence to heal Xiaoqing's injuries. The effect was obvious. In just half a month, Xiaoqing had recovered to his peak state. Moreover, after the fierce battle, Xiaoqing's cultivation had also improved. Old Turtle gave the Golden Divine Pagoda to Xiaoqing and the Divine Sun Pearl to Balan. During this time, both Xiaoqing and Balan tried to refine the Emperor Divine weapons they had obtained. Even though Old Tortoise had erased the mark of the original owner on the two Emperor Divine weapons, it was still difficult for Balan and Xiaoqing to refine the Emperor Divine weapons that Old Tortoise had inserted into their bodies. It was not so easy to refine an Emperor Divine weapon. Although it would take a long time, it was not easy to refine it. In the past few days, the atmosphere was very gloomy, as if something big was about to happen. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark, feeling a little uneasy. More and more people gathered near the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. It seemed that the forces of the ancient desolate would withdraw from the pseudo-heaven realm in the next few days. The person who had set up this shocking plan had indeed killed many people. Even the experts of the ancient desolate forces had fallen in the pseudo-heaven realm. Even the sect master Shen King and the immortal emperor had fallen. However, the forces of the ancient desolate that entered the pseudo-heaven realm still had some gains. The things left behind by the great beasts of the ancient desolate that were suppressed in the world abandoned by the ancient deities were all rare divine treasures. However, it seemed that Gu Fei and the others had gained nothing after entering the pseudo-heaven realm. Instead, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Zhao clan of the ancient desolate. On the evening of the third day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. A dozen people covered in blood rushed out from the entrance. Roar! A roar shook the mountains and rivers. A terrifying primordial beast had rushed into the passage from the ancient desolate world on the other side of the passage, and was rapidly approaching the pseudo-heaven realm. The beasts of the ancient desolate world have all gone crazy. There are beasts everywhere. There is a beast tide in the ancient desolate world. The dozen people covered in blood who rushed out of the passage were the people that the various ancient desolate forces had left in the ancient desolate world to guard the ancient heaven gate. What the hell happened? A sect master Shen King, who was guarding the entrance of the passage, grabbed a person who rushed out of the passage and shouted, "Dead, all dead, all dead." The person seemed to have been scared silly. His expression was sluggish and he was in extreme fear. Trash! The Shen King threw the person away with one hand, then reached out and grabbed another cultivator who was covered in blood. Speak! The Shen King stared at the person and said coldly, "Yes, yes, yes. Countless beasts appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. They killed everyone they saw. Everyone was torn apart by the beasts." The person was calmer, but his voice was still trembling. The Shen King was about to continue asking, but at that moment, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the entrance. That is. After seeing the figure, the people near the entrance of the tunnel were startled and immediately backed away. Only the Celestial Emperor was still standing in front of the entrance. This was a fearsome savage beast that was covered in thick green scales. There was a vertical eye on its forehead, and it was as big as a small mountain. The beast stood upright. Its lower limbs were thick and powerful. Although its upper limbs weren't as thick, they were almost touching the ground. It looked like a gorilla, but it was definitely not a gorilla. The beast was staring at the Shen King with a pair of blood-red eyes. Gu Fei and the rest, who were hiding on a short hill in the distance, were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect a beast to enter the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. A terrifying murderous aura spread out as a man and a beast confronted each other. Some of the powerful beasts had already gained intelligence that wasn't any weaker than humans. However, these beasts didn't transform into human form and retained their original form. These beasts were extremely terrifying. They walked the path of the Supreme Beast Venerable. Die, evil beast! The Shen King who was guarding the passage of the ancient heaven gate made his move. He soared into the sky and pressed his palm towards the beast. Swoosh! Countless rays of divine light burst out from his palm and intertwined to form a brilliant light screen that shrouded the savage beast's head. Every ray of divine light was like the sharp edge of a peerless divine weapon. It cut through the void and sealed the area. The beast could only escape by retreating into the passage. However, the savage beast did not retreat into the passageway. Instead, it brandished its long arms and sharp claws. 10 rays of black light shot out and tore at the curtain of light that enveloped the area. Chapter 888. The savage beast from the ancient desolation world was extremely powerful. It tore apart the light screen created by the Shen King and rushed out of the tunnel. Bam! The savage beast fell to the ground, and a part of the ground was crushed by its two thick legs. The ground shook, and everyone's heart was also shaken. Evil creature! The divine king guarding the tunnel pointed out with his finger. A divine light immediately shot out from his finger and pierced through the savage beast. Swish! The wild beast waved its right claw and smashed the divine light that pierced through its body. Then, it leaped up and pounced on the god emperor. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The savage beast was actually able to block the divine ability of the Shen King. It was truly unbelievable. That was the high and mighty Shen King, a celestial being realm sect master. The attack of such an existence was actually blocked so easily. Could it be that this savage beast was actually stronger than the Shen King? Swish! The Shen King immediately retreated. Before figuring out the strength of this savage beast, he was very cautious. This kind of savage beast was very frightening. Even the Shen King felt threatened. It's a three-eyed devil, He Tian said. They hid on a short hill in the distance and paid attention to every movement in front of them. The vertical eye on the forehead of that terrifying savage beast was closed. What three-eyed devil? Xiaoqing said. Hee. Doesn't that savage beast have 3 eyes? If it's not three-eyed devil, then what is it? He Tian said with a smile. This name was probably made up by him. Boom! The savage beast fell from the sky like a huge mountain. The place where the Shen King was standing was completely smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. Even those who were a dozen miles away could feel a tremor coming from under their feet. Swish! The savage beast's 2 long arms danced, and each of its sharp claws shot out 5 rays of black light towards the retreating Shen King. A horrifying baleful aura filled the air, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Roar! Just at this moment, another terrifying beast roar came from the ancient heaven gate. The entire tunnel shook and everyone was taken aback. Swoosh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a beam of golden light rushed out from the passageway. Within the golden light, there was a strange beast wrapped in a murderous aura. It was a divine wolf with a pair of golden wings on its back, and its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. The golden divine wolf was like a bolt of golden lightning. Its speed was simply unbelievable. As soon as it rushed out of the tunnel, it immediately pounced on the crowd. Cries of alarm immediately rang out in all directions. Everyone panicked, and very soon, miserable cries rang out one after another. The golden divine wolf was incomparably powerful. Wherever it passed, blood splattered, and people died one after another. That wasn't all. The golden divine wolf flapped the golden wings on its back, and rays of golden light blades shot out from the wings, slashing towards the crowd. The golden light blades sliced through the void, and a powerful immortal king was slashed in half. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape, and his immortal king body was destroyed. Gu Fei and the rest were hiding on a short mountain in the distance. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be moved. These 2 beasts that came from the untainted primordial world were too powerful. Their strength was comparable to celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King. Most of the cultivators gathered near the passageway were not weaklings. In fact, there were many immortals and gods nearby. As long as the sect leaders of the ancient desolation factions arrived, they could return to the ancient desolation world and retreat from there. In the 10,000 years of the untainted primordial world, there were only a few years when the heaven and earth energy was at its weakest. If the heaven and earth energy in the untainted primordial world recovered completely, even sect leaders would be in danger. Over the countless years, the major powers of the ancient wilderness had definitely suffered many lessons in the untainted primordial world. Many talented people had fallen there. There was even a powerful expert that was blasted into ashes by the heavenly tribulation that descended from the untainted primordial world. All the cultivators that gathered near the passageway were alarmed. Powerful figures kept attacking, but they couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. The golden divine wolf was like a god of death, quickly harvesting the lives of the cultivators. Among the fleeing figures, Gu Fei saw a familiar figure. The southern Yan prince, Yan Wuliang, was almost slashed by a golden light blade. He scrambled into a dense forest, completely losing the bearing of the great Yan dynasty's prince. There was also the younger brother of the most outstanding descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Haoyang. He was swept by a golden light blade, but he had a forbidden treasure on him. A ball of blue light surged out of his body, blocking the light blade. However, he was still sent flying hundreds of feet away, falling flat on his face. Different colored lights kept appearing. Everyone was attacking. All kinds of magic treasures bombarded the fast-moving golden divine wolf. However, under the golden light blade of the golden divine wolf, the magic treasures exploded one after another, turning into specks of spiritual light and falling down. Only imperial divine weapons could resist the attack of the golden divine wolf. Soon, the other cultivators fled far away. Even the immortals had to retreat. Only the immortal kings and immortal kings were still attacking, chasing after the golden divine wolf. On the other side, the guardian of the passageway, Shen King, had already started fighting with the three-eyed monster. Several immortal kings and immortal kings joined forces, but they still couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. There was even an immortal king whose imperial divine weapon was smashed by the golden divine wolf and his body was torn apart. His immortal king's blood splattered everywhere, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the golden divine wolf. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even the immortal kings and immortal kings who joined forces to attack the golden divine wolf couldn't help but feel nervous. A Shen King blocked the three-eyed monster, but the golden divine wolf was unstoppable and slaughtered cultivators at will. In just a short while, an immortal king and an immortal king died under the claws of the golden beast. No one could restrain the golden beast. Everyone was in danger. Gu Fei and the others were hiding far away, so they weren't affected. At this time, a figure walked out from the depths of this world silently. He walked in the void and approached the passageway of the ancient heaven gate. Clang! A sword hum resounded through the heavens. A beam of dazzling purple light rushed out of the man's body. It instantly crossed hundreds of miles of the void and rushed towards the rapidly moving golden divine wolf. That person attacked from 100 miles away. He was definitely an immortal emperor of the celestial being realm. Moreover, he was a sword emperor. The sword light was like lightning, extremely fast, and could actually catch up with the speed of the golden divine wolf. Clang! The purple sword light collided with the wings of the golden divine wolf. Finally, someone intercepted this terrifying golden beast. Roar! Chapter 889. It seemed that something terrible had really happened in the desolate world. A savage beast king had actually come out of the desolate world. It was really shocking. However, the majority of them thought of another extremely frightening matter, and that was, these savage beasts were blocking their way back. No one was willing to stay in this dangerous and unpredictable world. It seemed to be a land of immortal spirits, but it was just a facade. In fact, it was an extremely dangerous place. Many people had been killed by these beautiful facades. However, those who were able to survive in an aristocratic family were not weaklings. There weren't many who were truly panicking. Moreover, the four almighties of the present age had yet to appear. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a savage beast king the size of a small mountain appeared in the passage. A monstrous murderous aura spread out from the passage. The whole world shook with the roar. Those with weaker cultivations had their ears bleeding from the vibration. They ran further away as if they were running for their lives. It was too terrifying. This savage beast king could shake mountains and rivers with a roar. It was a savage beast king covered in green scales with a pitch-black horn on its head. There seemed to be a green demonic light flowing around its body, which was full of power. Another one. Seeing this scene, everyone was frightened. Those were three terrifying savage beast kings comparable to the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. On the side of the human cultivators, there was only a Shen King and a sword sovereign. Moreover, there were faint roars of savage beasts coming from the other end of the ancient heaven gate passage. Was there really a terrifying beast tied in the desolate world? Clang! Purple sword light shone in the sky, and the peerless divine weapon hummed. The sword sovereign that rushed out from the depths of this world displayed great battle strength, forcing the golden divine wolf to retreat. Roar! The golden divine wolf kept roaring and flapping its wings. Golden blades of light tore through the void and slashed towards the sword sovereign. The power of the metal element was surging. This was a savage beast king that cultivated the power of the metal element. The fur of this golden savage beast was covered with a golden demonic glow, like a golden divine flame. It was extremely majestic. The purple sword light was like a purple dragon as it danced in the air. It shattered the countless golden light blades and slashed at the golden divine wolf's body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The savage beast king's fleshly body was extremely strong. Even the sword emperor's flying sword was unable to injure this golden savage beast. It only managed to cut off some of its golden fur. Even so, the sword emperor still had the upper hand. On the other side, Shen King, who was guarding the passage to the ancient heaven gate, was in a bad situation. He had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and used his supreme ability, but he was still flustered by the three-eyed savage beast king. Roar! Shen King roared. A terrifying wave of energy rippled out from his body. Then, his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. Rays of divine light interweaved in the air and on the ground like ropes. This Shen King had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and turned it into the life-slaying technique. Inescapable net! Shen King roared. A net of light immediately appeared in the sky. It enveloped the entire sky and fell down. On the ground, the energy of the earth rose and a huge net formed by the power of the earth rose. This deity emperor unleashed his trump card without holding anything back. As soon as the inescapable net was unleashed, the void was immediately sealed. Boundless energy surged within the inescapable net, obliterating everything in its path. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast king roared furiously at the sky. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from its mountain-like body. Its pair of sharp claws shot out 10 terrifying black lights that pierced through the void and tore apart the heavens and the earth. It wanted to break the inescapable net. However, this time, the three-eyed savage beast king couldn't break the inescapable net's power of the heavens and the earth. Celestials were called celestials because they could draw upon the power of the heavens and the earth. Shen King, who had cultivated Shinto, could use his divine ability to control the power of the heavens and the earth. This Shen King, who guarded the ancient heaven gate, cultivated a divine ability that drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth to form a terrifying inescapable net to annihilate his opponents. Once the inescapable net was used, no one would be able to get out. This was because the three-eyed savage beast king was challenging the might of the heavens and the earth. The three-eyed savage beast roared as the inescapable net shrank, gradually suppressing it. The terrifying power caused bloody wounds to appear on the three-eyed savage beast king's body, and blood flowed out of it. Humph! Evil creature, die! Shen King's body emitted boundless divine light. He drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth with all his might, wanting to obliterate the three-eyed savage beast king within the inescapable net. Rays of destructive divine light appeared within the inescapable net. A few rays of divine light even pierced through the three-eyed savage beast king's body. However, the three-eyed savage beast king was a savage beast king. It was so powerful that it was comparable to a celestial. It wouldn't die so easily. Even though its body was pierced through, it was still incomparably ferocious. Just when everyone thought that the three-eyed savage beast king wouldn't be able to escape death, an accident occurred. At this critical juncture, the three-eyed savage beast king's third eye that was tightly shut finally opened. It was a terrifying eye. There was no pupil in the eye. There was nothing but primal chaos. It was as if a primal world was evolving within the eye. Swoosh! A ray of primal chaos divine light shot out from the three-eyed savage beast king's vertical eye. It directly broke through the inescapable net and pierced through the body of the Shen King who was guarding the ancient heaven gate. Shen King's blood splattered. The reversal of the situation shocked everyone. A Shen King was injured. That savage beast actually injured a Shen King. Humph! That three-eyed freak is really patient. He only attacked at this moment. Hei Tian couldn't help but sneer at this scene. These savage beasts that had walked on the path of a supreme beast king had already awakened their intelligence. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans. These savage beast kings disdained to transform into human form and maintained their strongest form. On the hill in the distance, Gu Fei and the others witnessed everything. The savage beast kings that were comparable to the Shen King and the immortal emperor were truly powerful. If no other experts came, the three savage beast kings would be able to annihilate all the human cultivators in the vicinity of the ancient heaven gate. The one-horned savage beast king had yet to make a move. Everyone felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. That one-horned savage beast king seemed to be disdainful of killing these weak life forms in front of it. It seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 890. The immortal emperor and Shen King, who had cultivated to the celestial being realm, wouldn't really die as long as their souls weren't destroyed, even if their bodies suffered a destructive blow. In order to kill the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King, one had to use a special method to erase their souls. Although the body of Shin King, who was guarding the ancient heaven gate, was pierced by the primal chaos divine light, his life wasn't in danger. The flesh and blood on the wound were growing rapidly and would soon recover completely. However, the Shin King's divine ability was broken, and his soul was impacted. His origin spirit felt like it was about to shatter, and he quickly retreated. However, the three-eyed savage beast king didn't want to let him go. Bang! The three-eyed savage beast king stomped on the ground with its sturdy legs, causing the ground to collapse. Its huge body soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the Shin King. Swoosh! Before the three-eyed savage beast king could reach the Shin King, the vertical eye on its forehead had already opened, and another primal chaos divine light shot out, piercing towards the Shin King. Primal chaos demonic eye. I didn't expect this three-eyed savage beast king to have cultivated such a terrifying divine ability of the demon race. He Tian's heart palpitated at the sight of this. Gu Fei and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. The primal chaos killing light shot out from the vertical eye on the three-eyed savage beast king's forehead was too fast. Even the Shin King couldn't dodge it. Bang! The retreating Shin King's body shook violently, and the primal chaos killing light immediately pierced through his chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. Shin King's blood splattered out from the wound. Roar! The Shin King bellowed. The three-eyed savage beast king's primal chaos demonic eye was too powerful. The primal chaos killing light was extremely fast, and it was hard to dodge. This made the Shin King feel that his life was in danger. Swoosh! Another streak of chaotic light shot over. Chaotic force surged, destroying everything it passed by. Even space itself was about to be reduced to nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, the chaotic killing light directly pierced through Shin King's head, intending to destroy his spirit and kill him on the spot. Damn it! Shin King roared furiously. Almost at the same time, a ball of divine light burst out from between his brows. The divine light wrapped around a tiny figure and soared into the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Bam! In the next moment, Shin King's head exploded like a watermelon. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The high and mighty Shin King actually ended up like this. Even though existences above the immortal god realm could live forever, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It was just that it was hard for them to die. Shin King, who was in the celestial being realm, still had a weakness in his body. The weakness was his head. In the head, there was a place that was filled with endless mysteries, the Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace was where the primordial spirit resided. It could be said to be a world inside the body of a cultivator. It didn't matter if the other parts of the body were destroyed, because they could be recovered. However, if the head was destroyed, the Naiwan Palace would collapse, and the spirit would also dissipate. There was only one result, and that was the soul would scatter. The powerful Shin King, who was in the celestial being realm, had a primordial spirit that was strong enough to leave the Naiwan Palace and exist independently. Therefore, when the Naiwan Palace collapsed, as long as the primordial spirit escaped in time, it wouldn't be considered as real death. At the critical moment, the Shin King, who was guarding the passage to the ancient heaven gate, escaped with his primordial spirit. The speed of the primordial spirit escaping was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already rushed into the depths of this world and disappeared into the horizon. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast roared. He tore the headless corpse left behind by Shin King into pieces, causing Shin King's blood to flow on his body. It was extremely ferocious. When everyone saw this scene, they trembled with fear. Some people directly turned around and fled. These savage beast kings from the ancient desolation world were too strong. Even Shin King was defeated and almost killed. Among everyone present, the strongest were the celestial being realm Shin King and the celestial emperor. If even these existences weren't a match for these savage beast kings, who else could contend against these savage beast kings? Let's retreat too, He Tian said. They were hiding on the short mountain, but they also felt the strong pressure from the savage beast kings. This kind of savage beast king wasn't something they could deal with. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't been discovered by the savage beast kings, retreating now was undoubtedly a wise choice. Big brother. Xiaoqing also agreed with He Tian's suggestion. It was too dangerous to stay here. When did you all become so timid? There's no need to be afraid, Gu Fei said. Although these savage beast kings were powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei held a shocking killing weapon in his hand, which was why he was so calm. After all, he had once burned a divine king to death. The divine fire of the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl was much more powerful than the true sun fire of the Sun Pearl that the old turtle gave to Balan. As long as Gu Fei activated the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl, not to mention the three celestial being ancient desolation beast kings, even a great expert of the present era would have to retreat. This. Xiaoqing couldn't help but blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since boss says so, then let's continue watching the show. Hee hee. Hey Tian laughed. This guy was proficient in the art of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Once there was danger, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. Balan didn't make a sound at the side. Both Xiaoqing and Balan were demon cultivators, but the path they took was different from that of the savage beast king. They didn't maintain their original appearance, but transformed into human form and cultivated the supreme demon god's Tao. The supreme demon god's Tao and the supreme beast venerable's Tao were actually different paths that led to the same destination. When cultivated to the highest level, no one knew which was stronger and which was weaker. After the three-eyed savage beast king destroyed Shin King's physical body, its pair of blood-red eyes stared at the immortals. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without any hesitation, all the immortals present turned around and fled. What a joke! This three-eyed monster could even cripple Shin King, let alone the immortals? The three-eyed savage beast king's chaotic demonic eyes were too terrifying. No one dared to fight it, and all of them chose to retreat. TSK. A bunch of cowards. Hey Tian said disdainfully. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and Balan heard this and couldn't help but turn to look at Hey Tian. No matter how thick-skinned Hey Tian was, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed like he was the first one to say that he wanted to flee. Swoosh. The chaotic demonic eyes on the three-eyed savage beast's forehead opened and closed continuously, shooting out chaotic killing rays that pierced through the immortals who were fleeing in all directions. Miserable shrieks rang out one after another. The immortals who were hit by the chaotic killing rays only had time to let out a shrill scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. They disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. The three-eyed savage beast king was about to start a massacre. Chapter 891. Swoosh! The chaotic divine light pierced through the void and instantly caught up to an immortal that was flying far away. In an instant, this immortal was killed in the void. The chaotic divine light flickered continuously. In just an instant, 7 immortals were killed by the three-eyed savage beast king. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Roar! Evil creature, don't you dare be impudent. The Sword Emperor who was fighting with the golden divine wolf roared furiously. Then, he pointed with his finger. A purple sword light immediately shot towards the three-eyed savage beast king like a dragon. Swoosh! The chaotic demonic eye on the forehead of the three-eyed savage beast king surged with chaotic force. The chaotic killing ray pierced out and directly dispersed the Sword Emperor's sword light. Moreover, the chaotic killing ray didn't stop there. After dispersing the Sword Emperor's sword light, the chaotic killing ray pierced straight towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! The sound of clang rang out. The Sword Emperor protected his body with the supreme sword Qi. The Emperor's sword rushed out from his dantian, and only then did it destroy the chaotic killing light. Even the Sword Emperor was shocked. The three-eyed savage beast king's chaotic demonic eye was really too powerful. The Emperor's sword suffered a great impact, and even the sword energy in its body was shaken. Roar! The golden divine wolf suddenly roared at the three-eyed savage beast king, as if it was blaming the savage beast king for being a busybody. Then, it launched an even more ferocious attack at the Sword Emperor. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden light blades shot out from the body of the golden divine wolf. The wings on its back seemed to have turned into 2 golden heavenly blades. They cut through the void, minced the world, and swept towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! Countless purple sword lights shot out from the Sword Emperor's body. At this moment he was the sword and the sword was him. He and the sword became one. Boundless power of the world gathered from all directions. A divine sword that was 3,000 meters long appeared in the sky. Then, it directly slashed down at the golden divine wolf. The terrifying sword Qi rippled in all directions. The cold sword Qi made people's hearts palpitate. This was the heavenly sword, the sword of a celestial being. It was terrifying to the extreme. Countless golden light blades were shattered, and the power of metal was dispersed. Swoosh! The Deva sword was like a hot knife through butter, cutting off one of the golden wolf's wings. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the golden wolf let out an earth-shattering howl as it fell from the sky. The Sword Emperor's attack is indeed much stronger than the Shen King's. Seeing this, Gu Fei was quite shocked. The celestial sword was so powerful that it seemed as if it could cut through everything in the world. This was the might of heaven and earth. The Sword Emperor of the Celestial Being realm could use the power of heaven and earth to transform it into sword chi. Once the heavenly sword appeared, it immediately heavily injured the golden divine wolf. Humph! If Boss had also cultivated to the martial emperor realm, I'm afraid that you would be able to shatter the heaven sword and kill the sword emperor with a flick of your finger. Hei Tian said with a low laugh. Among all the cultivators in the world, in terms of attack power, they were definitely the strongest among the martial artists. Even sword cultivators would find it difficult to catch up to them. The strength of their martial bodies could even be compared to the connate divine beasts. In ancient times, there was a supreme martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body, who killed a primordial evil dragon that was born from the heaven and earth. Shattering the heaven sword with a flick of my finger, killing the sword emperor with a flick of my finger. Gu Fei murmured to himself. He was now only at the 5th or 6th heaven of the immortal realm. How long would it take for him to cultivate to the celestial being realm? Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. Roar! At this moment, the golden divine wolf that fell from the sky surged with boundless murderous aura again. It soared into the sky and charged towards the sword emperor who had become one with the sword. At this moment, the sword emperor had turned into 1,000 zhong-long heavenly sword, emitting boundless sword chi. Even the one-horned savage beast king, who was disdainful to attack, stared at the heavenly sword in the sky. The celestial sword had become the only thing in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Although the golden divine wolf had one of its golden wings chopped off by the celestial sword, it could still fly. This savage beast king could fly even without wings. However, after losing one of its wings, the golden divine wolf's speed immediately slowed down. It was no longer as fast as lightning, and it was almost difficult to catch its shadow. The golden blood of the savage beast king dripped from the wound. At this moment, every drop of blood emitted a dazzling divine light like a golden flame. A terrifying golden power surged out of the golden divine wolf's body, shaking heaven and earth. The golden divine wolf attracted the golden power of an area, and its whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, making it hard for people to look at it directly. The golden divine wolf was going all out. Swoosh! The celestial sword in the sky slashed down again. The dazzling sword light soared tens of thousands of zhong, and the whole world seemed to be split in half. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. Roar! The golden divine wolf let out a terrifying roar, and a huge sound wave spread out in all directions. Even a few clouds in the sky were shaken away. The endless golden light dissipated under the celestial sword, and the condensed golden power was also ruthlessly shaken away. The celestial sword seemed unstoppable and indestructible. Without any suspense, where the sword light passed, the golden divine wolf's head was chopped off by the celestial sword. Golden beast king blood gushed out from its neck. Golden light flickered, and a small golden wolf about a foot long rushed out from the golden divine wolf's body. The small golden wolf soared into the sky, trying to escape. It was the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. Although the golden divine wolf was the king of the savage beasts and walked the path of the supreme beast king, it still cultivated the primordial spirit of a beast king. Buzz! The celestial sword vibrated, about to destroy the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, as if a giant beast had been awakened from its slumber. Then, a beast claw that was as large as a mountain slammed down on the Deva man's sword. Rumble! The entire world was shaken by this huge beast claw, and the void collapsed. The celestial sword was directly slapped 100 miles away, almost breaking into pieces. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. That beast claw was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, and even sent the celestial sword flying. The beast claw emitted a monstrous energy wave, and a terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. After slapping the celestial sword away, it continued forward for more than 10 miles before dissipating in the void. Everyone was shocked. The celestial sword could kill a savage beast king, and this was something that everyone could see. However, it was still sent flying by a beast claw. When the beast claw slapped the celestial sword away, the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf took the opportunity to escape. It directly rushed into the ancient heaven gate, and directly returned to the untainted ancient world. Chapter 892. The one-horned savage beast king attacked with a tyrannical power that caused one's heart to palpitate, directly sending the heaven's sword flying. Shwa! 100 miles away, the heaven's sword disappeared, and the sword emperor's figure appeared. His face was deathly pale, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His snow-white clothes were immediately covered with scarlet spots. The sword emperor of the primordial immortal sect is also injured. That's the head of the 4 great immortal emperors of the primordial immortal sect, the sword emperor. Roar! The one-horned savage beast king roared towards the sky, causing the world to tremble. A single roar shook the mountain and river cauldron, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Human cultivators are too weak. Suddenly, a voice directly sounded in everyone's heart. This was a powerful divine will that directly reached everyone's heart, as if someone was speaking in everyone's heart.
The source of the divine will was actually the one-horned savage beast king.
Everyone was shocked, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was nothing. The savage beast king, who was as powerful as the immortal emperor and the Shin king, had long since gained intelligence that was not inferior to that of a human. This savage beast king is too powerful. It's definitely a king among kings. I'm afraid that even the peak of the 9th heaven, the Shen king and the immortal emperor would have a headache if they came. Hey, Tian said. They were still hiding on a short mountain in the distance, watching everything that was happening in front of them.
I'll fight you.
The white-clothed sword emperor of the primordial immortal sect walked step by step towards the one-horned savage beast king from 100 miles away. With every step, he crossed more than 10 miles in an instant.
After only 7 or 8 steps, the white-clothed sword emperor arrived in the sky in front of the one-horned savage beast king. You're not qualified.
The one-horned savage beast king's voice sounded in everyone's heart again. This was the most direct communication between cultivators. This kind of communication transcended the barriers of words and directly reached the heart.
What?
Hearing this, the white-clothed sword emperor's sword-like eyebrows immediately rose. Sword chi surged all over his body, and rays of purple sword light flickered in the air around him. It seemed as if he could use the celestial sword at any time, and a powerful pressure spread out.
Go and kill him.
The one-horned savage beast king's arrogance was frightening. He directly ordered the 3-eyed savage beast king. The 3-eyed savage beast king immediately rushed towards the white-clothed sword emperor. In front of the one-horned savage beast king, the white-clothed sword emperor didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, it was somewhat fearful. The white-clothed sword emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw this. Swoosh! The closed primal chaos demonic eye opened once more. Primal chaos energy surged within the demonic eye, and a chaotic world seemed to be evolving within it. The chaotic killing light shot out. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter soundlessly and be annihilated. Moreover, its speed was simply unimaginable.
Buzz! The king's sword hummed as it charged out from the white-clothed sword emperor's body.
Cold sword chi surged out, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Even Gu Fei and the others, who were far away, could feel a chill. Bam! The king's sword and the primal chaos divine light collided in that instant. The white-clothed Shin king used the astral sword to protect himself and quickly retreated. He wanted to widen the distance between him and the 3-eyed savage beast king. The primal chaos divine light was blocked by the king's sword. When the white-clothed sword emperor's sword light increased its speed to the limit, it could barely keep up with the speed of the primal chaos divine light. However, the white-clothed sword emperor still felt threatened by the 3-eyed savage beast king. The 3-eyed savage beast king's primal chaos demonic eye was simply too terrifying. If the primal chaos divine light were to hit him, even the sword emperor's physical body would be pierced through.
The physical body of a sword cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator.
Especially after becoming one with the sword cultivator would become a divine sword that could clash head-on with artifacts of the same level. Although the sword emperor's physique wasn't as strong as the savage beast king's, it still couldn't be underestimated. Swoosh! 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 The primal chaos demonic eye on the 3-eyed savage beast king's forehead constantly opened and closed, shooting out streaks of primal chaos divine light that tore through the void and pierced towards the white-clothed sword emperor. The speed of the primal chaos divine light was simply too fast. The white-clothed sword emperor was flustered and was bombarded by the primal chaos divine light until he retreated repeatedly. For a moment, he actually didn't have the strength to retaliate. Roar! 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 Loud roars resounded from the ancient heaven gate. Needless to say, there were many savage beasts coming from the ancient desolate world towards the pseudo-heaven realm. Whoosh! A gust of violent wind suddenly gushed out from the ancient heaven gate. In front of the ancient heaven gate, sand and rocks were instantly blown away. Even boulders the size of small mountains were swept up by the violent wind. Amidst the violent wind, a huge black shadow rushed out from the ancient heaven gate. It was a huge bird, a ferocious bird that resembled the legendary Dapeng divine bird. Then, a gold and silver centipede that was as thick as a water bucket and several meters long with a golden head and silver body rushed out from the ancient heaven gate and danced in the sky. Savage beasts rushed out from the ancient heaven gate one after another. There was the terrifying two-headed divine ape, the giant snake that was hundreds of meters long, the divine lion that was the size of a small mountain, and so on. Every savage beast emitted a powerful and tragic aura. There were more than a dozen of these savage beasts gathered in front of the ancient heaven gate. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be moved. If these fellows were to block the entrance of the ancient heaven gate, wouldn't they be blocking everyone's path of return? More than a dozen savage beasts stood behind the one-horned savage beast. Every single savage beast emitted a tragic aura that gathered into a monstrous baleful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Roar! Just as the savage beasts were about to scatter and hunt down the human cultivators, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. A few figures emitting monstrous mana waves appeared on the horizon. It was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. It shone down brilliant sunlight, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the world. The pseudo-heaven realm was a world abandoned by the ancient gods. In this world, there were the most basic things in all worlds. The sun, the stars, the earth, the mountains, and the lakes. Even if it was a world abandoned by the ancient gods, it was still a world. An immortal emperor is here. The real show is about to begin. Gu Fei and the others, who were hiding themselves on a short mountain hundreds of li away, were able to see everything that was happening. The other cultivators had long since disappeared from sight. Only some powerful cultivators like Gu Fei and the others remained hidden to the side as they observed the situation. Soon enough, the few figures that appeared on the horizon arrived nearby. They were 3 immortal emperors shrouded in immortal light and qi. Each of the immortal emperors was surging with monstrous waves of magic power. Among the 3 immortal emperors, one of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and wore a Taoist crown on his head. The other 2 immortal emperors were 2 middle-aged men in silver immortal armor. Chapter 893. If you retreat now, the ancient desolation forces will let bygones be bygones, the old immortal emperor said indifferently. Humph. You want us to retreat with just the few of you? Ridiculous. The one-horned savage beast king's voice resounded in everyone's heart. At this time, the 3-eyed savage beast king forced the white-clothed sword emperor to retreat with the chaotic killing light, and retreated, standing behind the one-horned savage beast king. Then what do you want? A silver-armored middle-aged immortal emperor stepped forward and said in a deep voice. His whole body was filled with mighty immortal energy, and a faint bell sound resounded faintly in the void. It was the Emperor Divine weapon on this immortal emperor's body that was vibrating. Nothing much. We intend to sign a contract with the humans. From now on, you humans are not allowed to set foot in the ancient wilderness world. The one-horned savage beast king said coldly. What? The 4 great immortal emperors couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. The savage beast king of the ancient wilderness world actually wanted to sign such a contract with human cultivators. This is impossible. The old immortal emperor was moved and said agitatedly. The white-clothed sword emperor and the 2 middle-aged immortal emperors revealed angry expressions. No one would accept such a request from the savage beast king of the ancient wilderness world. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The one-horned savage beast king was also very straightforward, and immediately pressed forward. Rumble. The one-horned savage beast king was like a moving mountain, and the whole world was shaking under its terrifying pressure. It was extremely frightening. Bas. the white-clothed sword emperor directly displayed the celestial sword, and 1,000 zhang-long heavenly sword immediately appeared in the sky. Sword chi surged, and the sword light illuminated the heaven and earth, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. A terrifying sword aura surged between the heavens and the earth. Even from a few hundred miles away, Gu Fei and the rest could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from the celestial sword that shook their minds. Swoosh! The celestial sword slashed down from the sky, and the heaven and earth were split open, leaving a 10,000 zhang-long spatial crack. The unparalleled sword light drew the power of heaven and earth, and like a sword of slaughter falling from the sky, it strangled the one-horned savage beast king. Boom! The one-horned savage beast king directly spat out a god pearl that was filled with boundless demonic power. It collided with the descending sword of heaven, and unexpectedly, the sword of heaven was sent flying. The celestial sword collapsed, and the white-clothed sword emperor fell out of the void, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he looked very tired. The one-horned savage beast was so powerful that it was immeasurable. When it spat out its inner core, it directly sent the sword of celestial being, which the white-clothed sword sovereign had transformed into flying. The white-clothed sword sovereign suffered a great blow. "Evil creature, I'll fight you." When the old immortal emperor saw that the white-clothed sword emperor was seriously injured by the one-horned savage beast king's attack, he couldn't help but be shocked. Swoosh! As soon as the old immortal emperor arrived, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Boundless immortal emperor energy surged out, and 3,000 strands of the horsetail whisk immediately turned into 3,000 flood dragons that coiled around the one-horned savage beast king. Clang! When the bell rang, a violet gold divine bell rushed out of the middle-aged immortal emperor's body and knocked away a wild beast that was charging at him. Swoosh! The chaotic killing light pierced through the void and shot towards the immortal emperor. The three-eyed savage beast king made his move, and his target was the immortal emperor with the violet gold divine bell. That's the primordial Dao Sect's purple bell emperor. Someone recognized the identity of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor came from the primordial great sect, the primordial Dao Sect. His strength was incomparably powerful, and he was not someone that the divine emperor guarding the ancient heaven gate could compare to. Clang! When the chaotic killing light hit the violet gold divine bell, it only produced a bell chime. The violet gold divine bell shook violently, but it wasn't pierced by the chaotic killing light. The primordial Dao Sect's purple bell emperor faced the three-eyed savage beast king. The two great experts fought in the distance, and their battle caused the void to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The single-horned savage beast king spat out its inner Dan again, sending the 3,000 flood dragons flying away. After that, its gigantic beast claw slammed out towards the old immortal emperor. A torrential force directly collapsed the void, forcing the old immortal emperor to retreat. Powerful, even the old immortal emperor of the ninth heaven realm was forced to retreat. Could this savage beast king be a savage beast sovereign? Hei Tian said. Hei Tian seemed to know a lot of secrets, but he still refused to tell Gu Fei and the others. Although the difference between beast king and beast sovereign was only one word, the two couldn't be compared because they weren't on the same level. The one-horned savage beast king probably possessed strength that surpassed the savage beast king. Otherwise, the three-eyed savage beast king wouldn't have submitted. One must know that the competition between savage beasts was much more intense and cruel than the competition between human cultivators. It could be said that the savage beasts that lived in the primordial world vividly displayed the law of survival of the fittest. Another immortal emperor wielded a pair of black dragon shears, fighting against a several hundred zhang-long primordial serpent king. As the black dragon shears moved, two black flood dragons rushed out, tearing through the void. They emitted boundless killing intent as they charged towards the primordial serpent king. Those were the souls of two black flood dragons that were refined into emperor divine weapons, the black dragon shears. It's the Li clan's black dragon emperor. Someone recognized the identity of the immortal emperor wielding the black dragon shears. This immortal emperor came from the Li clan of the Desolate Era. This Li clan had a great origin. Legend had it that they were the clan of the supreme Dao ancestor. Immortal emperors and Shen king that could reach the celestial being realm were all peerless existences. Only almighties could suppress immortal emperors and Shen king. Without almighties, celestial beings were invincible. Many immortal emperors and Shen king referred to them by the emperor divine weapons in their hands. The battle between the primordial world's savage beasts and human cultivators was unavoidable. The conditions proposed by the primordial beast king were too excessive. No one would agree to it. More than a dozen terrifying savage beasts charged in all directions. The 4 celestial being realm immortal emperors weren't able to stop them. The white-clothed sword emperor was heavily injured, but he still managed to stop the primordial gold-and-silver centipede and the 2-headed godly ape. These 2 primordial beasts were extremely powerful. If the white-clothed sword emperor wasn't injured, killing them wouldn't be a problem. But now, the white-clothed sword emperor was evenly matched with the 2 savage beasts with his emperor divine sword. It was hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. The gold-and-silver centipede was covered in thick armor that was even harder than divine steel. Even the emperor divine sword couldn't break through its silver armor. It could only leave a mark on its surface. Chapter 894. The battle between the human cultivators and the savage beasts of the untainted ancient world was unavoidable. The area near the ancient heaven gate became a battlefield. The 4 immortal emperors and several savage beast kings started fighting. Boom! The primal chaos divine light shot out and instantly destroyed a mountain. Bang! A huge beast claw slammed down from the sky, shattering a mountain range and causing the earth to sink. Dust rose high into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Several savage beast kings were extremely powerful. Their brute force was monstrous. Every strike shook the heaven and earth, as though it was going to penetrate the heaven and earth. Their ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. However, the 4 immortal emperors weren't weak either. They were able to fight against the most powerful savage beast kings. However, the other savage beasts rushed in all directions. Miserable screams soon came from afar. Some human cultivators were killed by savage beasts. Roar! The beast's roar shook the sky. In a valley, a ferocious and terrifying savage beast grabbed the legs of a human cultivator and tore the human cultivator into 2. Blood splattered everywhere. The savage beast was bathed in blood and roared towards the sky. This scene was extremely bloody. Even those who were used to seeing life and death would be shocked. Such things kept happening. Miserable screams were constantly heard. The screams were filled with despair and fear, causing one's scalp to go numb. Swoosh! A huge black shadow appeared above the short mountain where Gu Fei and the others were hiding. An extremely tragic aura descended from the sky. Gu Fei and the others weren't spared either. They were targeted by the rock-like savage beast. The savage bird directly swooped down towards Gu Fei and the others. A pair of golden claws directly grabbed at Gu Fei, wanting to tear Gu Fei apart. Humph! Courting death! Gu Fei sneered. He stood on the short mountain and raised his head to look at the savage bird. His expression was indifferent. There wasn't a trace of panic or nervousness. He directly punched upwards. Bang! An extremely powerful force surged out from Gu Fei's fist. It directly crushed a part of the void. The mountain-like sharp claws were sent flying. Gwa! The raptor screeched and soared into the sky. However, at this time, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared above the raptor. Yin Yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei let out a loud shout and formed a seal with both hands. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved in front of him and a huge seal appeared, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Bam! The Yin Yang seal had the aura of the Great Path circulating above it. It directly pressed down, like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky, smashing the terrifying bird from the sky. The place where the ferocious bird smashed into was the short mountain below. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan couldn't help but be startled when they saw this, and then they hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire hill collapsed from the impact of the bird. Dust rose into the sky and the earth trembled violently. This ferocious bird was very similar to the legendary roc. Although it was very powerful, ordinary immortals would definitely be in danger if they encountered this ferocious bird. However, this ferocious bird was very unfortunate to have encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not an ordinary immortal. He was a martial immortal who became an immortal through martial arts, so he was much stronger than ordinary mortals. As soon as Gu Fei attacked, he blasted the ferocious bird down from the sky, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. It should be good to have a wild beast as a mount, He Tian said. He then rushed forward and shot out rays of Yin Yang divine light, wanting to capture the ferocious bird. The Yin Yang divine light condensed and did not dissipate. Like a Yin Yang divine light, It entangled the ferocious bird that was struggling to rush out from the rubble. Whoosh! 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 18 rays of yin-yang divine light wrapped around the ferocious bird, locking its wings, claws, head, and body like a dumpling. Croak! The ferocious bird screeched and struggled with all its might. Its entire body flickered with demonic light, causing the entire earth to shake. Its mountain-like body instantly shattered anything it touched. The light of the 18 divine chains that locked the ferocious bird immediately dimmed and showed signs of breaking. This bird is too fierce. Shao Qing walked over from afar. This He Tian actually wanted to subdue a ferocious bird as his mount. This idea was somewhat crazy. Wild beasts were not so easy to subdue, especially wild beasts that had already submitted to the king of wild beasts. He Tian dared to provoke the king of wild beasts. This guy was truly reckless. The fiercer the better, haha. He Tian said. He shot out more than 10 rays of yin-yang divine light and bound the ferocious bird. Then, he directly used his holy weapon to knock the ferocious bird out. Whoosh! He Tian directly opened up a space and stored the ferocious bird inside. You bastard! Gu Fei was speechless seeing this. He Tian's actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Bang! 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 At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. An intense murderous aura could be felt from afar. Gu Fei and the rest were startled and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. A ferocious beast covered in long fur was charging toward them. The beast was more than 10 meters tall, and every step it took caused the earth to tremble. Let's go! Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly retreated into the distance. At this moment, many human cultivators also noticed Gu Fei's group. Some people saw that Gu Fei's group had actually subdued a ferocious beast, so they immediately rushed toward them, wanting to join them. At this time, it was safer to be together with powerful characters. However, Gu Fei's group had no intention of saving them. They directly retreated because they didn't want to attract this kind of trouble. It was better to let the ancient powers fight these ferocious beasts to the death. Although the ferocious beast chasing after Gu Fei's group was extremely powerful, its speed was not as fast as Gu Fei's group. It was quickly shaken off by Gu Fei's group. The news of the beast tide in the ancient desolation world quickly reached the ears of the sect masters of the ancient powers. Moreover, the ferocious beast king of the ancient desolation world had already charged into the pseudo-heaven realm. All the sect masters couldn't help but change their expressions. If the ancient heaven gate was controlled by the ferocious beast, they would be trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm. And so, all the ancient desolate forces began to move. Even the grandmasters of the ancient desolate forces could not sit still any longer. They all rushed out from the depths of this world. At this time, the 4 current almighties were still in the depths of the pseudo-heaven realm, competing with the old tortoise for the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, none of them were willing to give up and come out from the depths of this world. Chapter 895. The almighties were still chasing each other and fighting in the depths of this world, all for the sake of a pagoda that shone with divine light. This was an extreme sacred weapon refined by the ancient ominous Xianxia. In the eyes of the almighties, there was only the Xianxia pagoda of heaven and earth. Everything else had to be temporarily put aside. As a result, the various ancient desolate factions were under great pressure. The passage to the ancient heaven gate could not be controlled by the primordial world's beasts. No one was willing to be trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm. One had to know that the sect masters of the various ancient desolate factions and almost all the experts had entered the pseudo-heaven realm. If these people were trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm, the Tanglong continent would definitely be in turmoil. The entire cultivation world might even be reshuffled. The Western Buddhist land, the far north demon land, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness were all factions that could contend with the ancient desolate factions. If the sect masters and experts of the ancient desolate factions were all trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even the sect leaders couldn't sit still anymore. On that day, the sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans appeared near the ancient heaven gate at the same time. Wielding their sacred weapons, they killed the primordial beasts one after another, forcing the primordial kings to retreat and escape into the ancient heaven gate. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans led a group of sect masters to enter the pseudo-heaven realm through the ancient heaven gate and kill their way into the pseudo-heaven realm. However, the human cultivators' advantage did not last long. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans as well as the experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred land, the archaic Tao Gate, and the primordial immortal sect, all retreated from the pseudo-heaven realm. The beast tide in the pseudo-heaven realm was too terrifying. All of this was driven by the Supreme Beast King, and in the end, the Supreme Beast King took action. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans and a group of sect masters fought against the Beast King and Primordial Beast King in the pseudo-heaven realm. Their sacred weapons even pierced through the sky. Even so, the patriarchs of the ancient barons' forces were unable to gain any advantage. One of them even died, killed by a primordial beast emperor. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans of the ancients, as well as the other patriarch-level figures, had no choice but to retreat from the primordial chaos world. Gu Fei and the others didn't feel depressed about this outcome. They paid close attention to the development of the situation, but they didn't make a move. Gu Fei and the others did not intend to participate in this battle. A battle of this level was not something they could intervene in with their cultivation. Even the great figures of the sect master level couldn't gain any advantage, let alone them. Moreover, the current almighty beings had yet to make a move. The human cultivators occupied the side of the pseudo-heaven realm, while the savage beasts of the primordial world, under the leadership of a few supreme savage beast emperors, occupied the entrance of the ancient heaven gate in the primordial world. The savage beasts of the great desolation ancient world did not dare to recklessly charge over. Both sides were in a stalemate. Gu Fei and the others knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As long as the almighty of the present age were free, this situation would be broken in an instant. More than 10 days passed, but there was still no movement at the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. As the sun set, Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. From the depths of this world, a terrifying aura was emitted from time to time. It was the aura of the extreme Tao. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was not that easy to be subdued. It was a sacred artifact that had derived a divine soul. It had its own spirituality and was difficult to tame. After a series of battles, Gu Fei had long sensed that his cultivation was showing signs of breaking through the bottleneck. However, he still had not truly broken through. The Tao imprint that was branded in his heart was the great Tao derived from the supreme martial ancestor. It was the inheritance of the martial ancestor and was difficult to grasp. However, he could slowly approach it and absorb it with an ethereal state of mind. Gu Fei still lacked an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Standing on top of the mountain and gazing at the setting sun, Gu Fei felt something stirring in the depths of his heart. His state of mind was rising. His body was not moved, but his heart was moving. It was a kind of enlightenment, a kind of experience. It was as if the entire world had lit up. Life was like a dream, like the rising and setting of the sun. The lifespan of humans was only 100 years. Compared to the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars, it was too short. All cultivators were merely competing against the heavens. Through cultivation, humans could grow stronger, to the point where they could coexist with the heavens and earth. Gu Fei grasped a wisp of the Tao imprint and found the eternal direction of his cultivation. He broke through the layers of mist and his state of mind had reached another level. Time passed quickly. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain for 7 days. During these 7 days, he could not sense the flow of time. It was as if he had merged with the nature of the world. His body and mind were one with the mountain, the primitive mountain range, and the heaven and earth. He seemed to be able to hear the whispers of the plants and trees. He was able to understand the thoughts of the birds and beasts, and he was able to sense the pulse of the earth. He seemed to have really fused into this thriving world, and he'd already transformed into a grain of sand, a leaf, a flower, a tree, a blade of grass. The world was heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Humans were only a member of the myriad of living things in the world, and countless cultivators struggled bitterly for the sake of longevity. After the sun set, darkness descended. Gu Fei seemed as if he had been standing there since time immemorial, and he even seemed to be unable to sense his own existence. Starlight sprinkled down, causing him to be covered in a layer of hazy starlight. A wisp of the morning sun tore through the dark night, and dawn arrived. The darkness passed, and boundless vitality rippled out. The cries of apes, the roars of tigers, the cries of insects, and the cries of birds appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. He stood on the peak of the mountain like a statue for 9 days and 9 nights before he finally awoke completely. The cycle of the world, flourishing to decline, and declining to flourish. The cycle went on and on. Nothing was inevitable, and nothing was eternal. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. Everything in the world was empty, and longevity was like a dream. He only wanted himself to live, and only living was the most real. Gu Fei had an epiphany. His body was like a vast ocean, and it absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions, the essence of the sun and moon, and the essence of plants. All of them gathered together. Strands of faint and imperceptible holy radiance circulated within Gu Fei's body, and it was like sweet dew that nourished his body, causing his internal organs, bones, and flesh to be overflowing with a layer of precious splendor. His state of mind had already improved, and he was drawing upon the energy of the world to temper his body. Endless essence of the world flowed through his flesh and blood like a stream of water. In the end, more and more essence of the world gathered, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp blades that slashed through Gu Fei's flesh and blood. At this moment, Gu Fei only had one feeling, and that was pain. He clenched his teeth and endured it. Chapter 896. Watching the sunrise and sunset, observing the changes of heaven and earth, Gu Fei finally found an opportunity to improve his state of mind. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Endless heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered, causing the surrounding weather to change. Visible spiritual light constantly entered Gu Fei's body. The energy of heaven and earth in this part of the world was drawn. Swoosh! 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 3 figures rushed out from the depths of the mountain. Is boss about to break through? Big brother, Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian rushed out from the mountain and looked at Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei had stood on the mountain peak for 9 days and 9 nights. Finally he had taken that step. Rumble! The entire mountain was shaking. Huge rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain. Countless birds and beasts fled in terror. The surrounding area was in chaos. Gu Fei had broken through. Boundless heaven and earth energy gathered around him, and his body gradually changed. The 365 meridians on his body gradually emitted a divine light, as if 365 stars were twinkling. The external world and internal world resonated with each other. Gu Fei's body seemed to have turned into a universe, and his 365 meridians turned into 365 stars. In the end, the meridians in Gu Fei's body also lit up, as if they had become divine, connecting all 365 meridians. At this time, a mysterious pattern appeared outside Gu Fei's body. It seemed like a universe was faintly discernible, with the aura of the great Tao flowing. Meridians and meridians appeared from Gu Fei's body. They were faint and illusory, interweaving into a pattern of the universe, mysterious and unpredictable. In the distance, He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balon, and the others were shocked. Gu Fei's aura was growing stronger. Although they knew that Gu Fei was about to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, the strange phenomenon that Gu Fei was producing was too strange and unpredictable. The mountain peak that Gu Fei was standing on had already turned into a black hole that devoured the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions. All the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was drawn over and absorbed into his body, then gathered at his 365 acupoints. The changes in this part of the world couldn't be hidden from the powerful cultivators. Mysterious figures began to appear nearby, causing He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon to become nervous. Gu Fei was in the midst of a breakthrough. If he were to be disturbed at a critical juncture, the consequences would be dire. He Tian was the first to make his move. He took out 18 banners shrouded in black qi and planted them into the ground around the mountain, setting up a killing formation. The black flag fluttered, stirring up the fiendish qi under the ground. The area around the mountain immediately turned into a ghostly realm. There seemed to be countless ferocious spirits moving about, and ghostly shadows flickered. The terrifying aura of the killing formation immediately startled the mysterious figures spying on them. No one dared to approach the mountain where Gu Fei was. These guys are courting death. Xiaoqing was enraged. He and Gu Fei were brothers who had gone through life and death together. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin Gu Fei's plans. Xiaoqing was about to make a move, but He Tian stopped him. Brother Qing, there's no need to pay attention to these small fries. The ones we should be wary of are those hiding in the shadows. He Tian said gravely. That's right. Balon, who had been silent all this time, also nodded. Humph. Xiaoqing sneered and didn't insist on making a move. He knew that some powerful figures had already arrived. These people hiding in the shadows were definitely up to no good. The commotion caused by Gu Fei's breakthrough was too shocking. Everything within 1,000 miles was affected and the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. The immortal cultivators and divine cultivators of the primordial era cultivated immortal arts and divine arts every day. How could they not sense the strangeness of this place? At this moment, Gu Fei paid no attention to the outside world. His entire mind was immersed in his body, sensing the changes that were occurring in his body. Even if a meridian that was so small that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye vibrated slightly, he would be able to detect it immediately. Of course, it wasn't that Gu Fei wasn't prepared. An extremely obscure aura lingered around his body. An illusory ancient cauldron appeared in the void around him. When Gu Fei's aura rose to a terrifying degree, as if he was facing the entire world, a divine light flickered between his brows. Then, a small person rushed out from his Naiwen palace. This wasn't an immortal or divine nascent soul. This was the most direct form of spiritual will. Gu Fei's spiritual will was so powerful that it could take form. If he cultivated an immortal Dao or God Dao cultivation technique, given the strength of his current spiritual will, his spiritual will would have long condensed into an immortal Dao primordial spirit or God Dao nascent soul. Gu Fei didn't cultivate immortal or divine Dao. Therefore, he didn't use his spiritual will to condense a primordial spirit or nascent soul. Now, his spiritual will rushed out from his Naiwen palace. Whoosh! The tiny person hovering in front of Gu Fei's forehead suddenly emitted a blinding divine light. The light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. A terrifying spiritual wave spread out from the tiny person in all directions. In an instant, the ripples of his divine sense enveloped a radius of a few hundred miles. Everything within a few hundred miles appeared in Gu Fei's mind at this moment. Under his extremely powerful divine sense, nothing within a radius of several hundred miles could hide from him. Everyone who was hiding in the dark could no longer hide. Gu Fei sensed an almost familiar aura. He had never seen these people before, but the energy waves from them couldn't be concealed. Whoosh! At that moment, the sky above the mountains suddenly cracked open. Then, a gigantic pitch-black sword emitting a terrifying aura descended from the sky and slashed at Gu Fei. The people hiding in the dark had made their move. The sword of the celestial beings? He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon were all shocked. A celestial being realm sword sovereign had been hiding in the side and only made his move now. Boom! He Tian made his move immediately. A huge star emitted endless starlight, illuminating the heavens and earth. It rushed out from He Tian's skull and met the celestial sword descending from the sky. The power of the stars shook the heavens and earth. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The power of a divine weapon was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if a real star had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 897. Buzz! He Tian's sword fell from the sky, and the entire sky seemed to be split into two by this sword. The black sword light was like the light of death, and it emitted a terrifying aura that almost made one's mind collapse. The Deva sword displayed a terrifying power. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that gathered towards Gu Fei from all directions was suddenly sucked dry by the black sword. The person who attacked secretly definitely wanted to kill Gu Fei. The black sword had not yet landed, but they wanted to affect Gu Fei, who was in the final stage of his breakthrough. Everyone knew that Gu Fei had reached the most critical moment. The person in the dark had actually cut off the source of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary immortal, he would have been disturbed long ago. If it was a light case, he would have failed on the verge of success. If it was a serious case, he would have been possessed by the devil, and the uncontrollable power would have directly exploded his body, crushed his spiritual soul, and destroyed both his body and soul. It's that bastard who attacked. Seeing this scene, the veins on Xiaoqing's forehead twitched. His anger was about to burn the 9 heavens, and his whole body was surging with killing intent. He glanced in all directions and did not find the person who attacked secretly. The person's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Unless Xiaoqing's divine will was as strong as Gu Fei's, it was impossible for him to discover the existence of such a person. Rumble! A huge star rose from below, emitting endless power of the stars, and went towards the black sword that was descending from the sky. He Tian used all his strength to activate the divine weapon, wanting to block the Deva sword. However, the Deva sword attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions. Like a sword of heavenly punishment, it was unstoppable, as if it could destroy everything in the world. The Deva sword collided with the huge star. The indestructible Deva sword paused for a moment. In the next moment, endless black sword light erupted from the Deva sword, and the huge star emitted a dazzling brilliance, which was immediately suppressed. Bang! Big Star was directly sent flying by the sword of Deva. He Tian's body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. The almighty holy weapon was sent flying, and he also suffered a great impact. The soul fire in his skull also dimmed. Even if he used his almighty holy weapon, he would not be able to block the sword of Deva. He Tian's cultivation was too weak. There was a gap of 2 realms between them. Furthermore, he could not unleash the full power of this almighty holy weapon. Swoosh! Right at that moment, a figure rushed over from afar. He stretched out his hand and used his magic power to form a giant hand. He reached out to grab the star that was sent flying by the sword of Deva, wanting to take it away. That great star was a holy weapon of a powerful being. Even the eyes of the current world's great beings would go red. Not to mention other people, there were people who wanted to take advantage of it. The large hand directly grabbed the dim great star, and then took it back. Mother Fastress Kerr, you dare to steal something that belongs to me, He Tian? Seeing this, He Tian almost went berserk. 2 sharp divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. Die! The dim soul fire in He Tian's skull suddenly lit up again, emitting a dazzling soul light. The power of the soul surged out from his skull. Boom! The great star that was taken away by that person suddenly shook violently. Suddenly, it began to shake violently, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. The power of the stars was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, surging out from the big star. No! That person was scared out of his wits. He used his great magic power to suppress the great star, but the power of the stars instantly tore his body to pieces. Even his soul couldn't escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was an immortal god who wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, He Tian wasn't so easy to take advantage of, so he ended up in such a miserable state. The great star turned into a beam of starlight and rushed back from afar, disappearing into He Tian's skull. He Tian used his soul power to refine this holy weapon day and night, connecting with the weapon's aura. Although he hadn't completely erased the mark left behind by the weapon's previous owner, He Tian could already make the weapon display the power of a celestial emperor or Shen king. However, this holy weapon of He Tian couldn't stop the sword unless he completely refined it. Swoosh! The Deva sword was blocked by the great star. It only paused in the sky for a moment before falling down again. The pitch-black sword light tore through the void, splitting open a pitch-black spatial crack that was tens of thousands of feet long. At this time, Gu Fei was still standing on the mountain peak like a stone statue, as if he didn't sense the danger rapidly approaching him. Although the sword of the celestial being had sucked away the spirit energy of heaven and earth converging from all directions, Gu Fei's body was still surging with monstrous spirit energy. It wasn't the spirit energy gathered from the external world, but the endless spirit energy provided to him by the 3 inner worlds he controlled. Just as the sword of the celestial being destroyed the void and cut off all connections between Gu Fei and the external world, Gu Fei connected with the 3 inner worlds. Between his eyebrows, his heart, and his dantian, the spirit energy of heaven and earth continuously surged out and spread to Gu Fei's entire body. The little person floating in front of Gu Fei's eyebrows was still sitting cross-legged in the void. Its body shone with a dazzling divine light, and the waves of its divine sense shrouded in all directions. In a valley 100 kilometers away, a black figure was sitting cross-legged. This person seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. There was not the slightest fluctuation or aura from his body, as if he was a corpse. However, under the unbelievably powerful waves of Gu Fei's divine sense, this person didn't hide. It was this person who had made a move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would cut off this person's body and collect some interest first. He didn't care who the other party was or where he came from. He directly condensed his divine sense into thousands of swords and blades, and from the sky above the valley, he slashed at the person. The other party had used the sword of the celestial being, and his primordial spirit had become one with the divine sword of the emperor. The person in the valley was the body left behind by that person. If the body was cut, the other party would also be seriously injured. The swords and blades condensed by Gu Fei's divine sense were like real swords and blades that could pierce through the void. However, a scene that shocked Gu Fei happened. The thousands of swords and blades of divine sense slashed at the person's body like clay oxen entering the sea. They were all swallowed up by that person's body and couldn't hurt him at all. How can this be? Gu Fei was really shocked, but at this time, the terrifying sword of the celestial being above his head was about to fall on his head. There was no time for Gu Fei to think. He directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron in his body. Buzz! Chapter 898. Boom! The celestial sword emitted a terrifying sword chi that descended from the sky. The void was instantly annihilated by the pitch-black sword light, destroying everything in its path. This was the terror of a celestial realm sword emperor. A single sword could destroy all divine abilities. As long as this sword was in hand, no matter how peerless an immortal technique or divine ability was, it would still be destroyed by the celestial sword. As the sword light descended, the entire mountain was split into two halves. The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky as a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. Big brother! Big brother! Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon were dumbfounded. They had already witnessed the might of the celestial sword. It could be said to be invincible, and only the one-horned beast king could suppress it with its supreme brute force. Only absolute power could suppress the sword emperor and destroy the sword of the celestials. Although Gu Fei's immortal god martial physique was strong enough to contend against a sect master, he was absolutely not strong enough to resist the celestial sword. However, after the dust settled, a figure appeared on the mountain peak that was split in two. It's Big Brother. Big Brother is fine. This is great. He Tian and Xiaoqing were overjoyed. In fact, they were worried for nothing. Gu Fei could have easily hidden in his inner world. Those who were watching in the dark also thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, but the result made their jaws drop to the ground. You actually have. An incomparably shocked voice resounded in the sky. Buzz! The celestial sword once again appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. It was like a sword of heaven's retribution hanging between heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei stood proudly on the top of the mountain and looked up. Two beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, making it hard for others to look at him directly. He completely ignored the horrible pressure and breath coming from the Deva sword and faced it directly. At this time, his entire body was surging with a monstrous amount of energy. It was like a yin-yang divine flame was burning, causing the void to distort. The little person between his eyebrows had already disappeared. His 365 major acupoints were flashing with light. Each acupoint contained an endless amount of energy. They were like lakes of life, nourishing Gu Fei's body. There seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in each of the acupoints, exuding a vast aura of life. It was as if there were 365 lives being nurtured in the acupoints. Gu Fei's body finally underwent another transformation. His aura of life was unprecedentedly strong. At this time, he had already cultivated the source of life to all 365 acupoints. This was different from the immortal path and the divine path. The current Gu Fei, even if his head was blown up, would not die. The source of life began to spread throughout his body. All 365 acupoints nurtured the source of life. As long as Gu Fei's source of life was not extinguished, he would not die. He had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. You're courting death. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Boundless killing intent surged. The celestial sword vibrated again, emitting a terrifying breath that could shock all directions. It was about to descend from the sky again. Under the attack of the celestial sword, Gu Fei actually put away the mountain and river cauldron. This was really no different from suicide. He already had one foot in the mysterious transformation realm, but compared to the celestial sword emperor, there was still a large realm difference. He was still no match for the celestial sword emperor. The celestial sword emperor was known as the unparalleled powerhouse with the highest attack power among his peers. Humph! Who's courting death? We still don't know. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Then, his aura began to rapidly increase. His blood chi soared into the sky, and the void around him began to ripple. Gu Fei's body was so strong that it could directly shake heaven and earth. Even the bodies of the current supreme powerhouses could not compare. Ha! How laughable. You're overestimating yourself. The voice in the sky resounded again, full of disdain. Seeing Gu Fei increase his strength without any regard for his own life, He thought that Gu Fei was going to fight him to the death. A king of immortal martial arts who surpassed immortal gods risked his life to fight a celestial sword emperor. This was probably the stupidest move in history that would never be repeated in the future. What is Big Brother trying to do? Is Big Brother crazy? Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balon, and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Gu Fei's action was too crazy. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. The celestial sword vibrated and was about to descend from the sky. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a terrifying destructive aura descended from the endless sky. A destructive power was rapidly condensing. Huge bolts of lightning began to appear in the pitch-black sky. This was the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth rapidly condensed, and the entire sky darkened as if night had suddenly descended. No one knew what was going on.
Run as far as you can.
Gu Fei's voice rang out in the hearts of He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon. From his voice, one could hear that Gu Fei was very anxious. He was urging He Tian's group to leave as soon as possible. This can't be. He Tian stared at the dark sky. He seemed to have seen something. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently, but he wasn't sure. Although Xiaoqing and the others didn't know what was going on, they didn't think too much about it and flew away. Rumble! Heaven shaking, earth-shattering thunder began to ring out, and huge bolts of lightning began to fall from the sky. Even the Deva sword in the sky was affected by it. Boom! At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking towards Gu Fei above the mountain peak. The destructive aura of heaven and earth was vast and mighty, but the celestial sword happened to block the golden lightning. How is this possible? A horrified voice resounded in the sky. The Sword Emperor who was hiding in the sky seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and couldn't maintain his composure. The speed of the golden lightning was too fast. Even an immortal emperor in celestial realm couldn't dodge it. The celestial sword was struck by the lightning. Buzz! The celestial sword vibrated violently. The frightening black sword light dimmed all of a sudden. The fluctuation of sword chi also weakened, and it almost fell from the sky. Heavens! What is this? Why did the weather change so suddenly? Why is there a golden lightning? Could this be the legendary heavenly tribulation? Cries of surprise came from the darkness. The people hiding in the distance were also shocked to the extreme, and their faces changed color. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people immediately jumped out of their hiding places and directly retreated to the distance. Chapter 899. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, shaking everything in the world. This was the power of heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even the celestial sword seemed insignificant under the power of heaven and earth. Rumble! Golden lightning slithered in the dark sky like golden snakes. The whole world was pressing down. The power of destruction was still condensing, shaking everyone's soul. Whoosh! Under the terrifying pressure, even the celestial being sword formed by the celestial being sword emperor had to retreat. The celestial being sword turned into a black sword light and rushed into the distance. Boom! The golden lightning descended from the sky and directly bombarded the celestial being sword. What's going on? The sword emperor couldn't help but be shocked. The golden lightning that descended from the sky contained the terrifying power of metal. It was like a peerless godly weapon chopping down from the sky. The celestial being sword emperor shook continuously and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, he couldn't care less about killing Gu Fei. He wanted to escape. Although he was a celestial being sword emperor, he was extremely afraid of the heavenly trial. He was afraid of attracting his own heavenly trial. Whoosh! The speed of the celestial sword was extremely fast, and it disappeared into the horizon in an instant. However, bolts of golden lightning still fell from the sky and chased after it like a shadow. Rumble! The sound of thunder kept coming from afar. The terrifying lightning did not stop. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Then they turned around and fled. There was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation in the Tanglong continent. However, at this moment, everyone had already guessed what had happened. Heavenly trial. Yes, it was the legendary heavenly trial. During the late desolate era, the world changed greatly and the law of heaven and earth also changed. Therefore, there was no heavenly trial in the Tanglong continent. Even if a cultivator cultivated to the celestial being realm, the immortal thunder tribulation would not descend. They couldn't ascend and enter the legendary cradle of the strong, the heaven realm. However, some primordial lands still had the law of heaven and earth from the primordial era. Therefore, it was easy to trigger heavenly tribulations in these primordial lands. The primordial powers had existed for countless years and naturally knew about the taboo of these primordial lands. Therefore, no one was willing to break through the bottleneck in these primordial lands. If one cultivated in these primordial lands and broke through the bottleneck and entered a new realm, the heavenly trial would descend. Of course, even though the heavenly tribulation was dangerous, not many people would be able to survive it. However, if one was lucky enough to survive the heavenly tribulation, they would obtain great benefits. During the tribulation, a cultivator's body and even their soul would be baptized by the power of heaven and earth. Their body would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Their divine sense would also be several times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Immortals who underwent tribulation and immortals who did not undergo tribulation were usually one level apart in strength. Immortals who underwent tribulation were true immortals. They were the difference between true immortals and true immortals. However, the number of true immortals and true immortals on the Tinglong continent could be counted on one hand. They were definitely super antiques. All the cultivators who grew up in the later primordial era had never experienced the baptism of heavenly tribulations. Therefore, the immortals who grew up in the latter period of the primordial era were fake immortals and fake immortals. Gu Fei broke through the bottleneck and reached another realm. Therefore, he attracted the heavenly tribulation. The heavens and earth would not allow the existence of someone who defied the heavens. The heavenly tribulation would descend to destroy those who defied the heavens. The power of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. A pitch-black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of several hundred miles appeared in the sky. The power within the tribulation cloud was condensing and brewing. Rumble! Bolts of lightning flickered in the tribulation cloud, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. The lightning in the tribulation cloud was not only golden in color, but also gradually revealed 5 different colors. It was the power of the 5 elements. 5 elements lightning tribulation? He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan had already retreated several hundred miles away from the tribulation cloud. The drastic change in the world had alarmed many people. Boss actually attracted the 5 elements lightning tribulation. He Tian seemed to be surprised. He seemed to know the origin of this heavenly tribulation, so he felt a little uneasy. Xiaoqing and Balan were also frightened. Before the heavens and earth, everything in the world would become incomparably insignificant, like ants. Even immortals were no exception. Who is so crazy as to make a breakthrough in the primordial era? Doesn't he know that even if he succeeds, there will be great danger in advancing his cultivation? Maybe he's not from the clan of the ancients. Figures began to appear in the mountains outside the tribulation cloud. On top of a mountain, 7 or 8 cultivators pointed at the figure below the tribulation cloud and whispered to each other. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, no one could remain calm. At this time, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was still brewing. There seemed to be a will controlling everything, causing Gu Fei to feel an unprecedented danger approaching him. Heavenly tribulation, he wanted to challenge it. After overcoming it, he would be invincible among his peers and become the true king of immortals. Even if he faced the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin king, he would be able to contend against them. On the path of martial arts, cultivating the physical body and refining the origin of life had already reached the supreme realm of proving the Tao through strength. Attracting the heavenly tribulation was the best way to refine the physical body and martial body. However, before Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation started, in the depths of a mountain 1,000 miles away, there was an unlucky fellow struggling under the thousands of lightning bolts. The area within a radius of 100 miles had already turned into a sea of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, and wherever the lightning passed, even the mountain ridges would be blasted apart. Arg! How could this be? The black-clothed sword emperor who wanted to kill Gu Fei roared. His voice was filled with fear. He had actually triggered his own heavenly tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation of a celestial being realm emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Endless lightning bolts fell from the sky, tearing the void and destroying everything. A sword emperor vaguely appeared in the sea of lightning formed by the heavenly tribulation, emitting terrifying sword chi. This Sword Emperor was using the Sword Emperor to resist his heavenly tribulation. There were actually two places in the pseudo-heaven realm where heavenly tribulations appeared. The fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation soon alarmed the big shots of the ancient desolation. That's the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan. He's actually undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 900. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Lord's text. Chapter 903. 5 Elemental Lightning Tribulation. Throughout the years, the ancient desolate world had been opened many times. Among those who had entered the ancient desolate world, there were many who had stagnated in their cultivation. They had tried to attract the heavenly tribulation inside, borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation to increase their strength. However, not a single one of those incredibly powerful old-timers hadn't been killed in body and soul by the heavenly tribulations they'd summoned. Heavenly tribulation was a calamity sent down by the heavens. Who could go against the heavens? Undergoing the heavenly tribulation was definitely extremely dangerous. It was like trying to find a chance of survival in the midst of certain death. No matter how talented you were, no matter how powerful you were, under the heavenly tribulation, you could turn into ashes and disappear from the world. There was absolutely no chance for you to start over. The chance of survival was simply too difficult to grasp. Therefore, even in the ancient desolate world, when there were many heroes in the White Clan in great numbers, there were only a few who could actually pass the heavenly tribulation. The mountains within 100 li were all shattered. The heavenly tribulation summoned by a celestial realm sword emperor was simply too terrifying. No one dared to get close. The celestial sword could no longer materialize, and the black-clothed sword emperor's body was charred black by the lightning that descended from the sky, emitting green smoke. If it weren't for the emperor's sword protecting him, he would have died under the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. The important figures of the ancient desolate era factions were alarmed. There were even patriarch-level figures in the vicinity. However, no one dared to get close. This was the heavenly tribulation. No one was willing to attract the lightning tribulation. Even if they were far away, some of them were having trouble controlling the energy in their bodies. The immortal souls that grew up in the later stages of the ancient desolate era had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Now that they sensed the might of the lightning tribulation, the energy of their immortal souls became restless. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them. It was as if the power of the heavenly tribulation could descend on them at any time. Everyone's soul trembled in fear. Everyone could faintly feel that if they got close to the lightning tribulation, their heavenly tribulation would descend. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. The black-clothed sword emperor roared furiously, and he directly drove the pitch-black emperor sword to meet the incoming bolt of purple lightning while emanating unparalleled fluctuations of sword chi. Swoosh! The purple lightning and the Emperor Divine Sword collided. Then, the Emperor Divine Sword shook violently. In an instant, it was enveloped by the purple lightning and its light immediately dimmed. Bam! The Emperor's sword trembled and fell from the sky. On the blade of the sword, there were countless purple lightning bolts that looked like little snakes. The essence of the Emperor's sword was constantly being devoured. 9 heavens violet thunder, the Zhao clan's sword emperor is doomed. Some of the living fossils attracted by the heavenly tribulation saw this, and knew that the sword emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. What he had drawn was actually the 9 heavens violet lightning. That was one of the most powerful lightning tribulations in the legends. 81 bolts of lightning would descend from the heavens, and each bolt of lightning would be stronger than the one before it. Under the 9 heavens violet lightning, even the current powerful figures would have a slim chance of surviving, let alone the sword emperor in the celestial realm. The clan leader of the primordial Zhao clan and a few supreme elders appeared on a nearby mountain peak. Looking at the heavenly tribulation in front of them, they all trembled with fear. These people's cultivation was unfathomable. They completely concealed their auras and didn't dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would attract their own heavenly tribulations and then affect others. If that happened, the upper echelons of the primordial Zhao clan would all be finished. Entering an ancient place like the pseudo-heaven realm, although there was a risk of triggering one's own heavenly tribulation, as long as one was careful, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't come. However, if someone else was undergoing a heavenly tribulation right beside them, then they deserved it. The heavenly tribulation of others could trigger the heavenly tribulation of others. Under the cover of the heavenly tribulation, no one's cultivation could be hidden. The power of heaven and earth in the unseen world could trigger the heavenly tribulation of cultivators. Those who weren't undergoing a heavenly tribulation were like a barrel of gunpowder. The power of the heavenly tribulation triggered by others was like a spark. When a spark splashed into the barrel of gunpowder, one could imagine what would happen. The black-robed sword emperor of the Zhao clan was caught in the crossfire. He was affected by the heavenly tribulation triggered by Gu Fei. The power of the heavenly tribulation also triggered the sword emperor's heavenly tribulation. It had to be said that the sword emperor of the primordial Zhao clan was really unlucky. Although the Zhao clan leader and the few great elders were extremely powerful and were the most powerful people in the world, they could only watch as the sword emperor of their clan was drowned by the 9 heavens' purple thunder that descended from the 9 heavens. As long as someone was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, they would run as far as they could. Whoever made a move would be unlucky and have to undergo the heavenly tribulation. No one would do such a stupid thing. At this moment, most people were attracted by the Sword Emperor's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation triggered by the Sword Emperor was too vast. The terrifying fluctuations could be felt from thousands of miles away. On the other hand, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation didn't attract as much attention. Gu Fei stood quietly in the sky above the mountain that was split in half by the Sword of Divinity. He raised his head and looked at the rolling tribulation clouds. At this moment, he could clearly feel how terrifying the might of the world was. Under the might of the world, Gu Fei felt as weak as an ant. The terrifying fluctuations emitted by the tribulation clouds were too powerful. Even Gu Fei felt helpless. Although the power of the world was terrifying, it also aroused Gu Fei's boundless fighting spirit. His battle intent was like a rainbow. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He wanted to fight against the world. Boom! All of a sudden, endless 5-colored lightning surged out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. The lightning interweaved into a sea of lightning that shrouded Gu Fei below. The entire world was torn apart by the 5-colored lightning that descended from the sky. It shattered and engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. Big brother! Big brother! When little Qing and Erebus saw this scene, although they were mentally prepared, they still turned pale with fright. As for Baron, he clenched his fists nervously. 5 elements lightning tribulation. Mahakala mumbled to himself. The soul flame in his skull pulsed violently as his soul power surged. He seemed to know the origin of this 5-colored lightning. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sea of lightning. He didn't resist. Instead, he guided the 5 elements lightning to his body. He was using the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his physical body and spiritual soul. The 5 elements divine lightning was in his body. Under this destructive power, his meridians instantly collapsed. Blood seeped out of the pores all over his body. Under the first wave of the lightning, Gu Fei's physical body was seriously injured. It almost collapsed. The power of the heavenly tribulation is so strong. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It should be known that his immortal divine martial constitution had been tempered thousands of times. It was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with existences at the level of sect masters. However, it was so weak under the lightning. He didn't dare to be careless. He directly activated the internal world in his dantian and drew the endless life essence from the divine spring of life. Under the effect of the life essence, Gu Fei's broken meridians rapidly reconstructed. His injured flesh grew and recovered quickly. The clotted blood and impurities in his body were immediately expelled from his pores. Chapter 901. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Sovereign Scripture. Chapter 904. Destruction and rebirth. The heavens and earth shook violently as thunder boomed. The entire sky and earth were illuminated by the intense light from the lightning. This was a terrifying scene that shook everyone's soul. Under the pitch-black sky, the 5-colored lightning covered a radius of tens of miles. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth transformed into tribulation lightning that could destroy everything. The mountains crumbled and the earth was bombarded with thousands of holes. Dust flew everywhere. Under the 5 elements lightning tribulation, everything seemed so fragile. The mountain below Gu Fei was instantly torn to pieces by countless lightning bolts and turned into dust. And Gu Fei, who was in the center of the lightning tribulation, was enduring unimaginable pain. Under the first wave of lightning attacks, Gu Fei's body was covered in electricity. The power of the 5-colored lightning coursed through his body, destroying his body. His tendons, bones, flesh, and even the ends of his hair crackled and flickered with 5-colored electricity. His meridians, muscles, and skin were all burnt to a crisp like charcoal. The five elements lightning tribulation contained a terrifying power of destruction. This was the power of the heavens and earth, a test from the heavens and earth. Gu Fei's body suffered terrible injuries under the continuous bombardment of lightning. His skin and flesh were charred and cracked. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few short breaths, Gu Fei's skin and flesh were split open. Even his bones were exposed. He no longer looked like a human. The terrifying lightning directly blasted into his body, rampaging through his muscles, bones, flesh, and internal organs. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Then, these lightning bolts shot out from Gu Fei's 7 apertures. In the end, all the pores on his body were emitting lightning. Gu Fei's 5 senses and 6 senses had lost their effectiveness. All he could do was endure. Endless life essence surged out from his dantian, nourishing his body that was damaged by the 5 elements lightning tribulation. The necrotic flesh fell off, and new flesh rapidly grew out from the wounds. The newly grown flesh was sparkling and translucent, surging with boundless life energy. It was even stronger than the original flesh, and its life force was even more exuberant. Gu Fei's physical body was undergoing a metamorphosis. The 365 acupoints on his body shone with divine light, and there seemed to be a void vaguely appearing in each acupoint. The 5 elements lightning tribulation descended from the sky, mercilessly bombarding Gu Fei. However, a portion of the lightning tribulation that entered Gu Fei's body was actually devoured by the 365 acupoints. Gu Fei's life source had already been divided into 365 parts, and stationed in 365 major acupoints in his body. Within each acupoint, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. This wasn't a division of the immortal Tao and divine Tao, but a manifestation of the most primordial life force. Gu Fei was branding the life force into his acupoints, using the power of his martial body to nourish his life. If the life force was branded into every part of his body, including every meridian, every drop of blood, every strand of hair, then Gu Fei would have an infinite life force. At that time, even if his body was destroyed and his primordial spirit destroyed, as long as there was a drop of blood or a strand of hair left, he would be able to be reborn. Even the legendary undying martial body cultivators couldn't reach such a supreme realm. Perhaps only the undying martial progenitors had such a cultivation base. Right now, Gu Fei had only cultivated his life force into 365 acupoints, which was equivalent to having 365 lives. As long as he could successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation, there wouldn't be many people in this world who could kill him. The first wave of the lightning tribulation lasted for more than an hour. The entire mountain range collapsed, and there wasn't a single intact spot within a few dozen li. The ground was scorched, and no life could survive the lightning tribulation of the 9 skies. A huge pit had been blasted into the center of the lightning tribulation. A powerful life force surged out from the pit. Boss actually withstood the first wave of the lightning tribulation. Big brother isn't dead. He Tian and Xiaoqing were startled when they sensed Gu Fei's aura. Balan's usually cold face also revealed a hint of danger. Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. As the last lightning tribulation dissipated, the first wave of the lightning tribulation vanished. Gu Fei had endured it. Although his life wasn't in danger, he was still severely injured. Meanwhile, he was sitting cross-legged in the pit formed by the lightning tribulation. His body was surrounded by black soil that emitted a red glow. The black soil was scorched, while the red soil was half magma. Those who sensed Gu Fei's life force were shocked to the extreme. Someone had actually survived the heavenly tribulation. This was something that had never happened before in history. However, some people could tell that the lightning tribulation didn't stop. It was only temporary, as the black tribulation clouds in the sky showed no signs of dispersing. Those who held grudges against Gu Fei wished that Gu Fei would be killed by the lightning tribulation. However, Xiaoqing and the others were worried for Gu Fei. He had already triggered the lightning tribulation, and there was no way he could escape. Before the power of the lightning tribulation was fully unleashed, it would absolutely not stop. Even if Gu Fei hid in his inner world, the lightning tribulation would follow him like a shadow. There was no way he could shake it off. Gu Fei's whole body was charred by the 5 elements lightning. His whole body was like coal. His limbs had fallen off, and only a layer of charred skin was left on his head. It was simply a skull. Bang! 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 The sound of a heartbeat gradually appeared on Gu Fei's body, one after another, steady and firm. At the same time, a crack appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a powerful spiritual force surged out. A purple divine light flashed, and a small person the size of a thumb appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. His dantian also lit up. The life force spread from his eyebrows, heart, and dantian to his whole body. The acupoints on his body were the first to emit the aura of life. The meridians on Gu Fei's body were like extinguished lamps that were reignited. His corporeal body began to glow with vitality. The burnt and necrotic flesh began to crack and fall off, and new blood, flesh, bones, and skin grew out of it. Soon, Gu Fei's limbs grew out, and his thick hair also appeared. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were reconstructed. A brand new Gu Fei was reborn. After the baptism of the first wave of the lightning tribulation, Gu Fei had transformed. The reborn martial body was extremely powerful. Every muscle, every bone, contained an unimaginable power. All the meridians in his body were even more tenacious. The vast Yuan Qi was like a surging river that surged through Gu Fei's body. The extremely vigorous blood and qi flowed along his spine, shooting up into the sky. It rushed out from the top of his head like a blood-red dragon. It rushed out from the pit into the 9 heavens, and even the tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be shaken. Blood and qi like a dragon. Boss's cultivation has already broken through. Just how strong is a mysterious transformation realm warrior? He Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 902. You are currently reading the Immortal Martial Lord's text. Chapter 905. Heavenly Tao. Note the 5 elements. Heavenly tribulation is one of the most powerful types of heavenly tribulation in the legends. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth forms the tribulation thunder. The heavens will send down 5 layers of heavenly lightning, and with each layer, its power will multiply. Even in the great era of chaos where hundreds of tribes existed in great numbers, not many people could attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. I wonder if Big Brother can last till the end. He Tian's tone was incomparably solemn. This was only the first layer of the lightning tribulation. There were still 4 more to come. Big Brother. Xiaoqing was startled hearing this. If the first layer of the lightning tribulation was already this powerful, then wouldn't the next 4 layers be able to destroy the heavens and earth? No one knew what the outcome would be. Everyone was watching from afar. Those who grew up in the later desolate era had never undergone the heavenly tribulation, so they all stayed far away, not daring to get too close. If the power of the lightning tribulation triggered their own heavenly tribulation, they would be out of luck. If the accumulated heavenly tribulations of those who had never undergone the heavenly tribulation descended together, it would definitely be enough to turn a cultivator into ashes in an instant. Xiaoqing and Balan were not worried for Gu Fei. The legendary heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been turned into ashes by the first layer of the lightning tribulation. Gu Fei's physique was different from ordinary people. His martial body was as strong as an emperor divine weapon. Therefore, he was not blasted into ashes by the first layer of the 5 elements heavenly tribulation. Although the 5 elements heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it did not mean that there was no chance of survival. The lightning tribulation temporarily stopped. This was because the heavens and earth were gathering energy again, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity for Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements heavenly tribulation was even more powerful and terrifying than before. The destructive power of the heavens and earth surged in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds, illuminating the heavens and earth. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Gu Fei quickly adjusted his strength to the peak. His reborn body emitted rays of divine light. His powerful blood and qi revolved around his body like a giant dragon. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's aura rose to its peak, an earth-shattering thunder suddenly rang out from the pitch-black tribulation clouds in the sky. Then, bolts of lightning in the shape of dragons broke through the layers of tribulation clouds and rushed down from the sky, fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Dragon-shaped lightning. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain-like golden dragon exuded boundless metal elemental power. Its entire body was surrounded by lightning as it charged down from the sky. There was also the enormous blue dragon that was emitting a monstrous water element energy, the earthy yellow dragon that was surging with the earth element energy, the enormous fire dragon that was emitting a monstrous fire, and the enormous cyan dragon that was drawing the wood element energy between heaven and earth. All of them had rushed out of the tribulation clouds and were rushing towards Gu Fei. These were dragon-shaped lightning bolts condensed from the five-element thunder essence. These bolts of lightning seemed to have a mind of their own as they descended from the sky. They only had one goal, and that was to destroy that fellow who dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth. Come. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the huge crater created by the tribulation lightning. He raised his head and looked up, his eyes incomparably resolute. Boom! Countless dragon-shaped mountains rushed down in an instant. Granny limitless lightning engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. Dust rose high into the sky, and the entire ground began to tremble. Rumble! Under the impact of the dragon-shaped lightning bolts, the ground undulated violently like waves. Bottomless cracks spread out from the point of impact. The dragon-like lightning bolts instantly rushed into Gu Fei's body. The five-element thunder essence rampaged within Gu Fei's body, destroying his vitality and tearing apart his divine soul. The reborn martial body was immediately bombarded by the thunder essence and was charred black. Five-colored lightning wreaked havoc within Gu Fei's body, causing Gu Fei's insides to be scorched. He felt as if his body was being torn apart, and his divine soul was almost blasted out of his body by the tribulation lightning. Crackle! 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 Blinding bolts of lightning struck Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body trembled violently and convulsed. The destructive power within his body had gained the upper hand. The endless life essence only protected his brow, heart, and dantian. The other parts of his body had long been charred by the thunder essence. Gu Fei's bones, tendons, flesh, and even his internal organs were all severely injured. They were in a strange state of being half-charred. His flesh, tendons, and bones had been bombarded by the thunder essence, and he felt as if his divine soul was being torn apart. One could imagine what kind of terrifying pain Gu Fei was enduring. Gu Fei could feel that the second wave of thunder essence was several times stronger than the first wave. The dragon-shaped lightning destroyed everything. The divine light emitted by Gu Fei's 365 meridians dimmed. The fire of life within his meridians seemed as if it could be extinguished at any time. Although the extremely powerful thunder essence could destroy everything and shatter the void, it did not completely cut off the vitality within Gu Fei's body. The powerful advantage of the immortal divine martial body was now fully displayed. His powerful physical body could even withstand the most terrifying thunder essence for a period of time. Although it could only hold on for a short period of time, it was enough for Gu Fei to grasp a slim chance of survival. He operated his mystic art, and the mark of the great Tao appeared in his heart, emitting the heavenly voice of the great Tao. What? How is this possible? That person actually possesses the Extreme Tao Saint's Extreme Tao scripture. A heavenly melody that sounded like an Extreme Tao Saint reciting the supreme scripture came from Gu Fei's body. Everyone who heard the great Tao heavenly melody was shocked. The person undergoing the tribulation actually possessed the Extreme Tao scripture. It was a peerless cultivation technique created by an Extreme Tao expert. The Primordial Tao sect, the Primordial Immortal sect, and the Yao Tai Ancient Sacred Ground all possessed incomplete copies of the Supreme Tao Scripture. The Supreme Tao Scripture was rumored to be an immortal Tao treasure passed down by the Tao ancestor. However, the Tao Scripture was already incomplete during the Primordial era. No one could collect the incomplete Tao Scripture. The Primordial Tao sect, the Primordial Immortal sect, and the Yao Tai Ancient Sacred Ground had only obtained a small portion of the Supreme Tao Scripture. Even so, the three Primordial Era factions relied on the incomplete Tao Scripture to stand tall in the cultivation world for countless years without disappearing in the merciless passage of time. The martial ancestor's mark that Gu Fei had obtained was more precious than any of the Supreme Tao Scriptures. It was because it was a complete Great Tao mark that contained the various mysteries of the Great Tao. It could help one prove their Tao and cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. As soon as the Great Tao heavenly melody appeared, the 365 acupoints in Gu Fei's body began to change. They seemed to have turned into 365 bottomless black holes that gradually devoured the surrounding five elements lightning. At that moment, the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows split open. A figure the size of a thumb sat cross-legged in it. As it breathed, the tiny five elements lightning was devoured by the tiny figure. At the same time, blurry figures appeared in the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body, swallowing and spitting lightning. The tribulation could not only temper the body, but also the soul. The great Tao heavenly melody resounded in Gu Fei's body. He then drew upon the power of the tribulation lightning to temper his body, temper his soul, and swallow and spit out the 5 elements lightning. This method was too frightening. Chapter 903. The heavenly melody of the great path lingered between heaven and earth, as if a supreme saint was lecturing on the great path of heaven and earth. No one could have imagined that the dragon-shaped tribulation thunder would emit such a supreme Tao melody. Legend had it that only the supreme scripture passed down by the supreme saint could emit such a heavenly melody, resonating with the great path of heaven and earth. This was a sign of enlightenment. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind became calm. Although his whole body was blooming with dazzling lightning, the pain in his body seemed to have disappeared. The origin of life turned into a small person, sitting cross-legged in between Gu Fei's eyebrows, drawing the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation to refine his spirit and body. In each of the 365 acupoints on his body, which were branded with the power of the origin of life, a vague, illusory figure was sitting cross-legged in each of them. The void of the acupoints was like a real universe, constantly devouring the 5 elements thunder and lightning that were wreaking havoc in Gu Fei's body. There seemed to be a sea of thunder and lightning in the void of the acupoints, with countless flashes of lightning flashing. After the baptism of the 5 elements thunder, Gu Fei's origin of life became purer and purer, gradually merging with his spirit. It could be divided and gathered, changing in thousands of ways. Between the eyebrows, the heart, and the dantian, these 3 places that were connected to the inner world, constantly surged with a vast amount of origin of life. Under the bombardment of the thunder and lightning, Gu Fei's flesh and bones suffered unimaginable damage. His bones were broken, and his flesh was charred. However, in the next moment, new bones grew rapidly, and the charred flesh would fall off and new flesh would grow. Even Gu Fei himself did not know how many times his body had been destroyed and reborn. He had become a little numb. However, during this process, Gu Fei's body gradually transformed and became stronger. In the second wave of the thunder tribulation, terrifying dragon-shaped lightning descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Different colored lightning condensed into a giant dragon, circling between heaven and earth. Each dragon-shaped lightning emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. In front of the dragon-shaped lightning, the void of the world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Everyone was frightened. Boom! Amidst the golden light, a golden bolt of lightning rushed down from the tribulation clouds like a golden dragon, bombarding Gu Fei below. Half of Gu Fei's body was badly mutilated. Blood splattered everywhere, and bone fragments flew out. Crack, crack, crack. The broken bones were shaking, and new bones were growing rapidly. The charred flesh was falling off, revealing tender new flesh. Gu Fei was like an undying cockroach, tenaciously fighting against the terrifying heavenly tribulation. There were a few times when Gu Fei's aura was so weak that it looked like his soul was about to dissipate. His body and soul were about to be destroyed, but he still managed to hold on. Again and again, Gu Fei hovered on the edge of life and death. The heavenly melody of the great path was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but it never disappeared. The mark of the great path that was imprinted in Gu Fei's heart was circulating with the aura of the great path, protecting the last mark of Gu Fei's life. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was really good. The mark of the great path contained the power of the great path. Although it was only a trace of the power of the great path, it was enough to protect Gu Fei and not let Gu Fei be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. The second wave of the thunder tribulation raged for more than 4 hours. The terrifying energy that seemed to destroy heaven and earth gradually weakened. When the second wave of the thunder tribulation disappeared, Gu Fei no longer looked like a human, but he was still alive. The heavenly melody of the great path sounded in his body. A part of the power of the thunder tribulation that blasted into his body was absorbed by his 365 meridians and the Naiwan palace between his eyebrows. His flesh and blood were surging, and his bones were vibrating. Gu Fei's broken body was quickly recovering. A vast amount of life essence surged out from his eyebrows, heart, and dantian, wrapping him up. Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were all transforming. The sound of his bones vibrating actually made a sonorous sound, as if broken divine iron was being reformed. He's actually not dead yet. The tribulation clouds in the sky have not dispersed. Can that person really succeed in crossing the thunder tribulation? On a distant mountain top, figures flickered. Gu Fei crossing the thunder tribulation had alarmed many people. Some people saw several sect masters appearing nearby. However, in a mountain 1,000 li away, there was another person crossing the thunder tribulation. The momentum of that person's thunder tribulation was vast, not any weaker than Gu Fei's. That unlucky sword emperor of the Zhao clan had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei, but he didn't expect that he would trigger his own thunder tribulation. That sword emperor was also fighting with his life on the line, and was still alive. The majority of people were attracted by the sword emperor's thunder tribulation, especially those from the ancient Zhao clan. After all, that was their clan's sword emperor. The news spread very quickly among the major powers of the ancient desolate. They all knew that a sword emperor of the Zhao clan was crossing the thunder tribulation. Hence, the majority of the major characters were attracted by the sword emperor of the Zhao clan. The sword emperor of the Zhao clan actually triggered his own thunder tribulation. This was something that no one had expected. The sword emperor's action was simply courting death. No one was optimistic about the sword emperor of the Zhao clan. Throughout the countless years, there were many immortal emperors and Shen king who were stronger than the sword emperor of the Zhao clan, but none of them survived the thunder tribulation. The sword emperor of the Zhao clan shouldn't be an exception. His fate could already be predicted. However, one had to admit that the Zhao clan's foundation was truly deep. The Zhao clan took the initiative to use a few forbidden treasures from their clan, and they actually helped the sword emperor of the Zhao clan to last until now. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan also found out from some cultivators that the sword emperor of the Zhao clan was crossing the thunder tribulation. They immediately thought of the celestial being Realm Sword Emperor who launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei. Serves him right for being unlucky. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were both surprised and overjoyed. So it was the Zhao clan's people who plotted against Gu Fei. The Zhao clan was truly despicable. However, Xiaoqing and the others couldn't be bothered with the sword emperor of the Zhao clan. They were only concerned about Gu Fei. Gu Fei survived the second wave of the thunder tribulation, which made Xiaoqing and the others secretly heave a sigh of relief. Under the thunder tribulation, nothing could be preserved. The area within a radius of 10 miles had completely changed. The power of the thunder tribulation had destroyed everything. Even the array flags that He Tian couldn't retrieve in time were destroyed by the thunder tribulation. This made He Tian's heart ache. That was a killing array that he had painstakingly refined. This time, the 5 elements thunder tribulation in the sky only stopped for a moment before the third wave of thunder tribulation descended. Within the pitch-black tribulation clouds that exuded an endless aura of destruction, divine phoenixes rushed down. These weren't real divine phoenixes, but divine phoenixes condensed from the 5 elements thunder tribulation. Each divine phoenix emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Rumble. Within the tribulation clouds, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder. Countless divine phoenixes descended from the sky and pounced towards Gu Fei. This time, lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes descended from heaven and earth. The heavenly melody of the great path sounded within Gu Fei's body. At the moment when the divine phoenix's lightning descended, Gu Fei's 365 major acupoints emitted a dazzling divine light. It was as though 365 suns had rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Boom! Gu Fei struck the sky with his fist and directly confronted the terrifying lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. The torrential fist force was like the Milky Way flowing backwards. It went against the sky and instantly collided with the lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. Is he crazy? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Gu Fei actually confronted the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth head-on. That was challenging the entire pseudo-heaven realm. He was going against heaven and earth. Big brother, he, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were also dumbfounded. Gu Fei's actions were too crazy. If it was anyone else, they would only think about how to resist the heaven's tribulation. However, Gu Fei took the initiative to attack. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. 2 extremely terrifying forces collided head-on. The scene was extremely terrifying. It made people feel as if the world was going to be destroyed. It was an incomparably oppressive feeling. Bam! Gu Fei's entire right arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This was an attack with all his strength. The rebounding force was so strong that even his newly born physical body could not withstand it. However, the countless lightning bolts in the shape of divine phoenixes also collapsed under Gu Fei's punch. The attack that cut off all means of retreat and sank all boats had played its role. Gu Fei endured the pain and used the 8 desolation steps to directly soar into the sky. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when the divine phoenixes hadn't bombarded him, Gu Fei rushed into the pitch-black tribulation lightning in the sky. No way! Is that even possible? Although I've never seen anyone go through a tribulation, I've never heard of anyone going through a tribulation like this. Gu Fei's action really petrified everyone who saw this scene. There was actually someone who rushed into the tribulation clouds. Even the sect masters were dumbfounded. They had never heard of someone rushing into the tribulation clouds on their own initiative. No one knew what the consequences of doing that would be. This was the first time Gu Fei had done something like this since ancient times. No one had ever done something like this before, or even thought about it. Big brother, Xiaoqing was shocked to the extreme. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would actually rush into the tribulation clouds. Could it be that he's actually using the fighting techniques of the martial path to transcend a tribulation? He Tian seemed to think of something, but he wasn't sure. The moment Gu Fei rushed into the tribulation clouds, he felt a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. His entire body was suddenly wrapped up by the omnipresent 5 elements of lightning. Thunder and lightning interweaved, and divine phoenixes condensed from the power of the 5 elements of lightning appeared in the tribulation clouds. The instant Gu Fei rushed into the tribulation clouds, he felt a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. His entire body was suddenly wrapped up by the omnipresent 5 elements lightning. Thunder and lightning interweaved, and divine phoenixes condensed from the power of the 5 elements lightning appeared in the tribulation clouds. The power of the 5 elements tribulation thunder brewing in the tribulation cloud was too powerful. The tribulation cloud was like a sea of tribulation thunder. Endless 5 elements thunder and lightning were intertwining with each other. It was a dazzling light that hurt people's eyes. Chapter 904. Gu Fei treated the heavenly tribulation as a terrifying opponent. He was a cultivator who pressed forward with indomitable will. Even if his opponent was the entire world, he would not retreat. Moreover, he would take the initiative to attack. When fighting against an enemy, one should take advantage of the fact that the opponent had not gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. This was the most basic rule of martial arts battle techniques. It was the same when facing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of the time when the heavenly tribulation had gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. However, in the eyes of others, this was definitely an extremely crazy move. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, it just happened to be a chance of survival under the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He cut off all means of retreat and directly rushed into the heavenly tribulation clouds. Within the pitch-black heavenly tribulation clouds, there was actually a sea of lightning interweaving with the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements gathered from all directions and turned into terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning. An extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the center of the heavenly tribulation clouds. It was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the heavenly tribulation sea. A small person condensed from the source of life sat cross-legged between his eyebrows. The small person was absorbing the power of the surrounding heavenly tribulation. All 365 of his acupoints opened wide. In the void of each acupoint, there seemed to be a god sitting cross-legged, also absorbing the heavenly tribulation lightning, tempering his source of life. Gu Fei had used all his strength to clash head-on with the divine phoenix that had descended from the sky. His entire arm had been shattered by the recoil. However, his shattered right arm was rapidly regenerating. Very soon, a brand new arm grew out, as good as new. A vast amount of yuan qi surged on the regenerated arm. The regenerated flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had transformed even more powerful. It was as if a casual strike could shatter the sky. Every time Gu Fei's body was reconstructed, it would become even more powerful. In particular, Gu Fei's bones had become crystal clear under the tempering of the 5 elements lightning. Strands of electricity as thin as hair flowed through them, making them as hard as a mortal metal. Boundless 5 elements energy transformed into tribulation lightning. Then, boundless lightning energy condensed into terrifying bolts of lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. They emitted a heart-shaking destructive aura as they charged at Gu Fei from all directions. Rumble! It was as if tens of thousands of thunderbolts were roaring, and the whole world was shaking. Countless lightning bolts shot out from the tribulation clouds, tearing the void and shattering the world. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world surged out from the tribulation cloud, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. This was the might of the world. Everyone, including the sect masters, felt a sense of helplessness and fear. In front of the might of the world, all living beings in the world were as insignificant as ants. An indistinct heavenly melody came from the tribulation cloud. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei, who had charged into the tribulation cloud, was actually able to survive. This was too unbelievable. Big brother. Big brother. Xiaoqing, Heition and Balon were all extremely nervous. They stared at the pitch-black tribulation cloud in front of them. Xiaoqing and Balon's palms were covered in sweat. In Heition's skull, the soul fire was violently pulsing. Two resplendent divine lights shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards the tribulation cloud in front of him. Earth-shaking thunder sounded in the tribulation cloud. The world seemed to be angry at Gu Fei, who dared to offend the might of the world. The five elements' heavenly thunder destroyed everything, wanting to blast this heaven-defying cultivator into ashes. Gu Fei was in great danger. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, this was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. After an unknown amount of time, all the thunder suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the tribulation cloud, could not remember how many times he had reconstructed his body. The charred flesh and broken bones that fell from his body formed a cocoon around him, wrapping him up. The ubiquitous thunder and lightning in the tribulation cloud seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. However, Gu Fei was not happy because he felt an unprecedented danger. Almost transparent thunder and lightning fell from the sky. This was the last wave of tribulation lightning. It was the most powerful silent tribulation lightning. It was impossible to defend against. Only when the tribulation lightning struck one's body would one wake up. At that time, the silent tribulation lightning would have destroyed the life source of the person undergoing the tribulation, causing the person's soul to scatter. The silent tribulation lightning wrapped around Gu Fei and directly bombarded the life source in his Naiwen palace, wanting to completely destroy his life. This silent tribulation lightning specialized in destroying the life source. Wherever it passed, Gu Fei's body would lose its vitality. The life essence contained in his flesh, tendons, and bones would be devoured by the tribulation lightning. The life source in Gu Fei's 365 meridians was also attacked. It was like a lamp that was extinguished in the void of the meridians. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The last wave of tribulation lightning was so strange and terrifying. It specialized in destroying the life source and destroying all vitality. Gu Fei's life was threatened. I have no choice but to use external objects, Gu Fei thought. He originally wanted to not use external objects and use his own strength to survive the tribulation. But now it seemed that it was impossible. The last wave of tribulation lightning directly destroyed a cultivator's life source. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their primordial spirit and nascent soul would not be able to escape. They would be destroyed by the tribulation lightning and their souls would scatter. Buzz! With a thought, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. An endless ancient aura was emitted from the big cauldron. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the silent tribulation lightning that had invaded Gu Fei's body was immediately forced out. The vast life essence immediately revitalized the severed flesh, tendons, and bones. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron shook slightly. The silent tribulation lightning that had gathered from all directions was immediately shattered and dissipated in the void. Only a supreme saint could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon refined by a supreme saint also had the supreme power to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon was extremely powerful. With just a slight shake, it dissolved the fifth wave of tribulation lightning. The tribulation clouds gradually began to disperse. Endless heaven and earth essence from all directions crazily gathered and entered Gu Fei's body. The tribulation is over? That person passed the tribulation? How is this possible? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they saw. The tribulation clouds dispersed and a cocoon-like thing floated high in the sky. Endless heaven and earth essence gathered towards the cocoon. The cocoon was like a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the spirit chi from all directions. Bang! Chapter 905. The heavenly tribulation, which had been raging for 10 to 12 hours, finally came to an end. The tribulation cloud shrouding the sky gradually dispersed, and the terrifying earth-shattering aura that had condensed between heaven and earth also dissipated into the void. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, wearing a white robe. He preferred to wear white. His original clothes had long been turned to ashes by the tribulation lightning, but he had spare clothes in his inner world. Even immortals couldn't live without all kinds of necessities: food, shelter, and transportation. Since ancient times, no one had ever seen an immortal naked. "I've finally broken through." Gu Fei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. His face was indifferent. In the void of all 365 meridians, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. Those were life seals, the quintessence of Gu Fei's life force that had fused with his divine soul. Each illusory image was Gu Fei himself, which meant that he now had 365 lives. Each life imprint contained all of Gu Fei's memories and experiences. As long as the life god in the void of all 365 meridians didn't die, Gu Fei wouldn't be considered to have truly died. Gu Fei had fused the life imprints and soul in the void of all 365 meridians to form a life god. It was the perfect fusion and transformation of life and soul. Each meridian had a life god presiding over it. Life gods were different from the primordial spirits of martial cultivators and the nascent souls of soul cultivators. They weren't independent entities. They were all Gu Fei's will. One could say that they were all Gu Fei. The void of the meridians contained a vast amount of Yuan Qi. It was like 365 lakes. The Yuan Qi spread to the surroundings, nourishing Gu Fei's body at all times. After the baptism of the 5 elements lightning tribulation, Gu Fei's bones had clearly changed. Each bone was branded with traces of thunder and lightning. There were even faint electric currents flowing through all of his bones. His bones were 5-colored, like 5 elements godly metal. They were so tough that they were comparable to the holy weapons of almighty beings. This was the fearsomeness of a martial artist. Their bodies were strong enough to cause cultivators of the same level to feel fear. Gu Fei's blood vitality was as vigorous as a true dragon. A body that has gone through the heavenly tribulation is indeed different. Gu Fei sighed. He could feel that he no longer had a mortal aura on him. The lightning tribulation had severed all of Gu Fei's mortal aura. His entire person was like nature itself, as if he was one with the world. With every movement he made, he could actually draw in the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He could do as he pleased, and it was easier than ever for him to merge with the world around him. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared, his voice shaking the sky. Even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one knew just how powerful someone who had passed the heavenly tribulation was. A few powerful auras appeared in the vicinity without any concealment. Now that the heavenly tribulation was over, some of the big shots no longer had any misgivings. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in black aura rushed out from the mountain ridge in the distance. With a single step, he crossed dozens of miles. In just a few steps, that person had already appeared in front of Gu Fei. A powerful aura surged out from that person. Everyone could feel a strong sense of oppression. This person was definitely an immortal king or god king who had surpassed the immortal realm. Who is that person? How dare he attack someone who has passed the heavenly tribulation? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The figure shrouded in black aura exuded a killing intent that was not concealed at all. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed towards Gu Fei at this moment. However, Gu Fei waved his hand at them, indicating that they should not approach. In a battle of this level, they would not be of any help at all. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan stopped when they saw this. The aura of that person was incomparably powerful. It was not something that they could deal with. Who are you? Gu Fei stared at the person shrouded in black aura and asked coldly. He was not in a hurry to attack. A person who is about to die does not need to know my name. The person's voice was so cold that it was suffocating. Moreover, he was full of confidence. Facing Gu Fei, he had a superior attitude. Humph. Those who wanted to kill me have all been killed by me. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Gu Fei laughed. He had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was looking for someone to practice with. Don't think that you are invincible after passing the heavenly tribulation. In front of absolute power, you are nothing, the person said as he took a step forward. From within the black aura, a huge hand stretched out soundlessly and pressed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt a chill immediately attacking his body. The blood and qi in his body were almost frozen. He could not help but be shocked. His body shook, and the blood and qi in his body suddenly erupted. It was as if a huge dragon had rushed out from the top of his head. Boom! The void shook violently, and the frightening cold air was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, his physical body had become so strong that it made one shudder. This is... In the distance, He Tian could not help but be startled when he saw this scene. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept towards the person shrouded in black aura. The power of Yin. I didn't think that someone would be able to cultivate the power of Yin. He Tian muttered to himself. The power of Yang was the extreme Yang, and the power of Yin was the power of Yin. He Tian cultivated the great Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was naturally more familiar with the power of Yang and the power of Yin than anyone else. He cultivated both Yin and Yang, but the person who attacked Gu Fei only cultivated the power of Yin. If the power of Yin was cultivated to the highest level, it could freeze thousands of miles with a snap of the fingers. Even a celestial being would be frozen to death. The person pressed his palm out soundlessly, and the void in front of his palm was instantly frozen. The terrible power of Yin condensed into invisible cold blades, which tore through the void and slashed towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the power of the metal element on his fist was vast. His entire fist bloomed with golden light, as if a golden sun had appeared high up in the sky. After being tempered by the 5 elements' heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei used the 5 elements as his bones, and Yin and Yang as his tools. He could freely switch between Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. The martial arts techniques that he used were even more terrifying. The power of Yin and Yang directly smashed the invisible cold blades that were slashing towards him, and its momentum did not decrease at all. It directly met the person's palm. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound and the sound of bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. The mysterious person shrouded in black aura retreated, and his entire palm was severely deformed. Roar! Chapter 906. It can't be! Even the Lunar King at the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm was injured? That's the Lunar King of the Beitang family. That person who passed the heavenly tribulation seems to only have the cultivation of the 1st heaven of the mysterious transformation realm. How is it possible? The jaws of the spectators in the distance also dropped in shock. Some recognized the identity of that mysterious transformation celestial king. Gu Fei actually forced back a mysterious transformation realm celestial king, who cultivated the power of Yin with a single punch. Humph! So you're a member of the Beitang family. Gu Fei sneered. He pressed forward step by step, his powerful aura causing the whole heaven and earth to tremble. Blood and qi circled around him like a dragon. The words of the spectators reached his ears. He finally knew why the other party wanted to kill him. The other party was a celestial king of the Beitang family. Roar! The Lunar King, whose whole body was wrapped in black gas, roared. He didn't speak, but his severely deformed right hand was shaking. The power of Yin was surging, and the shattered muscles and bones were regenerating. In an instant, his right hand was completely healed, as good as new. I can't let you live. The Lunar King was faintly discernible in the black gas. His killing intent was even stronger. The pressure that Gu Fei gave him was too great. If he was allowed to grow, it would be a disaster for the Beitang family. Freezing the world! He shouted loudly, and endless power of Yin surged out from his body. Within a radius of 100 miles, it was instantly frozen by an extremely terrifying hidden power of years. Even the void was frozen. All of this happened too quickly. Several nearby mountains crumbled in an instant, and then turned into dust. The entire space seemed to have been frozen into a block of ice. The cold Yin qi surged out in all directions, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was affected. Those with weak cultivation were directly frozen by the cold Yin qi, and their souls were scattered. Only those at the level of celestial gods saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated. Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian had great saint weapons, but even so, they were almost frozen stiff. The cold Yin qi could not only freeze the physical body, but also corrode the soul. It was extremely powerful. Gu Fei bore the brunt of the attack and was instantly frozen. Who would have thought that your physical body would actually be so strong that even the lunar true power would find it hard to obliterate you, destroying both your body and spirit? The Lunar King was extremely shocked. The lunar cold chi had always been successful, but this time was an exception. It should be known that even a large mountain would be turned into dust and completely obliterated by the lunar true power. Even godly metal would be frozen to the point of cracking. However, Gu Fei was only sealed in ice, and his physical body did not turn into dust. Die! The Lunar King sealed the heaven and earth with ice, and within a radius of 100 miles, only he could move. Like a ghost, he instantly floated in front of Gu Fei, and directly threw a punch towards Gu Fei's head. A layer of dark light appeared on his fist, and the power of Yin surged out from his fist. The space that had been sealed in ice shattered under his fist. Crack! At this moment, the thin layer of ice on Gu Fei's body suddenly cracked into countless cracks, and then with a pang sound it shattered. Thousands of ice shards, like the shards of a peerless godly weapon, shot out in all directions. Amidst the shattered ice, a strong and powerful arm stretched out, grabbing onto the fist that the Lunar King was about to strike. How is this possible? The shock of the Lunar King was no small matter. In her great shock, her fist shook, and the power of Yin surged towards the opponent like a river bursting through a dam. Shwa! The arm that grabbed the Lunar King's fist was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. It was not ordinary ice, but the lunar mysterious ice that was much colder than 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. The lunar cold chi could freeze all things. However, today, the lunar cold chi could not freeze Gu Fei. Gu Fei's arm shook, and the power of fire burst out. Wisps of fire rushed out from his pores. The thin layer of ice on his arm was immediately evaporated by the power of the fire element. The lunar cold chi was dispersed. As he exerted his strength, a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering could be heard from his hand. Ho! The Lunar King's face twisted in pain. He watched helplessly as his fist was crushed by the opponent. The opponent was actually not afraid of the power of Yin. Pang! Gu Fei directly kicked between the Lunar King's chest and abdomen, kicking the Lunar King into the air and tearing one of the Lunar King's arms off. The power of this kick was extremely strong. The Lunar King's sternum was instantly shattered, and his internal organs turned into minced meat. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. His body was almost kicked into 2 pieces by Gu Fei's kick. This person's physical body is too strong. He is actually not afraid of the lunar cold chi. The Lunar King has been crippled. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be moved. A simple attack almost shattered the physical body of a celestial king in the 8th heaven of the profound transformation realm. I'll fight you to the death! The Lunar King roared, and a pitch-black divine light gushed out from between her eyebrows. In the black light, there was a pitch-black blade that was like a crescent moon. It emitted endless lunar true power and slashed towards Gu Fei. As soon as the black blade appeared, the aura it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if there was really a black crescent moon falling from the sky, destroying everything. The space that had been frozen by the lunar cold chi shattered in an instant, turning into terrifying chaos that destroyed everything. This was a terrifying imperial divine weapon. Pang! Gu Fei's attack was very direct. It was still a punch, but a simple attack had great power. The king divine weapon that the Lunar King struck out was actually blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Pang! The king divine weapon collapsed in the void, lost all its spirituality, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. What? This time, the Lunar King was completely dumbfounded. The opponent could actually use his physical body to resist the king divine weapon. He was simply a peerless divine weapon in human form. The king divine weapon was shattered, and the Lunar King suffered a great impact. She almost fell from the bed, and on her eyebrows, a bright red dazzling blood flowed down. Gu Fei didn't give the Lunar King another chance to attack. He used the desolate steps and instantly caught up with the Lunar King. He pointed a finger and crushed the Lunar King's head. However, the Lunar King's headless body still soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled, but he immediately understood that the Lunar King's primordial spirit must have escaped from the Mud Pill Palace and hidden in other parts of the body. He was about to attack again to completely kill the Lunar King. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Boss, let me do it. Just at this moment, a figure rushed over from afar. Gu Fei stopped when he heard that. He already knew that it was that fellow who was rushing over. Hee. The power of Yin is a great tonic. He Tian was extremely excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He directly chased after the headless body of the Lunar King. The Lunar King suffered serious injuries one after another and was already an arrow at the end of its flight, which benefited He Tian. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. Although the Lunar King was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he almost dragged He Tian down with him. He actually exploded his primordial spirit, and the power of Yin swept in all directions. If it wasn't for He Tian having a powerful holy weapon to protect himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation and would have lost his life. The power of Yin was definitely a great tonic for He Tian, who cultivated both Yin and Yang. The power of Yin that exploded was all gathered and swallowed into his skull. During this process, no one dared to step forward to interfere. Even if there were people from the Beitang clan nearby, these people didn't dare to step forward. No one would seek their own death. Gu Fei killed a celestial king in the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm with his bare hands. The terrifying battle prowess he displayed intimidated everyone. Even the sect masters of the heaven tier didn't dare to step forward rashly. This gave Mahakala enough time to devour the power of extreme Yin that had exploded. The power of Yin gave birth to the sun, and the sun gave birth to the power of Yin and Yang. He Tian's body erupted with an unprecedentedly strong fluctuation of the power of Yin and Yang. At this time, a shocking news came. A sword emperor of the Zhao clan of the primordial era had fallen. That sword emperor died under the heavenly tribulation. When the news came, everyone was shocked. That sword emperor of the Zhao clan was really too awesome, actually attracting his own heavenly tribulation. Only a few people knew that the sword emperor of the Zhao clan had died a very unjust death. The primordial Zhao family used various methods in an attempt to help the Sword King overcome his tribulation. However, in the end, even the patriarch of the Zhao family could not save the Sword King even after personally asking for the saint weapon of the Zhao family. Even the almighty sacred weapon of the Zhao family was heavily damaged by the heavenly tribulation. Its vitality was damaged, and it would probably take several hundred years to recover. Humph. Good death. When Gu Fei heard this news, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. That sword emperor sneak attacked him, but ended up with a tragic fate of having both his body and soul destroyed. This was really the cycle of karma. Roar! Just as everyone was about to leave, a terrifying roar sounded from the nearby mountains. A wild beast that was as huge as a mountain walked out of the mountains. Even the surrounding mountains only reached the waist of that wild beast. Other than startling the human cultivators, Gu Fei's tribulation also alarmed some of the wild beasts that broke into the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. Back then, when the wild beasts from the ancient desolation world attacked the pseudo-heaven realm, not all of them were forced back to the ancient desolation world by the human cultivators. Many primordial beasts were lurking in this world. Roar! The wild beast roared towards the sky, causing the entire mountain to shake. With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, an extremely fierce aura spread out from the wild beast's body. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, and the wild beast that was as huge as a mountain directly rushed over. Whoosh! The huge beast's claw directly smashed down on the human cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, the wild beast directly smashed a mountain peak, causing dust to soar into the sky. More than a dozen human cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. They couldn't be more dead. Hiss! Chapter 907. Roar! A wild beast as large as a mountain walked among the mountains. On its mountain-like head, there was a pair of dragon horns that only the legendary true dragons had. However, this wild beast was not a dragon. This wild beast was covered in thick black scales, and its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings mercilessly. With every step it took, the entire ground trembled. A fierce murderous aura surged from its huge body, and its ferocious might shocked the surroundings. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shot up from the top of a mountain in the distance, rushing towards the wild beast. An extremely powerful aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Within the divine rainbow, there was a figure in green clothes. It was a middle-aged man, and the aura emitted from the middle-aged man was too powerful. It was as if a part of the world had suddenly descended and pressed down on everyone's heads. Xin, king of the celestial being realm? When Gu Fei saw this person and felt his aura, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The middle-aged man gave off a huge pressure. This was a good opponent. It's the battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the celestial being Shen King. Gu Fei's tribulation had attracted many peerless figures. These figures did not have a deep grudge against Gu Fei, so they did not interfere with Gu Fei's tribulation. Moreover, if they interfered with Gu Fei's tribulation, they might accidentally trigger their own tribulation. No one would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves. The perception of the great path of heaven and earth was very subtle and difficult to grasp. Even the celestial being realm Shen King and the celestial being realm had to be careful and tremble with fear. Triggering a tribulation in the ancient world would be a disaster and a tragedy. Therefore, when Gu Fei was undergoing tribulation, no one dared to act rashly. Some influential figures even hid far away. Even the wild beasts in the ancient world of chaos had to temporarily hide. After the heavenly tribulation, the savage beast that was lurking nearby immediately jumped out and started killing the human clan cultivators that gathered nearby. Boom! The huge wild beast smashed a mountain with one punch and sent the 7 or 8 human cultivators flying. The powerful force of the collision caused the 7 or 8 cultivators to turn into meat paste in the instant they were sent flying. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Bam! With a stomp of the wild beast, the earth cracked and the mountains shook. Many of the human cultivators on the ground fell to the ground. Some unlucky ones were even swallowed by the cracks in the earth. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of human cultivators had been killed by this primordial beast, all of them dead in body and soul. This was the most thorough way to die. They wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. They would be completely erased from this world, leaving no trace of life behind. Roar! The battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients roared and threw out a punch. It was a simple and direct punch, but it triggered the spiritual qi from all directions and the power of the world. This is... Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the punch from the battle emperor of the Zhou clan. It was similar to Gu Fei's battle skill. The battle emperor seemed to be using the battle skill that Gu Fei had used in the battle with the Lunar King. It was the most direct attack, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge and forcing the opponent to take it head-on. Of course, the wild beast didn't bother to dodge. Whoosh! The wild beast waved its huge hand and slammed it down on the battle emperor. The huge beast's claw covered the sky, and the void below it collapsed. The wild beast's casual attack pierced through the sky and completely ignored the battle emperor's attack. Bam! The Dou Zhan Huang's fist fiercely bombarded the chest of this prehistoric beast, producing a deafening sound like muffled thunder. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the wild beast was like a huge mountain, not moving an inch, and its huge hand still slammed down on the battle emperor. It can't be. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The wild beast actually withstood the all-out attack of the celestial being realm Shen King with its body, and it seemed to be unscathed. This was too shocking and unbelievable. One should know that even a real huge mountain would be turned into dust under the all-out attack of the Shen King. What a strong physique! Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved when he saw this scene. This was definitely a terrifying wild beast king. Its body was so strong that it could withstand the attack of the celestial being realm and the Shen King. Boss, the wild beast's body is so strong. I'm afraid it's not inferior to yours. Heitian said. This guy had just devoured the Yin power of a king and obtained great benefits, so he was in a good mood. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, the battle emperor of the Zhou clan moved quickly in the void, dodging the wild beast's claw, and then walked in the void. The battle emperor's speed suddenly increased, and with every step he took, there seemed to be Tao rhythm flowing under his feet. As if teleporting, he disappeared with each step, avoiding the wild beast's attack. This is 8 desolation steps? How is this possible? The footwork displayed by the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was the 8 desolation steps that Gu Fei used when he was fighting against the Lunar King. The battle emperor of the Zhou clan also seemed to be able to display the extreme speed of the 8 desolation steps. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan were all shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan also obtained the cultivation method of the supreme battle skill, 8 desolation steps? Impossible, this was a martial arts battle skill, and the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was a genuine Shen King, so how could he display a martial arts battle skill? Xiaoqing and the others quickly denied the idea that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan had obtained the cultivation method of 8 desolation steps. He is imitating, and this seems to be a kind of mystical power. Gu Fei said solemnly. The opponent was not a martial artist, so it was impossible for him to use a martial artist's unique cultivation method. A mystical power that can imitate other people's cultivation methods and battle skills? Xiaoqing, Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The immortal mystical power cultivated by the Shen king of the Zhou clan was too shocking, and he was already in an invincible position. However, at this time the one fighting with the Shen king was an ancient beast, an extremely terrifying ancient beast. The ancient beast king of the untainted ancient world was definitely a synonym for power. That was because there was the existence of heavenly tribulation in the untainted ancient world. When a savage beast's cultivation broke through a realm, the untainted ancient world would send down heavenly tribulation. To be able to grow into an ancient beast king, a wild beast must have gone through countless heavenly tribulations. Its flesh and bones were extremely powerful, and even the attacks of the celestial being realm Shen king could be ignored. At this time, the Zhou clan's Shen king, who had imitated the 8 desolation steps, suddenly appeared behind the head of the ancient beast king. He finally found an opportunity to attack, and directly punched the back of the ancient beast king's head. The spiritual qi of the heaven and earth in the surroundings was instantly sucked dry, and the fist of the Zhou clan's Shen king blossomed with golden light, like a golden sun appearing in the sky, surging with the power of the metal element. Metal Fist. Chapter 908. Dozhan Shen king of the Zhou family displayed his celestial power. He actually used the metal element fist of the 5 elements fist. Golden light bloomed on his fist and the power of the metal element shook the world. Roar! The ancient beast king roared. This time, it no longer ignored the attack of the Dozhan Shen king. The beast claw directly blocked the attack of the metal element fist. Boom! The fist of the Dozhan Shen king and the huge beast claw collided fiercely, causing an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions, sweeping in all directions. The earth trembled and the nearby mountains were turned into dust by the power. Like ice and snow, they dissipated between heaven and earth, completely erased from the horizon. The huge beast claw seemed to have slapped on the golden sun. Endless golden light dissipated and the dazzling light was mostly blocked by the beast claw. This was definitely a shocking scene. It was like an ancient giant beast was plucking the sun from the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The power of the 5 elements was rapidly weakening and the golden light became dim. The golden sun in the sky was really about to be plucked down. This was not the true combat skill of the 5 elements after all. Although the power was shocking, it was still not enough. Bang! The huge beast claw directly crushed the golden sun in the sky. Golden rays shot out, and the power of the metal element was completely dispersed. Endless golden light illuminated the entire world in an instant, but it dimmed in an instant, and then disappeared completely. At the same time, a figure was sent flying. Even the Shen king is not a match for it? Could it be that this giant beast is actually a wild beast king? At this time, in the surrounding area, only those who were above the immortal realm were still watching. Those who were below the immortal realm had already run away. They were not even qualified to watch a battle of this level. The aura released by Shen king and the Celestial Emperor, who were in the celestial being realm, was enough to suppress any cultivator below the celestial being realm to the point that they couldn't even stand up. The aura released by those in the celestial being realm was enough to kill. The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shen king was sent flying several tens of li away before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His heart trembled. This savage beast king was simply too powerful. Perhaps it would take several celestials to suppress it. But where could they find the other Shen king and immortal emperor? There were still a few powerful auras in the vicinity. Some of them were at the profound transformation realm, but none of them made a move. Immortal kings and god kings were simply not enough, unless the immortal emperor or the Shen king arrived. Even the unparalleled Dozhan Shen king of the Shen king had been sent flying. This ancient beast king had truly shocked everyone. However, there was one person who was brimming with battle intent. His blood and qi were surging, and there seemed to be dragons coiling around his body. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The might of the ancient beast king made his blood boil. He was a warrior who lived for battle. The incomparably tyrannical aura emitted by the ancient beast king stimulated Gu Fei. There were no celestial being realm immortal emperors or the Shen king in the vicinity. No one could stop this ancient beast king. Even the Dozhan Shen king couldn't do anything to this savage beast. Big brother, you? Big brother. The battle intent emitted by Gu Fei made Xiaoqing, Tian and Balan, who were standing beside Gu Fei, feel a great pressure, and their hearts trembled. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the terrifying savage beast. This step actually covered nearly 100 li of the void. This was the true extreme speed of 8 steps. It was probably even faster than teleportation. It could be said to be the fastest speed in the world. No other footwork could surpass it. Gu Fei's blood and qi were vigorous like a real dragon. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of divine light. His body gave people a feeling of great power, as if it was cast from immortal divine iron. However, in front of this savage beast, Gu Fei was as small as an ant. This savage beast was as huge as a mountain. A finger of this savage beast was much bigger than Gu Fei. Roar! The savage beast's attention was immediately attracted by Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was small, the aura emitted from him was extremely powerful. No way! He only has the cultivation base of the first heaven of Mystic Change Realm, but he dares to challenge the ancient Beast King? Although he has passed the heavenly tribulation, it doesn't mean that he is invincible. This is simply suicide. What a pity! No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Those who saw Gu Fei coming out thought that Gu Fei had gone crazy. That was an ancient beast king that even the celestial being realm Shen King couldn't deal with. Human, you are very powerful. A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the body of the ancient beast king. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. That ancient beast king was communicating with Gu Fei. The spiritual fluctuation was not concealed, and everyone could feel it. You are not weak either, Gu Fei said with incomparable seriousness. He didn't think that he could defeat this savage beast king. However, he had to fight. He didn't want to let go of such an opponent. I have seen people like you. The voice of the ancient beast king resounded in Gu Fei's heart. He didn't need to speak. He directly communicated with his spiritual fluctuation. This kind of communication broke through the barrier of language. This ancient beast king had already opened its spiritual wisdom. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. If it was in the Tenglong continent, this kind of ancient beast king would definitely be a domineering demon lord. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This savage beast king had actually seen people like him? If this was true, then this ancient beast king was really a super antique. It should be known that true warriors had disappeared for countless years. In the later period of the Desolate Era, martial arts began to decline. Since then, very few people had truly cultivated supreme martial arts. People like you are very scary. So, it is your bad luck to meet me. The ancient beast king's voice was very calm. However, he had the intention to kill Gu Fei. I'm afraid that you can't kill me. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Although the opponent had suppressed the Zhou clan's Dozhan Shin King, Gu Fei felt that he still had the strength to fight. Is that so? The ancient beast king's voice started to turn cold. Then, the mountain-like body of the ancient beast king started to emit bursts of intense light. The demonic light flickered and the demonic power was vast and mighty. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, the body of the ancient beast king shrank rapidly. Soon, a purple-haired middle-aged man wearing purple clothes and having the horns of a real dragon on his head appeared from the endless demonic light. The huge body had disappeared. However, the aura emitted by this purple-haired middle-aged man was even stronger than before. Chapter 909. The purple-haired middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. His qi and blood were exuberant, even more so than that of Gu Fei. Above his head, there was a divine light formed by qi and blood flashing. It was extremely terrifying. Come on! The purple-haired middle-aged man was extremely confident. 2 blood-colored divine lights shot out from his blood-colored pupils and swept towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei did not speak. He snorted coldly. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and his figure became blurred. His real body had disappeared in the void, but only an afterimage was left. Boom! In the void above the purple-haired middle-aged man's head, a huge foot stepped down. The terrifying power under the foot was vast and mighty, and the void below the foot immediately collapsed. Whoosh! The purple-haired middle-aged man did not dodge. He raised his hand and directly punched upwards. Above the fist, there was endless power surging, but it did not explode. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot and the purple-haired middle-aged man's right fist collided fiercely, making an extremely dull sound. A circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the fist. The moment the purple-haired middle-aged man's fist collided with Gu Fei's right foot, it suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent, shaking the heaven and earth, resisting Gu Fei's 8-kill steps. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, countless hair-like pitch-black cracks would appear in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures moved quickly. Gu Fei rushed up to the sky, and the purple-haired middle-aged man rushed forward. His big hand grabbed forward. A beast claw covered with scales suddenly covered the entire sky, as if it wanted to grasp the entire sky in its hand. 5 elements, 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei let out a low roar and 5 voids immediately rushed out of his body. They were like 5 miniature worlds that lingered around him. He strode through the 5 elemental worlds with extreme speed and rushed out of the void that was enveloped by the huge beast claw. How could he cultivate a divine ability? At this time, the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen king had already rushed over from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. As Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements voids, the speed of the desolate steps immediately increased a lot. The 8 steps extreme speed was already the fastest speed in the world. With the help of the 5 elements voids, Gu Fei's speed in the void was so fast that even those who had cultivated the third eye of heaven could not catch him. The 5 elemental void was a battle technique that Gu Fei had created himself. The martial path battle technique fused with the power of the inner heaven and earth to form the 5 elemental void. To a certain extent, this battle technique could be called a martial path divine ability. Rumble! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and took in the fire elemental void that was revolving around him. Then, he attacked the purple-haired middle-aged man. The fire elemental void instantly expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sucked the purple-haired middle-aged man in. It was a world of fire. There was only the power of fire in it. The vast power of fire formed a terrible divine fire that could even melt divine iron. The power of fire was so mighty that the void was distorted by the heat. However, the purple-haired middle-aged man was rampaging in the sea of fire. The power of the fire elemental void could not suppress him. Bang! The purple-haired middle-aged man was unparalleled. He punched a big hole in the fire elemental void and rushed out of the monstrous fire. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At this time, a blue world of water descended from the sky. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the fire elemental world and entered the water elemental world. Boom! The boundless power of the water element was surging and mighty. It seemed as if an ocean had appeared high up in the sky. It set off monstrous waves. The extremely powerful power of the water element condensed into huge water-blue dragons, and pounced towards the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the towering waves, and then separated his hands. Countless golden palm shadows rushed out of the purple-haired middle-aged man's body and slapped in all directions. The ancient beast king's brute force was shocking. Countless dragons were crushed under the golden palm shadows. The powerful force directly shook the entire water elemental void. More than a dozen palm shadows directly broke through the suppression of the power of heaven and earth in the water elemental void. Too strong. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The combat power displayed by the ancient beast king was too amazing. Perhaps even a celestial being would have a hard time suppressing this ancient beast king. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Everyone thought that Gu Fei was overestimating himself. The ancient beast king could transform into a human, but it didn't seem like he was cultivating as a supreme beast venerable. Could it be that he was walking the path of an extreme beast venerable? No one knew. The ancient beast king's attack was a bit like an ancient martial arts technique. Using strength to prove one's Tao, using absolute strength to suppress everything. The path of the Supreme Beast Venerable and the ancient martial Tao could be said to be different paths that led to the same destination. Both of them used absolute strength to resist the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was an extremely difficult path. Since ancient times, it seemed that only the legendary supreme martial ancestor had successfully used this method to prove his Tao. Damn it! The water elemental void was penetrated, and Gu Fei was also affected. The power in his body showed signs of slowing down, and the power of heaven and earth weakened. Against the heavens and earth! The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted. The endless power of water in the water elemental void was immediately triggered by an unpredictable force. Gu Fei was shocked to find that he could not control the water elemental void. Rumble. Heaven and earth were being reversed and Qian was shifting. The water elemental void was actually shrouding Gu Fei as monstrous waves swept down from the sky. Not only did the purple-haired middle-aged man reverse Gu Fei's attack, he even managed to break free from Gu Fei's control. The ability was indeed terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind, while his chi and blood circled around him like dragons. He summoned the metal elemental void and stood in it. Clank! The sound of metal elemental force condensed into golden sabers and swords, slashing at Qin Nan from the metal elemental void. Thousands of sabers and swords flew at the same time. Gu Fei's body instantly turned into a sea of sabers and swords. Every saber and sword was dazzling with golden light, emitting the fierce power of metal. Like thousands of peerless godly weapons, they pierced through the void and destroyed the surging power of water. They slashed at the purple-haired middle-aged man, and the void was cut into thousands of pieces. The power of metal was mighty between heaven and earth, and the thousands of sabers and swords destroyed everything. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was shocked. The sky was full of golden sabers and swords, and the terrifying saber aura and sword aura swept out, making people watching the battle from afar feel cold. The power of water was destroyed, and the thousands of sabers and swords pierced at the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man was drowned by the thousands of sabers and swords. Bang! At this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. Then, countless golden sabers and swords began to collapse and turn back into the power of metal. In the center of the thousands of sabers and swords, a terrible black hole appeared, and it continuously swallowed the power of metal that was formed from the collapse of the sabers and swords. Chapter 9-10. Thousands of swords and sabers crumbled and turned into the most primitive metal elemental essence. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The purple-haired man opened his mouth and swallowed the endless metal elemental essence. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook. The suction force of the purple-haired middle-aged man seemed to have the power to swallow the entire world. The entire void was almost swallowed into his stomach. In just an instant, the countless golden swords and sabers that filled the sky disappeared completely. A terrifying figure appeared in the void. At this time, the belly of the purple-haired man swelled up like a round ball. Everyone was dumbfounded. This ancient beast king actually swallowed thousands of swords and sabers in one gulp. This method was too shocking. Return it to you! The purple-haired man shouted and spat out. Boom! The endless metal elemental essence that was swallowed by him gushed out from his mouth. The power of the metal element condensed into thousands of swords and sabers, like thousands of peerless divine weapons, and slashed towards Gu Fei with overwhelming force. The golden wind was mighty and the power of the metal element surged violently. The thousands of swords and sabers reappeared, but the target was Gu Fei. This purple-haired man's method was really frightening. Damn it! Gu Fei felt great pressure. The opponent was too strong and had exceeded his expectations. In front of such a character, he was still not strong enough. Boss is not this guy's match. It seems that we have to get ready to escape at any time. Hey Tian said to Xiaoqing and Balan. An array platform appeared in my Tian's hand. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately activate the array platform and escape. You! Xiaoqing saw He Tian's action and couldn't help but glare at him. Brother Qing, this isn't the time to be a hero. If the boss isn't a match for them, we'll just be throwing our lives away if we stay. Erebus said. They were only at the immortal celestial stage, so they were as weak as ants in front of this extremely powerful ancient beast king. Ancient beast king could kill them with a single finger. He Tian is right. At this time, even Balan, who rarely spoke. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. This place is already in a state of chaos. Why haven't any master-level characters arrived yet? Xiaoqing said as he looked around. I'm afraid they can't even take care of themselves. Within He Tian's skull, the soul flame was rapidly pulsing. The appearance of this ancient beast king was definitely not a coincidence. The savage beasts of the great desolate ancient world were about to attack again. Gu Fei stood in the metal elemental void. Thousands of knives and swords hacked into the metal elemental void. However, the countless knives and swords couldn't hit Gu Fei's body. When the countless golden knives and swords were about 3 feet away from Gu Fei, They dissipated and turned back into metal elemental essence chi. I didn't expect you to have cultivated an inner world. All the more reason to not let you live. The purple-haired middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Then, he walked step by step towards Gu Fei. The purple-haired middle-aged man was like a moving primordial divine mountain. With every step he took, the entire world trembled beneath his feet. His terrifying aura made even immortals hide far away. Humph! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly soared into the sky. The 5 elemental voids circled around his body. He strode in the 5 elemental void at lightning speed towards the purple-haired middle-aged man who was approaching step by step. 8 desolation steps and the 5 elemental void allowed Gu Fei to increase his speed to the limit. It was difficult to see Gu Fei's figure with the naked eye. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the purple-haired middle-aged man. He clenched his right hand into a fist and the 5 elemental void around him instantly gathered towards his right fist. Bam! It was a simple and direct punch without any fancy moves. However, this punch was condensed with Gu Fei's most powerful strength. He was going all out. In front of the fist, the entire void collapsed and was beaten into chaos. The power of the 5 elements gathered on Gu Fei's fist and directly pierced through the world. Good! The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted and directly punched upwards. It was also the most direct attack. It wasn't a magical ability or a life-slaying technique. It was the purest manifestation of power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the purple-haired middle-aged man's fist. The world shook and the sky almost collapsed. It was like 2 stars colliding. So strong! Gu Fei felt as if his fist had struck an immortal ancient divine mountain. The power of the 5 elements on his fist was scattered by the recoil and his entire arm felt numb. An irresistible force came from the opponent's fist and sent Gu Fei flying hundreds of feet away. The sleeve of his right hand was torn into thousands of pieces. The purple-haired middle-aged man also took a few steps back. However, his sleeve was not torn. However, a trace of blood seeped out from the gaps of his fingers. It really is that person's inheritance. The purple-haired middle-aged man that the ancient beast king had transformed into was very shocked. He stared at Gu Fei, who was hundreds of meters away. A bloody light burst out from his eyes, and his blood-colored pupils emitted a frightening evil light. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Although Gu Fei seemed to be suppressed on the surface, his martial emperor body was incomparably strong. With the 5 elements as his bones and yin and yang as his power, it was enough to resist an emperor weapon. Even the ancient beast king's extremely strong physical body could not withstand such an attack. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn and a trace of ancient beast king's blood seeped out. Gu Fei's martial emperor body was incomparably strong. However, the opponent's strength was much stronger than his. The opponent could completely suppress him with absolute strength. Again! The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed forward and swung his right leg at Gu Fei's waist. It was like a divine whip lashing at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The void was torn apart wherever the leg passed. The ancient beast king's physical strength was so strong that it could tear apart the void. Bam! Gu Fei used his knee to block the whip leg of the purple-haired middle-aged man. At the same time, his right hand was like a blade, chopping at the purple-haired middle-aged man's neck. A golden light appeared. Gu Fei's hand blade was like a peerless divine weapon. It rapidly chopped through the void, trying to chop off the purple-haired middle-aged man's head. The purple-haired middle-aged man also used his hand blade to meet the attack. Both arms collided with each other, producing a clang sound that could only be produced by metal. The two quickly separated. Swoosh! The purple-haired middle-aged man was still retreating. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Gu Fei. The 5 fingers emitted a bright divine light. Like 5 divine spears, they pierced forward and instantly caught up with Gu Fei, who was flying backward, and stabbed at his abdomen. Sky-flipping hand! Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice and struck out with this martial arts battle skill. A huge shadow of a palm flew out in front of him and dispersed the 5 rays of divine light in an instant. With a vast and terrifying aura, it directly slapped towards the purple-haired middle-aged man. Bam! The purple-haired middle-aged man was shaken away. However, he pointed with a finger, and a divine light instantly pierced through Gu Fei's left shoulder and hit Gu Fei away. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the purple-haired middle-aged man like a ghost. In his hand was a strangely shaped weapon that looked like a wheel. However, there were many sharp blades around it, and it fiercely bombarded the purple-haired middle-aged man's back. The power of this blow was incredible. It actually blasted the purple-haired middle-aged man 100 miles away and smashed a mountain. The sudden scene stunned everyone. The person who attacked was the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen king. At this time, the Dozhan Shen king was holding a wheel in his hand. The wheel was surrounded by incomparably sharp blades. The purple-haired middle-aged man's attention was on Gu Fei. He neglected the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen king. He was unexpectedly hit by the Dozhan Shen king. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from afar. The ancient beast king had received the Dozhan Shen king's all-out attack, but he was still alive. It was really shocking. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the rubble. He was furious. There was a foot-long wound on his back. His flesh was twisted, and the ancient beast king's blood was flowing. Even the powerful ancient beast king's body would be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz! Just as the ancient beast king rushed out, the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen king had already thrown the wheel in his hand high into the sky. The wheel rapidly enlarged and then pressed down on the enraged ancient beast king. The mountain-like wheel emitted a terrifying aura. As the wheel rotated, the patterns on its surface seemed to come to life. It was as if 3,000 worlds had appeared and attracted the power of the 3,000 worlds. Rumble! The void under the wheel was collapsing. The wheel displayed a great power. The wheel actually emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Bang! The ancient beast king, who had just rushed out of the rubble, was once again pressed down from the sky by the wheel. It's the legendary Wanxiang wheel. The Wanxiang wheel can manifest the Wanxiang of the world. The Zhou family's Dozhan Shen king actually obtained the inheritance of an ancient Wanxiang. Someone recognized the origin of this wheel. This seemingly inconspicuous wheel was actually a Wanxiang saint weapon. Moreover, it was a treasure left behind by an ancient Wanxiang. No wonder he can imitate boss's battle skill. He Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the inconspicuous black wheel. When cultivated to a high level, the 10,000 elephants' divine ability could simulate all the phenomena in the world. As long as a celestial emperor who had cultivated the 10,000 elephants' divine ability took a glance at it, he would be able to imitate and use them. If he could even manifest the Wanxiang of the world, then naturally, he could also manifest the opponent's battle skill. The Dozhan Shen king's Wanxiang divine ability made him almost invincible. Boom! Chapter 9:11. Bang! The Wanxiang wheel exerted its supreme power, suppressing the ancient beast king to the ground. The entire ground caved in, causing dust to surge in all directions. Everything within a radius of 10 li was destroyed. Everything was ruthlessly erased from the ground. The Zhou clan's Dozhan deity emperor's ruthlessness shocked everyone to the extreme. Even the ancient beast king, who was so powerful that even a great perfection deity emperor's expression changed, was at a disadvantage. Rumble! The Wanxiang wheel rotated, transforming into 3,000 worlds, obliterating everything. The entire area was shaken as if doomsday had arrived. Even Gu Fei had to retreat at the first moment. The aura of the saint weapon was too powerful. It could shatter the heavens, causing all living things to tremble. It was extremely terrifying. According to the legends, there were also strong and weak ancient almighties. Peak almighties could kill first and second heavenly layer almighties with a raise of their hands. The almighty holy weapons refined by almighties also had differences in strength. There were many factors that could affect the power of a magic weapon, but there were two fundamental factors. One was the cultivation of the almighty and the other was the divine material used to refine the magic weapon. This Wanxiang wheel was definitely a saint weapon refined by an expert of the ancient times. It could almost display a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The Wanxiang wheel was completely black, and Gu Fei couldn't tell what divine material was used to refine it. The black divine material couldn't be the 9 heaven stars iron, right? This ancient beast king is dead for sure. I didn't think that Dozhan Shen king of Zhou clan would have a saint weapon. Even a peak Shen king or an invincible immortal emperor would be suppressed to death by this saint weapon. When the crowd saw this scene, they already knew that the ancient beast king had no chance. Perhaps only the invincible beast emperor could resist the attack of the almighty saint weapon. The desolate beast emperor was a terrifying existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the almighty. In the entire desolate ancient world, there were only 3 desolate beast emperors. The 3 desolate beast emperors usually cultivated in the depths of the desolate ancient world and did not care about the outside world. However, for some unknown reason, the 3 ancient beast emperors walked out from the depths of the chaos primordial world and unleashed an unprecedented beast horde, trapping all the ancient barons' forces in the pseudo-heaven realm. Roar! Just as everyone thought that the ancient beast king was about to be obliterated by the Wanxiang wheel, a furious roar rang out from beneath the Wanxiang wheel. The ancient beast king hadn't died. No way! How is this possible? Suddenly hearing this roar, everyone was stunned. That ancient beast king was actually able to survive the Wanxiang wheel, and there were no signs of it being destroyed. Damn it! Zhou clan's battlemaster, Xin King's expression was incomparably solemn. He soared into the sky and directly arrived above the Wanxiang wheel. He then sat cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel and activated it with all his might. Rumble! Like a giant millstone, the Wanxiang wheel shook continuously. The 3,000 worlds were faintly discernible, and the appearance of the Wanxiang wheel drew in an endless amount of power, shattering the space around it. Under this supreme pressure, everyone was trembling with fear, and they were overwhelmed with shock. Even Gu Fei couldn't withstand the powerful aura of the saint weapon. He had no choice but to use the world force in his inner world to seal himself and isolate the space around him, weakening the terrifying aura as much as possible. Swish! At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the distant sky. It was a young man with snow-white hair. At the same time, Gu Fei's heart suddenly pounded. A murderous intent instantly enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily turn in the direction of the murderous intent. The white-haired young man's gaze immediately collided violently with Gu Fei's in the air. The young man's long hair that draped over his shoulders immediately fluttered in the wind. When Gu Fei saw the white-haired young man, he immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the latter. It was as if the other party was staring at him like a god of death. It's a head-level figure. Gu Fei thought to himself. This head-level figure clearly wanted to kill him and wanted to kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared beside He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan. Then, he used the world force to wrap around them and rushed into the distance. Humph! The white-haired young man's expression was cold and arrogant. His eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Then, he extended his right hand and pressed the space in front of him. Boom! In the sky hundreds of miles away, a large formation suddenly appeared. Then, a giant palm as large as a mountain suddenly appeared above Gu Fei's head and slammed down towards them. This was simply a hand that covered the sky. The entire sky darkened, and even Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps could not rush out from under the giant hand. The terrifying energy that descended from the giant hand shocked in all directions, piercing through the heaven and earth. The aura of destruction shocked even Gu Fei. Who is this person? Gu Fei had never seen this white-haired young man before, but the fact that the white-haired young man wanted to kill him as soon as he appeared made Gu Fei furious. Break for me! With a loud shout, Gu Fei directly punched upwards. At the same time, from He Tian's skull, a great star, that shone with brilliant starlight rushed out, and the power of the stars erupted like a volcano. The great star that rushed out from He Tian's skull was a saint weapon of a great expert, and displayed great power. Together with Gu Fei's full-strength punch, the giant hand that descended from the sky was immediately blasted through a large hole. The world force in Gu Fei's world force wrapped around Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian and rushed into the sky, through the hole that the giant hand had blasted through. Let's go! With a flip of his hand, He Tian took out the white jade formation platform and rushed up. Gu Fei did not hesitate, and practically brought Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian to the white jade formation platform at the same time. Then the great star descended, and He Tian immediately activated the formation platform. Swoosh! Countless formation runes immediately rushed out from the white jade formation platform, wrapping around Gu Fei and the others. The void immediately distorted, and Gu Fei and the others suddenly disappeared from the formation platform. Huh! The white-haired young man did not expect Gu Fei and the others to be able to break through his hand of extermination. As soon as he attacked again, Gu Fei and the others had already activated the formation platform and moved through the void, escaping to who knew where. Preposterous! The white-haired young man revealed a trace of anger on his face. He actually let a little guy at the first heavenly layer of the profound change escape from his hands. If those old fellows found out, Wouldn't they laugh at him? Swoosh! Chapter 9:12. The white-haired young man was extremely domineering. He had nearly intercepted Gu Fei and the others with just a raise of his hand. Now, two nearly transparent rays of killing light shot out from his eyes, cleaving the struggling Palea Beast King into two. The ancient Beast King's body was extremely strong. It was comparable to an Emperor Divine weapon when it fought against Gu Fei. However, in front of the white-haired young man, it was so weak. After the two killing lights killed the ancient Beast King, they flew back to the white-haired young man and instantly disappeared into his eyes. Eyes that can kill. This is the legendary merciless cut. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Even the Zhou clan's Dozhan Shin King, who was sitting cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel, had a look of horror on his face. Zhao Teng from the Zhao clan of the antiquity? The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shin King said, revealing the white-haired young man's identity. The white-haired young man had a great background. He was the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. He had cultivated the merciless cut. It was said that he had cultivated a secret treasure into his eyes. With just a thought, this ancestor-level deity emperor from the Zhao clan could kill people with his gaze. His speed was extremely fast, making it hard for people to dodge. It was unknown how many powerful enemies he had killed with his merciless slash. The white-haired divine emperor of the Zhao clan didn't linger after he destroyed the ancient Beast King's body. Clearly, he vented his anger on the ancient Beast King who was being suppressed by the myriad elephant wheel. Gu Fei escaping from his hands was a humiliation to the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. It should be known that Gu Fei was only a little guy at the first sky of the mysterious change realm to the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. To be called a master-level Shin King, one had to be at least at the fifth sky of the celestial being realm. At the celestial being realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation by one level. Only divine emperors and immortal emperors at the level of sect master could be considered as experts in the celestial being realm. Such existences could easily kill those in the first, second, third or fourth heaven of celestial being realm. Although they were both in the celestial being realm, the difference of one level was like an insurmountable world. Even though Gu Fei had overcome the heavenly tribulation and became a martial emperor, granting him an extremely powerful martial emperor body that could withstand a dominator divine weapon, it was still not enough to face a sect leader. He still had the strength to fight against first and second sky immortal emperors and Shin King, but against a Shin King, he could only retreat. Rumble. The Wanxiang wheel descended, the 3,000 worlds faintly appearing above it, drawing the power of the 3,000 voids to annihilate everything. Ancient Beast King's severed body was instantly torn into pieces by the destructive power, turning into a bloody mist. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded from below the Wanxiang wheel. A cloud of blood mist condensed and didn't dissipate. It actually blocked the terrifying power from above the Wanxiang wheel, and the shadow of a beast rushed out from below the Wanxiang wheel. What, he didn't die? This ancient Beast King is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Ancient Beast King's vitality was too strong. His body had turned into a mist of blood, but his divine soul had not been destroyed. Ancient Beast King used a secret method to wrap his divine soul in the mist of blood. He broke through the void sealed by the Wanxiang wheel and rushed out, wanting to escape. Still want to run? The eyes of the war divine emperor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, suddenly lit up, shining like two cold stars. Then, two beams of almost transparent murderous light rushed out of his eyes. Swish! A murderous light shot out of the battle divine emperor's eyes and instantly cut the primordial spirit of the ancient Beast King wrapped in blood mist into two. It was so fast that even the primordial spirit flying technique could not avoid it. This is... Some old antiques who had lived for countless years were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the merciless slash that the Zhao clan's master Shin King, Zhao Tang, had just used. Even some living fossils were secretly shocked. The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shin King was too terrifying. Could it be that he could really learn the opponent's ability with just a glance? The Wanxiang divine ability was indeed an invincible ability. It could evolve the Wanxiang of the heaven and earth. No matter how many spells or abilities there were, as long as the Dozhan Shin King saw it once, he could use it again. Of course, although the merciless slash performed by the Dozhan Shin King was no different from Zhao Tang's, there was still a fundamental difference. The merciless slash performed by the Dozhan Shin King was not as powerful as Zhao Tang's because he had not comprehended the supreme meaning of the merciless slash that could destroy all things in the world. However, this was still very shocking. Swish! 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 Two near-transparent streaks of killing light danced through the air, instantly mincing apart the Beast King's soul. Even the myriad manifestations wheel was unable to suppress the Beast King for a moment, but in the end, he still suffered the tragic fate of having his soul wiped out. After destroying the primordial spirit of the ancient Beast King, the two almost transparent beams of killing light flew towards the battle divine emperor, Zhou Yi, and entered his eyes. The Dozhan Shin King put away the Wanxiang wheel. The battle had finally come to an end. Boom! Just as the Dozhan was about to leave, a loud sound came from the depths of this world. This loud sound shook the entire pseudo-heaven realm. An unimaginably powerful aura surged out from the depths of this world. All living beings who sensed this aura shuddered. In the depths of this world, it was as if an invincible saint of the supreme path had awakened. All the creatures trembled and the world shook. What was going on? The powerful aura that surged out from the depths of this world made even the Shen King terrified. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even his soul was trembling. Swish! In the sky above a mountain in the depths of this world, the void suddenly twisted and rippled like water. Then, a few figures fell out of the void. That is, the people who fell out of the void were stunned by what they saw as soon as they came out. In the depths of this world, there were tens of thousands of auspicious qi lingering. Divine light flickered and immortal qi was vast. 9-colored divine light descended from the sky. An aura that was so terrifying that it almost caused one's spirit to collapse surged out from the 9-colored divine light. A huge mountain was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth. It entered this world from the void and appeared in the 9-colored divine light. That is, seeing the huge mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were all stunned to the extreme. That huge mountain was actually the sacred mountain of the god clan of the Hell Path. Chapter 9:13. Tens of thousands of auspicious auras lingered and thousands of immortal lights danced. 9-colored divine light descended from the sky and a huge mountain appeared from the 9-colored divine light. Above the illusory mountain, immortal qi surged. Countless pavilions and towers decorated the mountain, giving off a celestial atmosphere, as if a celestial sage had descended. A powerful aura was emitted from the sacred mountain. It wasn't terrifying, but it was shocking. All the living beings in the pseudo-heaven realm felt this aura. Gu Fei, He Tian and the others used the formation platform to teleport to the depths of this world. They just happened to see this extremely shocking scene. Their brains almost couldn't process it. That's... Gu Fei sensed an aura. It was a familiar yet foreign aura. Back when the god race's sacred mountain had shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, Gu Fei's spiritual will had sensed a terrifying existence. The sacred mountain of the god clan is going to descend into this world abandoned by the ancient deities. What's going on? He Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. Rumble. In the 9-colored divine light, the illusory sacred mountain of the god clan gradually became clearer. The sacred mountain was breaking through the barrier of heaven and earth and entering this world. At this moment, the world abandoned by the ancient deities underwent a huge change. Boom! In the land of 10 directions annihilation, a huge black coffin rushed out from the fake tomb of the martial ancestor, emitting endless evil aura. Bang! The lid of the coffin was blown away. A terrifying evil corpse surrounded by black qi stood up from the coffin. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, causing all living beings within 10,000 li to tremble. Roar! The evil corpse roared at the sky. The whole heaven and earth trembled under its roar. Endless evil aura engulfed and destroyed everything. In the end, the evil corpse's blood-red light penetrated into the depths of this world, as if it wanted to see through the heaven and earth and see the origin of this world. At the same time, a yellow skeleton crawled out of the bottomless pit where the tomb of heaven and earth, which had been destroyed for thousands of years, was located. This was a yellow skeleton. Inside the skull, there was an extremely weak soul light flickering, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The descent of the divine race's sacred mountain caused chaos in this part of the world. In an unknown mountain range, a huge mountain collapsed, and an ancient corpse rushed out from it. A terrifying roar came from an abyss filled with death qi. The most powerful existences in this world were all alarmed. Just the aura that these terrifying existences emitted could intimidate all living creatures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This was a supreme existence that could contend against the great figures of the present age. The world abandoned by the ancient deities was a prison for the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land. It was a cage of heaven and earth. No one knew how many ferocious beasts of the untainted land were imprisoned here. Because too much time had passed, some of the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land had been suppressed and killed, and their corpses had turned into terrifying evil corpses and evil spirits. Some might not have died and were struggling at death's door. However, all of this was a disaster for everyone who entered this side of the world. In the depths of this side of the world, the 5 great figures of the present age were still fighting for the sacred weapon of the untainted land of heaven and earth. Even the descent of the divine race's sacred mountain could not stop them. Rumble. In the land of 10-directional total annihilation, the area within a radius of 100 kilometers shook. Then, the entire area rose from the ground. The terrifying evil corpse stood on top of the giant coffin and used its supreme technique to drive the 10-directional total annihilation. It soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of this side of the world. The yellow skeleton that crawled out of the huge pit where the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land of heaven and earth were located walked tens of thousands of kilometers with each step towards the depths of this side of the world. In several other places in this side of the world, there were also terrifying existences rushing towards the depths of this world. More than a dozen auras that were powerful enough to make one's heart palpitate quickly appeared within the range of the senses of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei and the others felt that a great danger was approaching. Swoosh! A yellow skeleton appeared on the top of a nearby mountain. Although the fire of soul in its skull was so weak that it was almost extinguished, this skeleton was still very terrifying. As soon as He Tian saw this skeleton, he almost jumped in fright. He immediately took out the formation platform and rushed up. When Gu Fei and the others saw this, they hurriedly rushed up to the formation platform. Then, He Tian directly activated the formation platform and moved through the void. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. However, the yellow skeleton did not notice Gu Fei and the others. All of its attention was on the primordial sacred mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the world in front of it and descending into this side of the world. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently as if the whole world was about to collapse. The void shattered, and 9-colored divine light shot out in all directions. The sacred mountain of the God clan had finally descended. Auspicious clouds and auspicious qi lingered around. In the next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared. The world actually became peaceful in an instant. However, at this time the whole world fell silent. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. A pagoda that emitted the essence of heaven and earth flew over from afar, and fell into the hands of a person who looked like a mummy on the peak of the primordial sacred mountain. At the peak of the God clan's sacred mountain, in front of the purple immortal palace, stood a person in white clothes. There was not a trace of life aura coming from his body. This person held a 9-story pagoda in his hands. Inside each story of the pagoda, there seemed to be a world evolving, and the essence of heaven and earth was surging. His hair was dry and yellow, and his muscles were withered. It seemed that there was only a layer of dry skin on top of his bones. His eyes were deep and dark, and there were no pupils. This person seemed to be a mummy, but it did not seem like a mummy. It was very strange. The palace on the sacred mountain was silent. Except for the mummy-like existence on the peak, there was not a single figure to be seen. The people of the God clan seemed to have disappeared. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow pagoda. An old voice came from afar. A white-haired old man with wrinkled skin appeared on a distant peak. He held a walking stick made of dead wood in his hand. He was so old that he was about to stop breathing. The person on the sacred mountain of the God clan took away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Old Turtle and the others rushed over immediately. At this time, other terrifying existences also arrived. Rumble. Monstrous black gas shrouded the entire sky and surged over from afar. It was as if a part of the world was squeezing and colliding with the sacred mountain of the God clan. Within the black gas, there was a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. In another direction, the aura of death was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful death aura was rapidly approaching. An evil corpse rushed over from the horizon, and its entire body was filled with a towering death aura. The demon god with black and white wings that rushed out from the abyss of death also came nearby. Damn it! When Old Turtle saw the mummy-like existence standing on the peak of the sacred mountain, his expression changed drastically. He cursed under his breath and immediately turned to leave. The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. The four great existences of the ancient desolation were not willing to retreat just like that. Bang! Emperor Z of the primordial immortal sect made his move. A huge hand appeared in front of the primordial sacred mountain that was floating in the sky, blocking the entire sky. It grabbed downwards, wanting to take away the mummy-like person and the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Buzz! The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda let out a buzzing sound. Then, the huge purple hand that grabbed down from the sky collapsed. A beam of golden light shot out from the first layer of the pagoda, piercing towards Emperor Z. Swoosh! As the heaven yellow divine light flashed, half of the violet Thearcha's body was turned to dust. The speed of the heaven yellow divine light was simply too fast. Even the violet the arch found it hard to dodge. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped and did not dare to act rashly. Emperor Z, who only had half of his body left, was even more terrified. He directly shattered the void, shifted heaven and earth, and used a great technique of the immortal path to escape into the void of chaos. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, the Jiang clan god emperor of the ancient desolation, and the pathmaster of the primordial Dao sect also chose to retreat. Even Emperor Z was almost killed by the opponent, so they were definitely no match for the opponent. The four great existences of the present era had retreated, but the other terrifying existences did not show any signs of retreating. However, for a moment, no one made a move. The existence standing at the peak of the sacred mountain was just too powerful. In the end, the golden skeleton finally made its move. It directly rushed up and fought with the terrifying existence that was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Although the soul fire in the golden skeleton's skull looked like it could be extinguished at any time, the skeleton was unbelievably strong. The golden skeleton body could even resist the golden light that shot out from the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble! The terrifying evil corpse standing on the giant coffin activated the all-extermination formation and also attacked. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth shook the entire primordial sacred mountain. In the depths of this side of the world, an earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, everyone made their move. Even the old man who was so old that he could not catch his breath made his move. A crutch that was almost rotten almost swept away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the hands of the mysterious person at the peak of the mountain. Not everyone was attacking the mysterious man who was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was a chaotic battle. The 9-storied pagoda on the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda emitted a mysterious yellow divine light that swept in all directions. The might of the extreme path sacred weapon was invincible. Everyone had to retreat. Only the mysterious yellow skeleton dared to compete with the extreme path sacred weapon. Even the divine light emitted by the extreme path sacred weapon could not destroy the mysterious yellow skeleton. The sacred mountain of the Shen clan descended. The mysterious evil corpse-like person fought with the experts in all directions. Heaven and earth were collapsing, the void was shattering, and the entire world was shaking as if it was about to collapse. It was like the end of the world. From the depths of this side of the world came a destructive aura that made all living beings tremble. Chapter 9:14. Within the mountains, there were many people running for their lives. There were also many terrifying wild beasts running for their lives. The vast and mighty aura coming from the central region of this ancient world was truly too terrifying. There were supreme experts fighting. The void was shattering, and the world was turning into a chaotic void. From time to time, golden divine light would shoot out from the center of this world, piercing through heaven and earth and destroying everything. That was the extreme divine might displayed by the extreme divine weapon. Apart from extreme saints, no one could contend against it. Those who attacked were all terrifying existences that surpassed the almighty level. Although they were not extreme saints, they were at least half saints. This battle was extremely intense, and even the current era's almighty had to retreat. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gu Fei and the others immediately rushed out from the depths of this world. They used the formation platform to move through the void and rush to the area where the ancient heaven gate was. At this moment, everyone who had entered this world, including all the primordial beasts, were fleeing towards the ancient heaven gate. No one cared about fighting anymore. Roar! A terrifying beast the size of a small mountain rushed out from the depths of the mountains. The earth trembled under its feet. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful beast. Swoosh! At this time, a golden killing light swept over and directly cut this desolate beast in half. The beast's blood spurted out, and the smell of blood spread in this area. Bang! The top of the beast's head exploded. Within a ball of bloody light, a beast shadow wrapped around it soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. This desolate beast was very lucky. It was not truly killed by the golden killing light, and its primordial spirit escaped. This golden divine light that shot out from the center of this world didn't stop after killing the desolate beast's body. It wiped out a mountain range and turned it into a desert. Those half-saints were attacking with all their might, and they executed all sorts of life and death techniques. Terrifying rays of light of slaughter were ceaselessly shooting out from this world, and they swept through everything in their path. Those unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time would be killed by these terrifying killing lights that could destroy everything. Their bodies and primordial spirits would turn into ashes in an instant. This kind of attack would make even the almighty of the present age feel fear. Everyone could only run for their lives. Even if one was as powerful as an ancient beast emperor, they would still be pierced through. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others controlled the formation platform, continuously teleporting through the void, crossing millions of miles of land. Only then were they not affected. They appeared near the ancient heaven gate. A huge door floated high up in the sky. Behind the door was a passageway. It was a passageway that had been opened up in the void using unparalleled divine power. At this moment, the passage was already filled with people from the various ancient desolate forces. If it wasn't for the sect masters maintaining order, everyone would have charged into the ancient heaven gate in a frenzy. The ancient heaven gate could not allow too many people to enter at once, and at this time, the terrifying aura coming from the depths of this world became stronger and stronger. That extreme divine might shook the entire world, and also affected the stability of the ancient heaven gate. 7-colored divine light flickered in the passageway. The ancient heaven gate passageway was shaking and could collapse at any moment. All the sect masters acted together and stabilized the ancient heaven gate passageway. The core disciples of the various ancient desolate forces immediately entered the ancient heaven gate passageway and returned to the ancient desolate world. This naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the peripheral forces, but in front of the sect masters, no one dared to act rashly. There were also a dozen terrifying ancient beast kings under the lead of an invincible ancient beast emperor. They gathered in the void in front of the ancient heaven gate and faced off against the human sect masters. The entrance of the ancient heaven gate passageway was actually under the control of both sides. The desolate ancient beast emperor was extremely powerful and looked down on the world. Even the sect leaders who wielded almighty holy weapons in front of them were afraid of it. "Boss, what do we do?" He Tian said. They stood on a distant mountain peak and couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. The ancient desolate forces wanted to escape, and the ancient beasts also wanted to escape. Although the human cultivators had temporarily stopped fighting with the ancient beasts, neither side trusted the other. Therefore, when an ancient beast king entered the ancient heaven gate passageway, there would be a sect master level expert leading dozens of ancient desolate forces core disciples into the ancient heaven gate passageway. Under the supervision of both sides, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. "Let's wait and see," Gu Fei said indifferently. He wasn't very anxious because this world couldn't trap them. They didn't only have the ancient heaven gate passageway to leave this world. Swoosh! At this time, a peaceful and holy aura appeared in the sky. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred land appeared in everyone's sight on a 7-colored divine lotus. The ancient desolate forces were instantly overjoyed. Their supreme expert had arrived, and their strength had increased greatly. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar sounded from afar. A 3,000-meter-long flood dragon rushed out from the mountains. Its powerful aura caused the sky to change color. It was a flood dragon with a pair of dragon horns. Apart from the fact that it didn't have dragon claws under its abdomen, it was a real dragon. This was an ancient desolate beast king that was comparable to a supreme expert. The human cultivators who were in high spirits just now couldn't be happy anymore. The other side also had an ancient beast king. It was a flood dragon covered in pitch-black scales. Bam! The void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the chaotic void. Blood splattered everywhere. The drops of blood contained a great power that could kill immortals and gods. Another supreme expert had arrived. However, when everyone saw this powerful being who had broken through the void, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. This was because half of this powerful being's body was missing. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing. No one dared to get close because one drop of the supreme expert's divine blood was enough to kill immortals and gods. One strand of hair from the supreme expert's body was enough to kill ancient beasts. Ancestor. When the people from the Xianxia immortal sect saw this, the sect leader of the Xianxia immortal sect almost fell from the sky. He was shocked. Who injured their ancestor to such a state? The other people from the Xianxia immortal sect also had terrible expressions. The person who came was the supreme expert of the Xianxia immortal sect, the Violet Emperor. The left side of his body was a bloody mess. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing, and the injury was actually difficult to heal. Roar! The Violet Emperor roared towards the sky, his expression incomparably sinister. He used a supreme technique to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injured body. However, the effect was minimal. His injuries were contaminated with black-yellow energy, preventing them from healing. The Violet Emperor was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The speed at which his injuries regenerated was extremely slow. Even the current supreme expert is injured. Just who is fighting? Seeing the Violet Emperor beaten to such a state, everyone's expression changed. Even the ancient Beast Emperor was shocked. The terrifying existence that was currently fighting in the depths of this world definitely had the strength to kill Almighties and the ancient Beast Emperor. Chapter 9:15. You are currently reading the Eternal Martial Sovereign's text. Chapter 9:18. Return to the primordial world. The four current Almighties of the human clan all appeared in front of the ancient heaven gate, while there were two Palea Beast Emperors on the primordial beast side. There was no doubt that the two Palea Beast Emperors were powerful. One of them was the Black Dragon Emperor, while the other was the Tyrant Dragon Emperor. They were both primordial beasts. In the primordial world, the beasts that could become Palea Beast Emperors had all experienced countless tribulations. They were powerful enough to make the faces of the current Almighties pale. Otherwise, the sect leaders with almighty sacred weapons would not have been forced to retreat from the primordial world to the pseudo-heaven realm by the Palea Beast Emperors. Although there were only two Palea Beast Emperors, the four Almighties of the human clan did not dare to act rashly. At this time, there should not be a battle between Almighties. In the depths of this world, there were half-saints that had surpassed the Almighties fighting. The entire world shook as if doomsday had arrived. This battle seemed to be able to shatter an ancient world. There was also the extreme divine might emitted by the almighty sacred weapon, the worldly mystic yellow pagoda. It caused all living beings to tremble in fear. If the worldly mystic yellow pagoda could truly display its ultimate power, it would definitely be able to destroy a part of the world. Roar! You bunch of idiots. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for death here? Just as the four Almighties of the human clan were facing off against the two Palea Beast Emperors, a loud shout came from afar. Then, a figure strode over from the distance. In an instant, he arrived nearby and took a step forward, charging into the ancient heaven gate. The sudden change caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the four Almighties and the two Palea Beast Emperors were stunned. When they regained their senses, the person had already disappeared into the ancient heaven gate. It's Master! On the top of the mountain in the distance, little Qing cried out in alarm. The person who rushed into the ancient heaven gate was precisely the old ruffian, the old turtle. The old turtle did things according to his whims, but today, he was running for his life. He ran as far as he could. He did not care about the trivial matters between the human clan and the beasts. When he saw the mummified man on the peak of the god race's sacred mountain, he immediately turned around and walked away. He seemed to have figured out the other party's background. There were not many people who could terrify the powerful figure of the demon clan like the old tortoise, even in ancient times. This guy. Gu Fei was also stunned when he saw the old tortoise rushing into the ancient heaven gate as if it was being chased. What was it that made the old tortoise so afraid? One should know that the old tortoise had a terrifying background. According to the legends, he was the son of the #1 dragon in the world, one of the 9 princes of the dragon clan. He was also the leader of the 9 princes of the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was a supreme ancestral dragon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme saints. Everyone came back to their senses. The 4 current supreme beings of the human race and the 2 ancient beast emperors conversed for a while and came to a consensus. Then, the human race and the ancient beast emperors began to withdraw from this world. Everyone sensed the danger. Even the Almighty and the ancient beast emperor could not protect themselves in this great change that had occurred in this abandoned ancient world, let alone the others. There were no less than 1,000 human race cultivators gathered near the ancient heaven gate. Gu Fei found Zhou Haoyang and the Yan dynasty's Prince Yan Wuliang among the crowd. These two fellows had actually managed to survive in this world that was filled with murderous intent. Gu Fei didn't see any other familiar figures. Guangqing immortal sects Li Mengyao, Lu Yunhe, and Ren Wuming were all nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had not entered this world abandoned by the ancient gods. However, there was a terrifying beast tide in the ancient world. Could they survive under the beast tide? Gu Fei didn't know. However, when he thought of the girl who had been intimate with him, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling. Li Mengyao was undoubtedly a heaven's-favored daughter. She was a genius with cultivation close to the immortal realm. In the ancient world, he secretly helped her obtain a 5-colored celestial lotus. After refining the 5-colored celestial lotus, she should be able to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a female sword immortal. Gu Fei thought. "Let's go," Gu Fei said. After that, he rushed down from the top of the mountain. He Tian, Shao Qing, and Baron followed closely behind. Their goal was simple. They wanted to mingle with the people from the ancient desolate factions and enter the ancient heaven gate to return to the ancient desolate world. This time, there were many people who entered the pseudo-heaven realm. There were the Yaotai ancient sacred land, Yuanshi immortal sect, archaic Dao sect, and the 4 primordial cultivation clans. Among the 7 primordial factions, each had their own vassals. These were the peripheral factions of the primordial factions, such as the Guangqing immortal sect that had submitted to the Zhou clan. Apart from the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the primordial, the Yan dynasty and the Zhou clan of the primordial, the other factions had submitted to different primordial factions. Only the immortal legacies could contend with the primordial factions. The Northern Wei and Eastern Qi dynasties did not enter the ancient world. These 2 dynasties did not have a good relationship with the primordial factions in their respective regions. Of course, these were not things that Gu Fei was concerned about. Gu Fei and the others took advantage of the chaos to blend in with the crowd and found Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan of the primordial and the Yan dynasty's prince, Yan Wuliang. You guys are still alive?" Zhou Haoyang's expression changed drastically when he saw Gu Fei and the others. Even the prince of the great Yan dynasty, Yan Wuliang, was dumbfounded. "Do you want us to die?" Gu Fei looked at Zhou Haoyang coldly. This ignorant and incompetent guy was a prelude. Gu Fei wanted to beat this guy up. Zhou Haoyang's forehead was sweating. "Brother Gu, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant," Zhou Haoyang quickly explained. "It's just a joke, don't be nervous." Gu Fei suddenly smiled and patted Zhou Haoyang's shoulder as he said to Zhou Haoyang, "Hee hee." Zhou Haoyang laughed as well. However, his laughter was uglier than crying. Gu Fei patted his shoulder twice, almost breaking the bones in half of his body. "Brother Gu Fei, it's great to be able to see you again." Yan Wuliang walked forward and said to Gu Fei. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. He could see that Gu Fei was different from the others. Although Gu Fei was standing in front of him, he felt as if he was facing a different world. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang had never seen Gu Fei transcend his tribulation. These 2 guys did not dare to go deep into the unknown dangers of this ancient world. The fact that they were able to survive was due to the good karma of their ancestors. They had the family's treasures on them, which saved their lives at the critical moment. At this time, everyone was entering the ancient heaven gate. The ferocious wild beasts also began to retreat. Gu Fei and the others were also walking towards the ancient heaven gate. "We just want to leave this place quietly. You guys don't have any objections, right?" Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang. He was very careful. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang were stunned when they heard this. However, they immediately realized that Gu Fei and the others were afraid of alarming the others. "Understood." Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang nodded. At this time, they were surrounded by Gu Fei, He Tian, Balan, and Shaoqing. How could they dare to say half a word? Gu Fei changed his appearance. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan also used a secret technique to hide their aura. No one would know that they were hiding in the crowd. Everything went very smoothly. Gu Fei and the others successfully entered the ancient heaven gate. Very soon, they followed the ancient heaven gate and entered the desolate ancient world. When Gu Fei and the others walked out of the ancient heaven gate, They were shocked to see the scene in front of them. What they saw was actually a blood-colored world. The earth was broken. Corpses of wild beasts and human cultivators could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. There seemed to be a bloody mist floating on the ground. Broken magic treasures, broken divine weapons, pieces of flesh, and corpses were everywhere. It was unknown how many wild beasts died near the ancient heaven gate. The ancient stone gate floated in the sky. People kept coming out from inside. The destruction caused by the beast tide was simply too tragic. Countless ancient beasts had fallen, and the human side had also suffered heavy losses. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield. See you later. After Gu Fei walked out of the ancient heaven gate, he immediately bid farewell to Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang. He brought He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan and quickly left. We'll never meet again. Zhou Haoyang's face turned extremely ugly as he watched Gu Fei and the rest disappear into the horizon. He had never been held hostage before, but today, he had experienced such a feeling. Swoosh. Someone quietly followed. Gu Fei and the others had many enemies. They were being targeted. Gu Fei and the others soon realized that they were being followed. Then, He Tian took out the teleportation formation and moved through the void. This way, there were no traces or auras left. Unless it was a powerful figure, no one would be able to catch traces of Gu Fei and the others, let alone know where they were going. What a cunning little guy! The mysterious person who was following Gu Fei and the others walked out from the darkness. He smiled helplessly and then left. In the end, at night, they found a valley as a temporary resting place. This was a valley filled with immortal qi. They were going to seclude themselves in the valley. There seemed to be a terrifying wild beast in the valley. In the depths of the valley, Gu Fei and the others found many bones of wild beasts scattered everywhere. However, the wild beast in the valley seemed to have left. It was time for He Tian to be reborn. Chapter 9:16. Gu Fei's group had many enemies. The Dongfeng clan, the Beitang clan, and the Zhao clan, one of the 4 great cultivation clans. Especially the Zhao clan of the Ancients, which was definitely a giant in the world of cultivation. It had been passed down since the Age of Ancients until now. It was rumored that the Zhao clan had produced a Ren Huang during the Age of Ancients. The Zhao clan had an incomparably deep foundation. The Ren Huang was the supreme ruler of the human race. Although he was not a saint, he was definitely an existence that surpassed the almighty realm. Although the Ren Huang had become a legend, no one dared to underestimate the Zhao clan. This was because it was rumored that the Ren Huang of the Zhao clan had left a Ren Huang sacred weapon in the Zhao clan, which served as the clan's most precious treasure. Gu Fei had to be careful, because the primordial world was the world of the primordial era's powers and ancient beasts. There were too many people that could kill them. Any random sect leader-level figure would be no match for them. The place that Gu Fei and the others found to temporarily settle down was deep in the wilderness of the primeval chaos world. There were primitive mountain ridges and old forests everywhere. There were no signs that anyone had been to the nearby area. This valley satisfied Gu Fei's group, even though this valley used to be the lair of an unknown beast. In the depths of the valley, there was a pool. A stream flowed down from the mountain and converged into the pool. The pool was surrounded by a dense forest. In the forest, there was a large number of beast bones. Some of the bones had already decayed and would turn into powder with a light touch. Some of the skeletons of the beasts were very large. They lay in the forest like a mountain of bones. Although they had lost their skin, they still looked ferocious and terrifying. One could imagine that these big fellows must have been terrifying existences when they were alive. Some were even beast kings that occupied a region. However, they were hunted down by the beasts in the valley and used as food. There were too many beast bones scattered in the forest, and some of them were very extraordinary. Gu Fei had seen a beast bone that was as translucent as white jade. They also found a beast bone that shone with golden light. It was the skeleton of a single-horned tiger. Even though it was dead and only a set of bones was left, it still emitted a murderous aura. 5-element savage beast. Golden war tiger? Gu Fei was very surprised. This was the skeleton of a legendary 5-element savage beast. Golden light lingered around it, and the entire skeleton looked like it was cast out of gold. There was the power of gold circulating around it. Gu Fei and the others discovered that this golden war tiger's spine had already been broken into more than a dozen pieces. The back of the tiger's head had a large hole. Clearly, The Golden War Tiger's soul had been destroyed by his opponent. Boss, should we go somewhere else? Tian felt a little uneasy. The savage beast that once occupied this valley was extremely powerful. It could actually kill the Golden War Tiger of the 5-element savage beasts. This Golden War Tiger was still so extraordinary even after death. It was definitely a powerful existence comparable to an ancient beast king when it was alive. However, it died here. There's no need to change. Did you guys notice that there are no new beast bones near the pool? In other words, the unknown beast that once occupied this valley has not returned for a long time, Gu Fei said indifferently. That's right. Balan, who rarely spoke, looked around and nodded his head. There shouldn't be any fear of other savage beasts barging in here. The valley is filled with the aura of this unknown savage beast. Gu Fei continued. He was very meticulous. Everything in the valley was seen by him. Although he didn't know what kind of savage beast occupied this valley, Gu Fei and the others were still secretly shocked. This savage beast was definitely very terrifying. In the depths of the valley, the bones of the prey killed by the savage beast had already decayed, but the aura left behind by the savage beast still hadn't dissipated. No wonder there were no savage beasts in the vicinity of the valley. When those savage beasts sensed the aura in the valley from afar, they most likely didn't dare to come close. The intensity of the competition between the savage beasts in the ancient untainted world was not something Gu Fei and the others could imagine. The weak were prey to the strong. Even if the strong savage beasts had awakened their spiritual intelligence, they still retained their beastly nature. Anyone who trespassed into the territory of these savage beasts would be mercilessly hunted down and turned into their food. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Tian, who was originally worried, was relieved and didn't say anything more. After that, Gu Fei and the others had a simple discussion. Then, on the mountain wall beside the pool, they started to build a Dong residence. In the Dong residence, the stone tables and stone stools were all carved. Xiaoqing, Tian, Balan and the others were all immortal realm experts. Building a Dong residence was a piece of cake for them. The 4 of them each had their own room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. It could be said that there were almost no furnishings at all. There was only a stone bed. The stone bed wasn't used for sleeping, but for cultivation. Although Gu Fei and the others were cultivators, they didn't care much about the things in life. At their level of cultivation, they no longer needed to sleep. However, this didn't mean that they would sit on the ground and cultivate. Tian spent an entire day carving out countless array runes in the Dong mansion, isolating the void of the 4 rooms, not allowing even a trace of aura to leak out from the 4 rooms. The 4 of them had to go into seclusion to digest what they had obtained in the ancient untainted world. During cultivation, it was inevitable that aura would leak out. This way it would affect the others who were cultivating. At a critical moment, it would be very dangerous to be suddenly affected by an external object. This time, Tian used a supreme-grade spiritual jade to carve the formation runes. With the cultivation of Xiaoqing, Balan and the others, it was impossible for them to destroy the formation runes. The only worry was Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a supreme-grade saint weapon. Once the supreme-grade saint weapon was used, unless it was a complete supreme-grade saint formation, any formation would collapse under the power of the supreme-grade saint weapon. After doing all this, Tian didn't forget to arrange a killing formation outside the Dong residence. If a wild beast really broke in, the killing formation outside would be able to block it for a while. Afterwards, Gu Fei and the others entered their respective rooms and began to organize their harvest in the ancient untainted world. As for Tian, he couldn't wait any longer. After closing the stone door of his room, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed and took out an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. The cauldron was surrounded by primordial chaos qi, emitting an endless ancient aura. This cauldron was the mountain river cauldron that he had borrowed from Gu Fei. Gu Fei stored the Dragon Essence Divine Pearl and the Phoenix Essence Divine Pearl into the Mountain River Cauldron. Only the Mountain River Cauldron could store the Dragon Essence Divine Pearl and the Phoenix Essence Divine Pearl. The Earth True Dragon Essence Divine Pearl and the Fire Phoenix Essence Divine Pearl were not something that could be easily stored. The Fire Phoenix Shen King's Essence Divine Fire could even smelt immortal materials. Alright, success or failure depends on this. Tian was shocked. The moment he had been dreaming of was about to come. Blood rebirth was the way for him to completely get rid of the body of death. Although his yin-yang body bone had been refined to the point where there was no trace of death aura, It was still in the form of a dead creature. The Dragon Essence Divine Pearl and the Phoenix Essence Divine Pearl could help him be reborn, but this was also a shortcut. Although he could be reborn with blood and become a person with blood and flesh, he was not like the legendary supreme existence that could be reborn with his own strength. At the moment of blood rebirth, he was invincible in the heavens and earth, and could even kill supreme existences. Although He Tian could use external forces to reform his body, he would not become a supreme existence like in the legends. The mountain river cauldron flew up from He Tian's hand and floated in front of He Tian. Then, He Tian began to form hand seals to activate the mountain river cauldron. There was still a way to activate the mountain river cauldron, but it was not necessary to communicate with the cauldron's soul. Gu Fei had passed the method to He Tian so that he could use some of the mountain river cauldron's magical effects. Of course, He Tian would definitely not use the method that Gu Fei had passed on to him to activate the mountain river cauldron. The existence of the cauldron's soul made it difficult for anyone other than Gu Fei to truly control the mountain river cauldron. The mountain river cauldron would only change owners if a saint of the extreme Tao completely erased the imprint that belonged to Gu Fei on it. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron let out a buzzing sound and quickly expanded. When the mountain river cauldron grew to a height of 30 feet, it stopped. Then, He Tian stood up from the stone bed and leaped into the mountain river cauldron. After He Tian jumped into the mountain river cauldron, there were no changes to the mountain river cauldron. It stood quietly on the ground, with strands of primordial chaos energy curling around it. At this time, in Gu Fei's room, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, as if he had turned into a stone statue. He was motionless and did not even release a trace of life energy. Gu Fei had obtained many things in the pseudo-heaven realm and the Great Desolation ancient world. However, the most important thing was the sword embryo of the 9 Heaven Star sword that he had refined. He had thrown the 9 Heaven Stars sword into the inner world of his dantian and soaked it in the divine spring of life, nourishing the sword with endless life energy. Actually, when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine the sword, but he did not do so in the end. The sword had just formed, so Gu Fei was not sure if it could withstand the heavenly tribulation. Immortal materials were incomparably precious. If it was destroyed, then it would be absolutely impossible to find another iron mountain made entirely of 9 Heaven Stars iron. It was unknown how many legendary weapons had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not want to take this risk. He wanted to nourish the sword with life energy and wait until the sword energy completely stabilized. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the first layer of the mysterious transformation, he had not had the opportunity to properly experience this new realm. This was a good opportunity for Gu Fei to fully understand his current situation. While Gu Fei was working hard, Xiaoqing and Balan were not idle either. Chapter 9:17. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the stone bed and entered a strange state. Not a single trace of aura leaked out from his body. It was as if he had fused with the surrounding heaven and earth. His thoughts seemed to be roaming above the 9 heavens. It was as if he was wandering in front of an immortal palace in the heavens. He could feel the pulse of the entire heaven and earth and touch the Tao of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's body was completely silent. It was as if he had lost all vitality and became a lifeless stone statue. Day after day passed. Time passed. Gu Fei could no longer feel the existence of time. His mind had already entered a deep state of comprehension. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment, or perhaps he would never wake up again. This was the first difficult hurdle of the mysterious transformation realm. The reason why this realm was called mysterious transformation was because there was transformation within the mysterious. This was a cultivation realm that transitioned from the immortal god realm to the celestial being realm. Only after entering the mysterious transformation realm could a cultivator be considered to have stepped onto the path of touching the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the true path of a powerhouse. The heavenly Tao was emotionless and the Tao was traceless. It was too difficult to touch the Tao. The Tao was mysterious and the Tao was unclear. One could only comprehend it with one's heart. At this time, Gu Fei was also facing a great danger. It was unknown how many people who had broken through the immortal god realm had fallen at the first level of the mysterious transformation realm. Cultivation was going against the heavens. If Gu Fei was unable to comprehend it, his mind would not be able to wake up from this state. His flesh and blood would even wither and his life essence would be lost. He would become a real corpse. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei's body was covered in a layer of dust. His body that was like a stone statue finally changed. But it was not a good change. Gu Fei's body began to emit a strong life energy. However, his flesh and blood were shrinking and his whole body was becoming thin. The exuberant life energy formed a sharp contrast with his body that was gradually becoming thin. In the end, in Gu Fei's room, life essence was surging violently. His blood and qi were like huge dragons circling around Gu Fei's body. But his body was getting weaker and weaker. Gu Fei's black hair also turned yellow, and finally, his white hair fluttered in the wind. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, and his eyes were sunken. He looked like a skeleton wearing human skin. Under the impact of Gu Fei's life force, the runes engraved on the walls of the room began to appear around the room. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth to seal the ever-increasing life essence. Gu Fei's life force was rapidly flowing out, but it was blocked by the array formation. It was sealed in Gu Fei's room, unable to leak out. If this continued, Gu Fei's life force would completely leak out of his body, and his body would completely lose its vitality, turning him into an ugly and horrifying mummy. The divine light emitted from the 365 acupuncture points on Guam Fei's body gradually weakened. The faint and illusory figure sitting cross-legged in the acupuncture points seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The life god, nurtured in the acupuncture points, was weakening. This was definitely not a good sign. Gu Fei didn't seem to be aware of the changes happening to his body. There were still no signs of him waking up. His life was fading away. This was an unprecedented crisis. He might die in the profound transformation crisis of the first layer of the profound transformation realm. This was a hurdle that all cultivators who broke through to the profound transformation realm had to experience. If this continued, Gu Fei's life, and even his body, would most likely return to the great Tao of heaven and earth. As long as he passed this hurdle, the road ahead would be smooth. However, it seemed that Gu Fei would follow in the footsteps of those unlucky fellows. His life would return to heaven and earth, and his soul would be completely extinguished. However, even though his life essence was constantly surging out of his body, it was sealed in the void of the room by the formation laid down by He Tian. It couldn't return to heaven and earth. The life essence that leaked out of his body seeped into Gu Fei's body through his pores and 7 orifices, finally reaching a mysterious state of equilibrium. Gu Fei couldn't die. His body was still full of life essence, but he was still extremely weak. The life god, in the 365 acupuncture points, was almost extinguished. He was like an old man on the verge of death, but he was unwilling to take his last breath. Gu Fei wandered between life and death. He understood the great Tao of heaven and earth. He touched the edge of the Tao, causing the entire formation to shake. His life essence was too vast. Even the divine formation laid down by He Tian couldn't suppress it. If the divine formation couldn't suppress Gu Fei's lost life essence, then he would really die. Even He Tian didn't think that he would save Gu Fei's life in this situation. Suddenly, Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. His mind was immersed in the abstruse state for an unknown amount of time. Finally, Gu Fei showed signs of waking up. This was also a kind of tribulation, a heart tribulation that affected the mind. It could also be called a heart devil. This heart tribulation would cause the mind of a cultivator to be lost in the mysterious state that they created, unable to extricate themselves. Gu Fei passed the heart tribulation and struggled out of the lost state. Rumble! A strange sound like thunder came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the vast life essence in the room began to gather towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. The lifeless flesh and blood began to rejuvenate. The withered flesh and blood expanded and became full. The lost power returned. His withered yellow hair became black and shiny again. His 365 major acupoints shone brightly again. The life god, nurtured in his acupoints, sat cross-legged in the void of his acupoints, becoming more solid than before. Gu Fei was recovering and his cultivation showed signs of breaking through. At this time, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan had all come out. Little Qing and Baron had both successfully refined their respective almighty holy weapons, while Erebus had used the dragon essence and phoenix marrow to reconstruct his fleshly body. Each of them used their holy weapons to seal their cultivation. Otherwise, they would attract the heavenly tribulation. They had been waiting outside the cave for 10 years. Time passed quickly. The major powers of the ancient desolation had already left the ancient desolation world 8 years ago. However, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan didn't leave Gu Fei behind. In these 10 years, many major events occurred. A supreme half-sage from the pseudo-heaven realm entered the ancient desolation world through the ancient heaven gate. A supreme existence of the half-step saint realm walked into the depths of the untainted ancient world. Then, a terrifying battle occurred in the depths of the untainted ancient world. That supreme existence of the half-step saint realm never came out again. There was a terrifying existence in the ancient desolation world that actually left behind a supreme half-sage. This shocked everyone to the extreme. What was in the depths of the ancient desolation world? No one knew because those who knew never came out again. Chapter 9:18. When will boss come out of seclusion? You ask me, but who should I ask? On a mountain peak outside the valley, Xiaoqing, Tian, and Balan were talking. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet Gu Fei still hadn't come out of seclusion. To mortals, 10 years was a long period of time. But to cultivators it was negligible. Some big shots could spend hundreds of years in seclusion, and some living fossils and antiques could even sit in seclusion for 1,000 years. After becoming immortals, everyone lost the concept of time. They only thought about how to improve their strength so that they could live longer. The world of cultivation was very cruel. Existences above the immortal level could theoretically have immortal bodies, but they could still fall. No one could live forever. Even the invincible extreme Tao Saint had disappeared. This is not a good place, Tian said. He had successfully reconstructed his flesh and blood. Now, Tian was a handsome young man. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His white skin was tinged with red. His black hair was casually tied behind his head with a black ribbon, giving him the temperament of a pale scholar. There was nothing much to say about Mahakala's appearance, but the space between his eyebrows gave people a bad feeling. This was definitely a lady killer, and the female cultivators of the cultivation world were probably going to suffer a calamity. The power of heaven and earth is more than 10 times stronger than 10 years ago. This is the real untainted primeval world. Xiaoqing sighed. No wonder no one was willing to stay here. The people of the major powers of the ancient desolation retreated from the untainted primeval world. Even those who stayed behind had to suppress their cultivation to avoid attracting the heavenly tribulation. The untainted primeval world had the laws of heaven and earth of the untainted primeval world. To a certain extent, it was also a cultivator's paradise because the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy here was several times that of the outside world. The place where the dragon veins converged was far better than the so-called paradise of the outside world. It was a holy place for cultivators to cultivate even in their dreams. However, this place was not suitable for the cultivators of the Tanglong continent. It was only suitable for the cultivators of the ancient desolation. It was a paradise for ancient cultivators. If we undergo the heavenly tribulation here, what do you think our chances are? Tian said. He was quite moved. This was a primordial world. As long as he could endure tribulation here, there would be tremendous benefits. Maybe a 20 to 30% chance. Xiaoqing said. He did not have any experience in crossing tribulations, but they had already refined their respective holy weapons. With the protection of a holy weapon, the chances of successfully passing the tribulation would naturally increase. In fact, in ancient times, ancient cultivators refined magic tools and forged divine weapons not to kill their enemies, but to resist the heavenly tribulation. 20 to 30%. Sigh. Tian sighed. Although he was tempted, it didn't mean that he was willing to take the risk, especially when it was a life and death risk. The sun set over the long river. Above the mountains in the west, a red sun bloomed. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the 3 people on the mountain peak red. In the distance, tired birds were returning to their nests, and there were beasts roaring. However, the area around the valley was very quiet. Not even a bird or a butterfly could be seen. There was no chirping of insects either. The silence of the nearby forest formed a sharp contrast with the active birds and beasts in the distance. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Although the fluctuation was very weak, Xiaoqing and the others still sensed it. This boss. Xiaoqing and the others quickly looked towards the depths of the valley. From the mountain peak they were at, they could see the cave abode on the cliff. The door of the cave abode was tightly shut, but the runes around the cave abode appeared and triggered the power of the heaven and earth. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from the belly of the mountain, and the entire cave abode gradually began to shake. The divine formation laid down by Tian was immediately impacted. Runes appeared around the cave, flashing with a dazzling divine light. The power of heaven and earth gathered together, forming a great force that sealed the cave. Is he finally coming out of seclusion? Xiaoqing and the others were a little nervous seeing this. Gu Fei had meditated for 10 years. He must have had a breakthrough in his cultivation. His speed of cultivation was too fast. Soon, Xiaoqing and the others were shocked. They felt a force gathering in the sky above the cave abode. It was not the power of the heaven and earth that was triggered by He Tian's divine formation. It can't be. Above the abode, in the cloudless blue sky, traces of black qi began to appear. The black qi gradually condensed into black clouds, and soon, the black clouds covered the entire sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan's qi to tremble. The qi in their bodies seemed to be disturbed by some kind of power, causing their cultivation that was sealed by the divine weapon to loosen. Heaven's tribulation, this is heaven's tribulation. He Tian was the first to jump in shock. His expression changed. The power of the heaven and earth made He Tian feel danger. The reaction of the heaven and earth was very subtle and mysterious. Gu Fei once again attracted the heaven's tribulation. He broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation because this was the only way to attract the heaven's tribulation. Damn it! Boss is really something. Erebus cursed before retreating into the distance. Little Qing and Baron also felt the dangerous aura coming from the heavens and the earth. They also retreated. Even if they had a powerful saint weapon to seal their bodies, if they were too close, they would still trigger the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the 4 of them would go through the tribulation together. That would be interesting. He Tian and the others retreated to a mountain 300 or 400 li away. They stopped and looked in the direction of the valley. They saw that the heaven's tribulation that Gu Fei had attracted this time did not seem as powerful as the last time. The black clouds in the sky did not flicker with lightning. However, the aura of destruction from the black clouds was even more terrifying than Gu Fei's previous heaven's tribulation. Even though He Tian and the others were hundreds of li away from the clouds, they still felt a great pressure. Their minds almost collapsed, and they had no choice but to use their divine weapons to protect themselves. Under the shocked gazes of He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others, the black clouds in the sky descended. Everywhere the tribulation cloud passed, everything was obliterated. An area of space was obliterated into the most primitive nothingness and chaos, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Without a sound, the black clouds descended, destroying the void. This heaven's tribulation was rather strange, but it was extremely terrifying. The black clouds descended very quickly, landing above the cliff in the depths of the valley. The terrifying power of destruction descended, causing the void to collapse. The cliff in the depths of the valley was silently turned to dust. Chapter 9:19. There was no lightning or thunder, nor was there any earth-shattering noise. Everything was happening in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. Everything had turned into the most primitive substance that made up the void. The pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire valley. In the depths of the valley, the cliff where the Dong mansion was located was silently turning into dust, dissipating like ice and snow. The black clouds descended, and the entire valley was collapsing. Nothing could stop it. Everything in the world was being annihilated under the tribulation clouds. This was the world trying to erase everything in the valley. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This black tribulation clouds was too terrifying. Anything it touched would be completely annihilated. Could Gu Fei withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei's aura didn't appear. The cliff had collapsed, the Dong mansion had been destroyed, but Gu Fei didn't appear. He didn't even come out to fight against the heavenly tribulation. All of this seemed a little strange. This wasn't Gu Fei's style. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others all knew that Gu Fei was the kind of person who pressed forward courageously. He wouldn't give in. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? For Gu Fei, it was just a whetstone. Could it be? Xiaoqing and the others thought of a result that they didn't want to think about. The black tribulation clouds could annihilate everything. Gu Fei wouldn't be directly annihilated by the destructive power contained in the tribulation clouds, would he? The descending black tribulation clouds finally descended to the ground, and then stopped. The black clouds rolled, emitting a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. This was a destructive aura, as if it could destroy everything. The black tribulation clouds didn't last long. They only existed for half an hour before they began to dissipate. The world became clear again. At this time, the last ray of the setting sun had just disappeared from the horizon. Big brother! Big brother! Gu Fei, Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon stood on top of a mountain hundreds of kilometers away. They had never even heard of a heavenly tribulation like this. They couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura, so they didn't know if Gu Fei could survive the heavenly tribulation. They were so nervous that they didn't say anything. The entire valley had disappeared and was replaced by a huge pit. The soil on the ground had been shaved off, forming a super huge pit. They did not see Gu Fei's figure. After a long time, Tian was the first to soar into the sky and fly forward. He was very uneasy. Gu Fei could not die. Xiaoqing and Balon also flew forward. They wanted to confirm whether Gu Fei had really fallen or not. Especially Xiaoqing. His expression was extremely ugly. He and Gu Fei were like brothers. If something happened to Gu Fei, he wouldn't know what to do. Gu Fei was his role model. Just when Tian and the others arrived in front of the huge pit, a hand suddenly stretched out from the edge of the pit. In that hand, there was a black iron sword without an edge. The iron sword had no edge, but it gave people a feeling of sharpness. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was pressed against their throat, making them feel cold. Big brother! Great! Xiaoqing saw this sudden change and was immediately surprised and happy. Gu Fei was still alive. He survived the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a naked man climbed out of the pit. In his hand was a blunt black sword without an edge. This person was Gu Fei. Phew! After climbing out of the pit, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. That black gas immediately shattered the void in front of Gu Fei into nothingness. This is... Tian, Balon, and Xiaoqing were shocked. Gu Fei was unexpectedly able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. They spat out a mouthful of black gas. This was not ordinary black gas. It was the black gas that formed the tribulation clouds. This black gas contained the power of destruction between heaven and earth. It could destroy everything. Gu Fei took out a set of clothes and put them on. After transcending the heavenly tribulation, his body had become even stronger. The 365 life gods, nurtured in his 365 Shui Dao, had become clearer, as if 365 Gu Fei were sitting cross-legged in the void of the Shui Dao. Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, boss. Tian said to Gu Fei with a flattering smile. He found that even if he stood next to Gu Fei, he still couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura. Big brother, did you break through? Xiaoqing asked. Yes. Gu Fei nodded, then asked Xiaoqing, how long have I been in seclusion? Gu Fei sensed that this part of the world had changed. Boss, you've been in seclusion for 10 years and 5 months. Before Xiaoqing could answer, Tian interrupted. 10 years and 5 months? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He didn't know how to react. He had never been in seclusion for such a long time. 10 years in one sitting, was this true? Gu Fei didn't dare to believe that he had been in seclusion for 10 years. But after thinking about it, he understood. Time was the most worthless thing to immortals. In order to break through bottlenecks, some old antiques would sit for hundreds or even thousands of years. Boss, your mountain and river cauldron. Tian took out the cauldron and handed it to Gu Fei. Very good. Not only has your blood and flesh been reborn, your cultivation has also broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei took back the mountain and river cauldron, then looked Tian up and down and nodded repeatedly. Gu Fei didn't expect Tian to be a handsome youth after his rebirth. He didn't have the slightest trace of a ruffian's aura. At this time, Gu Fei had successfully passed his second heavenly tribulation. His body had been tempered by the power of heaven and earth, so he was strong enough to punch through heaven and earth. This time, Gu Fei took out the sword embryo of the 9 heaven star sword and had it undergo the tribulation together with him. After the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, the sword embryo that looked like a black iron rod gradually transformed into a black blunt sword. The 9 heaven star sword was taking shape. After a brief conversation, Xiaoqing and the others learned that Gu Fei had just experienced a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had managed to pull through at the last moment. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Gu Fei had an unyielding will. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't destroy him. In the past 10 years, no one had been idle. Everyone's cultivation had increased. Balan had finally taken that step and become a mysterious transformation realm demon king. Only Xiaoqing's cultivation had increased to the 9th level of immortal spirit, but he hadn't broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Both Erebus and Balan had to undergo tribulation, and it was a major heavenly tribulation because their cultivation bases had broken through a great realm. Xiaoqing also had a heavenly tribulation, but it was a minor heavenly tribulation. Chapter 9:20. Gu Fei had successfully passed the life and death juncture of mysterious transformation and reached the 2nd heavenly layer of mysterious transformation. At this moment, he could even fight against the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen king. If he used the 9 secrets of immortal path, ascension secret art, he would even dare to fight against sect leaders above the 5th heavenly layer of the celestial being realm. To Gu Fei, the untainted ancient world was definitely a suitable place for him to cultivate. Others would not dare to cultivate in such an ancient world that retained the untainted ancient law of heaven and earth, but he was an exception. The untainted ancient world was suitable for the growth of the ancient martial sacred body. Legend had it that the ancient supreme martial ancestor had refined the indestructible martial body under countless heavenly tribulations and comprehended the supreme great way of martial Tao. The supreme martial sacred realm was the ultimate realm of martial Tao. Since ancient times, only one martial ancestor had reached it. There was only one supreme martial sacred realm in the world. However, Gu Fei had unlimited potential. He was the person who could prove the supreme martial Tao after becoming a martial ancestor. Roar! In the afternoon, a deafening roar was heard deep in a mountain range. A terrifying aura spread in the mountain range, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Bang! A black tiger the size of a small mountain flew out from the mountain range. It smashed a mountain peak and rolled among the rocks. Boom! Amidst the mournful roar, a beast with scales like a pangolin was sent flying and smashed into the ground. The earth shook and dust rose into the sky. More and more untainted ancient beasts were sent flying from the depths of the mountain range. The ground was cracked and the mountain range was shattered. A fierce battle was taking place. More than 10 terrifying untainted ancient beasts were surrounding a bare-chested man. The man's black hair danced wildly in the wind. The ferocious aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying and powerful than the untainted ancient beasts. His bronze-colored skin looked like it was made of immortal steel. He was full of power. Every move of his could shake the void and shatter the heavens and earth. This person was even more terrifying than the savage beast king. His combat power was unparalleled. Boom! With a single punch, he blasted away a beast that pounced at him. Bam! With a sweep of his leg, a giant golden snake that was hundreds of meters long was cut in half. Blood splattered on the man's body, dripping from his hair and flowing on his body. He took a big stride forward, grabbed a giant beast, and tore it into 2 halves. His entire body was bathed in the boiling hot beast blood. Ferocious, crazy, ruthless, this was a man who seemed to have gone mad. He bare-handedly killed a primordial beast that was comparable to an immortal god, the scene bloody to the extreme. Roar! He threw his head back and let out a furious roar, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The dozen or so primal beasts were sent flying by the terrifying killing power of the sound and tumbled to the ground, unable to stand up for a moment. Human, why do you want to kill us? These primitive beasts were existences that were terrifying to the extreme. They were comparable to immortals and gods, and they developed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans a long time ago. So be it. Why are there so many reasons? The man said coldly. The emperor of my clan will not let you go. The voice of the beast directly resounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was the most direct communication, breaking through the language barrier and directly expressing his thoughts to the other party. Humph! Let's wait for the Beast King to come. Let's call it a day. The man said, and a black divine light immediately rushed out from his dantian. Swish! 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 The black divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it circled the surroundings and then entered the man's dantian. The heads of the dozen or so primal beasts that were knocked down flew up. They were beheaded almost at the same time. Dying in the hands of Gu Fei is not an injustice. Gu Fei didn't even look at the corpses of the primal beasts around him and directly walked out of the mountain ridge. After his cultivation broke through, he began to fight in all directions. As a mysterious transformation realm immortal martial king, although he had to fight continuously. During the fight, he could vent his strength to his heart's content and familiarize himself with and perfect control of his own strength. Unlike the people of the immortal way and the divine way, fighting was also a part of the cultivation of the martial way. Moreover, it was an indispensable part. Blindly sitting in meditation would definitely not allow one to cultivate to the great success realm of the martial way. Gu Fei was very clear that as a warrior who embarked on the path of the martial way, it was impossible to truly become an invincible supreme martial saint without experiencing a great battle. In the ancient world of the untainted land, there were endless mountain ridges and countless rivers and lakes. Even in the depths of this world, there was the existence of the ocean. This was a real world, a world with the laws of the untainted land. After Gu Fei walked out of the depths of the mountain ridge, he found a lake and washed off the bloodstains on his body. He changed into a clean set of clothes and then started a fire by the lake to roast the meat of the primal beasts he had killed. Rumble. After Gu Fei had eaten his fill of the primal beast meat, there was suddenly a faint sound of thunder in the distance. Has it finally begun? Gu Fei soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the sound of thunder. He saw that 1,000 miles in front of him, there was a mass of darkness. From time to time, there was a strong flash of lightning. A destructive aura came from the front. Although it was 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could still feel the terror of this aura. This was the power of the heavens and earth. Someone was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in front of him. This heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even from 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could sense it and see the black mass of tribulation clouds. Hey Tian, that guy. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then, he took a step forward in the void, traveling 100 miles with each step. In just a few steps, he had reached the vicinity of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Bolts of lightning that were like mountains struck down from the tribulation clouds. The entire heavens and earth were trembling. Below the tribulation clouds was a huge mountain. On top of the mountain sat a figure with his legs crossed. A godly glow like a star floated above the figure's head, emitting a boundless force of the stars to protect the figure. The terrifying lightning that could shatter a mountain range struck the star, but it only caused the star floating above the figure's head to vibrate slightly. The person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was none other than He Tian. At that moment, two terrifying auras came from two other directions. Gu Fei could sense that they were not the auras of cultivators or beasts, but the auras of the heavens and earth. They are facing the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Xiaoqing and Baron attracted their heavenly tribulations in the other two places. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved by this. With 3 people undergoing tribulation, he could only care about one, but not the other. If 3 of them were in danger at the same time, which one should he save? No one could say for sure that they could survive the heavenly tribulation. Even in the ancient times, less than 10 out of 1,000 cultivators were able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. However, people like Xiaoqing and He Tian, who possessed almighty sacred weapons, had a higher chance of passing the heavenly tribulation than ordinary people. As expected, the auras of almighty sacred weapons were emitted from where Xiaoqing and Balan were. A golden pagoda floated above Xiaoqing's head, resisting the force of the heavenly tribulation. The sun god Pearl emitted a divine light from where Balan was facing the heavenly tribulation. It was like a sun floating in the tribulation clouds, emitting a powerful true yang force. Gu Fei did not stay idle while the 3 of them were facing the heavenly tribulation. He was running around in 3 places, ready to take action at any time. He did not want to see anyone fall under the heavenly tribulation. He had an extreme sacred weapon, so he could directly disperse the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was a test for cultivators. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others had to experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation in order to become a true expert. Gu Fei would not easily take action. Even under the protection of the almighty sacred weapon, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were in danger, especially Xiaoqing. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3. Several times, he was struck by the heavenly lightning until his flesh was badly mutilated and his bones were shattered. He was beyond recognition, but he still managed to endure. Seeing Xiaoqing's miserable state, Gu Fei almost took action, but in the end, he held back. Erebus and Baron had also encountered a great danger. Both their bodies and souls had almost been destroyed, but they had managed to survive. Every time they were in a critical situation, their divine weapons would protect their souls, allowing them to reconstruct their flesh and blood, allowing them to catch their breaths on the edge of life and death. The heavenly tribulation was too powerful. Not everyone was like Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian, who had almighty sacred weapons. If it were not for them, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan would most likely have died. To Gu Fei's surprise, among the three of them, Xiaoqing, who had the weakest cultivation, was the first to pass the heavenly tribulation. Xiaoqing's heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc for 2 days and 2 nights before the tribulation clouds dissipated. Xiaoqing, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, was on the verge of death. His almighty sacred weapon had become dim, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Gu Fei immediately took Xiaoqing into his inner world and placed him in the divine spring of life, using the endless life essence contained in the divine spring of life to help Xiaoqing recover. Balan's heavenly tribulation dissipated after 3 days. Balan had also almost died, suffering unimaginable damage. He was also taken into his inner world and placed in the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Of all the heavenly tribulations that the three of them had triggered, the most monstrous one was definitely He Tian's. Endless ninth heaven divine thunder had bombarded He Tian for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire mountain that He Tian had been on had turned into ashes. In the end, He Tian also succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation. Of course, his vitality was also greatly damaged, and he was thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei. The momentum of the three's heavenly tribulation was so great that it alarmed many wild and strange beasts. Even the ancient Beast King, who was comparable to the celestial being realm, appeared nearby. However, even the ancient Beast King didn't dare to attack those who were passing the heavenly tribulation. Even the ancient Beast King was very worried about the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. Moreover, the moment Xiaoqing and the others successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Those ancient Beast Kings couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. This was because Gu Fei had the 8 steps extreme speed of the unrivaled beneath the heavenly tribulation. After Gu Fei took Xiaoqing and the others into his inner world, he directly linked up with the Hell Path, left the untainted ancient world, and entered the Hell Path. Then he returned to the Tanglong continent from the Hell Path.